Mhm.
So, for anybody who is interested in the alternative cosmology, the things that we're talking about here today, if you haven't done research on the Protestant Reformation and Martin Luther, how he challenged the church and challenged them to a debate, might I add. And he wasn't trying to do what he did, essentially, but what ended up happening was that there was this guy, Ignatius of Loyola, and he was completely loyal to the church and the Pope. And once the Reformation happened, it was like the largest redistribution of wealth in history. Because what they were doing is they were basically going to the church, their local church, and sacking it and taking all the gold and everything that they had paid in and basically taking their authority back. And when this happened, it's really interesting because it wasn't just the gold. The most important thing that they lost, the church, was not just the indulgences, but the authority that the Pope had as like the priest king here on earth. So this guy, Ignatius of Loyola, he got injured in a battle and was no longer to fight. So he was like disabled. So he took his religious fervor, went into a cave and did some weird stuff, and talked to somebody who wasn't there allegedly, and he started fighting like the spiritual warfare, like instead of physical warfare. And this counter-reformation kind of sprung apart a lot of this kind of stuff that's going on now, where we got this Big Bang cosmology and macro evolution and cosmic evolution and all this stuff, to where it's like they're trying to just debunk the validity of what was known at the time to be like a valid book, right? The 66 canon.
I don't think they can ever do that.
No, they can't. They try. But
They actually can't. Like, something would need to change. Like, something new would need to open up a pathway to find such thing that you're talking about. I'm sorry, did that make any sense to you or something, or not?
You're talking about the Jesuits aren't going to be able to, make the Bible not valid, right?
I don't know, something like that.
Well, interesting fact is that, people are kind of in the state where they've forgotten why they were Protestant, and
I'm leaving this, man. I don't really understand what you guys are talking about here, eh?
okay, peace be with you. So this Protestant Reformation and subsequent Counter-Reformation, it's really interesting to look into the history of it. There's a channel I used to listen to, Migmag, and he talks about the Jesuits, and he interviews people talking about the Jesuits. And if you don't know, you should probably know about this group of people. Some people say that they're one and the same group as the people that are controlling a certain state, not in the United States. I guess we're on YouTube, so I won't speak too much about that. But yeah, it's okay to criticize, bad ideas, and that's what I'm doing. But when you look at this Protestant Reformation, the current Pope is a Jesuit Pope. The first one in a long time, I'd add. But yeah, these Jesuits, I don't have a problem with Catholic people. I have a problem with the hierarchy and authority, and you have to go through the church to get through God and all that stuff. But if you don't know the history, and history, we're talking about his story, grain of salt, right? But it just so happens that when Napoleon sacked Rome allegedly, and got the Pope, this is when the United States of America was born. Like during this little window where the Jesuits were kind of conquered, and some people say that that's the wound, the deadly wound, and the damn thing came back to life. But yeah, if you look at I used to be able to look at real easy, but they've kind of censored the internet since then. If you look at how many colleges around the world are associated with the Jesuits and the Catholics and the Club of Rome and the Knights of Malta, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Really fascinating. They got colleges named after Loyola. They got Jesuit colleges, like the president went to a Jesuit college. Trump went to a Jesuit college. And it's really interesting how good they are at like infiltrating and, kind of like Rockefeller did with the most heavily regulated industry in America that I can't even talk about, because it'll get the YouTube channel shut down and possibly the Discord server shut down. So I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about, but it's this control of ideas that's the enemy of like freedom and progress and liberty. But it's interesting how these, staunch progressives call what they're doing progress, but it's the exact opposite. So yeah, anybody who's not informed on this information, I would definitely recommend set some time aside and go deep down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, just watch a few YouTube videos like Larry does and pretend you know something about something, even though you're proven wrong all the time.
Can you tell me
Holy
about the
shit.
Jesuits?
Holy
Can you tell me about the
shit.
Jesuits, bro? See, I'm gonna make you
Yeah,
wager
sure.
here. Yeah, tell me about them.
It's a Catholic order. The Catholic order They have a high belief in education. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the guy it was founded after, but it's something to do with it's
Ignatius
Templar and all those
Loyola.
stupid things. But yeah, they run a lot of schools.
They run schools, so they run the educational system.
No,
Right.
they run a lot of schools. They don't run these schools, not every school.
Blue, are you stuck there?
Get second guessed by every clever little with him. If he's second guessing himself, that's the end. For it. This is not the end. Not for us. Not if you lot right along takes and beat them. And you get to go on aid in me.
Yo, Larry, your mic doesn't work, dude.
Yeah.
Blue, this building is clear. He ran away.
I've been talking to people all day. What's wrong with my mic?
Oh, I thought it was you who was talking.
Larry, tell him about the Black Pope.
So there's really 3 popes. So there's normally the Pope, like Ratzinger, I think is his name, the one that stepped down. And then there's another Pope, and then the Black Pope. So Ratzinger would have been the White Pope. He stepped down.
This guy,
Then the Black Pope.
he's a knower.
Sorry?
Focusing on Carl and showing me as soon as I peek.
Are you hot micing? Hello?
Yeah.
Who's talking right now?
Quets, you're hot micing, I think.
Yeah, there's a cup of coffee here if you want. Just
Oh,
heat it
wow.
up.
You guys don't want me talking about the Jesuits, do you?
Talk about them, bud.
Keep going, Larry. I'll just mute anyone else who's going.
It's okay. I'm just kidding. Just joking. So yeah, the Black Pope and the White Pope. The current Pope right now is the Black Pope, Pope Francis, and he's actually a Jesuit Pope. Normally, that guy stays in the background. So in order to explain this to you, like anybody who's seen Star Wars Episode 1, Padme was emperor of that planet, and he was actually not in the costume. He didn't wear the Queen Amidala costume. He dressed as the maidservant. That way, if anyone ever tried to assassinate her, you couldn't tell it was her because she's wearing all that makeup. So you think that's the Empress, so they shot the decoy. I think that's what's been going on this whole time. That's why there's always a president and a vice president. If, one gets taken out, the other one is actually the real president this whole time. Example would be Ronald Reagan and President Bush, right? If the actor gets taken out, the head of the CIA is left intact, right? So
I've got a quick question for you, Larry. Black Pope, is that an official term?
probably not.
Okay. And who's the current Black Pope?
Well, I don't know, but there isn't one right now. The Pope stepped down, and the former Black Pope is now the White Pope.
Okay, so you're saying that there's no Black Pope right now?
I don't know who he is.
Oh, okay.
Who's the Jesuit leader right now? He's the Pope.
Friar Arturo Sosa. He's current Black Pope. And Black Pope is just a nickname given to the leader of the largest male Catholic order. So it's not like an official designation.
Right, but, it's kind of not written in stone, but understood by most people. But yeah,
Well, it's just a nickname for one of the most powerful head, the head of the most powerful order outside of the Vatican Church.
Gotcha. So yeah, there's a third Pope too. I'm not sure if he's called the Gray Pope, but there's a third one. So it really is like the the president, the vice president, and the speaker of the house. It really is like that. It's interesting, right?
No, it's not at all.
Okay. I'm not going to
Yeah,
disagree with you. But yeah,
because there's no line of
Bobs,
secession.
if we want autistic coping, we'll call on you. Yeah. Keep going, Larry.
so these Jesuits, they are like the kind of the beginning of a lot of the cloak and dagger stuff. Of course, there was the Hashashim before them, but in modern day, like the Five Eyes, the MI6, the CIA, you know, these are most likely Jesuits in action. The whole cloak and dagger thing, the infiltrate, subversion, you know, this sort of thing is kind of what they do, right? So if you take a look at like the big movers and shakers in your community, you'll take a real good look at their background. You'll find that like people that own like the football teams are often like Knights of Columbus or Knights of Malta, and the people that are like defense, you know, not defense attorneys, the prosecuting attorney and judges, they'll often be like Masons or what have you. But all these groups, they kind of work together like an octopus. And there was a guy who talked about this before me, but I think I came up with it on my own. But yeah, it's what's it called? I call it oligopoly. It's the octopus. Shoot, I'll have to look it up on my phone. I can't remember what it's called. The Aldrich plan. So if you look up Aldrich, they like all got together on this island, of course, and said how they were gonna overthrow like America. And they said it was a plan so secret, so sinister that not one in a million people could figure it out. And if they did, they would just ridicule him and say that he was crazy. But yeah, the Aldrich plan. I'll go ahead and see if I could post that. But the way I understand it is that when someone's doing research and they're kind of trying to discover the truth, what they'll do is one of them say, "Oh, it's the Jesuits," and another guy will be like, "It's the Masons," and another guy will be like, "It's the Knights of Columbus," and the Knights of Malta, and the CFR, and all these different groups, right? And they'll be arguing with each other attached to each little suction cup, that thing that they've been researching, and they're all fighting with each other like, no, it's this guy, no, it's that guy. When really, if you look at the anatomy of the octopus has multiple brains, multiple hearts, multiple tentacles, and that's how the New World Order is being ran right now. It's literally an oligopoly, right? All these different corporations like BlackRock, Vanguard, they're controlling everything right now. And meanwhile, we're all divided and conquered and arguing about shit that absolutely doesn't fucking matter, like race, creed, color, all these sort of things. The 10 ways that they divide us, 10 ways to Sunday. And Tom MacDonald wrote a really good song on that called Brainwashed. So I would recommend listening to that song and kind of think about what's going on in the world today. If we were to ever realize our true potential, our real authority, and ever unite and decide that we don't want to be ruled by these psychopathic maniacs, that there's no way that they could stop us from being free like we were intended to be by our Creator. I'm done with the monologue. Thanks.
I think Dogs wanted to respond to Larry.
No, he wants to, but he can't.
Oh, why not?
Because he has to be called upon.
Why don't you respond since you're talking? If we wanted shameless coping defenses of every mainstream narrative possible, we'll just turn on CNN. This isn't that. So, yeah. We don't need Dogs to throw himself in the line of fire for every questioning of the mainstream narrative. But you were talking, so you talk.
I don't really have a response.
Okay.
So you got. He's been doing this too with Peter. Like, if you want to hear fervent anti-flat earthers who are completely bricked, they have nothing to say. They even can't convince themselves of their own bullshit. Join their channel. Why is it so hard?
Get on their knees, guys.
What's so hard is that? How are you not understanding that? They've got their own platforms. Go over there.
It's just entertaining.
No shit. No
Hear them
shit, they
talk.
have their own platforms.
I find it
Yeah, you can
entertaining.
go and watch.
How about this? You
My-
try to be.
charismatic presenters like Professor Dave, who's not a professor, or Simon Dan, who was like scientifically built in a lab to be the most boring, uncharismatic bastard online.
This is what you could
There's plenty
do.
available.
Try go into a globalist space where people like dogs has a mute button and pretend to be a flat earther. Just suggesting you think the Earth might be something other than a globe, you'll never get to talk. They'll constantly shut their mic off. They'll mute you and time you out. They'll time you back in. Take the time out. Ask you a question. Give you like 3 seconds to give the most comprehensive answer you can get. Then time you back out again. Then they'll ban you, and then the next day send you an invite to the server again. So once you've got that, okay, once you understand what their spaces are like, then you can see why they're told no, thank you here. No, thank you. It shouldn't be hard to understand. No, thank you.
Well, just
Yeah.
as well, don't you join a flat Earth channel to hear the other side of the coin rather than just hear the globe people reiterate their own beliefs that you've already been taught? Don't you want to hear the other side of that coin? Isn't that why you come here?
I think it's entertaining to hear the opposition when they try to make their points.
Then go there.
Where should
Then
we be going?
go to
All
their
right, well, you can
spices
make some
then.
opposition. Feel free to make some opposition. We say the Earth has no detectable surface curvature. Care to oppose it?
No, I
Yes,
don't.
I posted evidence to the contrary, and I was told to shut up because I'm boring.
Well, you kind of are boring, to be fair. So
Well,
that's
yeah,
fair.
I mean, I'm sorry, it's a boring
Great
question.
question.
It's the most boring
I'll
question.
figure it out.
It's all right. Yeah, well, yeah, but
Yeah,
you guys who've been here for 6
yeah, we'll
months,
put it out for Metal Day
Ireland,
when.
that's the same thing. So,
There's so many more interesting questions to talk about, but you guys
Yeah.
have a whole VC dedicated
okay.
to the curvature.
Well, feel free to go to a place where you think
Yeah,
are more
I should look to
interesting
see what
questions
day
being
that
asked. Why are you here?
No, but
the
because I
big
love
pickup
talking
is.
about the curvature. I don't know why you're
Well,
bored
so why are you
about it, though.
complaining then?
You're complaining that I'm boring because I'm talking about the curvature, but the whole VC is dedicated to talking
No,
about
it's
the
not boring
curvature.
because you're talking about the curvature. You and the other Goatfucker 6 Brigade are boring. You understand?
Okay, well, what do you want
That's
me
the
to talk
difference.
about the Nephilim? I'm sorry, but the
No,
Nephilim
you
does
weren't
not
asked to
relate to the
talk.
curvature.
What?
When did I ask you to talk?
Who's that?
Well, you
You were
want
trying
the
to talk
globe
to a
proof,
new
don't
guy.
you? Do you want
Okay.
You
globe
were
proof?
talking to the new guy.
Oh, okay. You guys, give them globe proof.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Blow proof. Go ahead, new guy.
If you're referring to me, I'm not a new guy.
Okay, old guy.
You're a new guy to us.
No, I've been in before.
Welcome back. Got any glow proof?
Nope, none at all.
So you don't believe in the globe?
No, I don't. Or I would say that I'm a skeptic. Yeah.
What makes you skeptical?
Same reasons you're skeptical.
What do you
Doesn't
think
seem
those
to
are?
be, the curvature argument. Doesn't seem to be obvious.
Okay, fair enough.
Earth locally seems to be, a plane. But I don't know how big are the entire Earth.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'm not really that entertaining. I'm sorry.
That's not really a big problem. I don't think anybody
Yeah, no,
knows
that's
how
fine.
big the Earth is, right? If you were to sail the seas for 80 to 100 years, you might have an idea how big it is, but there's no way that you'd be able to go everywhere, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't know the parameters, the full parameters.
So how long have you been looking into it?
Like since 2018.
Okay, quite a while then.
Yeah, I know most of the people in here. I remember you used to go by Wolfgang, and Larry used to
Yeah,
go
that's my
by
name on
Hank
24/7.
as well. He had like a cartoon profile photo.
Photorealistic cartoon, that's right.
It's quite some time ago.
Who else? There's Vlad, Russian guy from Canada.
Right.
Let's be for real. Yeah, I know. Or
What
I
was
don't
your
know,
name
but
back then?
I've seen these. I've had multiple different screen names, so you'll have no idea who I am.
Yeah, he was originally people thought he was Mr. Giggles.
A giggler, eh?
Or Big Fokker, the guy, the supposedly NASA astronaut. He'd come in. I call him Mr. Giggles. It's kind of like the first account you come across him on. So he would join a Flat Earth channel, and people would be talking about Flat Earth, and he would just open his mic to giggle. And that is a astronaut. That is someone who you want to believe is an astronaut, or on the short list to be the astronaut, and then a rocket scientist and whatnot.
Sounds weird.
What about you? How long have you been looking into it?
Me looking into what?
No, I mean, cyclone. This
Cyclone?
topic.
Mm,
Like what kind of
yeah,
cyclone?
maybe about the same time.
Are we talking like
2018?
Yeah, about the same amount of time.
Oh, cool. Eric
Who's the
Dubay.
Australian guy? Yeah. What about the Australian guy? Who's that jumping in?
Oi, Aussie, speak up, mate.
The upside downer.
Oh yeah, man. How does it feel to walk upside down in Australia?
There's a nice song called Upside Down, I believe. You know how it goes, right?
Sing it for us.
Come on, you know the one.
I have no idea.
No, we're on we're on the top of this giant spinning space ball.
Upside
We don't get those
down,
songs.
boy, dummy. Anyways,
Sounds like a hit.
yeah, definitely is a hit.
So
Does the
what,
blood rush?
you've been looking into this topic or no? You know anything about it?
Which topic are you talking about?
The topic of the room, the Earth.
No, I don't know. The Earth is round.
The Earth is round. What makes you say that?
I don't know. Could it be
You don't
flat?
know?
It could be flat, right? It's round or flat?
Well, it could be round and flat. Round
be both,
doesn't
yeah.
necessarily mean spherical. What would make you think that it's a ball that spins?
I think it doesn't really matter as long as things still function the same way, and I can get from place A to B. Then I'm good.
Okay. But you said you think it's round, so there must be something that makes you think it's a spinning ball. no?
Either I go round or maybe I go straight. As long as you're going, I think. As long as you're going.
Yeah, fair enough. So you don't really care about the Earth, what it is?
No, do you?
Yeah. Why?
Why?
Wouldn't you?
Yep.
How does it change your life?
Well, you live on it, don't you? So you
Yeah,
know
but
what it is?
whether you think that the world is flat or round, is that going to change how you go to the stores?
Hmm. Well, no, you always treat the Earth as if it's just flat and motionless, right?
Hmm.
Like when you go outside into reality.
It might not change anything literally, but it might change your perception on things.
How do you think
Yeah,
the
like
Earth got
start
here?
with how your tax dollars are spent in regards to NASA.
you might look at that and feel a little pissed off.
Me, you know,
Well,
for
yeah.
like for a whole year, I've had to like really cram down the amount of money I've earned in a year. I'm just at one job at the moment. It's shit. But you know, when I finally decide to leave out of here, I'm just gonna like move very far away.
Okay.
At the end,
Well,
at
that's
the
maybe
end of the
one for
day,
your
like,
LinkedIn profile.
hey, I don't have a
Well, that's
LinkedIn, bro.
maybe. Okay, well, if you're focused on the job market, you might
Yeah,
want to.
is there good jobs at the moment? What's a good what's a good
Depends where
one?
you are and what line of work you're in, but that's not really the topic of the room. The topic of the room is the Earth. What is the Earth?
Yeah,
I'm
well,
telling you, it's a giant
there are
spinning
jobs
ball.
on the Earth.
That's true. There are. There are only jobs on the Earth. Unless you think you can get a job floating in a vacuum somewhere. On Mars. I think there's robots on Mars. Running around like Johnny Five.
Yeah, man.
Need input.
There's robots on Devon Island. That's Mars.
Mm. Yeah, you could get a job driving one of those around. You could be
Devon
in
Island
charge
is
of
actually.
NASA's petrified wood collection. So come on, bro.
What?
Tell us why you think the Earth has been involved.
Yeah, bro. Come on, Ozzy, you got this, mate.
Just say the why. It's not that easy. You could say like here very easily. Photographs from space. You can't
Yep,
figure
that'd
out
be an
why
obvious
they would
one.
lie. Why would they lie about it?
He doesn't want to step in the bear trap.
Well, it's not a bear trap. If someone says they have a belief system, they believe the Earth to be a globe, and this is why, it's dishonesty. It's just being honest.
It's the honesty about it is I don't care about the actual flat Earth and the actual Earth being flat or round. That's a conversation that what are you
Well,
going to do with it?
Would it be fair to say you don't really know why you think it's the globe? You just kind of assume it is because you've been told so.
No, you know what? I'd be more concerned with
I'm
what
not asking what you're
networks you're.
concerned about.
Yeah.
I'm asking why you believe the Earth is a ball. But it seems like you don't want to really get into that. So I mean, that's up to you. You can say you don't know. You can say I don't care. Well, you've already said you don't care, but you said you believed it. So presumably
What
you have
if
a reason for believing it.
there's a flat Earth and a round Earth, a sphere Earth?
Well, you only live on one Earth, which you said you believe is a ball. Yeah.
Interesting.
If you don't
You
care,
happy,
why did
guys?
you?
Hey,
Hey, if you don't care, why did you click the channel?
which channel?
This one.
Which one?
Okay.
The one you're
channel
in.
you're in, dude. The channel you're in, the voice channel.
I think he's bailing out.
Oh, I don't know. I just wanted to hear what you guys said.
So you do care.
No, not really.
Okay,
Like,
you don't care.
it's perspective based, right? So like you're giving me inputs, and I'm gonna think it's plausible. It's not. I'm gonna combine it with what I know. Maybe I already know. Who knows? It's fucking bullshit.
Observer
to do.
dependency. Yeah, see, the thing with the globe is always observer dependency. You have your own globe that you don't really know or care that much about.
No,
But-
I do. I know what globes I'm in, and actually, this is sometimes it just depends. Like right now, I don't really care. When I need to, when I need to do stuff, then I'll care. more so
When
about
are you going to need
whether
to do
the
something that requires a globe?
sorry.
When are you going to do something that requires a globe in reality?
Hmm.
Yeah, there's no globe in reality. No
It's
curve, no
interesting.
motion.
That's
You just
interesting.
experience flat, motionless Earth. The sun, moon, and stars moving above you.
Uh-huh.
But it's a spinning ball because TV said so. Right. We landed on the moon. Do you believe people landed on the moon? Aussie guy? There's a golf ball up there.
On the moon.
It
In
has
the
to be.
Bible, a Bible too. Why do you think they
Family
did that?
pictures.
And the
What?
American flag.
Yeah, the American flag.
Is there
Yeah,
actually a
the
Bible
cameraman.
on the
And the rover.
how's that? Is that all in the studio?
Yeah, they left the Bible on the seat of the rover, so that way when aliens come after humanity is gone, they'll be like, "Damn, these people love to do doom buggying on the moon and read their Bible while they're at it."
We'll have
You guys hear
Christian
about the
alien
lady that
faith.
sued Apollo missions because they were, using the Bible and named it after, all these different gods, and she sued for separation of church and state?
Hmm.
Yeah, atheists are weird.
Tell me. What was that?
Yeah, there was a lady who sued because of the Apollo missions. They were doing stuff like reading the Bible and quoting, all that
Quote
stuff. And
quoting what? Well, they're not allowed to read the Bible.
well, she sued. I can't remember. I think she won.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, NASA kind of won. She won the argument,
Mm.
but they won because they said basically legalese. They never really left America, so they didn't have to surrender their God-given rights. Had they gone into space, that wouldn't have been free speech protected anymore, and they would have been that would have been represented state-sponsored or religion. So really, a lot of the lunar hoax stuff that comes from atheists in the 1960s and 70s. They were the ones saying, "Prove that shit, prove it, prove it, prove it," and NASA just balked. They said, "We're not going to prove shit."
Hmm.
It's not like someone's hot micing.
Probably me. I'm sorry.
What's hot miking?
It's like where your mic is open and you're broadcasting, but
Oh.
Yeah, and I'm here. I'm not hot micing, but I'm listening to you guys. And if you want to ask me some question, because I'm the oldest of the oldest, I know what I'm talking about. And I can tell you guys, the Earth is measured flat, so far we know. And if somebody will ask me about it, okay, to answer. But you have to be.
Hey Jerry, what's up? Long time no see.
So, if somebody thinks something else, they have really burden of proof, because everything, like the world is specular reflection, for example, that you can see everywhere around you, cannot happen in that scenario that you want it to be if you're on a flat. No, if you're on a spherical Earth that's spinning in different directions in a different types in a multiple speeds. No, it will never happen. So Do you know what everybody knows what specular reflection is about?
Specular highlight is when the lake is photographed and you can clearly see the mountain behind it, right?
Yeah, specular reflection is from the angle you see, and you can see on the flat water, you can see specular reflection, yes. It's because nothing is moving. It's impossible to get specular reflection without. If it is moving, then you will never get the exact specular reflection. There we have it. Just so simple set. Something like that proves that the Earth is flat. Just that. Try to talk over me. Try to say something. It's absolutely meaningless. Nobody can say anything against it. Nobody. Yeah, you don't know how to navigate. You cannot navigate if you are using sextant. How can you get the angle over a circle Earth? Oh, that's I think because I'm intelligent, I know that's impossible.
Mm.
But, fuck off.
Hmm?
The
What
best
happened?
way to go from point A to point B in navigation is using the blue marble.
The blue marble.
Yes.
Yeah, you cannot get an angle over circle Earth. That's impossible.
I'm just kidding, by the way.
Yeah. Using the blue marble before they wrapped it around the ball. Use the flat map that was generated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
The
can
flat marble, eh?
be horny. I can be very
Johnny.
horny,
Hmm.
but it will not change the reality of the world. I mean,
Oh my.
just I want the money. I'm horny and everything. No, it will not change the reality.
What's the reality?
The reality is that we are living on a spherical reality of a view, but the plane, we are living on a plane, and you cannot make any measurement from one point to other point. Go from one point to other point without a flat plane measurement. That's the way we are doing it, and has been doing it for years. And I'm a Viking, and the Vikings did that also. So I just say, fuck off, guys. It's just that's the way it's done. There's no way away from it.
So we got any new Glober then? Want to ask an honest question?
You could talk to the old guy again. Who's Sunbath,
Let me
Borg,
ask you a
Fun
question.
Saber,
Do you
Rollcopter.
monitor all the frequencies? All
What are you talking
wavelengths?
about?
And like, oh, don't worry. Maybe I'm on a different topic here. Mixed up.
Yeah, we're on the Earth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
we're on the
like,
Earth.
can't.
Asking if the Earth is a spinning ball, like they tell us.
Right. I don't know. You guys keep asking the same questions, and I really don't know why you care if it's round or flat. The real
You don't
question
know
would.
why we would care about reality?
Well, what's your reality? Is your reality on a phone?
No, reality's outside.
Yeah. It's walking outside, and you see the sun. You're happy
Yeah,
with
what you
that.
experience. Yeah, you see the sun moving, yeah?
Yeah.
Why
The
do you see the sun
number on
moving?
the number on your bank account digitally is something completely different.
Why do you think you see the sun moving?
Because you can feel it. I don't know, it's a perception. Are you saying I should kill myself? Is that what you're saying?
What?
Wow.
I don't know. You're
Dude,
questioning
spiral
how I
is
perceive
real.
things.
That's a spiral out of control, dude.
Is that crazy?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Why do you think you see the sun move and you jump to that? What's wrong with you?
You're questioning legitimate perception.
I'm asking you why you think you see the sun move.
Why I see the sun move? Oh well, based off shadows, right?
No,
I know the position
like
in
we
the
see the
afternoon.
sun move. No, I'm not saying.
Oh,
is
you're
it
saying that
a
the
question?
Earth could be moving.
Oh, is that what you're saying? Are you saying
I don't know.
the
We don't
ground
really
is
know.
moving? Well, it's either that the sun is moving, like you observe, or the ground is moving, like you believe, right? Is that what you believe?
Mm-hmm. Sorry?
So is that right? You think you see the sun moving because you think the ground is moving? Is that right?
I don't really care. At some point, that sun's going to become night.
I didn't
And
ask what
then
you cared about, though. I just asked, is that what you think is occurring?
with the sun,
Yes.
mate, could be a big flashlight out there. I don't know.
Buddy.
What?
That's funny. Dude.
All right. So you don't know why you think you see the sun moving?
No. Do you know why?
Well, I assume the sun is moving
Yeah, but why is that?
because I see it moving.
But how do you perceive that? Like, how do I know that you see that? You're doing the
Yeah.
exact same thing to me.
You
That's
see it.
That's solipsism, dude.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
solipsism.
This is an interesting spiral you're doing.
What spiral?
The one you're currently doing when asked why you think you see the sun move.
Hmm.
And you can't bring yourself to say that you think it's because the ground is moving.
Hmm.
Interesting. I wonder why that would be. So are there any Globers in here who aren't scared of their own belief? Who can proudly say, yes, I'm spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
That's me. I am one of those.
Peter's house is moving.
Mm-hmm.
I am happy to defend all of those views.
Except for gyroscope.
Okay.
Perception.
Excuse me.
Feel free.
Well, I don't feel like I need to defend anything right now. I'm just content.
Okay, well, I don't
Is
know
there
why you
anything
jumped in
I
then.
can help you with? Well, because you asked, were there any people who are happy, not afraid of their views?
Yeah,
So
and you
I'm one
said,
of them.
I'm happy to defend those beliefs. And I said, go on then. And you said, well, no, I don't feel like I have to.
Well, where do I start?
Well, we were talking about the motion, the
Oh,
presumed
okay.
motion.
Okay. It's obvious that the Earth and the Sun are in relative motion in relation to one another, as you correctly pointed out.
So it's obvious that the ground is in motion?
It's obvious that it's in motion in relation to the Sun, yes.
Well, that's not really being very specific. Is it obvious that the ground is in motion? The thing you're claiming?
Is the ground in motion? When we stand on the ground,
Is
when
it
we pick
obvious that the ground is in motion?
No, it's obvious when whichever frame of reference you pick, it's obvious that the other one is moving in relation
So it's
to
not
that Earth.
obvious. It's not obvious that the ground's in motion then.
No. When we are on the ground, it's obvious
Okay.
that the sun is moving.
So why do you assume that it's in motion then?
Because I see it moving?
No, you just said it wasn't obvious that it's in motion. So that would mean you can't see it moving.
I don't think there is a concept of absolute motion. So something is moving in relation to something else.
Nah. You're just deflecting into nonsenseville now. You
I'm
said
not.
it's not obvious that it's in motion. So I said, okay, so why do you believe that it's in motion?
I'm sorry, I said it's obvious that it's in relative motion to the other thing.
You said it was obvious that you said it's not obvious that the ground is in motion.
What's the other thing there?
Jesus Christ. If I pick the ground as my frame of reference, then it's obvious, meaning I'm standing on it, which is the most common experience. Then it's obvious that the sun and the stars are moving in relation to me, correct?
Yes, it's obvious that the sun and the moon and the stars are moving. The question was about the ground, which is the thing you claim is moving.
If you
which
pick
you
a
don't seem
different
to be able to
reference
address.
frame, then the ground is moving in relation to it, yes.
Okay, so you just said it's not obvious that the ground is moving, but now you're claiming that the ground is moving. So what's your evidence that the ground is moving, since it's not obvious?
My evidence is for something else. My evidence is that there's a relative motion between.
Well, I'm asking what the
Earth.
obvious is for the ground being in motion. That was what the question was.
I don't
Do you not have
claim that
evidence for that?
that's some kind of an absolute truth. No, I don't.
Okay. Any Globers who do think they can prove the ground is in motion?
In absolute motion of some kind?
Well, you've just said you don't claim that.
Wait,
What was that?
Wait, hold on.
Well,
wait,
I want to clarify the question first.
Hold on,
The
Peter.
ground- Okay, hold on. The ground doesn't move, right? But just
Do you
the
experience
Earth
it moving? What do you mean?
But here's what
The ground
So
is
you know
the
how
Earth, is it not?
gravity works, right? You know how gravity works, right?
Well, let's stick to this topic for now.
No, wait. It is on topic because the ground doesn't move. The ground
doesn't move.
The ground doesn't move, and you don't feel it moving because of gravity.
Okay, so the Earth doesn't move.
The only way that the ground could move is because of like an earthquake or like the plates are shifting, and that's it. But
Okay,
here's the
so
thing.
you don't hold on. Let's just clarify that. So you don't believe the Earth is moving.
The Earth is rotating and is moving around the sun. We just don't.
So the ground is moving.
The ground is not moving. The Earth is.
But the ground is the Earth, is it not? Isn't the ground not part of the Earth?
It's part of the Earth. So if we want to say that, then we're just moving around the sun. But
so the ground is moving.
Is this Peter's son?
I don't know, bro. He's not. You're not making any sense.
Who's
Well,
Peter's
you sound
son?
confused.
No, my son.
We're trying to clarify.
Because
if you think the ground is moving, the Earth is moving, you believe the Earth is moving, but you can't experience it. Yes.
Yes.
So why do you believe it's moving?
Because do you know how the Earth orbits the sun?
Well, that's what you're trying to prove. That's why I'm asking why you believe that.
Yeah, the Earth orbits the sun because if you look into information, there's even proof.
What information?
There's even proof. You can look on Google. There's even proof. I don't know.
What's the proof?
Don't mind me.
You don't know?
Don't mind me. I do know proof, but I don't feel like debating right now.
Okay. So you do know the proof, but you can't give it to us.
I do know the proof because multiple times there's multiple evidence that we orbit around the sun. That's why we have solar systems. So do you think that
Okay. Well, what would that evidence be exactly?
When you go into space, you can see the other planet, and you can even see the sun, and the sun is in the middle, so we're orbiting. That's how we get
okay. Have you seen that? Or
I mean, there's multiple evidence of it by NASA, a bunch of people.
Okay, what evidence is that? Like a photo?
No.
Well, what's the evidence of what you're talking about?
Well, what if he's got some other
like?
device?
What is it, like a photo? Hold on, bro.
Something,
Hold on.
yeah.
We're trying to get to this evidence. We're trying to get to this evidence. Calm down. So, you're talking about, what, a photograph? An image?
There's multiple.
What's your evidence?
Multiple photographs, and there's multiple research.
Okay, could you show me the image that tells you that the Earth is moving in the way you're saying?
Well, I got a better idea.
A4, your mic is super low.
It is. Damn.
No, that's all right. Maybe you're just getting far away from it. But yeah, we'd love to see this evidence.
Yeah, we do have evidence though.
Yeah, great. Just
great.
provide it.
All right, provide it. So, I bet you're saying like, oh, this doesn't work in a sense, right? Right.
Well, we're just asking what your evidence is that the Earth is moving.
Gravity. Yeah. That's it. There's
What's
even
it?
a simulation for it's a simulation of how the gravity in the solar system works, right? So as we can see that all these rings are like the planets and they are orbiting around the sun. You can literally see that.
What are you looking at? What are you looking at right now?
Look at the link. I
A simulator?
already put it in the chat, dumbass. What? No, I did
Yeah,
not mean to say
it's a
dumbass. I did not
simulator?
mean to say dumbass. I did not mean to say dumbass. Forget it. You know what? Never mind.
So what is this that you posted? Could you describe it to
It's like
us?
this. So it's the solar system, right? So this is how the solar system works, right? So
Was it like a photo or
it's a simulation. It's
a simulation? Okay.
From like a .org website. Straight
And
up.
what's that simulation based on exactly from the real
The
world?
solar system. So the solar system. So do you know how like?
Okay, so
it's
how did they
our
get all
solar
that from?
From multiple information from NASA. On God.
Okay. So it's
On-
just like the
on-
government are telling them this, and that's the simulation of it.
Nah. No.
So how do you know that
It's
this
like real
simulation?
like real physics scientists. It's like real
Okay.
physiologists.
Right, okay. So how do you know that this model, this simulation is real or based on reality?
Because if you see multiple diagrams from like
If you
science,
see multiple
if you
diagrams.
see the multiple diagrams, it shows, and then how gravity works, and then also how like food works, and then when you see
Okay.
how food works, your brain starts to like
Wow. Sounds like you've thought about a lot about this.
Yeah, but never mind. Just forget that I said anything, bro. I'm God. I'm not.
Well, you've posted what's essentially a cartoon. Is that all you've got?
Nah, but I don't feel like it.
Okay. Well, maybe have a think about what real life evidence there is for this
No, I just don't. I
cartoon.
just don't feel like it. No, I just don't feel like it.
That's all right.
Just trolling. I'm trolling.
That's all right.
I'm really trolling.
You control yourself whenever you like. No issue.
No, it was just trolling you because it was just some dumb.
Oh, you were trolling me. What, by posting this cartoon that you say is your
Yeah, it
worldview?
was a cartoon. Yeah, it's a cartoon. Yeah.
So your cartoon, your
Yeah,
worldview is
it's Tom
based on
and
a
Jerry. It's
cartoon,
straight up. Yes, it's Tom and Jerry. Yes, it's based
like a
off of
computer game.
No, it's based off of Tom and Jerry.
Right. So your worldview is based off cartoons. Okay.
So what happens is that the cartoons tell us about psychology and physiology.
They sure do. Sure do tell us a lot about psychology.
Yeah, it does.
Anyway, who else have we still got here from the flat Earth side? Does anyone want to pick this up? This little train wreck going on? Because I'm gonna have to go on mute. Larry, you still here? Crap.
Yeah, I can take over.
Cool.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I just want Crit to apologise for calling me a liar. That'd be nice. Or we could talk about flat Earth, Crit.
Or you could
Dude,
stop
all
being a
you
pussy.
do,
Come
all
on,
you
why
do
is he
is
off mute?
lie. Yeah, I don't know. I must have timed the mute. Must have timed out. All you do is lie, dude. You lie
Yeah,
about
no,
all people.
Don't even. We're not even gonna. Larry, please try with this guy.
So what's his name? What's your name, new guy?
Dogs are gods.
That's not who I'm talking to. Or is
Wasn't it? It was A4.
I didn't
A4,
say
man.
anything. I said I was done.
Oh, you're done A4?
Yeah, I was joking. I was joking on the Putin. Joking Putin.
Okay, shooting the shit.
Out. I was pooping out like
horrible diarrhea. Mental constipation.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Listen, I ain't no debater, bro.
You can be if you do your homework. And I don't mean that stuff that they give you at school, that bullshit.
How can you tell what is good and bad homework?
You got to use discernment, right?
Find discernment. Or just like what you mean by it, not the definition.
Well, if your teacher's giving you something in math class that says Henry gets pulled over by the cops twice a year, while Jamal gets pulled over 17 times a year, what is the more percentage of likelihood that Jamal's going to be attacked because of his race by the racist, if that's what your math looks like, don't do that homework. Just go to Khan Academy and just get some basic, stuff from there.
It's just like a gut feeling type thing. It's what you're using to discern.
Well, can't you discern that there's political ideologies based into that math question?
That doesn't make the math question any more right or wrong, right? It's still just the math question.
Right, but if you're being indoctrinated while you're trying to learn math, that's not really how school's supposed to work.
Maybe, yeah. I agree.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll take her out.
It's actually a pretty good simulation.
What are you talking about?
Oh, the simulation the other guy posted in chat. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's actually a very smooth website.
Yeah,
Very
it's
simple.
all 3D and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's running pretty fast on my little
Yeah,
laptop over here. So.
Yeah, on my phone it's very fast too. The graphics are super simple, so just simple circles and ellipses and stuff.
Mm.
Shout out to Kimbo. I believe Kimbo could teach us a thing or two about communism and the downfall thereof.
Well, Sasha, I think, talks about it too. He grew up in communist, and then when the wall fell.
So does Enigma, who hangs around on other servers. He's told me about what it was like growing up in Eastern Europe. I can't remember what country it was, like Kosovo or something over there east of Italy. Something over there. But yeah, he was telling me about the bread lines, and if you complain about, the utopia not being utopian, then they would just kill you or take you out. But yeah, anybody got any evidence of the globe?
I do. Now, part of the evidence I have, I learned it during communism, so you should probably discredit all that.
Why would I do that? That would be genetic fallacy.
Oh, okay. Well then, anytime you want, Larry.
So you mean they teach the globe in communism too?
They did, yeah.
It's a one world religion, sounds like to me.
Yep.
Line now.
I think if we had our little discussion group during the peak of communism or Stalinism, we would all end up in the gulag, both the flat earthers and the globers. Just for wasting time, which was a crime under communism.
They did lock up communist and the capitalist eventually, didn't they?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Communism was a terrible system.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it.
So there's nothing wrong with having voluntary communism where you have a potluck after church, or you have a barbecue where everybody brings a plate. But when the when the government takes like control of the means of production and the government basically owns everything, you're a slave or you're dead. Usually in that order.
Yeah. Well, in practice, it usually, with a few notable exceptions that you enumerated earlier, usually it just kind of like peters out, so to speak, and then you're just miserable.
Yeah, but if you read like the Book of Acts, just on an academic level, you're not really judging the theology. You're just looking at what they were doing. They were kind of getting together because their country was under occupation by the Romans, and they were pitching in money to help the poor and the sick, and they were selling all their possessions and giving it to the poor, like voluntarily. And in that book, the only people that died was the people who lied and said that they gave everything when they didn't have to give anything. It was all under voluntarism, but that's another lesson for another story. So if you just ignore that little part, because you might get confused by it, that was perfectly fine because it was voluntary.
Sure, voluntary is good.
Yeah, if you just look up the basic tenets of libertarianism, like I don't know how anybody could agree with that unless they don't like the idea that they can't rule me, or they don't like the idea that they can't govern themselves, or that they have to govern themselves. Like, to me, like, there is no left and right paradigm. Like, we should all have a free market, which is capitalism, where the government doesn't tell you what you can and can't sell. If your product is bad and you harm people, there's court systems so people can take you to court, unless your product is like Mode and Iser and Onsen. I can't really say too much more than that.
Yeah, I mean, free market. Yeah, seems like the most logical way, in my opinion. The government's only role is to make sure that the market is fair, and they can provide some services as well. Free market? No, well, it's not really free market. It's more mixed economy what I'm talking about, but the principles of competition are good.
I love to talk about free market, but I usually don't come to the flat Earth server for that.
Yeah, I think we're kind of getting sidetracked, aren't we?
I think you'll find that most of us are libertarian-minded. There
That's
is an
good. So
exception.
am I.
Isa is a Muslim guy that comes around from time to time, and he likes the idea of government and the beauty of it, the way that it's supposed to work. But other than Isa, that's pretty rare.
Well, good for him.
Wait,
What does
Isa
he think
wants
about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, Isa's a flat earther. Yeah.
Oh.
And he's Muslim, right? Which is interesting because some Muslims.
He should know better, right? Because Muslims were the pioneers of spherical trigonometry.
Well, anyway.
What does he say about government?
He thinks it's
What does he say about Al-Biruni?
Never asked him about Al-Biruni, but Isa thinks it's a beautiful system and we need to learn to work within it. And even though it's flawed and not perfect, he thinks that people should educate themselves, and instead of always fighting the government, we need to learn how to agree with our adversaries, like it says in the book of Matthew. Agree with your adversaries quickly, lest they turn you over to the judge, turns you over to the bailiff, and the bailiff will lock you up until you pay back every last cent.
Did he propose any kind of idea of how to do that?
Agree with your adversary. If they're accusing you of something, come to an agreement. Yeah, because that's the whole point of court, is over disagreements. That's the only reason a court would have jurisdiction over you, is if you plead not guilty, which is a disagreement.
Okay.
mean, not even the normies think like that. Like that's a rare fringe view.
I recently saw a court case where Chile de Castro was filming the cops in, I believe, a parking lot. And he went up to the lady and started talking to her. The cop said, "Stop talking to her and get back." So he stops talking to her. He takes like 2 or 3 steps back and then gets arrested because he called the cop a little doggy. Told him to get back in his car. And he goes to court. And it's really interesting because the cop says he didn't comply with his lawful orders. But in the video, you can see him stepping back to where he originally was standing on the parking space line. And then after he was given those orders, he actually stepped back and his feet were about 3 feet from that line. And he lied under oath in front of the judge. But because his lawyer, who is an officer of the court, obviously, didn't post or didn't give the evidence of the video fast enough, it was the day of or the day before, I can't remember, the court date. So the judge ruled it inadmissible in court. So he got a sentence for both things, for not listening to the cop. I think that one was obstruction or interference or something like that. And then also resisting. So he's going to be in jail for like 180 days. But you can watch the video and see absolutely 100% he did stop talking to the lady that was pulled over, and he absolutely stepped back like he was told. And the cop lied under oath. That's why they don't want cameras in there. But yeah, he would have been way better off making some sort of plea deal or agreeing with his government. He fucked up. His lawyer fucked him, obviously, in my opinion. Obviously, I'm no legal expert. And none of this is legal advice. I'm just going by what the Bible says. Jesus said, agree with your adversary quickly on the way to court. So that means, like, before you get there, come to an agreement. And when you do that, if you go before the court, you say, Your Honor, I don't really know why we're here today. Here's the agreement that we've made. And once you've made an agreement, whether it's with the person who brought you there being a private individual or the government, the public, brought you there. But yeah, they got a really good
Maybe he can
system.
get a mistrial.
Well, he's appealed, but he's still going to have to stay in jail. And when he appeals, it's going to be the same judge who's married to a cop. And she said, "You hate all cops, don't you?" And he gave her the thumbs up and was like, "Oh yeah," and called him a pig. But yeah, that Chile de Castro thing, it's unfortunate because he didn't harm anybody. He didn't threaten the cop, but he went to jail for officer safety.
Sometimes you just cannot win, Larry.
Well, I mean, you fuck around long enough, you find out how corrupt the system is. You know, it's unfortunate, but if you're interested in looking at these videos, it's Here's the Deal channel. I've been covering it pretty good. But yeah, that's not exactly what Issa said, but you get the gist. Instead of fighting and going, "No, fuck you, you're a pig," instead of doing it like that, you basically come to an agreement. And I think he talks about it's about how you appear, or at what capacity you appear in. If Crit was here, he could probably say it a lot better than I can. He's He's well more advanced in his study than me. I'm just a beginner, and none of this is legal advice, and I'm not a lawyer. You should ask your lawyer if bending over and signing the plea deal is right for you. Because it probably is. Yeah, that's why when Scott the other day was asking me questions about soft sit bullshit, like I feel like it's on purpose, right? To like put a label on me, like I'm some sort of oxymoron. My philosophy is simple: the Most High, God, is the sovereign, and we're all equal under Him. I know I said it right. Some people don't like that. All men are created equal.
I like that, Larry.
Yeah, it's a pretty legit philosophy, I think.
It is. We're lucky to live in a country that was founded on that.
What does it
system of
mean
values.
when you say all men are created equal? What does that mean, equal?
That they have the same rights. The rights that are just they are derived from their human nature. They have the same rights to the freedom from violence, from oppression. Really, they're equal in that sense.
That's a Jesuit idea. The Jesuits planted that so you can believe
Freedom
that you're.
from violence.
Don't say it. Don't say it, Yui. Yes. Every person owns their body and the product of their labor, and therefore,
But isn't that just like a obvious common sense fact?
yes, it is. But very few
Natural law.
countries have
That's
been
right.
founded on that so explicitly. Most country, or many countries, at least in the West, have converged on that. Even when they remain, absolute monarchies or constitutional monarchies, they have converged on the same system of values because it's so spectacularly good and so obviously correct. But there are a few countries that had the luxury to be founded on those principles. One of them, or the most prominent one, is the United States of America.
How do you have authority if everyone's equal?
What?
How do you have authority if everyone is equal?
You don't. Some authority can be delegated to you, outsourced to you. Certain tasks can be outsourced to you by the people who have the authority. In the American system, the people, the power originates from the people, so the people delegate some of the power to their governments.
Not all,
To execute
some.
certain tasks.
The
Yes,
only
of
way
course.
you delegate all the power to your government is if you call another man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss. That's when you have no rights because you've delegated all authority to them, showing to everyone that you're not capable of governing yourself, that you need to be governed from the outside.
Maybe, but in a normally functioning system, some of the authority is delegated. Yes.
My thinking is that if courts were broadcasted live on TV instead of watching like Amber Turd, we were watching like Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, like if that was kind of what was going on in reality, people would be more educated on how the legal system works, and they wouldn't be complete legal idiots when they get in there, including especially the jury. Then maybe we would have a little bit more justice. But because most people are legal idiots, don't know what they're talking about whatsoever, including myself, I don't think that justice is always served in the court system. In fact, I'm pretty confident that it's not.
I don't think someone I don't think someone that's brain dead is equal to a normal functioning person.
Not in the
Well,
sense
that's
of
not
their
what I meant by equal.
capabilities, but their rights.
That's not what I meant by equal.
Okay.
I think we've
What do you mean
explained,
by
Larry,
equal?
between you and I. This guy's just trolling. We told you what we meant
No,
by
not
equal.
trolling.
Equal rights. A disabled person, for example, a person with a severe cognitive disability and an IQ of 50, it has the same rights as you and I. Would you
Do you
disagree?
mean like legally or naturally?
No, are naturally, even regardless of the system of law under which they reside. Communist China.
Okay,
Really,
and
I
not to
should
be
say
pedantic, but
fascist, more of a fascist
but
state.
what do you mean by right?
Their freedom from.
Freedom from, okay.
The right to live, breathe, and decide what to do with their body, and by extension with the product of their body, which is the product of their labor, aka property. They have the same right to administer their body and administer their property. So they cannot be killed, they cannot be enslaved, and stuff cannot be taken away from them by force.
Wait, what if they're super crippled and they can't do a lot? What if they're super crippled and they can't do much?
They still have those rights. They have those rights. Whether they can exercise that right or whether they can defend their right, well, that is
They're
not
not very good at exercising if they're crippled.
What?
They're not very good at exercising if they're crippled.
No, we didn't say they're equally good, that every person is equally good at exercising their right or defending their right. We didn't say that. That'd be absurd. They just have the same rights. Inalienable rights. That's it. It's that simple. Not much comes out of that other than the foundation of a healthy, respectful, and free society. But after that, it's a mess, right? So that's why I don't like to go to channels that talk about this, because this is really complex stuff. I love to come to channels that talk about something so obvious as the shape of the Earth, because now I can have fun. I can speak with confidence, because I know that I'm not, no matter what I say, I'm not making a fool out of myself, right? It's obvious what the Earth is.
100%. You think flat's a shape. You think round's a shape. You're a fool.
Yeah, whatever. Potato, potato.
You think adjectives are nouns. You
No, I
hear
have
someone use an adjective and you hear a noun. You're a fool.
I don't even use
You have a very low education level. Someone says flat earth, you heard noun, shape, object. Noun.
You know what I heard?
You have a very low, you have a sub-optimal education that you don't understand adjective noun.
Should we test it? Let's test it.
Yeah, what is flat? Is flat a noun or an adjective?
No, how about we do this? You say flat earth and I'm going.
Well, how about this? Is flat a shape? Is it a noun?
I don't know. Let's find out. How about you say flat earth and I will literally say what I heard. Okay, you say flat earth and I will respond with what I heard.
Yeah, this is already done. You talked about like the shape of the earth.
No, just say it. Just say it.
Yeah, this has been said.
No, it hasn't. I was not precise with my words. So say flat earth. It's an earth where 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal plane. That's what I hear when you say flat earth. Every time. I don't say it because you guys would perma-mute me for being boring and a troll, but
no,
every time you say flat earth, that's what I
got wrecked by Bev, and now you're in here spazzing out.
Sure.
Just go to his server.
No, I can't. I mean, I've been wrecked. But listen, flat earth, you say flat earth, I hear an earth where 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal plane.
Well, there you go.
You're ruined goods. You're ruined goods, Peter. Bev wrecked you.
He did.
You can demonstrate this on your own, just like however long distance you need and however much materials you need it. Be like, damn, that horizontal plane is flat.
Well, that's what I thought until I did my research, and it turns out that 2 points of equal elevation are never on the same horizontal plane in reality. That's what blew my mind, you know? That's why I'm such a staunch blower.
Sounds like a conspiracy, because on every elevation profile ever made, 2 points of equal elevation are on the same elevation profile.
I think it's a conspiracy. I agree. I think it's a conspiracy from some flat earthers who penetrated cartographic institutes, and they do this as a conspiracy. I think so, because in reality, that is never the case.
It seems you're the conspiracy theorist.
I might be. There's also another possibility that you're just misunderstanding the maps, but because I like you, I'm going to leave that one out for now.
Well, here's an example. There you go. See?
Uh-oh. How do you explain that?
Oh,
Where are the 2 points of equal elevation?
Conspiracy.
is a conspiracy to just trick you into knowing the contour of a hill there?
Yeah, the people who made this, they conspired to make it look like the Earth was flat.
Wait, what does this diagram show? Sorry if I'm
horizontal base, a flat horizontal baseline, normally colloquially known as sea level.
Sea globe. Kidding. So what is the horizontal baseline is just the bottom, eh?
Yeah, all the way across.
It's a 2D projection of a
It's
surface.
all the horizontal lines.
Okay.
So Peter, is that 2 points
How
of equal elevation that's horizontal?
Yes, but that's a 2D projection of a 3D object, what you're looking at.
What's the 3D?
That's why Jerry uses that.
Yeah.
Well, the quickest way to explain it is that the people that make these sorts of diagrams, they make them off of a spherical mapping. A three-dimensional sphere with its topography, they flatten it out to show a cross-section like that, for example, like he has here. It's very commonly done. And actually, at every map, if it's a precise map, it tells you exactly from what it was produced. And if you just look into that, you'll see that it was produced off of a spherical.
How are they flattening the globe out? How are they taking elevation level measurements and then flattening the globe out?
The surface, the elevations are the
They're
same.
making the
because
actual elevations, right?
Elevations
The
are
actual elevation
relative.
changes.
Yeah, elevation is just a distance from the surface, right? So that is not distorted by the projection.
How are they flattening that out?
You take a small piece, you cut it
If
out, you
that's the
stretch it out.
globe measurement, then how is it flattened?
If you had a sphere, if you held a sphere in your hand, and on this sphere you created little peaks and valleys using Play-Doh, right? And those would be your map.
So that's fine.
Can
So
you wait 1 second?
there's no
Can you
assumption.
wait?
No,
Can you wait?
you're talking about
Okay.
an art project, Peter. I don't have to wait for your
Well,
hypothetical
you
art
asked
class.
how do they do it? I'm telling you how they do
Out
it.
of kindergarten, or your mom told you weren't going to be an artist or something. What? I'm not interested in you telling me about your imaginary stories.
Okay, well, that's how they do it. The way you didn't let me describe, that's how they do it.
That's how they do it. Is they put a
Yes.
lump of clay in their hand and they poke with a
No,
they poke it.
somebody else puts the lump of clay for them, and then they just make a map of it.
Okay, yeah, but measured flat.
No, it doesn't measure flat. They just make it flat
No,
so
but
it
it
fits
is
on the piece of
measured,
paper.
assumed flat. So I'm just wondering, where does it come from? A globe. Just assume it is a conceptual piece of mud you have in your hand. You're poking it. So therefore, these flat measurements are globular measurements. I don't get with the transformation.
Why are you assuming
The
they're using a horizontal
transformation,
baseline?
it's easy. The
Why are you assuming
transformation
that?
is from
Where
the
does
reality.
the
Right?
level come from?
In
Getting
reality,
elevation from sea
The
level.
elevation
They're
from
looking
sea
at
level.
different
Okay.
parts of the
Yeah,
object. They're looking at
exactly.
different parts of the mountain and measuring what height those parts are
that's
from sea
not what he's
level.
asking, Terence. That's not what he's asking. We know that. So in reality, you go out, you measure the surface and the topography on that surface. You immediately see it's a sphere, and then you project those measurements onto a flat surface, such as a piece of paper.
Does the sphere drop from horizontal?
What did you say, Jer?
I said, does the sphere drop from horizontal?
Does the sphere drop from horizontal?
Yeah.
I decided next time I talk to you, I'm going to use more precise language than I usually do. A sphere does not have horizontals in geometry. A sphere is contained on one side of a tangent line. Yes.
What does that mean?
It means that when you draw a tangent plane to a sphere, the entire volume of the sphere is on one side of that plane.
Uh-huh. So in reality, does a
Yes,
3D sphere drop from horizontal? I say
absolutely.
yes.
In reality, when you establish a horizontal plane at one point, the entirety of the Earth's volume is, if we exclude topography, so the entirety of Earth's volume of the same radius where you're standing is on the same side of that plane. Yes. In your words, that would be under the horizontal plane.
From one
We
position.
agree. Yeah, on one side of it doesn't intersect with the plane. Yeah.
If you go to some other spot, like let's say you're going from A to B,
Yeah.
like you're at A and you're shooting at B. B would always be lower than you, right?
If they're the same elevation, yes, it would be below the horizontal plane. Yeah.
So
From
same
your point of view.
same
Yeah.
elevation, but lower at the same time.
Right. So at
How does
a
that
point
work?
A, let me explain. So it's immediately visible on a sphere when you pick 2 points and you establish tangent planes to each of those points, right? So you see that from point A, point B is underneath the tangent plane, and equally from point B, point A is underneath the tangent plane, right?
Are they both
Is
below each
this
other at the same
controversial?
time?
Yeah, but no, I didn't say below. In geometry, there is no below. Is this controversial that if you take a sphere and pick 2 points on the sphere and establish 2 tangent planes for each of the points, then each point is underneath, in quotes, the plane of the other point?
Yeah, but those planes can't be horizontal.
No, that's why I use the word tangents.
Right. So you can't have a horizontal, like two intersecting horizontals, right? That would be silly to say.
Okay, let me ask you, let's figure this out tonight, Jerry. On a sphere, can you have 2 tangent planes that intersect?
Yeah.
Okay, so on the Earth, globular Earth, you can have 2 horizontal planes that intersect.
You can have anything you want in your imagination. I'm talking in reality.
Yeah. Yes. So one, in the imaginary globe model, if you establish 2 horizontal planes and 2 different points, they will intersect. 2, this is what we measure in reality as well.
Yeah, but so in reality, you're saying you could have 2 points below each other at the same time.
You can have
You
2
can't.
points who are underneath each respective horizontal planes. Yes.
Okay, and what about the point in the middle? Where would that be in relation to those
The
2?
point in the middle will also be underneath each of the horizontal planes from each of those points' perspective, because, like I said, what defines a tangent plane is that the entirety of the sphere in geometry is underneath that plane. So it doesn't matter which point you pick, it's going to be on the same side of that plane, with the exception of the single point where the tangent plane touches the sphere. So,
If I
yes.
told you that I could connect 2 points with one horizontal line, would you freak out?
2 points of equal elevation, yes, I would freak out.
Okay.
Now, I just came up
What
with
if I told you that?
yeah, before you tell me that, I just came up with an awesome answer to the question you asked, which is not the first time you asked me that question. You said point A and B, are they underneath? And then you said, what about if we introduce a point in the middle, right? That's what you said. Think about it like this.
Yeah.
You picked B arbitrarily, so there is no middle. B could have been the middle. You could have point C further out, and B is the middle. So the middle, there is no middle. You know what I mean? Like you picked points A and B. They weren't special, so introducing a point in the middle doesn't make it special either. Of course it's going to be under.
When I said that I can establish a horizontal between 2 points of equal elevation, would you just start shitting your pants and crying? And
yes, because that would be that would drive me to the conclusion that the Earth has no curvature.
So you cannot have in your mind like a horizontal line for you. Like that just doesn't exist, right?
It does exist. Like I said, my very definition of flat Earth is an Earth where 2 points of equal elevation always share the same horizontal plane. Now, if you told me you measured
Demonstrate
this,
that.
wait, Jared, yes, if you could demonstrate that with a measurement, then we measurably live on a flat Earth. I,
Okay,
however,
now
know that when we measure relationships between points, that is not true. They don't share the same horizontal plane.
okay, so if you had a level and the level was level and both and you had 1 point on either end of that level and the level was level and you drew a line between those points, what is that line? I say it's horizontal. What do you say?
It depends. So in reality, you mean?
Yeah.
Or in geometry?
No, in
So,
real life.
Okay. Let me first answer in geometry and then in real life. Okay. So
No, just do real life.
go. No, I'll say geometry first.
In
So if I
geometry,
have,
it's a straight line.
yeah,
So
but it would be a chord line.
no, it wouldn't. It's just a straight line. There's no circle yet.
In geometry, if I have a sphere, well, you interrupted me, so I couldn't clarify.
Oh, we're not talking about spheres.
Geometry, okay, well, give me a second. In geometry, when we take a sphere and we pick 2 points and we connect them with a line, it's not going to be 2 points of equal elevation. I won't say it. Well, let's always assume they're equal elevation. It will never be a tangent plane, right, to any of those points. Would you agree?
Just talking about reality, Peter.
Just Jerry, answer my question. On a sphere in geometry, when you connect 2 points with a straight line, is that a tangent plane that line's on?
It's a chord line.
It's a chord line, right? So it goes through the sphere. Okay. So
Yeah, because the sphere is 3D, Peter.
yes. So in reality, if we attempted to connect 2 points of equal elevation with a straight line, we would have to go through. It would be a chord line.
What if we just did it on a wall?
I'm sorry, man. I don't follow.
Okay, you got a piece of sheetrock, right? And you're drawing a line to hang like a shelf, to have a reference on where to place a shelf.
Okay.
You draw a line.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with the sphere, does it, Peter?
No.
It's a straight line.
Yeah.
Okay, now that line, can that be horizontal? That's all I want to know.
Horizontal in relation to what? The Earth?
Just horizontal.
Well, the wall can be in any orientation, right? What if the wall
is vertical?
Oh, okay. To the Earth.
And no, it's just vertical.
Okay, so the wall is vertical to the Earth. It's perpendicular to the ground.
It's perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
I don't. Why are we? This is now you're asking me to tell you what shape the Earth is, and I'm happy to do that.
No, I'm saying a line drawn between 2 points on the ends of a level. When the level is level, I say that's a perfectly horizontal line. You say what? Nuh-uh?
I say no. I say it's a line that's contained within the horizontal plane where the level is level in the middle. Yes.
Okay, so it's a horizontal line that connects 2 points of equal elevation, correct?
Yeah. On a sphere, let me clarify to make sure that I didn't mislead you. Geometrically speaking, and then I'll talk about reality. Geometrically speaking, on a sphere, if you establish a tangent plane to a point, you can then draw as long of a line as you want to contained within that plane. It can be 2 inches, it can be 2 gazillion inches, it doesn't matter, right? And that line extends obviously beyond the sphere because it's contained within the tangent plane. This is exactly what we observe and measure in reality.
But what if we just had a longer level?
Yes, that's exactly what we would observe. We would observe that the level would be tangent to the point where we stand, where we measure it level on the globe, and the ends of the sphere would extend. Of course, I'm assuming like no topography in the way and whatnot. They would extend above the Earth. Yes, thus establishing a horizontal plane or line in this case.
What about forget spheres? You have a water
Mhm.
level. And
Yes.
it's like 500 feet long.
Yes.
Okay. Right. And you fill it up and it's all, it's at hydrostatic equilibrium. It's just 2
Mhm.
points of equal elevation, right, Peter?
Where?
Do you know what a water level is?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. It's 500 feet long, just for shits and giggles. It doesn't have to be.
Okay.
If you draw a straight line between those 2 points, that's horizontal, right?
The 2 point. See, why is a water level introduced here if all we're talking is about 2 points?
Because that's how you would establish a straight line. That's how I
Well,
would
no.
establish a straight horizontal line.
Let's just take 2 points on a lake. Most of us agree that lakes or oceans minus waves and tides are same elevation, right? Elevation 0. We arbitrarily assign the value 0 to that, right? It's a common reference point for elevations. So what I'm saying is if you took 2 points a distance away from one another, both of elevation 0, okay?
There's a
And
water level, Peter.
if you connected them using a straight line, that would be a chord line. It would go through the body of water to connect the 2 points because the body of water would follow the Earth's curvature.
So the middle would be higher, you imagine?
The middle would be above. Now that's a good question. The middle between the 2 points would be above in your language that straight line, that chord line. Yes.
You go with the hump then, not the drop.
It would be, well, in this case, we're not talking about any drops. We're talking about the chord line. So the middle would be above the chord line. It's obvious when you learn geometry, when you draw a chord line, that there's a portion of the circle or a sphere that is above it, that is kind of like cut off from the rest of the sphere by the chord line, right?
I thought you were a drop guy, Peter.
I'm neither. You're asking me a different question. In this context, there is no discussion of drop. You asked me to connect 2 points on a sphere with a straight line.
No, I
and
said
I'm
2 points of equal elevation.
Yes.
You keep on talking about spheres.
Well, I'm
Like
telling you
like
that.
Sphere obsessed.
No, I like to do it in 2 steps. First, I agree with you that geometrically speaking, in Euclidean 3-dimensional geometry, what the situation would look like, right? Connecting 2 points on the surface of a sphere at elevation 0 in Euclidean geometry creates a chord line cutting through the sphere. And then what I'm telling you is that in reality on Earth, we measure exactly that as well. That's why we know that the Earth is a spherical object.
Okay, so you did not measure a drop then, right?
What are you asking about?
You said that you measure a drop from horizontal. Now you're saying that
I didn't. It wasn't.
up from
No.
horizontal.
First of all, I didn't measure a drop, and it wasn't
You
from
did not measure
horizontal.
a drop. Can you say that again, Peter? You did not measure any drop at all, correct?
Correct. I told you what I measured.
Okay, so this renders your whole globe proof null and void because you
Why?
measured nothing. Because
Yes, I
you
did.
said
I
that you
measured the
measured a
radius.
drop. Now you're saying that you did not measure a drop.
I measured the radius.
No.
Yes.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Why are you
A
telling me what
radius,
I did?
Peter, a radius is a straight line
Yes, it is.
to the center of a sphere. You didn't
Yes.
do that.
No.
You measured an angle, Peter.
I measured an arc segment on a sphere. Yeah.
You didn't measure any radius, Peter.
Well, radius is a
Measured an
function
angle.
of a length of an arc.
No.
Everybody
Terry, it's
knows that.
his glob axiom.
Yeah, I know. It has
No,
to
it's
be.
not a
Yeah.
globe. This is
Son,
Euclidean
he
geometry.
starts with it. You cannot. He's like, I imagine I put a piece of clay in my hand and I poke
Come on, guys.
it.
Come on. Euclidean geometry. This is
That's
not
what words mean to
controversial.
him.
Measuring an arc is the same as measuring the radius and vice versa.
Peter, you just measured an angle. You didn't measure any radius,
measuring
dude.
the length of an arc and the angle created by that arc is equivalent to knowing the radius.
Oh, so any angle you measure is the radius of the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Any angle that you measure between two very specific points that you know gives you the radius of the Earth, because there's no
Holy
other
cow.
arrangement. There is no other arrangement on these points that can be accommodated on any other sphere.
Did you measure a drop from horizontal, Peter, or not?
I wasn't measuring a drop from a horizontal.
Okay, so you just have an angle. You don't even have any third dimension from your
Why
measurement.
not?
It's just
Why are you saying this? Why are you saying this?
because you didn't measure a drop.
Well, you have a fetish for drops. I don't. So why is this so important to you? I could tell you what I measured.
No. Well, all right. So I'm glad you said that it's a hump. Then you said it's a
You
drop.
have a fetish for humps. I don't know where this hump drop obsession came from, Larry, and I'm not here to judge a man for his preferences and whatnot. But
okay,
I could tell you what I measured. I'm not here to talk about humps or drops.
you measured an angle. That's it, right, Peter?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Only an angle.
An angle. Well, I measured the angle. The other things were already measured. They're critical to the measurement. The other values that were measured by other people are also part of it. So I need a tuple of, let me think, 1, 2, 3, 4 values to know the radius. Well, first of all, to know that the Earth is a sphere, and to immediately from that also know its radius, I need a tuple of 4 values, 3 of which were measured by people who lived in this area for hundreds of years, 1 of which was measured by my friend. So our measurement measured only 1 of the 4, but all 4 are critical. The angle itself would be useless, of course. So I have to clarify that. It's a tuple of 4 values that were measured by human beings that inform us about both the existence of the curvature and exact radius, or give or take radius of the Earth. Yes. So I misled because I was answering your questions too literally. So yes, that this requires 4 values, not just 1 value of an angle. That would be silly, and I just realized right now that my precise answers were misleading because other people measured the other 3 values. Okay?
So you still can't have a horizontal?
Yes, certainly you can have a horizontal. We accidentally, during the measurement, we also established a horizontal plane, but it was useless to us, so we disregarded it.
Okay, so let's talk about what I want to talk about. Okay, so I say that I can establish a horizontal line connecting 2 points of equal elevation.
Okay, I think you're wrong.
Okay, so why?
Because everything that I know tells me that human beings on Earth are unable to do that.
What if there are tools like a water level that can do it?
No, they cannot do that.
Okay, so you cannot establish a horizontal between 2 points. You don't think that that can
You
exist?
cannot. Yes, in reality, 2 points of equal elevation cannot exist on the same horizontal plane, meaning a plane that is horizontal for both of them. That's correct. That's how we know we live on a sphere. This is the holy grail of you guys' channel and endeavor for the last 10 years or so. It's how do we know if it's a sphere without leaving the surface? It's the holy grail of flat Earth questions. Before Whitsitt and Ether, before Nephilim, before the Rothschilds, before any of that, the hardcore question was, can you tell if it's a sphere or not without leaving the surface? And I'm handing it.
Okay, Peter, just put a sock in it, okay? So a surveyor, you say, cannot connect 2 points with one horizontal line. You're saying that now as a nobody on the internet who has no clue what he's talking about, correct?
No human being on Earth can connect 2 points of equal elevation with a horizontal line or a plane, whatever. That would be horizontal for both of them. That's correct.
So you're calling every surveyor a liar.
No,
right?
I am calling every surveyor. Well, first of all, I don't know every surveyor, but I think surveyors are good people, and they're good people
Peter,
on both sides.
just answer
And
the
you're just
question.
misled, Jerry.
Just answer the question. Is every surveyor who claims they can do that, are they a liar, Peter? Yes or
No,
no?
some of them are liars. Most of them are wrong.
Okay. That's it. If anyone else wants to talk to Peter, you can.
This whole time you're just assuming the radius, right? You're not measuring any
No,
drop.
I'm literally measuring the radius. Literally measuring it.
But you're not. You just said you didn't measure any drop. How are you measuring the radius?
Because the relationship between 2 points on the surface is only possible, the measured relationship of their elevations, the distance between them, and the angle measured is only possible in a sphere of a certain size. There's no other arrangement, geometrically speaking, that you could create where those values would be as follows. This is in the syllogism of my slide number 1, which I will reshare for the 3rd time tonight, just for you.
Okay, so
There's no other.
You're saying between 2 points, like on the Earth, there's always going to be a drop over distance, and it's always going to match the claimed radius.
Dude, if the points, in my case, the points were not of equal elevation, so forget all this nonsense about the drop from Jerry. What I'm saying is, okay, I'll answer your question very precisely. If you have 2 points and you know their elevations from the same reference point, and you know the distance on surface between those 2 points, there's only one angle that you can measure. We're looking from one point and the other. And if the Earth is flat, then the value of that angle is significantly different than if the Earth is curved with the radius of 6,371 kilometers. Okay? Very different, significantly different angles should be measured in either of your case. Every time we perform a measurement of this nature, including the one from my friend, it is extremely close to within the margin of error of the tool to the radius of 6,371, and very far from a curvature of 0.
Like I don't think you're actually saying anything whatsoever. You're not giving any. Like what, dude? You can't measure any drop over distance, but you believe there's this specific drop over distance. That's retarded.
Not that the drop over distance is something you've been taught to repeat without understanding what it means. And I'm not using this not to play tricks on you. I'm not using the term because it's geometrically irrelevant to my argument. My argument is presented for the 3rd time tonight in handy 3 slides, and it shows you that in the biconditional statement, I specifically say the 4 values of angle between the 2 points, there are 2 elevations, and the distance between them on surface, so a tuple of 4 values, are only possible on a globe with a specific radius. Every other arrangement, any other shape of the curvature of flat, or different radius value, significantly different radius value, would result in those points changing their relative location to one another, geometrically speaking, which is shown on the diagram. And therefore, we wouldn't measure that particular value of angle. We would measure a different value. This is how measurements are performed. In science, you may take a measurement and you compare it against the prediction of your model. And this is how science is done. If you have a good model that approximates reality closely, your measurements are close to that model. If you have a really crappy model, such as, the Earth is flat, then the measurements are very far away from the predictions of that model. And I even did the work for you. I showed you the prediction from flat Earth, the yellow triangle. It's simple. It's Euclidean geometry, Euclidean triangle. That's all there is. There's no argument. And then Mr. Heretic, our own here, helped me even improve on this. And now we have 2 versions, one with no refraction and one with refraction, which kicks flat Earth's ass even harder. All right? So, that's what measurements in reality are. You guys are huge fans of measurements. Well, here you go. Put this measurement in your pipe and smoke it.
Okay, so if I acquire an angle to an object at a set distance away, and that object's supposed to be blocked by a physical Earth curve, and I acquire my angles on both sides, and I get this angle that it has to be the globe. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, I think what you're saying is so dumb.
Talk about obscure. What did I mention the object being obscured by anything?
Right, we're talking about reality matching the globe, the radius of the globe, the math involved.
And we're talking about my measurement, and you even see the picture, the distance between the 2. Well, I didn't include the one where there's a photo through the theodolite, but forgive me. I didn't say anything's obstructed. Nothing's obstructed in my particular case.
Okay, so you're just cherry picking this one observation, getting this little angle.
This is
ignoring all the evidence that debunks the radius of the Earth.
No, to the contrary, I'm presenting my evidence from a measurement physically taken by a person I know personally, which is more than you can say about a lot of the evidence that you people bring to the table, or you couldn't even name the person who took the measurement. At least
can I acquire an angle to the horizon?
Yes, you can.
Okay, and the horizon changes day to day, hour to hour. It's always moving.
Yeah. And you know what?
Okay, so
this is exactly why
that angle is not always going to match your little whatever.
Yeah. And you know what? Do you think it's a coincidence that in my measurement in Globe Proof 2.1, I am not using the horizon? You think this is my first rodeo with you guys? I'm using a building, a God-fearing, man-made building with a known elevation and an absolutely well-established distance over the surface between my observation point and the building. The building ain't moving.
Yeah, the building.
And this is enough. This is enough to show that the Earth is a sphere of a specific radius, 6,371 kilometers. That's all it takes. This is why sometimes we lose our cool here in this room talking to you guys, because this is how far you are from reality. This is how detached you are from something that people have known about for 2,000 years. This is why it's so exciting to come in here and interact with people who seem genuinely normal people, at least most cases, for being so far out and delusional to the core about something this simple.
Okay,
it's not politics. This is not how to raise your children. This is not how to live a happy life, which are difficult topics and have many different subjective opinions on. This is a simple measurement and Euclidean geometry only.
Okay, so you have like two buildings the same. I don't even know what you shared. I don't even care. I know it's gonna be
Yeah, of course you don't care.
But if you have two objects the same, it's two buildings the same size, right? And maybe I'm guessing you're standing on one side and you're acquiring angles from both sides. Dude, the build,
I have it on the slide. I tell you what the values are. I've pointed you to this material like 3 or 4 times by now. You know the observer's height. You know the target height. Where did you come up with two buildings? One's a building, another one is a parking lot. The parameters of the situation are given to you. All 3 values are handed to you in bold font. And then I give you the value measured, the angle measured. And I give you the basic trigonometry.
Peter, I'm going to give you every benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say your little thing was great and your angles and everything matched the globe prediction. Okay? Now I'm going to go do another observation that completely debunks the claimed radius of the Earth. Now what? What you're saying is white swan, black swan. Do you get the point of that?
Yes.
So you're just cherry picking one example and claiming it's a globe, and you're going to ignore everything else. You're going to ignore where the horizon is, long distance observations, the physics of water. You're going to ignore it. You're just going to be like, no, it has to be 3959.
No, this is just foreplay. Think of this as foreplay.
This is not. This is. Oh my
This is foreplay. This is just to warm you up. You take this methodology and you can repeat it all over the Earth thousands of times in different locations under varying atmospheric conditions, and you're going to get the same result with a few outliers due to very strong atmospheric conditions, which will hit you in the face when you see them. Like, unless you're actively trying to pretend they're not there, you'll see they're there. And people have known this for millennia. This not for millennia. The fact that light refracts differently under different atmospheric conditions, including extreme ones, Fata Morgana, looming, zooming, shrooming, blooming, whatever. People have known this. They know when to expect these things, and they're clearly visible. They're outrageously visible. So I'm telling you, you're going to get a few outliers. If you were to repeat the same measurement all over the Earth for the next 5 years, 10 times every day in different places, everything will converge on the value 6,371, and there will be a few outliers. And if you did a good job observing the atmospheric conditions and maybe even measured them, all those outliers will correlate with those atmospheric conditions. Everyone has known this. This is why nobody's actively investigating the shape of the Earth. Nobody. This is why, not because of the Jesuits, not because of the conspiracy, not because of Einstein's cousin. It's because they've known this for so long that it's boring to even ask this question. People have moved on to measuring other way more outrageous things, such as the diameter of a proton.
Dude, Peter, I can tell you so many times that a glober presents their observation, and every single fucking time I do the math to see how far the horizon. They'll be like, "Oh, look, the buildings are obstructed by the horizon," and I'll do the math to see where the horizon is supposed to be, and it's all like with long distance observations and powerful optical equipment, it's consistently always too far. So what you're saying, even from every time the globers present it, they don't even want to do the math to see where the horizon is. So it's what you're saying is just false. It's just the opposite of reality. You're like, oh, I had this one observation, 2 buildings, and I didn't take into account perspective because we can never really take into account, the buildings,
hold on.
All that shit.
I was going to ask you. Go ahead, Eli.
Thank you. We posted biconditional statement, as it reads, biconditional state. Not what you wrote, but this here. Biconditional statements are if and only if statements. This is when a conditional statement and its converse are true. In other words, the hypothesis implies the conclusion, and the conclusion implies the hypothesis. Sounds like an affirmative consequence to me.
I was going to ask.
Sorry, did you just say a biconditional as affirmative consequence?
Well, give me an example of a biconditional statement.
A biconditional says that they're logically equivalent, not not that it's affirming the consequent, because an affirming the consequent means that you've taken a sufficient condition and passed it off as a necessary condition. That'll be a confusion of necessity and sufficiency. Biconditional says they are both necessary and sufficient for each other. They're logically equivalent. So you cannot affirm the consequent in that manner.
Okay, maybe you're right. I'll grant you. But the thing is, it says if and only if both statements are true. But we're literally trying to validate whether the statements are true. You can't go off of if on both premises.
I was going to ask Peter, but he's on mute now, about these observations of these measurements. Number one, are there other examples of this having been done that's available to be scrutinized? And number two, I thought that we don't live on a regular perfect sphere, under which case all these measurements would converge to the same number because, well, we're on a perfect sphere, and of course not all measurements are perfect, so the numbers would be more or less close together, right? But if we live on a, quote, pear-shaped, where it's, chubby at the bottom, right? And this measurement was done in, an area where it was, let's say, fatter, chubbier, we wouldn't get the same result. So how can we distinguish the difference between a faulty measurement, thus resulting in a value that's different from any of the other ones, with either being them being errors, or us not just not knowing the perfect, the quote unquote radius at that point? So I would be curious to have that presented so we can look at it.
You know what? I'm gonna bring this to the show on Monday. Crack this baby open. We're gonna get real in depth on your argument, see how it plays out. I know you and I already had this conversation, so I'm not gonna be redundant.
Sure. So whoever, notice how my biconditional statement is equivalent to the one I did about the circle, right? It just has 4 values instead of 1 value. Instead of surface area, I'm proposing a tuple of 4 different parameters, and it's what it is. So the other person who asked me a question, the difference between the two radii, I think if I remember correctly, is 0.3%. So yes. Furthermore, if you did these observations in different locations on the Earth, you would expect that your measurements would produce a different value depending on the location, but it would converge onto that range of 6371. I use this one because I memorized this one, okay? Right. 6371. And they would converge, and not randomly, but like if you took more measurements around the equator, you'll get closer to the extreme, and towards the poles, you'll get closer to that, right? And
Gotcha.
That's how it is.
So are there other examples to be presented?
Everything is that example. This is, you see, nothing is special about my measure. The example that I provide, you know how I came about to get this? I didn't start with a measurement. There's so many measurements on YouTube, in books, Al-Biruni, whatever. They're all equivalent. They all piggyback on the same Euclidean geometry. And these people were not like nut jobs. So they weren't trying to convince anybody. They were just geometrically studying the shape of the Earth without assuming any conspiracies, right? Now, I thought to myself, what measurement do I want to find that allows me to make the cleanest argument with a group like this group here that avoids all the pitfalls of the horizon shifts, this and that, right? Horizontal line, how do you establish a horizontal on a sphere, and all that rodeo that I've been through for the last few months. And I picked a particular situation that is so dead simple and removes all of those red herrings from the picture that I can show an Al-Biruni measurement without saying Al-Biruni and without measuring to the horizon. This is what I'm doing. Instead of a horizon, I have a beautiful Canadian building in Victoria, BC, right? So I don't have a horizon. I don't have the whole debate, define your horizon. I have an area that is super well cartographically mapped out over at least 300 years of Western colonization of Puget Sound and the Strait of Juan de Fuca, pardon my French, actually a Greek guy with a Spanish name. So, you know, all this is well known. There's no debate like, how do you measure distance over water and stupid stuff like that. But all these measurements are exactly the same thing. They're just different situations and different, you know, between different points. But the Earth is a super boring shape. The sphere is the most boring shape ever, object ever, defined by only a single value, its radius. So, of course, they're all the same type of measurement, just slightly different flavors of it, if you will.
Fair enough. No, I think this is probably the most original point I've seen here so far. So I'll commend you for that. What I was asking is if there are other examples available for us to look at, to compare to, and to further support what you did bring.
Thousands. You can look up a proper Al-Biruni measurement, which is a measurement of an angle from a vertical. See, I say vertical, not to say horizontal. From a vertical to the horizon. It's obviously the simplest one. You can see them on YouTube. You can go do one yourself. And you can do what I would call a smaller or whatever horizon avoiding Al-Biruni measurement, which is like the one I'm presenting. And look,
right.
I'll be very honest. Science has never been the issue here on this VC or any other flat Earth grouping. It's not about the science. It's not about producing more evidence. The evidence for the Earth being a globe is overwhelming. It's all about how you communicate, how you explain the observations, the measurements, and the evidence. It's not more evidence is needed. It's actually less is needed, and more precise, more
yeah,
to
I
the
believe
point
Gooder and all that.
presentation is needed.
I'll give you that one.
A lot of people here, nobody talking. Hello, hello, mic check.
I hear you.
All right. Yeah, so I was talking about the Aldrich plan. So earlier we were talking about, or I was talking about the Aldrich plan. So this is the Federal Reserve System. Anytime someone tells you the system this, the system that, it's all to do with the Federal Reserve System. Because war is expensive, and the only way that you can have war is if you can pay for it. So that used to be the limiting factor on when someone goes to war. You can't afford it, then you're not going. And now, because of the Federal Reserve System, it's the opposite. We always can afford war because we always have to have war to maintain control. Because anytime that someone tries to cut out the American petrodollar, this is the world reserve currency, we have to go to war and make them stop cutting us out. So cut them out for cutting us out. Like Saddam Hussein was trying to buy oil with trade oil with petrodollars. Oh, sorry, excuse me, euros instead of petrodollars. So Muammar Gaddafi was trying to make a gold-backed currency. This is all bad for Washington, D.C. interests. So, of course, Muammar Gaddafi had to go, so they painted him as some sort of dictator. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't, but he had to go. And now people in Libya are openly trading and trafficking people. So it's definitely a failed state. I haven't checked on it recently, but pretty sure not much has changed since 2011. But if you actually look into Muammar Gaddafi, what he was doing, he was actually making Africa a better place. But it would have been bad for America, because if you actually have a gold-backed currency, and if all the Middle East would have stood together with him, then it would have been really bad for, let's say, the World Bank system. I think America would have survived, but the World Banking system, it would have been pretty bad. So yeah, anytime someone tells you the system, it's the Federal Reserve System. It was dead air, so thought I would share.
What does the World Bank have to do with the Federal Reserve?
The World Banking System? You don't know?
No, I don't know. Tell me what the World Bank has to do with the Federal Reserve.
Do you think the Federal Reserve is like a federal?
I just asked you.
Okay. Yeah, they're
The
connected.
answer should,
World Bank
the
lends
answer should
money
not,
in U.S. dollars and it has
yeah,
to be
the
paid
answer,
in U.S. dollars, creating
the
a
answer,
demand for U.S. dollars. That's the answer.
yeah, the answer should not include a question.
Well, after you ask
I
that
just told you the
question,
answer, Scott.
I'm thinking that you must think the Federal Reserve has an actual gold reserve, and they're like a federal-owned bank. Is that what you
No,
think?
that'd be stupid. No.
Okay.
But I still want to know what the...
It's not federal, just like Federal Express is not federal. So it's a private banking cartel, right?
Just looking for an answer, man. Tell me what the World Bank has to do with the Federal Reserve.
They loan us dollars at interest. It's a perpetual debt system, slavery system.
Yeah, and I think I can also answer that. It's been a while, but there was I don't know how long ago it was, but if you look at the World Bank and their published numbers on their reserves that they hold, I'm of the understanding a large majority of those reserves are denominated in U.S. dollars or other U.S. U.S. debt notes like treasuries and shit. So they're heavily dependent on it. If it's not those, it's probably the SDR, which is a basket, a unit made up of a basket of currencies, a large majority of which is made up of U.S. treasuries. So they kind of need the U.S. dollar to not be, up in flames. So,
And what would cause the U.S. dollar to go up in flames?
The more they print it, the less it's worth. That's one way.
So they would print less then?
They should, yeah, but they're not. But the whole world is.
It sounds like you just contradicted yourself.
No, but you asked why they're dependent. how they're linked. They have,
Yeah.
So in that way, they're kind of linked in a sort of dependency. At the same time, the rest of the world is also printing a shit ton of money too. So, they all kind of go up and down relative to each other, but they're basically debt paper that has virtually no value, more and more so over time. So,
Yeah, hold on for a sec. I got to do something real quick. I'll be right back.
It's interesting though, because I think it was since late 2010s of some sort, maybe 2015, 2016, maybe earlier than that, there was a published statement about what they call it Basel III, which is sort of like a stated goal of moving over or shuffling around what is considered tier 1 assets in the world. And it was actually published that they're moving, I think, gold up into tier 1 asset status next to the US dollar. So there's some interesting moves going on in the world of finance, I'd say.
I would check out that video that I just posted. RFK is talking about money laundering and how they admit that they're doing it. They just don't care anymore. So they're talking about the Ukraine war and giving all that money. When they asked Mitch McConnell, he was like, "Oh, don't worry about it. That money's not actually going to Ukraine. It's going to U.S. corporations." So, like BlackRock. So it's really interesting to watch, listen to what RFK has to say. He says some real shit sometimes. He might be a loyal subject to a certain state that doesn't exist over here in America, but he is definitely saying some true shit from time to time.
Okay, so now this World Bank place, it wants the U.S. to print less money, right? Because they want the value of their dollars that they hold to hold value, because the more the U.S. prints, the more the Federal Reserve prints, the less their dollars are worth, right?
Well, you would think that, but you got to look at their actions instead of what you would think would make logical sense. If they wanted less money out there, they would loan less, right?
Well, that's what I'm asking. How do you explain the behavior?
They obviously want to crash the system. They want to get everybody on a digital currency. That way they could tax you every time you have a garage sale. Every time you sell a cigarette, they want taxes. So right now, if I were to go a garage sale and I were to purchase something, give them a $20 bill, right? They take that $20 bill and they go buy some goods or services, and that person now has a $20 bill. If we're dealing with a digital currency, it starts off as 20, but then it gets taxed. Now it's $17.85. And then again, it goes down to $15, right? And then $13. So every time there's a sale made, there's no more private sales. There's no more private anything. It's all public. And like I said earlier, privacy is where your rights come from.
And so this is all to move to a digital currency.
Yeah, you didn't.
Can I interject with a question, Scott, if I may? So if this is true, if that's how cash flow works, that we start with a $20 and then the state takes a cut.
No, not cash flow. No, not cash flow.
No, right. I'm sorry.
Talking about the opposite. We're talking about digital currency.
Yeah. I misspoke. Right. So at every step from the $20, then we have 18, then we have whatever 16, right? And at the end, we have almost zero, right? We converge onto zero.
Right.
So is the goal, whoever's behind this scheme, is the goal to essentially take all our money, like if you add up all the $20 bills that are currently in possession by private people, their goal is to drive that down to zero?
No, their goal is to enslave you and take all of your labor.
Right. But is it the literally the thing you described sounded to me like the end game there was to confiscate all of the $20 bills in quotes, because at every step
the wealth of the people.
Right. So at every step, when the currency was exchanged, it was disappearing. Essentially, a portion of it was disappearing, and then I assume the government then holds on to it, right?
That's one of the reasons why prices keep going up. It's because people have to charge more in order to be able to make a larger margin on the sale of any goods. But then the taxation goes up at the same time, right?
Right. I'm asking who. I don't want to talk about everything at once. So whoever put this system in place that Larry so eloquently just described, is their end game that all of the monetary value, the value that's represented in currency, is going to essentially dwindle down to zero in private hands and be thus transferred to the government?
I don't know about that part, but one thing that seems pretty obvious is the price of everything keeps going up, right? So in my view, it's not the price of things going up because they're getting more valuable. It's the price of the currency denomination going down. Thus, it takes more of these, fairy dust units to actually buy anything real, right? So it's almost, they don't care.
Yes.
So it's not the value of the currency that they care about, or the amount that they have, because they can just print it. It's about it's about the actual real goods and services, wealth, real shit, right? So
right. So see, this is why I don't understand how the government wants to become more powerful by either. There seem to be two kind of contradicting schemes here in Larry's, at least, delivery. One is create a digital currency so you can cut a percentage of every transaction and thus reduce the pool of currency in private hands to almost
reducing
zero.
The pool of currency, my friend. It's a wealth transfer. If every time you buy a cigarette from your friend or have a garage sale, you can't have a private sale, right?
Okay, Larry. So, Larry,
hold on, my friend. Listen, relax. You're asking a question. I'm trying to clarify. Just relax. So, if I were to have, let's say, a private membership association, right? And in my house, I run this private membership association. And of course, you have to pay fees to be part of the private membership association. And of course, we're not going to use Federal Reserve notes because I would have to pay taxes. That would be a taxable offense. But if everybody brought like silver bullion, not American currency coined in dollars, but silver bullion, like some Canadian silver, right? And they paid their membership. Like, I don't see how that would be like a taxable event. But if it's all digital currency, the private membership association would only be fundable by the currency, the digital currency.
I understand. So what I'm trying to understand is the end game with this scheme that you said the powers that be want to introduce a digital currency, right? That's why they're destroying the dollar. I know I'm oversimplifying, but that's what I got from your speech. So I'm asking you, let's say I start my day with 400 units of this digital currency that the government imposed on me, right? If I understand correctly what you said, if I don't spend that money, then I keep my 400, right?
Well, I mean, if you're breathing, you're basically going to be paying taxes.
Okay, but it's going to be a series of yes and no questions for speed, okay? So if I don't spend anything, then I still get to keep the 400. As I'm spending the money, yes. As I'm spending the money, I'm buying services. Let's say I bought an Uber ride from Larry, right? And I paid him 20. Well, Larry got 18. I lost 20. 2 went to the powers that be, right?
Ukraine and Israel. Right. Go ahead.
Sure. As the currency circulates, you, Larry, now buy some software engineering services from me for 18. Now it becomes 16, yada, yada. Eventually, very quickly, actually, it will dwindle down to almost zero.
Right.
So the end game seems to be that they want to
disappear. It went to the government.
Yes.
And,
I know.
Ukraine.
So
and Blackwater and BlackRock and Vanguard.
Academy. I think it's Academy now. Okay. So the goal is that my 400 that I started my week with becomes essentially zero as I continue to transact. Now, because I'm making money from transacting with other people, theirs also went down to zero. So now you have a zero and I have a zero, and all the currency is with the government.
That would make us
Right?
rely on them. That would give them total
Yes.
control over us.
Yes.
Like a
But the
banker's wet
government
dream.
the government is the thing that's creating the currency in the first place in your worldview. So why are they this is what I'm not grasping. So they're trying to create this currency so they can then take it away from us very quickly,
No,
dwindle it down to zero.
there's a subtle, there's an extra aspect to this.
Holy
In many
shit.
cases, the extra element to it is that in most cases, to actually acquire some of these units, it requires people to actually take out loans. So when people take out loans and the pool of loans gets exorbitantly high, most people actually don't fulfill their end of the goal of the deal on the loans. And in many clauses in loans, whether they be, in many cases they're unsecured loans, but a lot of them, for example, when you have a mortgage or whatever, they are secured loans, and in that fine print, these assets that are actually purchased with the loan are served as collateral. When a lot of people don't actually fulfill their end of the obligation, it's the assets that get seized, right? So it's not,
the
they
idea
don't
is
give a shit about the currency. It's about the actual property itself.
Okay. So the idea is, okay, I get it better now. So the idea is, first we introduce the digital currency, then we keep transferring that currency to the government. So my 400 becomes zero over time, right? And by mine, I mean not just mine, but like private people in general, like Larry and I. Then when we get desperate, then we start getting desperate because we ran out of currency. And then we start borrowing the currency essentially from the government and its minions, different banks and whatnot. And we are now mortgaging our property, like physical property, whether it's real estate or movable property, right? We're now leveraging that to get some of this digital currency, which now quickly dwindles to zero again, because the moment we start spending it, we already agreed it goes down to zero. So then we mortgage even more of our property, and very shortly, like within probably 10 years or so, we have nothing.
No. Oh, that's wrong. 100%.
Oh.
I'll tell you why. The US dollar is a global currency. Its purpose is to strip mine the rest of the world. Is to take all their goods and resources and get it on the cheap.
That's why they lend it out.
And I don't know why you said allegedly the government borrows money. The U.S. Treasury bonds, you can go buy some.
Okay, so we're not trying to destroy. Our government is not trying to destroy the dollar.
Right now, they're not trying to, but the rest of the world is de-dollarizing because they've recognized we're a bunch of scumbags.
Oh, I see. Because
they're printing money to stop the end, right? To stop the crash. It's a classic inflation death spiral, right?
Yeah.
You need more money to buy the goods and services, but you don't have enough, so you have to print more, and then that makes inflation. You got to remember, when they print new dollars, the government's the first spender of those dollars. The inflation doesn't happen until it trickles down into the rest of us. It's a hidden tax, basically.
No, I think many of us understand inflation, especially the ones who grew up in an inflationary environment like myself. However, Larry was explaining something else. He suggested that the government is trying to destroy the US dollar on purpose in order to replace it with a digital currency, in order to then remove the possession of that currency from the people, in order to then transfer the ownership of physical real estate and other property to the government. That's way more.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I would say that the digital currency, its purpose is to have more control than a cash economy has. Right? So using Federal Reserve notes to purchase shit already gives you a legal impediment. You don't actually own the property. Okay, and this goes into like, listen, I know everything about money. You think I know about shit about the globe and flat Earth? I know every fucking thing.
I would not, if I were you, I would not use your knowledge about the Earth as to support your knowledge in other areas.
I know more than you.
I'm sure you know more about money than you know about the earth. I'll give you that. There's no disagreement there.
Anyway, okay, let's get off of that. Okay, believe me, I know everything about money. So when you buy something with paper money, it is the discharge of debt. You're not actually purchasing it. Okay,
Nor do you
the debt is not extinguished. You have to get value from the money at some point down the line because it's a negotiable instrument. So there's different laws regarding paying with money versus paying with specie coin. Gold coin, right?
Yep.
You're actually transferring something of intrinsic value. Bills don't have intrinsic value, and it's just a promise to pay. But US dollars actually promise to pay nothing, and they're discharges of debt. So when you just discharge a debt, right? So in America, no company or business has to accept cash as payment. But if it's a bill, delayed payment, they must accept Federal Reserve notes. Because if those people take you to court for non-payment and they didn't accept Federal Reserve notes, they have no legal case. Because you attempted to pay, they refused the payment, right? And what the court will do will say, well, you can pay the Federal Reserve notes into court. So they have a remedy. The remedy is Federal Reserve notes, but it only discharges the debt. And discharge the debt doesn't give you an ownership right. It doesn't give you a full ownership right in the property. That debt, and I can give you all the cases and all the citations, because what I'm telling you is based upon what the courts have held. This isn't my opinion. This is the opinion of the courts. Okay. The debt remains. What is erased is the personal debt. So that a debt has two components. There's the person that owns the debt, and then there's the property, right? And they call that what's the name of it? I can't remember the name off the top of my head. In rem. That's called it. It's called the in rem. So the in rem is of the debt is the property, right? So if you transferred a piece of property, the owner, the person that transferred the property, always has basically a legal right or a lien on that property in case they don't get paid. Now your personal debt can't get canceled, so they can't sue you for that amount of money, right? If you paid them in Federal Reserve notes, or any other note. But if they take that note, right, and go to get value for it, and it's refused, they can go back to you and say, I want that property back. I didn't get any value for the promise to pay whoever didn't honor it. So they have a lien, a permanent lien on that property. Now, what do you think happens to the entire economy when all purchases are made with Federal Reserve notes? Nobody owns nothing. Nobody owns anything.
Collateralized against everything else.
Yeah. So if you don't pay your taxes, because that's part of the thing, right? Why do you even owe federal taxes? Because the act of using paper money, but by the Federal Reserve, right, is a privilege, right? It's an excise. You're making a choice because income tax is, and this is what the courts say: income tax is an excise tax as measured by income, right? This is what the courts say. It's not what I say. So it's an excise tax on what? Because the excise tax is a tax on an activity. What's the activity? That activity is using Federal Reserve notes. So when you use Federal Reserve notes and you get a profit, right, you have to pay tax on it. What happens if you don't pay that tax? Want to know what they do? They seize all your shit. Want to know if it's real estate? Want to know how they seize that? They don't go through the court. They file a notice of federal tax lien, which is at the what do you call it? Is at the Registry of Deeds, right? They got a separate book for notice of federal tax lien, and then all the other liens, right, that are under state law are in different records. The notice of federal tax lien, right? Why is it a notice, right, and not a judgment or an order? Because they have a right to seize your property by what they say, by operation of law. The law I'm talking about is the whole law I just talked about having notes and having a permanent lien on the property if you don't get paid for it. They have an interest, right? And that interest is we're going to collect taxes on the profits because you're using our money. The Federal Reserve is a private business. Just like say, Peter, you issued freaking notes, and everybody's running around use your notes, and they're making profit, and they're making they're gaining wealth from using your notes. They're doing that on your credit because ultimately you're liable to pay notes that you're the signatory of, and you have a legal right to demand compensation for them using your credit, right? Or you can set as a stipulation, if you use Peter's notes, right, and you're transacting on my credit, I'm requiring you to pay a tax. And I put up a notice that's publicly available to anybody that if you use these notes, you have to pay a tax. And when they use those notes, they're agreeing to it because they've been notified. Okay, so now that all that's laid out, right? Federal Reserve notes are debt notes. They're not actual payment of money. They're basically Disney fucking dollars, right? They're Disney dollars on the credit of the United States. What does the Federal Reserve have to do to print notes? Oh, there's certain forms of collateral that they have to have, according to the federal government. Gold, gold certificates, special drawing rights, and there's one more. That law was passed in 1999 by Bill Clinton. It's 1 to 4 family residential mortgages. Yeah, dude, you can go look it up. It's Federal Reserve Act Section 13B. Okay, it's under acceptances available for collateral by the Federal Reserve. And acceptance is a note. It's just another way of saying it. Acceptances, bills, notes, they're all the same thing. They're all negotiable instruments. So if you wonder why there was a housing crisis, now you know, because what was happening was, because the Federal Reserve can now monetize mortgages, okay, a bank can give a mortgage, take that mortgage, go to the Federal Reserve discount window, and of course the Federal Reserve wants it, because once they take that, they can put it as collateral and print new money, right? So bank goes to the Federal Reserve, bank gets the mortgage, and now no one's gotten any money yet. There's no money even in the banking system. The borrower, the mortgagee signs the piece of paper, the bank takes the paperwork, goes to the Federal Reserve, says, here's the mortgage. They frickin' say, okay, thank you. They print the money, they give it back to the banker, who gives it back to the frickin' guy, who gives it to some other guy who puts it back into the banking system. And this is the way the whole banking system just inflated and inflated and inflated. And you ended up, because there was a crazy thing called the borrower in custody program. So they didn't actually have to produce the paperwork, right? You could Google all this shit, dude. It's called the borrower in custody program. The bank just basically got the promise, yeah, we have a mortgage, give us some money. Yeah, dude, it's pretty sick. But they want to go to a digital currency because of control. They're losing control of the system, right? They're losing because there's so many countries de-dollarizing, and there's so much money out there, right? That like demand for money, right? That are claims against the Federal Reserve and United States is a what do you call it? Undersigns like as a guarantor for Federal Reserve notes, right? So if you look at a Federal Reserve note, there's 2 seals on that. One seal is the Federal Reserve, and the other seal is the U.S. Treasury. The U.S. Treasury is the ultimate guarantor of the solvency of the Federal Reserve Bank. That's a nice little trick, okay? Because they're supposed to be watching over them and whatnot. Anyway, the point is, as these countries de-dollarize, they don't need U.S. dollars anymore, right? The U.S. dollar is going to start tanking, but they have to do the frickin' sleight of hand, right? And say, well, we didn't want to use them anymore anyway. We're going to use this digital. Now they're going to start valuing their currency in that, right? So there'll be a shift, because as the dollar becomes trash, they'll start transferring transactions into the digital currency, which they will control, absolutely control.
Okay. So, in other words,
break that down good enough, like in enough detail?
Yeah, Larry, I think you were wrong.
Well, I mean, there's probably some forces that want to accelerate the inflation because they're already invested on the other end of the circumstance. You know what I mean? Because if you have a lot of like hard assets, like natural resources, you want to inflate the currency and flip the script as fast as possible, because the currency is only as value as the goods and services it provides, right?
Yeah.
So you want to be in the driver's seat, right? You want to be in a driver's seat when ultimately demand spikes, right? Because once there'll be a rush, like a gold rush for resources, gold mines, frickin' silver mines, raw materials, crap like that, right? Because that's actually the actual value, right? Industrial capacity.
Yeah. But you definitely do not want to go down the digital route for digital currency, for the simple reason then that the state will know exactly how you spent your money. Even if you go into a cafe to buy a cup of tea, you've spent digital, they will know about it. It will be a complete and utter spying intrusion on your life. That is why paper money must be preserved, cash must be preserved for your own well-being and secrecy, etc., and privacy.
So
That's
Well,
why.
using my
money's only what people agree it is, right?
Yeah.
Money is whatever the parties agree it is. So in the ghettos of America, people trade things like giant bottles of fucking Tide for drugs, right?
Oh yeah, I fully agree. But if you look at the inflation in the early 30s in Germany, Hitler came to power, and what he did was he based the value of the money based on the value of the land that the land was worth, so that
Oh, no
the
wonder why
monetary
they
value.
hated them.
Yeah, so the monetary value had a solid base to say, yes, this bit of land is worth this much, therefore this amount of money is worth this. He made a solid base for the value of the currency, which is what you have to have. And that's what it should be based on, the value of land, something, because you can't get more land.
So who determined
That's
what the
it.
land was worth?
Well, that's the point. You've got to,
Well, they tell you because
okay.
if they want the right marks, right, they purchase it, right. So if I have dollars and I go, oh my God, Reichmarks are worth more than dollars because the Reichmarks are backed by land, and I know if the
Yeah.
government defaults, well, I'm going to be getting chunks of land.
Yeah.
Like the market sets the value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't
And similar to something in Canada, as far as I have understood very vaguely, or mid 1970s or whatever, when Pierre Elliott Trudeau came into power, the Bank of Canada was, I hate to use the term a public bank, but that's a very general term that was used, where I think I've understood the Bank of Canada would lend, quote unquote, to the provinces interest free or some sort like that, or very very minimum, and the inflation was like less than 2% or something like that. So when you look at the prices of things in general, it was a very very shallow slope of quote unquote inflation. And then once Pierre Elliott Trudeau left, or around that time, that was when the quote next version of the Bank of Canada was set up, which kind of mimicked the system that the Federal Reserve in the United States operates on. And you see inflation, basically hockey sticked from there. So it all revolves around what baseline you have for your monetary system, and when it's based on real stuff, whatever it is, whether it be land, resources, etc., versus when it's based on pure faith, i.e. credit, i.e. credos, which means faith, right? You're subject to problems.
I got a question for Indio. So you said you disagree with me. What would the government be doing?
That they're intentionally deflating that. Like, I don't think it's like a plan. They're I don't think the powers that be are like a monolith. I think there's competing interests, like the great chessboard, right? So there's probably competing interests trying to crash the dollar, while others are trying to not crash the dollar because they're trying to hold on to what they have, whilst others are trying to, win that game, basically.
So I guess I'll say, I just got to ask a question.
Run by like 7 families or something.
He cut me off.
Yeah. But the American dollar,
Hey, can Hank finish, please?
Yeah, just real fast, super quick. What would the government be doing differently if they weren't trying to devalue our currency? Thanks.
They can't stop it. It's snowballed. Whether they want to devalue it or not, it's happening. They can't stop it now.
Yeah, but the American dollar used to be based on the price of oil because it was a major oil producer. But now that is not the case. That's why the dollar is having problems. That was the reason.
He's still in the top, like 3 or 5, Scott, of oil-producing countries in the world.
We produced more oil last year than we've ever produced in history.
Yeah, but how do we compare to the other giants? Is what I'm saying, like Russia,
I don't
Saudi.
know. Yeah, I'm not sure, but we produced
Let's
more
do a
last
quick
year than we
Google
ever have.
search, shall we?
Yeah,
Let's
but internal consumption, listen, internal consumption of U.S. oil went on a global currency doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, I'm just asking production, oil production. What are we doing? Are we doing well? Let's see. Top oil producing countries.
Yeah, but remember this
It's
now.
to have, yeah, well, I mean, just let me clarify one thing. It'll take 2 seconds. So we want foreign oil priced in
we're
US
number
dollars,
1.
not domestic
We're
oil.
number 1.
We want foreign oil priced in US dollars.
Can I just share with the audience? The top 5 crude oil producers and their percentage shares of world crude oil production in 2022, so it's 2 years old. United States, 14%, number 1. Saudi Arabia, 13. Russia, also 13, just under. Canada, 5. Iraq, 5. How about that?
Yeah, but remember also originally the oil was produced for petrol and diesel for cars. But now you look at the plastics industry, that depends on oil because all the plastic, medicines, oil now, petrol and diesel are now byproducts of the oil industry. If you
Yes,
look at it,
but the dollar is not based just on the oil. It's a means of a goal. It's living beyond the means because the oil can be used to be attached to, let's say, a currency as a resource, right? But the dollar is not doing that. It's just to be able to have the means to expand unlimitless, because it's a Keynesian economic system. You have to spend to make the machine run. You have to be spending. You have to keep it going. And like India was saying, it's snowballing.
Yeah, listen, it's a tulip craze. Like you go on and on and on. Any fiat currency is ultimately crashed because you end up in the debt spiral. We're at the beginning of the debt spiral. And people think, oh, this can't happen here. Yeah, dude, it can't happen here. And inflation just does the hockey stick, right? It's an exponential curve.
I'm just happy we're at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool. I think the U.S. debt interest payments are over $1 trillion for the first time or something.
Yeah. Prepare while you can.
So, but in reality, what actually happens are like debts don't get paid off per se; they get rolled over. So when a bond becomes due, like a 30-year treasury, they'll issue another 30-year treasury to pay off the old treasury. But in the past, interest rates were higher, so they have to pay that plus they say the 7% interest that the bond had in like the 80s or something, right? So now you have to borrow a little bit more than the original one. You keep rolling it over. You have to keep. It's like a Ponzi, man. You have to keep it going, dude. You need to keep new investors going into the system. You also need to keep people in the idea that the system is solvent. Because if people get the idea the system is solvent, they jump
because
out,
it's
right?
faith.
They don't want to be the one without the musical chair.
Anyone else hear the term housing always goes up? All right, where do you think that comes from? Where do you think it's fueled by? The houses deteriorate, but the prices go up.
Yeah, but you gotta add the sky is the limit to that question, right? Always goes up, but the sky is the limit.
Yeah, but the reason why house prices are going up is because they're not building enough houses.
That too, right?
So
that's another factor coinciding with the infinite money printing.
No building
Does it have anything
enough
to do with
houses, bro.
immigration?
There's like miles and miles of hundreds of thousands of miles of houses that are empty. Like there's like towns, hundreds of towns, thousands of houses.
Yeah, go
properties.
to Detroit, man.
Where?
You can buy a house in Detroit for like 500 bills, dude.
Houses, brand new houses, nobody in there.
Where?
Since I've joined this
Scott's like, I want to
VC
buy somewhere.
a few months ago, This is the longest I've ever seen the mods allow for the conversation to stray away from the main topic. It's been great. How do we tie this back to the shape of the Earth, you guys? What's the end game
Okay,
here?
how about I tie it
Is
back to the
all
World
part
Bank
of the
because
bigger
that was the
picture?
original question, right? The
Oh,
original
okay.
question was about the World Bank. So the World Bank goes to poor countries and says, "Hey, we'll give you some money, right? Because we know you're a corrupt leader." I mean, they don't actually say the corrupt leader part, but they know it's a corrupt leader, and he's going to take the money and he's going to spend it on his Lear jets and hookers and all the shit he spends it on. So they lend him money to like upgrade his country. They don't pay the debt back, and then they end up with a privatized water system, and they end up with privatized oil system, and because they have to sell off these assets to pay back the World Bank. But the World Bank's being paid back in U.S. dollars, and when they're upgrading, right, quote unquote, upgrading and privatizing the system, right, that money, where does that money go? Well, they got the loan in US dollars. Where are those good? Well, they're good in the US, right? So all these transactions are being transacted in US dollars, right? That's what makes it the world's reserve currency.
Well, first you need the slave to be doing something, and then charge them for it, or give him a gift. Dollars. There you go. Do a lot of job. Do a good job. There you go. Dollars. Go spend it.
Russia kicked the United States in the balls. Okay, they tried to freaking bite off more. The U.S. tried to bite off more than it could chew, and now they're screwed.
Wait, how are we
China
screwed?
too. China too, man. They've been dumping U.S. treasuries.
De-dollarization.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. And China's, right there with them. There, I think in the last 2-3 years, they've let go of a good large chunk, 10, 15, 20% or something of their U.S. dollar denominated debt notes, treasuries and shit.
I'm sorry, bro. These countries are stacking gold. A lot of European countries and other countries have taken the money, their gold, out of the Federal Reserve and repatriated it back to their country. They've taken it out of the London Metal Exchange and repatriated it back to their country. They're de-dollarizing. They're selling their treasury bonds, right? The writing is on the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, you can be delusional and pretend it's not happening, but it's happening.
How does
And
gold
one of the
taste?
major reasons it happened is because the U.S. seized the Russian assets. Okay, that was a big fucking mistake. They even paid fucking Hitler and didn't seize his assets during World War II. They paid their debts. This is an unprecedented act. Well, not unprecedented because they do it to the small countries, right? So they do it to, Iran. They do it to, little shit countries. But now they did it to a major country. And all the other countries, India, China, Japan, all these countries are now you can't do that.
So
Yeah,
Russia's
dude, it's
a major
illegal.
country? Russia's a major country
Yeah.
these days on the economic
It's
form?
always been. What are you talking
Really?
about?
Where do
Yeah,
they
really.
stand? Where do they stand in world
In
economy?
industrial production, number 2, behind China.
Russia, number 2.
Yeah, Russia. Yeah, Russia. They just charge less for their shit than we do. So listen, let me lay it out for you, real simple, Scott. 80% of our economy, our GDP, is based upon services, not goods. Services. Would you agree that we deindustrialized?
I would.
Largely,
Why can't we produce artillery shells, Scott Mackey?
Because we outsourced it.
Who's muting Scott? Why did somebody mute Scott?
I'm trying to unmute him because he doesn't speak. He looks like he's muted.
How
Is he
come
unmuted?
Russia is producing 7 to 10 times more artillery shells per month than the entire combined West?
I don't know.
Can you tell me that? Because they don't have an economy?
No idea.
Oh, I
Because
know.
they never
I
deindustrialized.
can
Russia
answer.
never deindustrialized. They have vast natural resources. They're actually, Scott, unlike the United States, They're net exporters.
Would you
You know what
permit
that
someone
means?
to interject? Would you permit someone to offer a different view, or are you lecturing? Are
A
you
different view. If
lecturing?
they got actual like
Peter, how often do you go and
supporting
buy
data instead of like
okay,
opinions and
okay,
feelings.
all right. So here's an opinion of someone who's interested, also by family connections to military aspects of things. So, you asked how come does Russia produce so much ammunition compared to the West, artillery ammunition specifically? Well, because maybe that's what they decided to do. There are many countries, for example, North Korea is quite a poor country, small country of 20 million people, but it has a very impressive military production at the cost of civilian production, at a cost of the well-being of their own citizens, at the cost of not producing passenger cars like their South Korean brothers and sisters, not producing impressive buses and trucks. They produce a lot of military gear of low, crappy quality, but still. So it's not impossible for a country like Russia to outproduce the United States. When I was a kid, they used to teach us how the Soviet bloc was outproducing the American economy in many areas of the economy. But there wasn't a single person who would have suggested, a normal person, that the US did not have a stronger economy overall, or that the standard of living wasn't higher in the US. So yeah, Russia can make a lot of artillery shells. Guess how many iPhones they made last year? 0. Guess how many electric cars
So
they
did the United
designed?
States. The United States did not make iPhones last year, Peter.
Sure, I understand, but at least they designed an iPhone.
So
At least
let me
they
get this
own the
straight. Your
factory.
evidence against Russia is North Korea sucks and China makes iPhones.
No, I didn't even suggest evidence against Russia. I just said it's not surprising. It's not an argument either way that Russia produces more
I can actually
artillery
tell you the
shells than the
reason,
West.
dude, and it's actually not mystical. Okay?
And
Their factories, like they have a unified military plan, an operational plan. The government controls military production. It's not privatized. Okay? The factories where the military armaments are produced are dual use. They always have, and because hold on, Peter, because they're not privatized, they always have an excess capacity. Okay,
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question to which I do not know the answer, and we will find out together. How many passenger cars did Russia produce in 2022? Let's see.
I don't know. Who cares?
Let's see. Let's find out. Well, I do. Passenger car production.
Well, I mean, I don't care about what you care. I don't care about what you care. So never mind.
Yeah, but the rest of us. Yeah, but the rest of us are interested. So that's the thing.
Okay, that's one of the.
We build cars in Mexico now, Peter. So yeah, another argument for Mexico.
Okay, Mexico is the number 5 producer of passenger cars in the world, I believe, by volume. Automotive production is a significant industry in Russia, directly employing around 1%, yada yada. Produced 1.7 million vehicles in 2018, ranking 13th among car-producing nations. Let's see the nations in front of Russia.
This is the stupidest shit because Peter.
No, you're talking about a very specialized.
No, Peter. No, I'm talking about industrial production, right?
Okay,
Russia
this is
can produce cars, but they haven't produced cars because the demand was for European and American cars.
Let's go through the list.
Now, Peter. Now that there is sanctions, and those countries can no longer produce cars, production of automobiles in Russia is going to go up. And they're going to be self-sufficiently produced. You're going to have to import a fucking thing.
Okay, let's go down the list. Number 1 car-producing nation in the world. I'm going to use numbers from 2020. Let's do that. Number 1, China. Number 2, United States. Number 3, Japan. Number 4, India. 5, South Korea. 6, Germany. 7, Mexico. 8, Spain. 9, Brazil. 10, Thailand. 11, Canada. 12, France. 13, Turkey. 14, Czech Republics, my Slavic brothers and sisters. 15, Indonesia. 16, Iran. 17, Slovakia. 18, United Kingdom. 19, Italy. 20, Malaysia. 21, Russia. Followed closely by South Africa, Poland at 23. Oh my God.
So
Epic,
Russia
epic
don't
stuff.
produce cars as much as those other countries. What
So
can we
what?
glean from that, Peter?
But they make artillery shells. That's what we can make out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, because they
They
can.
also don't make airplanes. But they do make industrial machinery, right? They sell uranium, they sell steel. So they have industrial production, right? They have natural
Of course
resources.
they do.
That's the
Everybody has industrial production.
And don't forget something.
No, they
about
have
the
insignificant industrial production. Peter, want me to point you to an Indian author who is an economist who wrote an entire book about the quote unquote real economies of the world. Not the shit that's on paper, not the finance crap, but actual production of raw material and industrial, like durable goods, things like that.
Sure.
Russia,
It's a good thing I don't come here to discuss these things because they're very complex. I love to talk about physics and the shape of the Earth.
You don't know any physics. You don't know anything about shape of the Earth.
Oh, well, that's why I come here to learn. Economy, industry, complicated stuff.
One last point on the whole car vehicle thing. I think there's a point to be made. Like, just because they're not top, 5 or whatever, doesn't mean they can't be. They're just choosing not to. But they, but they do have significant natural resources. Like, one thing to consider is, I think one or two of the most critical elements in producing a car, i.e., for a really important critical component of it called a catalytic converter. One or two of the most important elements to actually create that, i.e., platinum and palladium, and one of the 4 top precious metals. Russia, South Africa, and some other rinky-dink country rank top 3 in the production of these things. So to suggest that they're maybe not relevant or whatever in car manufacturing might be a bit of a misnomer, considering some of the critical parts.
Okay, I didn't say that. The point was picking one particular product or one item that's being produced and saying Russia is a powerful industrial country. It outproduces the West in the production of ammunition shells, which are what? Useful things?
Yes.
Peacetime? Not really.
Ask Ukraine how useful they are.
You
And
know what they use artillery?
if the West keeps talking shit, Czechoslovakia is going to be asking how useful they are.
Czechoslovakia.
Yeah,
you know,
where you're from, Peter. Yeah, it used to be a black country, dude. It's going to be again.
Yeah, right. So,
right. Keep dreaming.
Yeah. So,
NATO can't fight Russia. NATO is limp-dicked. You don't, Peter. You have no idea about
NATO can't fight Russia
or anything.
What? Are you insane, India?
No
is this where this is? Is this the extent of your knowledge now?
What? Yeah. No, I know a lot of things about a lot of things. Why?
France and the UK have stronger air force than Russia.
Yeah, and Russia has. That's the. Dude,
Sweden, Denmark, and the
I've
Netherlands have a stronger air force than Russia.
That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. What's the range? What's the longest range of any British or fucking French aircraft for air-to-air missiles?
What does it matter? We station them in Estonia
or Poland, right? Unsinkable aircraft carrier.
What the fuck?
Unsinkable. They still say that shit after the Titanic. Like it's unsinkable. Put everybody who's voting against the Federal Reserve.
You said that they have a stronger airport. Do they have more airplanes than Russia? No. Do they have better? Are there airplanes better than Russia's? No.
No. What?
Okay, listen, bro.
Interesting.
Real simple. What wins in an air-to-air duel? Is it the range of the air-to-air missiles? Yes or no?
I missed the first part of your question.
First radar.
So the range of the Russian air-to-air missiles is 30. I think it's the RS-36. Is 30% farther than any American aircraft.
Jesus Christ, that guy.
Yeah, dude. Listen, you need to catch up on shit. It ain't the Cold War anymore.
Dude,
it ain't the Cold War anymore.
You have no idea. Just for the audience.
Zircon hypersonic missile was fired from Crimea and made it to Kiev in 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can I just
What's
for
going
the
to shoot
audience?
that down, Peter? What's going to shoot that down, Peter?
I'll tell you in a second. Okay, how about that? So I'll just share some personal stuff with you guys because I like you. My father, my father was a colonel in the communist Polish Air Force, and he served and trained with the Soviet Air Force for many years in the Soviet Union. He then became one of the first officers in the Polish Air Force that joined NATO, and he served in the NATO headquarters in Brussels and studied in the American War College in, I believe, Alabama for a few years and learned the American way of fighting air war around the time of the first Persian Gulf War. My father told me...
Can you get to the point?
Yes, I am. My father told me that when he came to America and he saw how the American Air Force operates, he immediately realized that the Soviets never had a chance. And it didn't have to do with the range of the missiles, but with the technology around radar, target detection, and the training of their pilots and the operational tactics of their pilots.
So your dad had an opinion. Okay, cool.
Yes, he had an opinion. But Indio trumps my dad any day.
Well,
now we hire. First of all, it's not the Soviet era anymore. And second of all, hold on, let me respond to this real quick, Larry. And second of all, do you know what Russia invested in instead of airplanes? Anti-aircraft defense systems. And they have the best in the world by far.
True.
They actually have like 3 flavors. They don't have a Patriot missile system that the Saudis have that's $1.3 million per missile to shoot down a fucking goddamn $10,000 drone. They have SA-300s. They have SA-400s. They have SA-500s.
That's very true.
They also have what are the other ones? The Panzer system, which is a smaller system, which is mobile. Yes. So they have better. But they're your airplanes when they're all on the ground in planes.
Yes. Russia has the most powerful aircraft defense system. They built it on purpose because they knew they couldn't meet NATO forces in an air engagement. And guess what? The entire NATO strategy for ever fighting Russia or the Soviet Union before that was focused around disabling and countering their aircraft defenses. This is why we have airplanes like F-35, for example. This is why we have stealth technology. They're
not stealth.
Coincidental. These are not coincidental.
Dude, listen. Let me give you. Iran.
This is how I know you know nothing.
Iran has S-400.
This is how I know you know nothing, dude.
Okay, so after Iran hit that base in Iraq with ballistic missiles, Donald Trump decided he was going to do an airstrike. Okay, in Iran. They turned around. The F-35s, the stealth fighters, because they were detected. And they knew they were detected, and they fucking turned around. You don't know what you're talking about, Peter. You live in fantasy land.
You know why they turned around? Because, they didn't want to die.
Yeah,
yes,
they didn't want to die.
That's the smart thing to do. Yeah.
Russia has a system of detection of radar where they actually scan the radar with a laser. Yeah, so they scan the incoming return signal with a laser. So they can detect targets that are tiny, right? Non-normal cross-sections that a human being, that a normal just phased array radar system, also invented by Russia, right?
I have an idea how to tie this back. Maybe the Russians are using flat Earth technology. That's why they're so powerful.
Oh God, no! You just don't like Russia, and you have a personal fucking axe to grind. I grew up during the Cold War. Okay, I know people that were stationed in Germany that fucking were prepared to die in the fucking Cold War. Friends of mine that I grew up in school with. They're in the infantry. They're in the freaking engineering. They're in tank brigades. Yes, dude, I know people. I know all the shit that they know. Another friend of mine, he was in Civil Air Patrol. He was in artillery. He fixed F-16s. He fixed what are they called? C4, not C4. Fucking whatever the airplanes are. Yeah,
Do airplanes use fuel, Indio? Do airplanes use fuel to fly?
Yeah. Yes, they use fuel. Why?
Does a Boeing 747 carry thousands of pounds of fuel?
As far as I know.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
Why are you checking to see if airplanes don't fucking run on jet fuel?
Well, Larry has some doubts, and I know many of your
Well, I mean,
Twitter
No,
flat Earth
I
friends
said
have
I
doubts.
don't know. I've never filled one up before. You're asking me what do I
well,
know?
technically they run on air. That's why they're so efficient, because that jet turbine is a giant fucking air scoop going at 450 miles an hour. And the
Yeah.
reaction, right? So there's a chemical
So is your
reaction.
car engine. Your car engine runs on air too.
Yeah, but it's not the same volume of air. It's not a turbine
Oh,
engine.
I see.
Yeah, but aircraft aviation is a specialised fuel. It's not your normal diesel. It's not your normal petrol. It's aviation.
No, there are people
It's
who believe that
aviation
airplanes
kerosene.
don't use any fuel, that they fly on magic ether and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
Peter,
that's why
Nobody
I
says
said.
that, Peter. You're just lying
real
now,
reason.
Peter.
Listen,
No, I'm
Indio,
not.
the reason
Yeah,
he's
you
asking this
are, dude.
question. Indio,
I'm not
the
lying.
reason
You hang out
he's
with those
asking this
people on Twitter.
question is
You're a
because
liar, dude. Stop lying, Peter.
he's asking this question because he's following in the logic that no matter how dumb he is or Jekyll is, if you are a flat earther, your IQ is lower than theirs, right? So they're gonna ask you questions like that to check if you are as smart as they are. That's why he has to ask you like that. He has to make sure that you are at his level. And this morning, and Jekyll was asking, are you guys flat earthers? Oh, you guys are below me because you are flat earthers. Lower IQ
Yeah.
equals flat earther. That's the logic.
I
That's
actually
the logic.
said one deck has a lower IQ than me. That's and the
Yeah.
same thing about flat earthers.
No,
But they
you
are.
didn't say
But they
flat
are.
earthers, no?
But they are developing hydrogen engines and also electric engines for aeroplanes, which is
Yeah.
feasible.
And Jamesy, you do have a low IQ.
That is true.
Better not
Yeah,
make a car that runs on water. You'd be dead if you tell anybody about it.
I can tell from
You
the way
can.
I have it. I have it here in my pocket. Where do you have your IQ? Where do you have it at?
How do you know what his IQ is?
You could run a
I can
car
tell
on.
from the way he formulates his sentences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can tell you have a very high IQ. The way
There's
you
not
formulate
an
your
ounce of
sentences. Right?
abstract thought in that brain. Not an ounce.
Yeah. That's why you gotta make sure Indio is up to your level.
Yeah,
by asking him.
Indio can formulate some impressive sentences.
Yeah.
Even
That's
too
why you gotta
impressive.
ask him about the fuel in the and
I
then
just wanted to check how
and then
far
lie
up
about
the
and
deep
then
end
lie and then lie in the VC about Larry. Lie.
Peter,
Yeah,
why do
lying
you
about
keep going
Larry
to
is my
people's
favorite thing.
intellect, bro? Peter, you keep going
Well,
to.
it's pertinent.
Listen.
Pertinent.
You got to stop attacking the person, right? We're just exchanging ideas.
Oh, he's
You
got.
didn't invent the globe. You didn't invent
Someone
Einstein's
has to
theory of
put things into
gravitativity.
perspective.
Einstein didn't invent his own theory
Yeah,
of
and that person
gravity.
ain't you.
Listen, bro, it's real simple. We're just exchanging ideas. Stop with the personal attacks. It's weird. Okay, so
I get it, Larry. A market of
A
ideas.
big dick contest.
yeah, there's no need to measure
Look, no
distance.
man can be the judge in his own cause. So you're not going to sit here like overlord and pass judgments on what the overview is. You're in it. You can't have an overview.
Yeah, that personal cheerleader thing is kind of weird. You guys are secret kings. Stop doing that stuff. Damn us.
I see the same thing in the side chat all the time, but it's not fair though. We shouldn't do it.
No, both sides shouldn't declare victory. I think it's weird when flat earthers do it. I think it's weird when Glovers do it.
No, personal vilification should not be tolerated. It's we're discussing ideas and views, not personalities.
Yeah, who cares about personalities? So we're talking about Russia, right? I have no want or desire to go to war with Russia. I think they should be our natural allies in the sense that they should probably be part of the UN or whatever. India
Russia's
too.
not a part of the UN. That's curious.
They're
That's
one of the
when were
founders.
they kicked out?
He meant NATO.
I meant
He
NATO. I'm
meant
sorry.
NATO.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Russia should be part of NATO because they
Then you wouldn't
formed
need
NATO.
NATO. That's the problem, Larry. You wouldn't need NATO if Russia was part of NATO.
That's the point. Yeah, that's
the
what I was
thing is,
trying to say. Just real fast. The whole point of NATO was the Soviet Union. What Soviet Union? What's the point of NATO?
NATO was formed after the end of the Second World War because one country thought that Russia was a danger to them, so they formed the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. But Russia itself...
Well, they were correct.
Yeah, no, they weren't. Russia has never
What
wanted
was the
to...
nation?
No, I didn't say they want to, but they are a danger, right?
Can
They
I
just
finish?
fucking
No.
yeah.
Russia is
Well,
not...
I mean, I'll explain
Russia...
myself.
Can I finish?
Yes,
Russia...
yes. No.
Right. Russia has never been a threat to the West. All Russia has ever wanted to be left alone to do its own thing, its own ways, have better dialogue and trade with the West. That's all Russia has ever wanted. It has never wanted to be a world domination. It just wants to be left alone to do its own thing with better
I
trading
agree with you.
relationships. That's
That
it.
sounds about right.
Henry, I agree with you 100%, but that's not what you mistook my meaning. They were at the end of World War II. They were still dangerous.
Of course
They just
were.
defeated the most powerful freaking army on Earth, right?
Agreed.
They rolled into fucking Berlin. Obviously, they're dangerous.
At that time, then, yes. But they stopped.
Yes, of course. I agree. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, right? Napoleon invaded Russia. Russia marched all the way back to Moscow. Are they in Moscow right now? Are people in, or are they, I mean, they marched all the way to Paris. Are they in Paris right now? Are people in Paris speaking Russian?
No.
That should have been a clue that they're not into the conquest, right? They already have enough land. Who even wants Europe?
Yeah. In any case, how can you invade Russia? It's too big. Think of it, how big is it? For every boot on the ground, you need 3 backups. And Russia is, 3,000 miles wide and about over 1,000 miles. So it's 3,000 miles long and about 1,000 odd miles wide. How the hell do you invade a country that size? And also, how do you invade a country the size of America? It's an impossibility.
Nah.
You know, it's just people who want to keep themselves in power by spouting theoretical hot words on things that might happen but never will, because logistically they can't.
When you guys talk about these words, I just see men and families and people just dying and being killed. That's what I see. Because
That's all
what
I
happened.
see, man. I see Ukraine being gutted, all the men being killed, the women left to their own devices, the land, because of the odious debt they're going to have, being sold off to private enterprises, the women fleeing their country and going marrying men of not of their own culture, right? So now you got Ukrainian women marrying Westerners, right? And dude, seriously, it's just like rape and pillage, man. Nothing ever changes.
The end result of the Holodomor is not that different.
Yeah. But besides, if you look at what was going on in the in there, Russia had 1 or 2 reasons. There was various American pharmaceutical companies in there conducting experiments and stuff which they weren't allowed to do in America. There was a lot of financial corruption in there with Zelensky and Bush Jr. If you look at the backgrounds, that's one of the reasons why they went in. It was a domestic thing and nobody else should have got involved.
Yeah, the United States has actually been in the Ukraine since the end of the Second World War, at least in Western Ukraine. They funded partisan groups to do bombings, and they've always been in Ukraine doing some dirty stuff. Always. Yeah, it's a dirty world. But back to flat Earth.
How big is the Earth part of flat Earth? Has it ever been measured?
No, it's never really
Why?
been measured on the globe either. So, like the globe, to get to like the say the surface area of the Earth, first they assume it's a globe, right? And then based upon like the distance between angles to the stars, right? That's how you get distances, and then you can say, hey, the Earth's surface area is 193 million square miles, but it's never actually been measured. We don't really make claims like that.
Why not? Surely it's possible to measure the area of flat Earth from
Well,
coast to
yeah, you
coast.
could do it. Yeah, it would do it, but it would cost shitloads of money. Like, who's going to fund that?
I would have thought somebody might have done it out of curiosity.
I mean, you could take existing survey data, but some of that is based upon the same premise that I just told you, right? So in North America, they did something called the North American Datum in 1927. And they started at a center point in the United States called Mead Ranch, Kansas, and then they did a triangulation network from the East Coast to the West Coast. So in 1983, they did it again, but they used something called the WGS84 reference ellipsoid. And when they compared the 1983 versus the NAD27, there's a systemic error. So when I say systemic error, basically, if you go from basically the Ohio River Valley, you start going west, the spacings of their their coordinates, like the lat long coordinates, they get further and further apart from where they're expected to be. And if you go east, they get closer and closer together. And instead of picking up the marker and putting it where they surveyed it, they just stamped a different coordinate on the marker. So, I mean, that is what it is. But both of those methods rely on the idea is that the Earth is a globe. So the distance measurements are not actually measurements. They're not measurements of the ground, right? They're measurements of the stars. And then you're assuming things about the relationship between the stars and the surface of the Earth and inferring a distance from that, right? So it's not directly measured. It's like an indirect calculation based upon an assumption. So why has nobody done that? The only thing I would say is accurate would be, I mean, European countries are pretty small, so they pretty much know their square miles and stuff to within a degree, or to a degree. I mean, if you really wanted to know how big the United States is, you'd have to go through all the land records and look at the meets and bounds of all the land records, because whenever property is transferred here, you have to survey it, right? You have to survey it, and then you get the area of the property. Now you can look at every piece of property, and then sum the what do you call it? Sum the square area and figure that out. But that would, I mean, you could do it. Just it takes money, time, people.
Just as a matter of curiosity, if you superintend the area of Australia over the American bit of North America, you'll find that they're approximately the same size, excluding Alaska.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would depend on what map you use. There's some issues with Australia. Australia's on its own custom datum because it doesn't match all the other datums, like the standard ellipsoids. So they're kind of on their own. That kind of has no relationship to the other ones. So it adds a complication because they have this weird scaling factor. And then if you look at Australia as far as these angles, right? Australia should have should have 4 time zones and it only has 2.5. So it's why does it only have 2.5 time zones when it should have 4? And obviously you can say that's a political choice, but The subject is not as straightforward as people think. It's like an iceberg. The details are all underneath the freaking water, ready to sink your ship. Peter should know that. I've sunk his ship about a gazillion times with the minutia. Oh, he jetted. He's gonna go cry about the fucking Russian and Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. So it's not actually an invasion because the Czechoslovakian government asked the frickin' Soviet army to enter Czechoslovakia and stop the rebellion. But that doesn't play well in Western papers.
Yeah.
Same with Hungary. They always leave that part out that the existing government in those countries asks the Soviets to come. Same with Afghanistan. The Afghanis asked the Soviets to come.
Syria asked the Soviets to come.
I think Angola did too. And that kicked off the civil war there, and Idi Amin and the death and destruction that because the West is like, if we can't like control and have like a fake democracy and control, and then like the communists and socialists get involved, we're gonna go full board fascist the other way. Who's the other guy? Who's the Chilean? Pinochet did it with Pinochet. Did it with Idi Amin. Did it with like probably every South American country and half the African countries. Oh, Saddam Hussein. Anybody ever want more of the list? It's the same playbook. I don't know how everybody keeps falling for it. It's like automatically what's going to happen.
Yeah, but the thing is with Saddam Hussein is the fact that he wanted to get together with the other oil-producing countries of Africa and form their own their own price for oil. And America didn't want that. That's why they made up that cock and bull story of terrorism groups and all the rest of it. That's why we went in stupidly and took him out. That was why it was because of oil, not because of any terrorist groups. He was a dictator and he kept control of that country, and it was an oil exporter. Now it isn't, and under the present regime, it's full of dissidents and disruptive groups and terrorist groups.
What terrorist groups did the Bush administration say was in Iraq?
Al-Qaeda.
No, they never said that.
Yes, they did, Scott. Don't even try it. Don't even try to rewrite history.
They never said that.
Okay. An Iraqi intelligence officer had a secret fucking meeting with some Al-Qaeda fucking operative. They were pushing this story off back then. Bush used the Fighting Terrorism Authority, right, to invade Iraq.
No, he didn't.
Did he or did he not?
He did not.
Scott, you got any money? I'll bet a stack of money so fucking high, okay, that it'll fucking reach where you think the moon is. You're fucking wrong. He used the Defense Authorization Act, which was based upon terrorism, based upon his finding that Iraq was a terrorist country, involved with the destruction of the World Trade Centers on 9/11. That was the finding. I will get a copy of it if you want, and you can read it yourself with George Bush's signature at the fucking bottom.
Get it?
Yeah. All the pilots of those planes on 9/11, apart from 3 of them, were Saudi Arabian.
We know that.
That's been proven, yeah.
Yeah, we already know that part.
Yeah, but it wasn't Iraq. The reason why they went into Iraq and deposed the present king was the fact that they wanted to nationalize their own oil industry, so all the profits went to their own country. But the American American oil companies didn't want that, so that's why they put out that cock and bull story that it was.
What was the excuse they used?
That he was wasteful, spending money, promoting terrorism and all that.
No,
That's
no, it
why
wasn't.
they went in.
No, it wasn't. It's not the excuse they used.
What was it?
Weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
How many
and it was a
times
lot-
did we hear WMD?
Yeah,
Satellite images from NASA.
And only WMD. That's all we heard about was WMD. We
And
did
it was
not hear
proven.
about terrorism. We did not hear
Yeah.
about terrorism with regard
Yeah.
to Iraq.
Yeah, and
Not
it was
one bit of
proven.
terrorism in Iraq. It was WMD.
Yeah, and it was proven that they did not exist.
Yes, it was.
So NASA lied, got us into a war.
NASA didn't have anything to do with that.
Satellite images didn't have anything to do with NASA?
Not as far as I know.
Oh.
I
guess NASA took the day off?
So the mere possession of WMDs was the reason? Or what? Was it more than that?
That's what they said, yeah. That was the entire run-up.
The mere possession.
That was the entire run-up, yes.
Yeah, but there wasn't any.
Remember Hans Blix and all that kind of stuff? And he said he went in and he looked at these places and said they were not developing the WMD there, and George Bush administration ignored that. And then there was the whole yellow cake thing with Valerie Plame and Joe Wilson that George Bush administration ignored again. Yeah, remember all that? All that stuff was not about terrorism.
Right, but why weren't they supposed to have them?
Well, that's beside the point. I was against that war, like every good liberal was.
It's beside the point why they're not supposed to have them.
We should never have gone in. It was based on that attack was based on lies all the way down the line.
No, it was, it was based on
regardless.
misinformation.
Why was what AI is saying is, why is the mere possession of them regarded as being, just worthy, of war?
Yeah, exactly. So, for example, we have. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. So why was?
Okay, so hold on. I got to crush Scott into oblivion right now. Do you trust the Congressional Research Service, Scott?
I have no idea what that even is. I've never heard of them.
Jesus Christ! It's an agency of Congress that investigates things, and they give Congress a report.
Okay.
Background on Saddam from the Congressional Research Service report. On March 17, 2007, in a speech announcing a 48-hour deadline for Saddam Hussein and his sons to leave Iraq in order to avoid war, George Bush said, the Iraqi regime has a history of reckless aggression in the Middle East and has a deep hatred of America and our friends, and has aided, trained, and harbored terrorists, including operatives of Al-Qaeda. The administration's argument for the Iraq-Al-Qaeda linkage had a few major themes. There were contacts between Iraqi intelligence officer and Al-Qaeda in Sudan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, dating from the early 90s, including Iraq's assistance of Al-Qaeda deployment of chemical weapons. That an Islamic faction then called Al-Ansar Islam in northern Iraq had ties to the Iraqi regime. That Iraq might be involved in December 11, 2001 plot itself. Of these themes, the 2011 allegations were the most widely disputed by outside experts and by some officials within the administration itself. Some administration officials, including President Bush, had virtually ruled out the Iraq involvement in December 11 attack, including Dick Cheney, have maintained the issue is still open. This has citation for Iraqi perspectives, Saddam terrorist emerging insights from captured Iraqi documents.
And what was that part about George Bush?
Dick Cheney saying the issue is still open.
When you read that part about George Bush, then the president of the United States, rather than the vice president, what did the president say?
I'll read it. Hold on.
Yeah, you read that.
I'll get back to it.
Okay.
Okay. March 17th, 2003, in a speech announcing a 48-hour deadline for Saddam Hussein and his sons to leave Iraq in order to avoid war, President Bush said, quote, the Iraqi regime has a history of reckless aggression in the Middle East. It has a deep hatred of America and our friends. It has aided, trained, and harbored terrorists, including operatives of Al-Qaeda. Are you
Yeah, but get to that.
confused about that statement?
No, no,
Then
get to
close.
that. Get to that part about 9/11
Okay.
and George Bush.
About it. That's already one. It's already one score against you, Scott. You said it has nothing to do with Al
No,
Qaeda.
that's it. That's it
Yeah,
because
it
of what I
did.
said, dude.
And,
Yeah,
and
that's it.
get to
Because I
that
didn't
part
mention the
about
night. I didn't
9/11.
mention September 11th. I only mentioned Al Qaeda, and I told you exactly what it says here. That they were saying at that time that
We
there
had
was an
already taken
Iraqi
out Al
intelligence
Qaeda by
officer
then.
that was meeting with Al Qaeda. You're fucking wrong, Scott.
You
Okay,
mean the Al Qaeda
again.
that we already the Al Qaeda that we already destroyed?
What are you talking about?
By the time we went into Iraq, Al Qaeda was done.
Al Qaeda's not done now.
What the heck, dude?
Goodness gracious.
Are you? Wait a minute, Scott. Hold on a second. Are you on Earth?
Who killed Bin Laden, bro? Was that Bush?
Yeah, Bin Laden
No,
was living in a
it's
fucking
Al-Qaeda,
cave,
bro.
actually in a little place in Pakistan by then, probably. But Al Qaeda was done as an organization. They were not carrying out any more attacks after we invaded Afghanistan.
Dude,
they're attacking the troops in Afghanistan. What are you talking about?
Hey, guess what, Scott? Who
That
cares?
that was the
It doesn't.
Taliban.
Hey, guess what? Guess
I'm
what?
not
It
the
doesn't
same.
matter, dude. Guess what? It doesn't matter. Let's say they were destroyed. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
They offered an argument that they weren't and that they were still a possible threat. So it doesn't matter.
That is not the reason they went into Iraq, though.
Whatever,
But
dude.
that's what they were telling people. We all know the reason they went into Iraq. They wanted that fucking oil, dude. We know why.
Dude, you ever consider that
the argument they gave to the American public was the WMD.
Oh my god, dude. Hey,
It was oil.
One more time for the slow kids. Hold on,
It was
one more time.
oil.
That's great. One more time for the slow kids. Why was Iraq not allowed to have weapons of mass destruction?
Because of the first ceasefire agreement of the first Gulf War with his daddy.
Okay, right. And then they went on to use them, right? Allegedly, they were accused of using them, right?
No, they used them during the Iran War, which was prior to even
That's
that
disputed. That's even disputed, bro.
When do you
The U.S. Army War College put out a report. I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head. It said that those WMDs likely came from Iran. So they actually didn't come from Saddam Hussein.
When were they accused of using WMD then? After the first Gulf War.
They were accused of using them on their own people.
They were accused of using them on the Kurds during the Iran and Iraq War. And it turns out it was probably Iran. And that's based upon, I remember his name now. His name is Stephen Carlisle. He wrote a report for the U.S. Army War College.
Yeah, you.
I have a very good memory, dude. This is shit I remember very well from back then.
Anyway, we settled
I used to be a good liberal too, Scott. Whatever the fuck that
Fair enough, but we settled the score that Indio backed it up, that it clearly says Al Qaeda was a concern, and one of the reasons why they were arguing for a breaking the berm. Now, for you that don't know, breaking the berm is when we actually crossed into the Iraqi territory. And by we, I mean me.
Yeah, Saddam Hussein poisoned some the Marsh Arabs who were against him, but he didn't use He didn't have weapons of mass destruction. That was just a myth.
Yes, we all know that now, but I don't think that Donald Rumsfeld would have been on doing an interview and saying, "Yeah, we know where the WMD are. They're just outside of Tikrit." And then we're going to go in there. We're going to find them. We got in there, and they weren't there, and they weren't anywhere to be found.
Really? Were you in any of the facilities?
No, I wasn't.
I was.
Yeah, did you find them?
No, but that's not the point.
No, that is the point.
No,
because if they were lying, and they knew they were lying, and they were using it as
it depends on who begins lying, dude. So, for example, if the Iraqis present themselves as if they do have them, and there's intelligence that they may or may not have them, and they're skirting the inspections, so the
But they
people
weren't
can't
doing
come
the
and validate
inspections.
one way
The
or the
inspections
other.
were going through. The George W. Bush administration was ignoring the inspections. Hans Blix was reporting back that they found no evidence of WMD anywhere, and the Bush administration ignored that.
So was Scott
Well,
Ritter.
dude,
And remember, there
that's
was
a
this guy,
classic
Joe
example.
fucking Biden, right? That was disrespecting Scott Ritter during his testimony, calling him Scotty Boy. The guy you're going to vote for.
Right. So here's the problem. Here's the problem, friends. That's the whole evidence absence thing. So if you go to like the locations, the big locations, which normally get inspected, and you don't find the secret thing you're not trying to be found, then the only argument is that they must be hiding it somewhere super secret. So then it requires.
If you don't find it there, it's
no, but
double
just think
super
about it.
secret. That's where it is.
Right. But that's the point. Is you play that narrative that they're hiding it intentionally from these inspections, right? And that means you have to go into the quote unquote field to search for them, not just at the location. You don't, it's not in the safe. Right? They hid the money somewhere else besides the safe to the obvious place. Okay, that's why we were searching all kinds of places, dude. Salt factories, decommissioned, manufacturing plants, not just plants that were for weapons, other types of places.
Yep, and they found nothing, did you?
So, dude, do you even understand chronology?
I don't know. What's your point?
Yeah.
My point
The
is
point
there
is when you you can play this concept of a credible idea, at least to people who are convinced by you, that are going to agree with you, that you need to do it for a reason to search certain areas, and then in the end you don't find anything. That doesn't actually mean you didn't have a good argument in the beginning.
Well, it makes you look really foolish, right? And you leave office with a 27% approval rating.
That doesn't. I mean, dude.
And you go down in history. And you go down in history as a joke who started a war that didn't need to be happening.
Yeah, that's great. But so let me ask you this question: did the Iraqi forces believe that they had weapons of mass destruction?
I have no idea.
I do. I have an idea. The answer is yes. The people in charge, like the Republican Guard and generals and all these other dudes, and some lower dudes, especially the lower dudes, believe they had these weapons. Not only did they believe it, they trained for them, and they had propaganda in their facilities about them. Not only that they were going to attack America and live in America, but they were going to attack Israel as well. So they had an entire, don't get me wrong, it's nowhere near as quality as ours or any other country, but they had a whole, let's call it military media machine that was presenting to their own people how powerful they were by claiming they had weapons that not only were mass destruction local, but could also be ICBM style.
I could see definitely Saddam Hussein lying to his own people to maintain his power. Sure.
Did the right thing by not responding.
There's also the possibility they're lying to him.
That's possible, but yeah. Because I can see where, if they didn't lie to him, they might end up dead.
Well, they might have, their choice might have been, if I tell him the truth that there's no, weapons of mass destruction or chemical weapons that he thinks are going to protect them, then I'm going to end up dead for fucking up.
Exactly.
So just tell them they exist, but they don't actually exist.
Yep. I can see that.
The thing is, how did we know he had any chemical weapons in the first place?
We gave them to him.
Thank you. Yes, we gave him to him.
We all knew that.
I'm sure there's people out there that did not know that.
Oh, okay.
Do you think it's oddly coincidental that the people that gave them to him, like Rumsfeld, is the guy in charge with taking them back?
I'm not sure what you mean by that, but
I can see why
So,
Rumsfeld thought they still had them.
well, when they got the chemical weapons after Donald Rumsfeld's visit in the 80s, or maybe it was late 70s.
Pretty sure it's 80s, Reagan administration, right?
Yeah, so he was like a liaison or something. He went there and like, after that, they got the arms they wanted, right? And part of those arms were the chemical weapons. And now, several decades later, under like a different, administration, kind of, you could call it a different administration, but not really. But anyway, he's the guy in charge of taking it back as the defense secretary. He's deciding, I gave you these weapons 3 decades ago, and now we're going to take them back.
Sounds like some Fort Sumter bullshit. Like, don't do the thing that you do. If you do, we'll go ahead and start the war. Like, okay, let's do that.
I think that was a setup.
No. I think shit happens and people plan for stuff that doesn't work out like they thought it was going to, and then they got to recover somehow, and it's a messy world.
Is that one of the known knowns or one of the unknown unknowns?
Yeah, that's another great Rumsfeldian, right? You fight with the army that you have, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, mission accomplished, right?
Exactly. Mission accomplished.
Am I right? Am I right? Mission accomplished. So people don't really understand what the neocons do, right? They don't understand anything about the neocons, what their lineage is, and where they come from. Now, the neocons all learned under a guy called the top ones, Kagans, the fucking dumb bitch, Newland, Bill Kristol. They all went to the University of Chicago and learned under a guy named Leo Strauss, political scientist. They were his acolytes. Okay,
quite familiar,
where does Leo Strauss come
for
from?
New Americans.
Yeah, but where's Leo Strauss come from? Leon Trotsky. He was an acolyte of Trotsky. What was Trotsky's philosophy? Permanent revolution and continuous war. So you create continuous wars everywhere else but where you are. And they can never, because they're so distracted by survival, you can gain a competitive advantage because you're not distracted by survival.
That is some evil shit, man.
Yeah.
God.
Hey, hold on, friends. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Are we talking about the mating strategies of the modern female?
Oh, Jesus Christ, bro. That's so funny.
Well, if you reward bad behavior,
don't say that too loud, man. You're gonna get my news.
The more you're gonna find out.
No,
I'm done.
You all got to find
that was just
somewhere to
so
meet
funny,
a better
dude. That's
class
just
of
killing me,
women.
man. That was very eye-opening. Well, I mean, look at the Middle East, man. Like they can't pull themselves up by their bootstraps because we keep undermining any opportunity. Same with Africa. Just keep undermining them, so they can never, And this is where the World Bank comes in again. How we get back to the World Bank because they're the ones that fund the wreckage, the recovery of the wreckage. I thought you're a liberal, Scott. Scott, you said you're a liberal. Haven't you ever read Confessions of an Economic Hitman?
Yep.
You didn't learn anything from that?
Of course I did.
Like you asked how the Federal Reserve and the World Bank are connected.
Cut my teeth on Noam
obvious in that
Chomsky.
book?
Read everything Noam Chomsky wrote at one point. I stopped reading him after a while.
Yeah, he's kind of a broken record after a while.
Uh-huh. I even drove him from Berkeley to Stanford one time. As he was doing a speech there, he was visiting his son there in Berkeley, and I drove him back to Stanford. Because my professor knew I was really into the guy at the time. Turns out we don't agree on a whole lot. But
Look, he does descriptive evaluations of the political, like socio-political thing, which is fine. They're fairly accurate, or at least from a certain viewpoint, they're accurate. His prescriptions for solving that are ass. Okay.
I would agree. And what you also learn as you pay attention to some of these things, there's lots of bad people in the world. And if America and the West just stepped aside, it doesn't mean that the bad people in those places would go away. They'd most likely take over and make those places possibly even worse. I don't know. We don't have control universes in which to test multiple worlds. But there's no reason to think that, the Somalias or all these other places of the world, which warlords are dominating, wouldn't be warlord dominated if the West just stepped aside or never colonized in the first place. We can't roll back the clock 400 years to find out.
Well, wasn't the Somali pirates activated by the West?
I have no idea.
Squeezing them, and eventually they were just like, fuck it. If I can't have any upward mobility whatsoever, we'll just go out there and take it.
That might be true. I don't know.
I heard an interesting fact. Let me know if this is true. If anybody knows, I heard that there hasn't even been like a 2-story building in some parts of Africa. Like for some reason, there's this whole territory where the development, except when influenced by outside nations, is essentially ancient history.
Look, I have a good friend. He's Nigerian, man. He's been all over Africa. He's fucking. From what he tells me, man, like it's just not a thing there. They don't really care about the things the West cares about. They don't care about like building 3-story fucking buildings. And the people that do in Africa leave Africa and go somewhere else.
Yeah.
But the people that want to stay like want to keep it that way, the way it is.
Yeah, that's a good point, though. It's like we look at other places sometimes and we think, oh, you don't have this and this, and they're like, oh man, you don't have free time and dinner with your family.
Look, he would constantly complain about the food and the air and like everything. Like that would be the only thing he ever complained about. He's a pretty positive guy, but he complained about like when he talked to you, like, oh, I'm going back to Lagos, and he like because he'd go back there from time to time, and he's like, I can't wait to smell the air, like the environment, like because the environment is so much more natural. Like you're more in nature than you are in like it's different because like there's more wildlife, more plants, more everything, right? There's more variety. Even if he like lived in like in Vermont, like the amount of different types of wildlife compared to like in some square mile of Vermont versus some square mile of Africa, it's like a totally different experience. So it's like he like that's like they want to keep it that way. They want to keep Africa kind of like preserved in its natural environment. They want to keep Africa African, you know what I mean? And it also protects them because if they started building roads all over Africa, you know what happened? There'd be freaking tanks on those goddamn roads.
Is that what the Europeans invaded them and cut their hands down in the Congo?
Oh, you mean the Belgians? Yeah, the King of Belgium, Leopold. Yeah, he's a son of a bitch. What a bastard.
Huge massacre of these nations. Huge massacres of many of these nations. Complete nations massacred.
Yeah, but many years ago when Europeans were doing Africa, there was plans to build a road network to cover all of Africa so that they could trade better and easily between the states. That was one of the
India, the Americans did something similar to the Congo, but they did it to Haiti and Puerto Rico. Similar.
Oh, I'm sure. I have no
Yeah,
doubt.
but the point is the Americans wanted to put their culture into those countries, whereas in Africa we didn't want to disturb their culture, just give them better forms of communication.
Well, my opinion is that if you made Africa easily accessible, that means you can actually maintain a military logistics supply chain, right? And they would eventually just take over everything, right? So they'd make the deal with the Africans. There'd be some revolution. They'd take over all the gold, and then tanks would be rolling. And now that you have roads and train tracks and everything, you can maintain operations, and it doesn't matter if they hide in the jungle. But now, because it's so rugged and rural, technological advantages that are say work in Ukraine because it's flat with no trees aren't going to work in Africa, right? So you have no technological advantages. Afghanistan also showed is that technological advantages don't work in rugged environments. I mean, like in Ukraine right now, they're doing drone warfare. Well, how's that going to work in a jungle? Drone's just going to get stuck up in a tree. Reality Man says, we need to help flat earthers with their fears. Let's join together and celebrate the globe Earth on April 8th. How would we be celebrating the globe Earth on April 8th, dude? What are you talking about?
The eclipse.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with any globe Earth.
Doesn't make any sense. I love it when they bring up solar eclipses because I get to ask them, do they want to keep their Eratosthenes circumference and radius, or do they want to keep the size of the moon because they can't have both?
He said to DM him and he would help me out, but I DM'd him and he hasn't helped me out yet.
Well, I guess you didn't actually have a legendary conversation with Reality Man.
But in India, did you see the 7 cities named Salem and the 7 cities named Nineveh in regards to the eclipse?
No, man, there's all sorts of weird shit in the news about the eclipse, man.
The weirdest one
They're
I
gonna
heard was the X. There's an X shape, and half of the X is 7 cities named Salem, which means peace, and 7 cities Nineveh, which Nineveh is the city that repented when Jonah was sent there, or God was going to destroy it. So if the path of totality passed through those cities, that's very interesting. And then I heard the third part I heard interesting was that somebody said that this eclipse is going to be geometrically not aligned with the globe model. And their theory is that it's going to prove unequivocally that the geometry of this claim is wrong. And so basically everyone who's focused on this eclipse is going to really quickly understand that the heliocentric model is baloney sandwich.
That's interesting. Thank you for that. A weird title that I read the other day. NASA is gonna launch 3 rockets towards the eclipse, and we were like, "What does that mean? You're launching it towards the moon or you mean towards the eclipse? Were you
I
launching
mean,
the
I think
rockets towards the moon, towards the sun? What do you mean towards
Hey,
VIP?
you know what?
What does that mean?
Well, guess this. Check this out. If you get different height, so they claim like the path of totality is at a certain angle, but if you're at a certain altitude, then it's going to change your visual angle. Because remember, we've been asking people for where's the evidence that the moon is present during an eclipse, right? And they always like, well, where else would it be? Maybe they're finally trying to shoot a rocket up there and see if they can see the moon.
Wait, sorry, did I hear that right? You're saying NASA are firing rockets towards an eclipse?
Not like militarily, but observationally, right?
That's the claim.
Also, CERN is supposed to be looking for dark matter during the eclipse.
I don't think that.
Where are they going to be looking for it at? In their budget?
No, in their budget,
it was probably funded like 5 or 6 years ago. They have to look for it, even though it's been they debunked it.
They already looked in the budget.
You have to do the experiment. It's paid for.
They
ordered
they
the
already
pizza.
looked.
You make the pizza.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Wait, you don't like CERN?
I said that. Hey, Larry, I was replying to Larry. Larry, they looked into the budget and they actually found a black hole.
Wait, you don't like CERN? That's what you didn't like atoms earlier. Now you don't
I
like...
actually tried and I liked it, but I like mangoes better.
What?
No, I don't like CERN.
What's CERN done now?
I like mangoes better.
The cost, dude.
CERN?
It's a government boondoggle.
Is it?
It's a big government make-work program sucking budgets.
I'd rather grab all that money and plant mango trees all across the world.
Fuck, there's a great idea right there.
I like it
That is
better than
awesome.
CERN.
Mango apple, Johnny mango seed instead of Johnny Appleseed.
Oh, wait a minute, friends. Hold on. I gotta tell you, because you guys may not understand the ambitions of the guys at CERN. So CERN homeboy, Mr. Nerdly himself, with the big glasses, he wants to build CERN on the moon. And then, after they do that, he wants to build CERN around the solar system.
I wonder how much that would cost.
Who cares? You ain't paying it.
Dude, I'm not even kidding. I watched his lecture about, raising the money, raising the logistics, raising the support of the people that want to do this, because in order to get higher energy collisions, you need a bigger quote unquote ring. And that, the Earth isn't good enough for some reason. You got to do it on the moon.
Are we gonna harvest the material from asteroids or other planets or what?
I don't know. I think they're going to harvest the material from our paychecks via taxes.
Well, my question is, can you make a particle collider out of petrified wood?
Listen, you're behind the times.
None of the Globers are
I got it.
Yeah, I know.
I got it.
Well, here's another one they're not going to get. So the old trees are silica-based life forms, right? Which means they can actually transmit. What I'm talking about here.
Who was just defending CERN, though?
Geeks.
Go ahead, Geeks.
Man.
India's addressing you. Go ahead, Geeks.
I don't see his name in here.
I guess he left.
Oh, he's gone. He left.
God. White knight for CERN and then hit the eject button. Crazy.
I want to tell you how I came across that information. So I was just auto-playing lectures, physics lectures, right? So the first one, which I was actually wanting to know about, was dudes that were working on star creation technology, okay? So they claim. So they were going to try to, in their lab, make conditions that would help them understand how stars are created and formed and all this crap, And so that one played out, right? And then it played the next one, which was Homeboy Sauce that I just told you about with CERN. And he wants to make, a bigger and bigger collider. And so then that one went through. Right, so you can see the first one was kind of legit. It was just about the physics of how you create a machine that can, do some kind of star action. And the next one was I want to make CERN around this solar system. And then guess what the next one was? So the next one that autoplayed was a dude, which basically says, according to the laws of physics, the God particle isn't like a particle and then there's millions of them. It's a single particle. And not only is it a single particle, and what I mean by that is one literal particle. So your toe is made up of the same particle as my finger. Now, you may say, well, how can that be? Because my toe's here and your finger's there. Well, this single particle is able to transpose itself through space, time, and every dimension simultaneously. So it actually travels through time itself to be your toe and make it back to my finger to be my finger. Right? It's like
fucking genius.
It's like an particle. Yep. And this solves so many quote unquote math equations that he said, but it also has to do with infinite universe reality type interdimensionality. Now, what's interesting about what this guy said is he said, because of this, all permutations of physics are realized, across the dimension verse or whatever the hell he called it. So what that means is, if the Earth is a globe, to which we've arrived at the scientific knowledge we've arrived at, quote unquote, to discover this single particle, and that there's all these dimensions where all the permutations of physics must be expressed, then that means that if the Earth is a globe, then one of the universes in this dimensionality matrix, the Earth is flat. So, one more time, if the Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
What?
Wonderful stuff. Brilliant ramblings from a schizophrenic nutcase.
That sounds about right from the globe point of view.
What gave it? What part gave way to schizophrenia?
But I hope you're referring to the lecturer rather than me.
Well, that's what I was asking. I mean, so we have like what's called the Pauli exclusion principle, where two fundamental particles of matter can't occupy the same space at the same time. But what this guy's saying is, you can occupy multiple spaces at the same time.
Yes, and on a scale that's so minute, and since it's able to move at an infinite scale, essentially between that scale, when you perceive reality, it's like a refresh rate of a rendering program. You see the final render. All the pixels were created with an instance that is gapped in time and space.
I mean, there's no actual time gap because you're actually like moving. If you can move both ways in time, right, freely, then I mean, there's a fundamental unit of time. I think it's called the Planck. I think Planck time or something. But I mean, that would happen. It's like 10 to the negative freaking 39 seconds or some ridiculous number. So yeah, you can fit a lot of freaking particles in that little imperceptible bit of time.
Didn't they do that in Bill and Ted? Where there's like so many Bill and Teds at the same time working together?
I don't remember. Was it the second one? I didn't watch the second one. But I get you with like the refresh rate, right? Like scan lines on a TV screen. You remember how they used to scan up and down?
Yeah.
Right? So you could have that scan that's just so fast, it's imperceptible to human perception. But there's also this thing with human perception about circadian rhythms of your eyes, and that way your eye is like rotating in the motion of the circadian Saccadian motion, right? So your eyes don't actually focus on things; they actually kind of like swirl around and
Oh,
move
yeah.
around. You've heard about these, right? While it's in motion, your brain kind of shuts off, so you can't perceive the time in between the motions. If I remember right, it's been a long time since I like looked at it.
Dude,
Other than because the
that
orbital
actually plays
velocity
in.
of your eye. Well, hold on, just one more point. The orbital velocity of your eye, that these right, the rotational velocity. I guess technically your eye should fly apart because it's so fast.
So
But anyway, what
that
are you
was
gonna say?
that was part of these guys' arguments. So when a lot of Globers hear like some of these lectures that I've listened to, and I explain the basic concepts, they're like, "Oh, that's crazy," but they don't understand that these are the necessary consequences of the stuff that they're doing at CERN and the math that they're looking into, and all these weird names for crap like isohedric polytopolines and all this other baloney, right? Which is essentially mathematical matrices of energy states, right? And so what they basically do is they look into smaller and smaller energy states and smaller time states, searching for smaller and smaller portions of reality that make up the bigger parts, right? That's where they come up with these ideas. And they fit it into mathematical matrices that work and balance out. And that's why they can say this could be how it's happening. This could be how reality itself is being rendered. Because we need to account for, time, space, the succession of moments, the in-between moments, and the causation, chain causation, and all of these things. But we also need to account for what's happening when we collide particles together and all these things we're seeing happen. And we need to account for all this complex math that can be simplified when we go down this track of thinking, right? Because they think that the simpler the math is, the more real their reification of it is, right? So a lot of these people, like, they're so far behind the times that they still think like the Einsteinian paradigm is like the hotness. They're so far in the past.
Even like I heard someone yesterday, dude. Oh God. Oh, I believe in God, but I also believe in evolution. Okay, what do you mean by evolution? Well, I think it's reproduced, survival of the fittest, genetic code, blah 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 blah. Okay, the modern research shows that is not right, not possible, and none of that can ever happen. You got genetic entropy. You got the frickin' probability of having a useful trait and actually coding for a protein that you're actually going to be able to use and isn't just randomly wrong. So you got all those problems. But here's the major research, and I brought this up, and you might have heard this before. This is for the other people listening. Turns out that morphology of organisms has nothing to do with the genetic code. Genetic code, DNA only programs for proteins. But where those proteins go, it's not in the genetic code itself. So where is it? Yeah. So how do we classify species, right? How do human beings do it? That looks different than that one. And when they fuck, they can't have a kid, right? That's how we classify it. Well, if those body shapes, right? Those body shapes have nothing to do with evolution, because that's how, when we look at evolution, this thing became that thing because we're looking at the fossil record. These freaking petrified bones, or these, mineralized bones, quote unquote bones, look like these mineralized bones. So this must be the evolutionary path, right? The what do they call it? The phylogeny tree or something of evolution, right? When you have different organisms morphing into other different organisms because of natural selection. Well, if their body type is not changing because of reproduction, right? Their body morphology, shape, size, all that stuff, right? If the morphology is not changing because of natural selection, and it's being changed because of who fucking knows what, then all of evolution is wrong. And this is the new hotness, right? The guys in here, the Globers, they come in, they're telling us crap that's 40 years old, sometimes 100 years old, in case of Newton, right? And they come in here telling us, you guys don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what's what. Well, dude, you're telling us the shit that was in the textbooks, right? So somebody learned something in school 60 years ago. It took them a decade to write a textbook. That textbook it has to pass through the curriculum. And then that's what you got, the textbook that's already 10 years old. And by the time you learned it, all that fucking information's wrong. Science, bro. Science.
What exactly do you think evolution is?
What do you mean, what do I think it is?
What do you think the definition of evolution is?
Darwinian evolution, survival of the fittest.
Okay.
Survival of the fittest,
Not quite.
the origin of species, or what is it? The most favored
Well, Darwin
races.
did add a lot to the theory of evolution. It's not everything. Evolution, summarized succinctly, would be descent with inherited modification.
Okay, you heard what I just said, right? About it not being in the genetic code. Inheritance, as we know it, right, is passed through the DNA, right?
And that's evolution. Yeah.
Okay, fine. But body
So then
morphology,
then evolution exists, right?
No, it has nothing. No, dude, you don't get it, dude. Evolution is not.
Sorry, you seem like you agreed with me there for
No. Evolution, right, is not the passing of DNA. Survival of the fittest, right? And that there's certain physical traits that will let something survive.
Do you think that something that's able to survive is able to get to
But the traits aren't based upon the DNA. The traits are not hereditarily passed. What differentiates one organism physically, its physical body morphology, like a giraffe and its long ass neck, right? And it can reach the higher up fucking leaves.
Where does the giraffe get its morphology?
Nobody knows. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You don't think it's because of the genetics?
We know it's not because of the genetics.
How do we know that it's not from the genetics?
By chopping things up and changing their shape using electric fields.
Chopping things up and using electric fields.
A flatworm. Yeah, so a flatworm will regrow itself. You can chop it into like 256 pieces, then you'll have 256 flatworms.
Right? Have you done that?
No, but I've seen the results of the experiment. No, I haven't done that. I'm not into chopping up flatworms.
Anyway. For some reason, I thought you were a kind of guy that was into proving your own claims, but I got you.
Well, watching videos of flatworms being chopped up and then time lapse of them fucking regrowing a fucking head from a tail. Yeah. That's good enough for me. And it's well known, well documented. I mean, I can go out and buy some flatworms.
What video did you? Where did you watch it? Was that like on Live Leak back when that was up?
No, it's not Live Week. It's I think the last talk I watched was last night from this guy, and was at Texas University, Texas Tech, I think. Yeah, the guy's been on Joe Rogan, dude. Like you just proving my point that. Okay. You're proving my point. He has a PhD. He's like cutting edge in his field. I'm sorry that evolution.
That's good for him.
Out. But the point is, right?
Wait, sorry. How did we disprove evolution at all? Sorry,
because that means body morphology has nothing to do with the genetic code. It's not hereditarily passed.
Wait, because this guy was on Joe Rogan?
No, because of the experiments he did. How many times are you going to try and straw man me? Do you really think?
No, I was a question. How could I be straw manning you by asking a question?
You really should know better.
Hold on. If you say because he was on Joe Rogan, that's the attempt of the conclusion he was trying to make, dude, that is so disingenuously ridiculous.
That's the only.
He knows that.
That's the only thing I could think of the point he was bringing. I couldn't think of anything else.
Well, that's because you have
appealing to being on Joe Rogan.
Because you stopped paying attention at the beginning.
So this guy cut up some flatworms, and then what?
Okay, so you cut the flat. Okay, I'll describe. And it's not just flatworms. He's onto other. He discovered this by using species that regenerate their body or go through a morphological change in their lifespan, right? So you chop a flatworm in half. The head will grow a tail. They have organs, they have a brain, everything's inside. You know, they're not just like a blob, right? They're not a piece of jelly. They're not a frickin' amoeba. So you cut the flatworm in half, the tail part will grow a head, the head part will grow a tail. Well, what they did was they monitored, like they used I think electrophorescent dye when they cut the flatworm in half, and it went, and as it grew back, right, they can see what the shape of the electric field is in the part of the worm that's not the worm, right? Right. It actually the cells, the half the worm will actually generate a static electric field, and the body part grows into that electric field. Okay. So if it's a head, it makes
So
a
we
tail
cut
shape.
a flatworm in half. We get an electric field where the half of the flatworm isn't.
Hey, you can
And this
keep blabbing.
disproves
You can try
evolution.
to keep blabbing.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
No, that's why I'm still talking. Okay, I'm trying to fill in the blanks for you. So,
Let's go one step at a time.
I am.
All right, so I got a flatworm.
Okay, you got a flatworm, you cut it in half, you put it in a photoelectric dye, you can see that while it's growing back, it creates an electric field where its body parts aren't. And as time progresses, eventually the body part fills that where the electric field was, and now you have a fully functioning flatworm. Okay? Now you do the same thing, but for the head this time. You cut off and you monitor electric field, and you see a head-shaped electric field, and the head grows to where that electric field was. So this is what you do next. You cut the fucking worm in half, and you create a two-headed electric field, and you see if it grows two fucking heads. And you know what? It grew two fucking heads. Guess what? You cut the head in half, and you try to draw three fucking heads and no tail at all, and it grew three fucking heads. Then you cut it in half again, and then you try to make it go. And guess what? Then you cut that in half and see if what came out, if it also has three heads. Yes, it does. So the new shit also has three heads. Well, then you can make it go back to the original fucking form by shaping the electric field. So this means that and then they did it with other animals. They did it with a tadpole transforming into a frog, and then they fucking mixed an axolotl, which is a lizard, right? It's a salamander, and they mixed it with the DNA. They mixed the DNA in the fucking embryo of fucking tadpoles and an axolotl, so you have like a fucking combined like fucking chimera to see if the frog, the new thing would grow shit back, right? So they've done all these experiments on shit that regenerates itself, and they've been able to change the body morphology, right? And it's persistent change of body morphology. It isn't like they just did something and the body morphology changed and it didn't stay that way. It stayed that way. That means the morphology of the organism is not in the DNA.
Right, so you can fuck with a flatworm's regeneration by blasting it with an electromagnetic field or whatever, and this somehow disproves evolution?
No. They create like an electromagnetic
Okay, you can create an electromagnetic field, and this fucks with flatworm's regeneration.
Just so you understand, think of it like it's in a petri dish, right? And they create I think they use wires, right? So they can shape an electric field underneath the surface that the thing is sitting on. And that thing will grow into whatever shape they put on there. Now, obviously, the technology is not perfected, and they used what the flatworms already use. Like they used the shape that they discerned by what would you call it? Monitoring the electric field that it creates. But the point is that they can use this electric field that's already existing within the flatworm and reshape the flatworm's body parts.
No, but the main thing is that what you're saying they're reshaping has to come from somewhere, and we're saying that comes from the DNA. And then the shape of which, or the conditions under which it does a certain thing, are manipulated such that you get a certain response from it. But the fact is that the DNA is still there, hard-coded to create the proteins that make the organism underneath, whether it's a head or a tail.
Look, yes, it codes for proteins. It doesn't tell where the proteins go. And it doesn't tell the cells where to differentiate. It doesn't, the body form. Yes, the proteins are there. So what?
Like, and
Can,
where did the proteins come from?
You tell me. You're the fucking evolutionist.
Oh
You
yeah,
want
yeah,
to go
yeah,
into
yeah,
abiogenesis? You want to go into abiogenesis now?
can
yeah,
they
exactly.
go to flatworms?
Yeah, you don't want to go
Uh-oh.
there, dude.
What's
You
wrong with
don't want to go there.
Atheist.
abiogenesis again?
Hold on,
Is
hold
there a
on. The
problem with
atheist.
abiogenesis?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you
say hi
believe
to
in
your
spontaneous
complicated
generation?
rocks.
Do you believe in spontaneous generation, atheist?
I mean, I believe that life came from somewhere natural, and the
Rocks?
explanations that we have are the explanations that we have. I mean, it
Oh,
seems
hold
like
on,
the most
Ken. Hold
logical
on.
explanation for my life.
Hold
I mean,
on.
if I lived around
Hold
Jesus,
on.
maybe my eyes would be different about whether there were miracles or not.
Oh, dude,
Yeah,
dude. You are
yeah.
so. No, don't speak, please. This is just
I
another
didn't say
example of
anything.
40 years. You're 40 years behind, bro. Okay. The latest hotness, dude, is that the fundamental unit of reality of the universe is sentient agency itself, not matter or energy states. Matter or energy states are derivative of sentient agency. Okay. This
Who
is
said this?
scientifically validated through experimentation, dude. This is
Such as?
evolutionary. Hold on. This is evolutionary biologists, right, and physicists saying this, not me. These are globe believing, tried and true, NASA stroking globies. Okay. So
Okay,
how they came
what
up
makes
with
them
this,
right?
we saw it earlier, is that they search for ever smaller time and matter states and energy states, and they see all the math and the symmetry and all these things, and the conclusion that they reach is that the fundamental unit of matter, sorry, not matter, reality is not matter or energy. It's consciousness itself. Not only that, but there's a plurality of conscious agents that make up the infrastructure of the subunit, for lack of a better term, of reality. And they have different energy scales, not quote unquote energy scales, for lack of a better term. So in other words, there are more powerful sentient agents than humans that exist in the cosmos, according to these suckers, right?
According to who?
And it's not that miracles are rare. Okay, they're happening all the time. Your sentient agency being able to have a causal influence on the material world is a miracle, dude. It's an interdimensional supernatural event.
I remember my first time taking mushrooms.
We're all just one consciousness, man.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because these homeboys posit that idea that since the fundamental unit is consciousness itself, then there's a plurality of consciousness, yet somehow they're all one. Now, intrinsically, this is known as subjective idealism, monism. So the mind, right, is the ultimate reality. Everything else is subordinate state to the mind. And I don't mean mind as like just your mind space and not like your brain in a jar type of thing. That's not even close. There is no jar. But either way, everything's derivative from the sentient agent. And because we're all together in the great consciousness, then we're all one, which is where the word monism comes from. So yeah, it is kind of a religious kind of connotation there in a way, right? So religions in the past said, eternal mind existed first, and then matter and energy states came into being, right? Where the opposite is, everything was matter and energy states of some kind, and then eventually we evolved into consciousness, right? The complete opposite. So the latest hotness is just basically conceding to what pretty much every religion in the world has been saying for millennia.
So who are these people and what experiments did they actually do?
Oh, let's see, CERN. This is a problem, dude. You guys are so far behind, dude. It's like literally tedious
Well,
for some
then
reason.
get us up to speed. Tell us where you read this stuff.
Oh, I'll show you, dude.
All
Here's what
right.
you do. Go read the book called The Case Against Reality. Or watch the Lex Friedman interview with the author, Donald Kaufman, or go to his colleagues, or go watch that lecture from the guy from CERN.
I can only imagine what Scott's recommended looks like.
Dude, you guys can't even think far ahead. Like, think about all these things that have been happening in the field of quantum mechanics and physics and all these things, dude. With the basically interdimensional transspatial location of information, dude. Basically putting information as a superstate, where temporal locations and energy states are subordinate to information. Right? That means categorically that they're subordinate to mind, since information only exists in mind. Well, dude, I'm so sorry. You don't know what it means. I'm sorry.
You don't know what it means?
No, you don't know what it means. It's
Well,
pretty
you know what
obvious
it
to me.
means. I know.
Oh, sure I
I'm,
do.
I'm admitting I don't know what it means because it sounds
It
like
means
nonsense to me.
consciousness came before the egg, bro.
No, what is information?
Dude, the information is meaning to minds, dude.
Okay, so what information are they putting up there that's not dependent on material or whatever you said?
What?
How is this information being conveyed?
Supernaturally, dude.
What does that mean?
It means not based in matter or energy states that are in the physical and natural world. Duh.
Okay, so what information is being conveyed then? And to where? And how do they know it?
Oh, dude. That comes from quantum superpositions and entangled pairs. All those other experiments, dude. What the heck, dude? I don't know, dude. Maybe you should ask them. They're the ones that made it up, bro. I mean, you never heard that a quantum entangled particle that comes out of a sun's asshole and passes through a black hole is still connected to the particle that it left behind on the other side of the black hole split, right? And that any change to the particle in here will instantaneously affect the particle there. You never heard that before? And all the implications from it that they've been studying for like, I don't know, freaking 20 years now?
And what implications are those?
Dude, the implications is that information state transcends space and time and matter and energy states, for goodness sakes, dude. That means they're in a higher dimensional plane. And information, dude, is ipso facto self-evident presence of mind. Right? So mind is on a higher dimensional level than matter and energy states, which means mind cannot be derivative from matter and energy. It must be the opposite way around, which is what these guys are agreeing with. In other words, Scott, mind has existed eternally, and matter and energy came into being at some time in the finite past.
I would like to see how they got there from the math. As far as I know, those quantum physics guys, they all live in the math.
Yeah.
What? They live in the math? You mean the quantum physicists, they're allergic to science?
Yeah, but dude, you look up that guy Friedman, bro, Case Against Reality, and he'll talk about I can't remember the names of all these maths, but there's something along, polyisohedric quantum topes or whatever the names they have for these stupid things, which unify maths over multiple fields from thousands of equations into like three things. So it's the most simplistic, elegant reduction of all this complicated gobbledygook simply by throwing out a lot of assumptions. Now, one of the first assumptions that they threw out, especially after they did things like the quantum eraser experiment, all this other stuff, and these entangled pair nonsense, and they came up with this information idea. One thing they threw out is the idea that reality as we know it is informed by truth. Because in their worldview, the mechanisms of evolution have zero ability to evolve for truth. They only can evolve for survivability. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant. And
Throwing out truth seems like a pretty important thing to throw out.
No, not throwing.
I would hold on to truth personally.
No, not throwing truth out itself, but that there's deeper truths that we can't see simply from our evolved faculties. So we have to use. Well, let me switch that. So he calls this. Let's see. You know what a GUI is? Like on a computer or on your phone?
The graphic user interface?
Right, so you interact with the device through that, right? So you see that. But what the machine is doing behind the scenes is way more complicated than that, right? And so basically that's a crude analogy where he puts reality itself that we interact with is essentially a top-tier interface for everything else that's going on underneath on a very small scale. Very small states of time and very small states of energy.
I posted a link, AI Ardent. Is that what you're talking about?
Let me see. Let's see. Let me see. Yeah, that's a good one to get started with. Yeah, he talks about a lot of these concepts, and there are other people too that talk about it more in depth, especially in light of subjective idealism. Now, for those of you who don't know the history of the philosophy of subjective idealism and monism, there's a very famous guy who went down that track named Berkeley. Yes, is responsible for Berkeley College. It's actually named after him too. It's called Berkeleyan idealism. Now, you guys have heard, I'm sure, this whole light is a wave particle, this and that, and how do you get the quantum eraser and experiment, knowledge of the witch path, yada yada yada. If a tree falls in the forest, is anyone there to hear it? Well, when you study all that stuff together, you end up with this conclusion. If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, there is no tree. It only becomes a tree when someone arrives to hear it. Now, Berkeley solved this problem by saying, well, if no sentient agent is there to observe reality, then it can't possibly not exist, right? Because we still need it, at least as a probability function. So the information must be stored somewhere, and that must be a mind. He referred to it as the overmind. So reality and the rendering of reality is grounded in mind, which, by the way, fast forward to the present day, is concurrently agreeing with these modern physicists and, by the way, evolutionary biologists, which he does explain in that interview with Friedman. So yes, friends, if science is the way they claim, then the freight train is heading towards the conclusion that mind came first and everything else came later, which is essentially right in line with general theism, specific theism, pantheism, a lot of words that end in theism. Hey, that's not me saying it, man. I'm just the messenger.
Well, they didn't realize the universe was even created until, like Hubble, around that era, they started proposing, that the universe had a beginning. So at that time, they thought it was eternal. So it looks like the scientists are finally catching up with the old books.
How many times do you guys have to be told that no one thinks the universe started at the early inflation, the Hubble Big Bang theory, as you guys call it? How many times do you have to be told that before you listen?
No one thinks that the universe began at the Hubble inflationary Big Bang thingy.
Yeah, what don't you
Can we
understand
just talk
about
about
that?
the Earth?
So the argument is that it was always existing. It was just in a very dense area, and that it inflated outwards. No one thinks that that was the beginning of all of the universe. It was the beginning of the inflation that led to the ever expanding universe, but all the contents were always there. But you guys keep repeating the same shit again and again and again of, oh, that's when the universe
Always
started.
there?
No, that's when it expanded.
Okay. What was it doing before that?
We don't know. We just know that it was always there. I think the vast consensus amongst every field that has to do with it say that the view is that it's always existing. It just was at a hot dense state once, and now it's expanding outwards.
Oh, wait a minute. But you changed it mid-sentence from "we know it is" to "it's the view." So which is it? Is it a view or is it a knowledge?
I don't think I said we. Oh, yeah, it's knowledge, but knowledge doesn't have to be proven. But I think we know that it was a hot dense state, but we don't know what happened
You don't have
prior.
to prove. You don't have to prove that it always existed. You just know it. That's great.
Yeah, that's a consensus. In the same way, you can't prove God exists, you can't prove God created the universe, you can't prove creation, you can't prove any creator, but you still claim you know it. I'm sorry, was my sentence upsetting you so much you had to interrupt? What I really want is I really want you guys to stop repeating the same shit of the universe starting at the Big Bang. Can you all agree to that, please?
Well, can you please tell us about what happened before?
We don't know.
Yeah. So when did the first motion start and what caused it?
So we don't know.
Okay.
Do you know anything?
No, he doesn't know
lots of
anything.
stuff,
He just knows the universe always existed. That's all he knows.
Yeah, that's true. I do know that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Do you know why it's true?
Because you know it. That's why. It's a
No, because
tautological
it's
loop.
deductively true.
Really? How so? Explain.
So the two options are something existed prior to universe and was always existing, or the universe is always existing. So deductively, if you were to make an argument of something created the universe that was always existing, you'd then have to make an argument for that thing. But if you just say the universe is always existing, that is a tautology, which makes it deductively valid, which makes it true, gives you a true statement.
Holy crap, that was horrible, bro. You're just basically saying I choose to stop kicking the can down the road here.
Yeah, exactly. So you either have to choose to add something else that makes no sense, or you stop
That
at
actually
the
does make
logical
sense
endpoint.
because you need with matter and energy
complicated,
states. With matter and energy states, you need the initial event of the chain causation that's going to proceed ever since, and that must be greater than the sum of the thing itself, because the thing itself
No,
can't cause
that's
itself to move.
incorrect.
No, it isn't.
That's
It's
called
absolutely correct.
That's called the composition division fallacy. So try again.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is actually. So the sun is greater than the sum of its parts. The sum of its parts are just a lot of hydrogen together in one spot.
Oh, that's not, dude. That's not
It
even
is
what I
greater than that.
said.
It has extra
Holy crap.
properties. So it can actually
Holy
do
crap,
things that the individual parts of it, or even the sum of its parts, can't do. There are added properties, added like energies, added things.
Dumb bro, that's not what I said. It's not what I was talking about.
Ooh, we're getting salty now because you don't understand.
Or did you, dude? You literally can't
This guy
comprehend what I'm saying
understands.
long enough to answer what I'm actually saying. You're talking about something completely different.
This guy understands what he doesn't know.
Okay, think about it this way. An object at rest stays at rest until acted upon by an outside force. Right? Even that principle right there tells you there's something else acting upon the thing, right? So if the thing itself isn't in motion, then it needs something else to give it motion. The thing itself isn't giving itself motion, so it's easy to infer something greater than the conditions of the universe in the let's just call it the singularity, right? Something external to it, which must be greater than it and not it. So it must be greater than matter, greater than energy, greater than time, greater than all of those things. Right? There's only one type of thing that we've even speculated or thought to exist in the history of mankind that has such a property. All right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about if a car has an engine, right? Because it's made of metal, therefore metal is made of an engine. It's freaking retarded, bro.
So I never said anything about an engine, and that isn't the logical syllogism I used.
Oh my
But
goodness.
the problem that you're having, was someone else talking?
Yeah, the problem I'm having is you're unmuted, so I solved that problem. There we go. Problem solved. Dude, I'm not having a problem at all, bro.
I think we can chalk that up as another globe victory.
Yeah,
AI runs away.
That's nothing to do with the globe. AI runs away. From what, dude?
From the conversation.
That's not a
Yeah,
conversation, dude.
The problem you're having is that, no, you don't need some thing that's greater than the sum of the parts to kickstart the motion. It can be all internally created. So the sun, for instance, doesn't have something pushing all the hydrogen atoms together. It's the interactions between the hydrogen atoms pulling together. They interact through the bending and warping of space-time because they have mass, and that mass coalesces to the point where it squishes the atoms together to create a fusion reaction. So there's no reason why it can't be a set of internally consistent forces that were there at the beginning of this hyper-dense inflationary period that have caused everything else, including the early inflation of that.
That means they must have been there before the beginning, correct?
Yeah, always existing in a state of constant flux through internally consistent and internally
perpetual
derived
regressive motion.
forces.
Right. So infinite chain regression fallacy, right?
How is that a fallacy?
I don't know, dude. It's literally named an infinite regression fallacy, dude, because you need the precedent cause for the next cause ad infinitum into the past.
Yeah, so the cause is always there. The cause isn't having to build a new cause and a new cause and a new cause. It's an always causing thing.
So
it's just it might cause that thing to come together in a hot, dense state of universal matter, and then it may cause it again to expand outwards. So go ahead and try to debate that.
Dude, I don't need to debate it. You don't solve the infinite regression fallacy by just saying it's an infinite regressive cause. That's not how it works.
Why not? You're doing it with God. What caused God to exist? Oh, God's always existed. Oh, how did God always exist? Oh, well, God willed God to always exist as God.
Oh, dude,
if it's internally consistent for you guys, why isn't it consistent for us?
This is how dumb you are, dude. What I asked you was motion, bro. Motion.
Yes. And
oh my goodness,
I answered that.
You literally have like 2 brain cells, bro.
The internally consistent forces within the matter that has always existed will cause that matter to fluctuate inwards and outwards.
Define force. Define force. Define force.
Define what?
Force.
Force. An action upon a particle which changes its vector, speed, inertial properties, that sort of thing.
So motion, right?
No, it can change. Yeah, well, it can change motion, but it can do things like.
Okay, so is it motion itself?
To be squashed together with enough.
Does it possess motion?
In a fusion reaction.
Oh my goodness, dude! You're literally appealing to the horse pulling the cart to push the cart.
So you're saying that I can't appeal to a horse pulling a cart to say the cart is pulled by a horse?
Dude, it's
That's a
okay. Dude.
tautology.
I know. I know it's beyond you, so I'm not even going to bother. It's a waste of my
Yeah,
time.
but why can't it be an always existing
I
set
might
of
as well
matter?
be.
Why is
I
it not
might
a
as well
better
be a
answer to
split
that?
gem.
Why has got a better
Because
answer than an
God
always
doesn't
existing set of
require
matter?
motion, dude. Because God isn't made of matter, dude. That's why.
Uh-huh. So why does that matter? That just means you've added a whole new property of things that exist that you have no evidence for. Whereas mine's more parsimonious because it's only an answer derived of things we know to exist, which is matter, energy, fundamental forces.
No, that's not all that exists, bro.
Great, show me evidence of that.
What? Hold on. So you literally think that what you just named is all that exists? That's your claim?
I think that there are fundamental like fields. There's some substance to space-time that is existing, but it's not a mindful being. It's not supernatural.
Okay, so it's not. So then, do mindful beings exist at all?
Yeah, but they're all made up of matter and energy.
Okay, so you're stupid. So I'm just gonna waste. It's just a waste of time talking to someone as dumb as you.
What are you going to say, that consciousness comes from the soul or is immaterial? You can claim that, but there's no evidence of it.
Dude, how is there no evidence for that?
Because consciousness has never and will never exist outside of physical matter and energy states.
That's your
Unless you
claim,
have
right?
some evidence otherwise. Yeah, it's a claim based on induction. Yeah, so why is it reasonable to assume that there is some other way of having consciousness arrive when we've never seen it?
So I know you're behind the times. Like I was just explaining to your homeboys earlier, science is actually moving into proving that that's actually the case, that mind itself is eternal and matter and energy states came later. So
No, you're lying about that. Information doesn't imply a mind. Information is just a change to states. It has nothing to do with a mind.
You, and that'll be fine.
Yep, I've gone through all of this dozens of times. I've read some of the leading people about consciousness, and consciousness, like the idea of there being, superpositioning or quantum entanglement. It doesn't show that information must exist in a mind. Nowhere does anyone prove information can only exist in a mind. And we see lots of information that exists without a mind. It's just that information can't be turned into anything with meaning without a mind, which there's no reason to assume information would require meaning to exist.
Well, no, that's your opinion.
Yeah, so how about this? If I send out a radio wave, and I pack that radio wave with what I think is information, even if it's just a radio wave without information, and I don't have a receiver for that radio wave, so nothing can catch that radio wave, is there still information in that radio wave?
Yeah, you put it there.
Yeah, but there's no receiver, right? So if there's no minds, there's still information. That doesn't imply that a mind's required. Like the sun is putting out information all the time. If I'm alive and no conscious being is alive to catch that information, does it mean that there's no information?
Oh my god, dude.
Like a sound wave, if you can't hear, does that mean there's no sound? There's still percussion happening of the atmosphere.
Dude, percussion isn't information, dude.
Of course it is. It's a change in states. It's a variability. It's a wave function.
Dude, variability isn't information, dude.
Of course it is. That's all information is. Information is change over time, or some change to states, or some fluctuation, or some
so you have
wave, or change in the field.
You have an internal worldview definition of information that's congruent with your worldview. That's fine.
No, this is the physics worldview of information. What you're doing is you're equivocating between the general use the general use definition of information, which is the information you write down on a piece of paper, with the physics term information, which has a much broader meaning, which just means a change or fluctuation or a way of moving some field or energy state.
Oh my goodness! So a car 0 to 60, right? So if I drive a car really fast, I'm informing the road.
No, so the problem is you're informing implies a receiver, but the information doesn't. So you're causing information to be generated when you drive 0 to 60, but the road, not being a receiver, can't pick up that information.
Wow.
You guys are always so surprised by like a well-reasoned...
dude, that's not well-reasoned, dude.
Of course it is. You said informed, which implies something that can receive the information. I'm talking about information, which is the thing itself.
Right, so the wheel spinning itself is information. That's your claim.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right.
We're just smart enough to turn that into some form of like brain state change that can lead us to patterns. We're capable of receiving that information. Doesn't mean we need to exist. The brain needs to exist in order to cause the information or the information to exist. Like, do you have an argument for that? Why do you need a receiver in order for the information to exist?
Dude, I have a rule that I only interact with electric walking mud puddles for no greater than 10 minutes, and your time is over.
Oops, upsetty spaghetti, so he's got to walk away. All right, see you guys. Love you. Bye-bye. Love you.
It's not about being upset, dude. It's about being bored.
I don't even understand what you guys are even debating. Like,
dude, he's debating that the internal mind of a sentient agent is matter and energy.
What? Why?
And not a being in itself. That's what he wants to believe.
So he's basically saying we're just rocks.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what does that have to do with flat Earth and all and anything really? Whatever.
Well, dude, what it has to do with is the metaphysical claims that are intrinsically linked to ideas like Big Bangs, solar systems, expanding universes. Oh, or what about Carl Sagan, where he said, oh, look at this pale blue dot in an insignificant corner of an insignificant galaxy, in an insignificant quadrant of an ever-expanding universe. You are just an insignificant speck of dust.
Well, Carl Sagan's a fag and a fraud, so...
Well, there you go. So, but that's just how it's relevant, dude, is that
I
the cosmos. Yeah, gotcha.
You got it. I just wasn't... he's going on and on. I dropped in at like the halfway mark or 3/4, and I just started hearing some...
Yeah, no problem, bro. He got triggered because I was telling him that evolutionary biologists and physicists together in concert are working on tentatively a concept of reality in which the fundamental unit of reality is not matter or energy states, but rather mind itself. In other words, consciousness exists eternally, and matter and energy states are derivative from it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good.
So as soon as they heard that, they say, wait a minute, if an eternal mind exists, then that means there might be a God, and I can't have that, so I'm going to come in here and convince everyone that the mind is actually just a rock with water poured on it and then zapped with a bolt of lightning.
No, I would love for a God to exist, but you haven't yet provided any real evidence for this thing that you're claiming, only a misunderstanding of whatever these leading scientists are saying about it.
Dude, are you dumb, dude? There's no misunderstanding, dude.
Most of us would have no problem with the God because I'm pretty sure that if there were one, it wouldn't be the petty little thing that the Christians believe in.
He singled them out of all the gods in the world.
And I live in America.
How many gods
I live
are
in
there?
America.
Out of all time.
You don't want to answer your question. I get it.
Isn't there like 33,000 Hindu gods alone?
You don't want to answer your question, do you? You don't want to answer your question, do you?
Go ahead and answer.
I just answered you, but because I live in America and it's the dominant religion here. And
Gaslight champion.
And as far as I know,
Gaslight champion McKay here.
And as far as I know, the Abrahamic God's the only petty one. I don't know if these other ones are petty. I don't know anything about them.
They're the worst, dude. All the other gods, most of them are just modeled after human relationships, essentially. Like they get horny, they bang each other, they rob from each other, they do all this conniving and background things. It's basically like drama. You know, like we have teenage high school dramas, or like a Melrose Place. It's basically that.
Okay. Don't believe in those either, though. So.
Except for, hold on though, except for this one, which I'm gonna roll this back to not saying that it's a god per se. It's more of a universal consciousness. So it's not like there's a singular entity that is God, and then there's a bunch of subordinate entities, but rather an aggregate form of the pluricity of entities is the one entity. So that's kind of not like there is a God. It's more like I am God, or an expression of God, a part of God. And so is everything else.
Well, you know, from one atheist perspective, me, whether that thing exists or not, and whether that's the reason we exist or not, is completely irrelevant to how I'm going to do anything in my life. So I just continue to go on exactly as I am right now. And so if it did exist and it was the reason for our existence, I still don't care.
Right, that's why you keep coming to this channel, right? Keep gaslighting, McKay. Keep gaslighting.
If you don't care, why do you come here?
How often do you guys talk about this other god that AI is talking about right now? Never?
Everybody talks about the day that
You're just going to sidestep that question because I come here because I care. Like, I want to hear the conversation. I want to see the information that people are sharing. I actually like some of these people in here.
You really don't listen very closely, do you?
So why do you come here?
I've said this like 10 times now when people have asked me.
Because you don't care?
No, I do care.
No, gaslights, man. He's here to gaslight. That's the reason, bro.
So all of a sudden he cares.
I just said this earlier today when someone asked me. What was it? Geeks was asking me. He asked me those 3 questions, right? And I told him I come here to see what it is about people who get settled knowledge wrong. How can you guys not understand the world's a globe? I'm very interested in how you come to the positions you do.
Can you define settled knowledge?
Yes.
Tell me about
things that humanity has known for 1,000 years.
Kind of like you should wash your hands after you touch a dead body, like it says in the Old
Oh, you
Testament.
mean like that consciousness is eternal?
No,
and
I
matter
mean
and
like
energy came into being? That thing that people have known for thousands of years?
they haven't known that for 1,000 years.
Are you sure?
They don't even
Because
know that.
there's
They don't even know
writings
that
that are
now.
thousands of years old that say so.
Well, it doesn't even make it true now. But the fact, but the shape of the shape of the place we live is beyond obvious. I mean, there's zero question about it. It's not even. But what I've been hearing,
obvious? What's the most obvious part about it?
we know the
It's so
distance from
prima facie obvious.
we know the distance from every city to every city on the planet, and that we know that we live on a surface, and there's only one shape of that surface that can make all those distances correct.
You're stupid.
And this is one of the things I've learned from being here is that you guys don't understand how that's necessarily true. And so maybe you lack the mathematical ability to visualize that you can only
Scott. Don't gaslight. You lack the mathematical ability here.
Don't
Gaslight here. You gaslighting asshole.
Those distances across a surface can only be plotted on one shape.
Prove it.
This is the thing. If you don't understand
Get into a car, put the odometer to 0 and drive and then prove that you're right. Fucking
so what? Yeah,
moron.
and what I've come
And
to
guess
the
what? Those
conclusion
maps that you're
lately
going to
is
use are flat maps, you know. So it's called an atlas, right? So you open up an atlas, right? There's fucking hundreds or thousands of pages in this fucking atlas, right? So you go to this index, right? So you try and find your city that you're trying to go to in this fucking index, right? This fucking index tells you, okay, so you go to page this, and in these coordinates, that's where the fucking city is, right? And then from that point on, you fucking find where you are, and then you use the fucking atlas to travel. And guess what? The whole fucking atlas is flat. Hey, buddy, now go grab a fucking car, put it to 0, and then fucking test that measurement. And guess what? It's going to be fucking accurate to a certain tolerance of error, right? And guess what? It's been driven over a fucking flat map. You stupid motherfucker. That's how we've been traveling across fucking the whole fucking world using fucking flat maps and atlases. You stupid motherfucking gaslighting cocksucker. Go fuck yourself.
that's why I come. That's why I come here. Right
Exactly, because you're a dumb fuck.
That's just
And
a
you're trying to
treasure
find an
trove.
education, you dumb motherfucker. Go
That's a
fuck yourself.
treasure trove of
Gaslighting.
that's a treasure trove of data for me right there. What's really driving that response? Because it certainly can't be anything I said, because what I said is just patently true. Where is the resistance coming in? That's what I'm here for. I'm trying to understand the nature of that resistance. And the nature of all your resistances. Why can't you? I mean, there's only one shape.
Go be a communist somewhere else.
Okay.
Is this the part where Mr. Smith says, "Why do you do it? Why do you get up? Why do you persist?"
Yeah, the one
Well,
shape.
you
That's what you were
asked,
asking
Larry.
Scott.
You asked, Larry. So I answered. That's my answer.
I don't know, bro. See, it's the guys that I just was talking about earlier. Their group says that it's patently true and self-evident that when you research the matter and energy states that they have access to, that it's obvious that the fundamental unit of reality is consciousness itself, and consciousness must be eternal in the first order. Right?
I have no idea about any of that.
Yeah,
I don't
but
think
you
he's
do
like,
understand that distances between cities is a much simpler concept and much more well known, right?
Well, I don't know, bro. So you got to think about it this way.
Yeah.
The self-evident mind is the simplest concept. Period.
Not even close.
Are you kidding me, dude? It's literally the foundation of knowledge itself. It's self-awareness. It's the starting point. It's the thing that cannot not be true. It's the only thing that can't be otherwise. The external world could be an illusion of the mind, but the mind itself cannot be an illusion of the mind. It's not possible in principle. While it remains possible in principle for all the extent of the outside world to be illusory in nature.
Is it possible for you to be an illusion of my mind?
Yes.
No, it's not, and you know that
for all
because
you know.
you know you're real. And the fact that you responded to me is the evidence that I know that you know I'm real.
Wrong, dude.
And
So you think that the fact that you heard sounds, so you think the fact that you heard sounds inside your mind is proof of an external mind? Good grief, dude.
But you know, if you're honest, you're arguing with me right now. You are arguing with me. Two different people, two different minds, arguing with each other right this very moment. Let's accept that and move on and see what else we can figure out about the world, and not be
Right.
stuck on
So
these
if that's the case,
pedantries.
so okay. So if that's the case, then that means that I proved my point.
That what? Did you prove your point to me?
You're claiming that you're a mind, right? And that proves my point, dude.
So you proved a point to me?
No, you proved it to yourself. If indeed you are a sentient mind, you proved it to yourself. If you're an NPC, then it doesn't really matter because you're just an electric talking mud puddle box.
That's ad hominem.
I proved it to myself through the illusion of the argument with you. You don't believe that, though. But you don't
Holy
believe that.
crap, dude.
You don't believe I'm an illusion. Or you're an
It
illusion.
doesn't
You know
matter.
you're real.
It doesn't matter.
It does, though.
No, it
If
doesn't,
you
dude. The
if
point
you
the
if you and
point
I want to
is
move
that
past
to the
anything,
sentient agent, the self-awareness of the sentient mind is a self-evident fact. It cannot be otherwise.
I agree.
Not even in principle.
I
So
agree.
if you
There's a whole bunch,
possess
Okay,
that
so we can move
quality,
on.
but there are a whole bunch of things that can't be otherwise either.
Okay, man, can
like
we
what?
move on?
Like you exist.
Oh, that could be
I mean,
otherwise.
No, it can't.
you
You
don't know
exist.
that though.
You
You don't
exist.
know
If
that.
I do know
There's no
that,
way
though.
you can know that. You're just
But I do
trusting what
know
I'm
that.
saying. You're
But I
trusting
do
that
know
I am
that.
real. No, no.
Yes.
Using your perception, you cannot tell that. The only way you could prove that logically is if you could, uh, like tell, like, there is no way you can prove it.
Prove it to who?
He would have to experience my mind internally. That's the only way to
No.
prove it.
Prove it to who? I've proven it to
Prove it in
myself.
Logically
principle.
speaking, yeah, like just prove it in general.
That doesn't make any sense. You understand that, right?
It makes
No, it's not
perfect
about
sense.
proving it to someone. You're just
No,
convincing yourself of something.
it's always about proving it to someone else. That's the only
Well,
reason we speak.
all you're doing is convincing yourself of something based off of little evidence.
And who is that telling me that right now? You or my imagination?
I mean, I could be your imagination.
No, you
For
can't,
all
and
you
you
know.
know it. No.
For all you know, I could be a piece of your imagination.
How do you know what I know?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that your experience is like my experience.
Wait, who's assuming?
Where I'm assuming.
Oh, you're assuming. So you
Right,
exist. All right, thank you.
unless you
All
can
right,
experience
let's move
multiple
on.
minds at the same time. Unless you
But
can
you exist. I
experience multiple
agree. You
So
exist. I
Scott,
agree. Let's move on.
So your arbiter of whether or not a person is an NPC or actually a sentient agent is simply them saying the words "me" or "I'm."
You have to pass the Turing test.
You realize a recording device can say the word "I'm" or "me" right?
Yes, I know, and that recording device will be made by another sentient being. Will be made by someone in the external
Well,
world
so
from my
says
mind.
you. So says you.
How else does the recording get there?
I don't know. Your mind
Oh,
can be making reality.
It's generated by your mind. There you go.
All right.
The presence of the recording isn't concrete until you experience it. So it's an experience in your mind. That's the only thing you know for certain.
All right. Well, what I've learned over the years is that having this particular argument never gets anywhere.
Right. So why'd you fight me on it? Because listen, this all started because I just said that the presence and self-evidence of the internal mind is the starting point for everything. Right? A simple yes, of course, would have been great.
And I basically did say that. I said yes, but there's lots of other things we can know.
Not in the same way.
I don't care if it's in the same way. It's just as known.
Okay. Let's just move on then. 'Cause like I said,
Okay.
this is not going anywhere.
I agree. It's not going anywhere.
It never does with Scott. Scott is
Come
a
on, man.
gaslighting asshole.
Oh, that's a personal attack.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
he's
that's
still
to
an
the point.
asshole.
That's okay.
It's
That's okay.
fine.
That's what I do. That's
He
my
does.
thing.
Yeah, it's his thing. Let him do it.
Yeah, he can go fuck himself.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
why are
I
you
mean,
picking on Vlad? Hold on, friend. Why are you picking on Vlad for his disability? That's not allowed either.
I think he sounds like a bad human being, right? For someone to talk like that, just right off the cuff, if that's their
He's a
only
big meanie.
contribution to the
He's a big
conversation,
meanie.
I think they're scum.
Well, dude, not everyone is as articulate and amenable as you. Okay, so you need to be diversely aware of all the failings of the human condition and graciously accept them as being part to participate, you know? So, for example, would you let an autistic child in because you can't understand the way they speak? Would you make fun of them?
That's so you basically that's like the worst comparison I've ever seen.
Why?
Or heard
Listen,
of.
disabilities.
So if somebody is violent, I can just say
disabilities are intellectual, disabilities are physical, disabilities are neurochemical. There's all kinds of disabilities.
so there should just be no limit on violence and harassment.
Who's harassing
You're
you,
saying,
dude?
you know, because people who harass people and use violence, right? I mean, they're just disabled, according to you.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I mean, we shouldn't excuse their behavior, and we shouldn't have to put up with it.
Well, you
Who's
just
being
excuse that
violent?
guy.
Is anybody bleeding? Is anybody injured? They got financial loss? Who's being violent?
I'm not saying anyone
You,
is.
Larry.
Yeah, sticks and stones, bro.
Larry.
Did we ever get that citation?
So, citation
No,
of what?
Oh.
Citation of what?
What citation?
Just some Larry's claim, you know, like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he never provides the source, sadly.
What am I supposed to provide?
Yeah, it was a few days ago. Don't worry about it.
Could you
He
Look, we
doesn't
could
even
fix this.
remember, man. You
We
can't
could
even
fix
blame him
this.
for something he doesn't remember.
We can just ban PSYP until Larry provides the citation. How about that?
Sounds
Yeah,
like
but he
a good
doesn't
Sounds
even
good
idea.
to me.
remember. He doesn't even remember what he's supposed to be citing. So, like, you've been waiting for
Did
a
you
long
ask?
time.
Did you ask me when I was driving, or something? Probably asked me when I was
Yeah,
at work.
you remember. Yeah, it was about
I don't remember what it was.
something to do with light, and you saying it can't refraction the way we describe it can't exist because temperature goes from hot to cold, hot to cold, hot to cold.
I mean, we have
yeah.
seen temperature inversion. That's something that's documented where it goes the opposite way by some
So let me
portion
get
of the
this straight. You
atmosphere.
want me to provide a citation that, like, an area within a 10-mile stretch is not a perfect, like, 61 degrees, and it doesn't
No. I
fluctuate?
want you to provide a citation that says atmospheric refraction is, as we understand it, can't exist because the temperature goes from hot to cold, hot to cold, hot to cold.
What's a burden of proof reversal? You guys are saying that it happens. You show that it does. What the fuck?
I mean, the only reason to talk about refraction is if we're trying to say, if the other side is saying that, there's the black swan or something is a globe destroyer, and then we're trying to say that no, this can be explained with refraction. It's not something that like refraction will prove globe to you. It's just something that will mitigate an attack against the globe model.
In fact, it's so beautiful at mitigating it that it actually has a 60 billion mile radius mulligan. So any observation, 60 billion. So you can inflate the radius of the Earth up to 60 billion miles to account for any observation. So in other words, there's no observation that can falsify the globe due to geometric constraints because you can just claim wonkly donkly light. So it makes it an unfalsifiable, essentially circular reasoning or barefaced assertion or just fancy pants.
Sure,
Not quite. I kind of understand what you're saying, but I think it's more like seeing far is not a falsification of the globe. Not to say it's unfalsifiable. Of course, it's falsifiable.
Okay, really? Then what's the tolerance?
What do you mean, like what the falsifiers are?
Okay, so for example, if you saw something 3,000 miles away, right, that's supposed to be below like 100 miles of curve, what would your answer be? Well, we already know what your answer would be. Refraction, that's what your answer would be. Your answer wouldn't be, oh, that's beyond the limits of refraction, therefore the Earth can't be a globe. Right? Your answer would be refraction.
Falsify.
We all know that.
No, you could falsify if you knew the atmospheric conditions and measured them.
No, dude, you're wrong,
Yes,
sir.
you could.
You're wrong.
Because all the refraction's based off the atmospheric conditions. If it doesn't match up, right, then it doesn't match up. That's something
Dude,
against the globe model.
that is
Definitely.
not how it works, dude. That's not how it works.
Why is it not how it works?
I'll explain. So, one of the most famous Earth curve calculators is made by Mr. Walter Bislin. Okay. Walter Bislin's Advanced Earth Curve Calculator is what it's called. Now, in that calculator, he has what's called a refraction slider and different refraction, quote unquote, math to account for. Now, it's not actually adding any refraction. What it actually does is inflates the radius of the circle that it's measuring off of when it makes its orthographic projection of what you should and shouldn't see. So what this does is it assumes a straight path of light and inflates the radius of the Earth. Now, interestingly enough, there are supersediary observations that happened out in the Canigou Mountains, affectionately known as the Canigou long-distance photography world record holder, right? Now, this mountain range should be a mile below the hidden height based on the Earth curve calculator. So what did Mr. Walter Bislin do? He invented an entirely new form of refraction for his calculator called extreme refraction category. And the extreme refraction category is the exact amount of rate that would be needed to explain the Canigou shot away. Did he measure it? No. He just back calculated it and put it in there and named it. Now, me and my friend, which I forget his name right now, I believe it was Stewie. We were live on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord going through this calculator, right? And applying it to the Canigou shot and seeing the uncanny similarity between the math. Right? So in other words, Walter Bislin used this whole concept as a post hoc excuse. And if we had had a mountain that was 50 more miles away, he would have done the same thing. And if we had had a mountain that was 100 more miles away, he would have done the same thing. Hey, they never check out the conditions, dude. They just back engineer what would be needed and then claim that must have been what was present. However, when we do laser tests, where you do measure the refraction at one end and the other, where you use a tri-band or dual-band laser to do the calculations for the refraction, and you find that you defeat the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, when you have that, do Globers say, oh my goodness, you actually did something here? No, they say, oh, refraction. So no matter what, if you go left, it's refraction. If you go right, it's refraction, okay? There's no falsifying it, dude.
So, okay. I mean, the one thing that I'd ask for is a citation on where he uses a different category of refraction, like the extreme refraction category. Right? If what you're saying is indeed true, then that's really troubling. Right? If you have to invent a whole new category with a whole set of different principles and how light bends,
Well,
not just adjusting
no. It's
temperature,
not
of
about
course.
light, though. You're missing something. It's not about light. So
I
the
mean,
general way in which
I
it's
get.
done is it's just a geometric orthographic projection of a circle and a tangent line. And what's above or below that tangent line? What's below would be considered hidden, and what's above would be considered visible. And obviously, as the arc of the circle falls away past the tangent intersection point, the bottom of the object would be ever below that line, correct?
Yes.
Right. So when they do an observation, and then let's just say a flat earther or someone who's curious might say, why can I see this building. It should be hidden below this line. What happens is that you go to these calculators, and rather than applying anything about light or temperature or anything, you apply a formula that simply increases the circle. Now, when you increase the size of the circle, you drop the arc, known as the sagitta, between point A and point B. And that makes it to where that line of intersection is now lower and lower and lower, and then you can see, quote unquote, on the orthographic projection, more of what you're looking at. And since then it matches with what you see by saying, okay, now I see this whole mountain when I shouldn't. But if you do this formula to the circle, now it shows you should see the mountain. So then you simply claim that that's the refraction that was present. Problem solved.
Right. I'm still like
And
kind of
yes, it
doubting
is highly
whether.
troubling.
Well, because here's the thing though, like I played around with the refraction tool myself, and like it seems like sure, like increasing the size of the Earth would be a cool shortcut for, you know, matching up with the equations and whatnot, but I don't think that's what's happening because like if I were just to increase or decrease the size of the Earth depending on whatever number I put in for refraction indexes, then I wouldn't expect to see like I would expect to see like very uniform refraction. But like if you alter like the Bezier curve of the temperature gradient or whatever, you see some very like warping, like a lot of warping and stuff that I don't think would be seen just by increasing the size and then doing an orthogonal projection. I'm trying to find a simulation so I could show you what I mean, but it just seems like it's a little bit more complex than just increasing and decreasing to put it over or below the eye level or horizon line.
Yeah, see, the
But
problem is that
let me find it first.
the problem is
Let me
that
find this.
here's the problem. In any path where you're trying to say that the light is changing, right? That you have infinite path variability with Fermat's principle, right? Because you don't have isotropic media with discrete boundaries, right? So you can't use refraction at all. Okay, the law of refraction isn't going to work, period. So even to claim it's refraction is nonsense. You have to use something that's not the law of refraction, because if it's the law of refraction, you can't preserve the normal line because you don't have a discrete boundary. So you pick an infinite amount of points, and at every point, you can adjust at every point, one more time, at every point, which is infinite, you can adjust the angle. So you can trace an arc of light back to any source. Okay? All you have to do is increase the amount of quote-unquote infinite boundaries.
Well, there are some rules you have to work within, right? Like within the tool, you can vary and manipulate as you wish, but like it's not like every segment on a path of light can be like manipulated and fine-tuned like that. You're working with the assumption that uh like a path of light at the same elevation as another point of the same. So one point on the path of light and another point on the path on light, if they're at the same elevation, then they must have the same uh, bending, essentially, or the
Perfect. So
same.
now that you said that,
Yeah.
check this out. Refractive index is wavelength dependent. That means that each color of light refracts differently, correct?
Yes.
Absolutely. That's how prisms work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Light goes in at one angle, every different band of color comes out at a different angle, and that's why they're separated, because they refracted differently. So if that's the case, then if you're traveling through the same atmosphere with different light colors making up the single light, then you should have chromatic aberration at range, which you don't. Secondly, the military, in cooperation with some university's physics and optics department, tested a tri-band laser in the Hawaiian Islands at 140 kilometers, if I'm not mistaken, it might have been 120. And they fired the laser from one Hawaiian island to another, and aimed at a telescope, a 4-meter telescope, to receive the lasers. 3 different colors. All 3 lasers hit the telescope. Now,
Four
if it's
meters.
the
That's a pretty
case,
large aperture, right?
yeah, so if it's the case that terrestrial refraction functions in the way in which the Cold model describes, it should have been impossible for all 4 lasers to hit the target. 2 of them should have missed.
Are you sure though? Right? Because
Yeah, I'm
get that a
so sure.
prism.
This is how sure I am. Home, check this out, bro, friend. I'm so sure because 2 people perused the data. One of them even wrote his thesis on it. They didn't know this ahead of time. They just got the data and then started crunching the numbers and realized, wait a minute, this should not be possible. And they had to chuck out the refraction model and try to evolve a new one. Now, keep in mind, the quote-unquote globe refraction model is based on the assumption of, a particular radius, and that the atmosphere is quote-unquote curved, that light is passing through different bands of density that are kind of arranged in a curvilinear manner. But that's not the results that they got. They didn't get these 3 different arcs of the wavelength bending around this magical curve. That's not what happened. Then also, you look in a similar way, Dr. John Dee, who, by the way, is a physicist specializing in optics, heard about flat Earth, decided to use his specialty, went out, took a dual band laser for the same reason, because of the different refraction index, so he could mitigate, what's going on, and understand whether his laser's shooting straight or curved by seeing where they arrive at based on what the refraction index should be. Right, he put his laser inches off of the surface of water, and I believe even once a frozen lake. And he got the laser on the other side at the reception target. So, in the construction, that's called a laser transit, where you have a storyboard and a laser, and then you have a level line, which is essentially the laser beam. And you get the distance from the laser beam to the surface. Right? And so where there should be a big hump obstructing the laser beam, they receive it at the other end. Then you got then you got the FE core took a laser to Lake Idsel and shot a laser 25 miles. 25 miles, and it hit the target. So another laser transit methodology where the target should have been 90 meters off the hidden height, yet the laser arrived at the target. Now,
I mean,
I'll make it clear. I'll make it clear. Hold on. I'll make it clear. These are not consistent with the terrestrial refraction model at all. In fact, some of them disrupt it by 2 orders of magnitude. But I want to be clear again. There's only one reply that will ever be heard from the globe side, and that is refraction, refraction, refraction. Because that's the only hope. If the Earth's a globe and these things supersede it according to that, the only thing they can do is claim that the path of light took a path, because we already know the Earth's a globe. That's it. But this isn't true of everyone. Okay, let me tell you why. So, for example, Dr. John Dee went out and did his tests, and did he slick his heels and dig them into the sand and say no? No. What he did is he believed his results based on his expertise, and he's now a flat earther, and so are many other people.
Okay. I mean, it's a lot to digest. I mean, I will speak on the FE core experiment. I remember reading like a study, and they said that they accounted for refraction and all that. But then when I looked at the study, the way they calculated refraction was like imagining it as two boundaries. Like they kind of discounted the whole idea of the gradient. So it kind of seemed like their verification was like flawed in that one. I mean, I don't really have this link anymore. I don't remember much from it, but I'm not too fond of FE Core because I know that they've messed up.
Well, the thing is, dude, is where's the proof of the deflection of that type of laser, dude? There's deflections and divergence in the M-GONs, right? Which is some kind of measurement, right? And I think the other one did it to like between 2 and 5, which would only move the laser across 25 miles, like a maximum of 8 feet. So the laser would be deflected in a curved ray at best, less than, well, if it's 90 meters, man, going back to 200 meters and feet, but whatever. So 90, let's just do 9 times 3. It's 27, 9 times 3, 180. Heck, no, 270. So you got triple digits and then single digits. So it's still 2 orders of magnitude. So the Lake Itzel test defeats even the terrestrial refraction model by 2 orders of magnitude.
What's the test? Which lake did they do it at?
Itzel. Want to say it's spelled IJJSIL.
JJSIL. So, okay. In Italy. Okay, I'm gonna search up the laser experiment that they did. Sounds interesting.
Well, listen, Fred, I actually got for you, if you want it, I got a video of the dudes that they made their own little documentary of how they built the laser, how they decided where to go, and an
Yeah, that'd be really
associated
helpful.
document. All right, give me a second. I gotta go back to the other server to get it.
See how smooth the conversations go when the zealots aren't here just chanting, "Nuh-uh."
No.
I think it's usually mixed up with something like, "Nuh-uh, don't breathe. Nuh-uh, drink bleach. Nuh-uh."
The hand wavers.
Yeah.
That's irrelevant.
That's irrelevant. That's negligible. That's not what I'm saying. Nuh-uh.
No.
All the zealots are here.
Oh, I forgot Mackie. The
Oh
settled
yeah,
science
Mackey's
guy.
here.
Scott. The settled science guy, Mackie.
The Scott Mackey who can't tell me how far away refraction starts to drop off at. Yeah.
It's
What do you
whatever
mean,
the number
refractions?
needs to be, and whatever they need it to be.
Right,
Covers
right.
everything.
I don't know what the maximum refraction atmosphere can generate. Never looked into it.
Why can't you give me an answer? I don't understand. You seem to be quite the scholar, but not on this.
Because I don't know it.
I mean, it seems like a pretty simple answer. Like, can you just Google it real quick, or?
I could.
Just what's the limit of reflection?
Listen, friend, the answer of how much refraction there is, or how much refraction there could be, is always the same answer. Exactly how much is needed.
Right.
But anyway, that being said, That being said, I posted the two things for you who I was speaking to. There's a video there. It's done by the crew that did it. They show the laser, they show how they make the aiming device, their setup, how they're planning to do it, all that, and then the associated document talks about the results, the measurements they got, the different sites, all that kind of stuff. There was like 17 measurements or something like that. I can't remember exactly.
Do they ever explain why they use lasers?
Do they explain why they use lasers?
Yeah. I mean, light's light, right? I mean, if you can see a flashlight from the other side, it's the same thing. Or car headlights, or, you know.
Well, I mean, lasers are a coherent light beam.
So?
And it's collimated.
What difference does that make?
So, well, I mean, you got the inverse square law problem. Right? You got diffusion. You got ambient occlusion.
No, you don't say. You
Okay,
don't think we
laser
could see?
flash.
You don't think we can see his headlights from 10 miles away? Sure, we could.
Oh yeah, depending, sure.
I think they thought something special is about laser lights.
Oh, there is.
What's your theory, Scott?
They don't know what light is,
I
and
think
they
it's because
don't
it
know how it
sounds
works.
fancier.
Yeah.
Sounds more scientific.
Yeah.
Seems more legit.
Mhm.
I don't know. I think you guys are dead wrong on that.
Okay.
Oh,
Tell me why they use
Chester
lasers
Buckley.
then.
Oof.
Why do you think they did then, Chester?
I think lasers have the ability to reach distances that a headlight would not.
Hmm.
Yeah, a little interesting, huh? I mean, think about it a little
Aren't they
bit.
both light?
What have? That's not true.
Yeah, so you're telling me a headlight reaches the same distance as lasers, Scott? Is that what you're really saying?
Well, I can see
Reaches
headlights
the
from 10
same
miles away for
distance.
sure.
I mean, you can see like a small flame across like a big, quite a big distance.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
pretty logical. It's pretty logical why this is true, because there's legal limits on headlights. So you're not going to have like really strong headlights. However, lasers.
Yeah, to avoid blinding other drivers, not because the light can't travel far.
Exactly. This is
What
epic
is the
stuff.
light collimated with a laser?
Arguments that the GF6 guys have today is
doesn't need to
headlights
be.
are equivalent to lasers. Are you guys serious?
Yeah, I remember
Photons
the
are
last time.
photons,
Astute
man.
observation, Chester. Well done. How about you say
I
this one
remember the
out?
last time I
Light,
burned
right?
my ass with a headlight, right? But you can burn your ass with a 5-watt laser, right?
There we go.
You never
Light
been in
is
an
light, man.
aeroplane and saw have you never been in an aeroplane and saw cars traveling on the ground? Because I have.
Ooh.
Even the other way, you can see like the lights flashing on an airplane from the ground.
Oh no, I don't believe that. That's a laser, obviously. That's got
Or
to be
you
a
can
laser.
see starlight
Oh,
from
is that laser?
quintillions of miles away. A scientist told me.
I can look
You're
out my
not
window
lasers.
right now.
He was joking.
I can look out my window right now and see people's porch lights and dining room lights
You know
on the
what?
mountains that are 10 miles away from me.
Yeah, I can see Seattle across the lake. All the city lights. I know. How
Hey,
is
remember
that
that law that
Okay,
they
so
passed where you can't
one
shine
specific
headlights?
reason. One specific
Are
reason
those
why
lasers?
They're
laser.
lasers, I think. Yeah, yeah.
Anyway,
Seattle people light their houses with lasers. Dang.
a lot of people do. It's quite expensive. So one reason why you might want to use a laser is because you want to aim it at multiple targets, be able to control where it's going to land. Right now, you might say, "Oh, well, I could just go to any location and just look at it, and then I'd be landing on me." But it's just one way of thinking about it. Maybe they wanted to aim it
I think it was the Jesuits who invented lasers first.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what, Scott? Why don't you watch their documentary? It's only an hour long, I think, and it's actually pretty entertaining, especially if you're interested in this topic at all. I think it's narrated mostly by Dr. Zach, which he's pretty lighthearted and jovial kind of person.
Can we just just reflect on the fact that Larry thinks the reasons why drivers don't have very, very, very bright headlights is because he thinks they don't want the light to travel far.
Yes.
That's not what I said. I said there's legal limitations
Really
on
remarkable.
But
It's really.
if I could just get a
photons
word
are-
in,
Yeah, if you guys might
do I
shut
have
up for a
to
second,
mute-
you'll hear his actual answer.
Do I have to mute?
Photons are legally
Still going.
constrained.
Okay. I really don't get it, guys. So, remember that time they passed a law where you can't shine headlights at airplanes? Oh yeah, me neither, right? They limited lasers. Why lasers and not other lights, guys? Can you answer that?
Oh, they're muted right now. I want to unmute
I can
them.
answer.
Yeah.
Lasers can hurt your eye.
What about headlights? Do they hurt your eyes? When you're
Depends on
5
how
miles
strong they
up?
are.
When you're
Depends
5
on
miles
how
up?
strong. No,
Why not, guys?
it's different intensity, I guess.
Oh, intensity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Intensity at what?
The thing we're getting at here is that the point of this test is whether you can see this light across a great distance. The intensity of the beam doesn't really matter as long as you can see it.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
It doesn't really matter if you can see it still.
It's not
5-10 miles away.
Dude, with a laser, you have collimated light, specific divergence scale. So you know, essentially, if you're seeing the light, right, that it's coming at you at a particular angle. So if you have an omnidirectional light source that's not collimated, you could be looking at it from any angle and still receive quote-unquote photons, right?
No,
Well,
not
not
right.
necessarily. You can have a reflector that constrains,
Holy
where
crap.
it goes.
No, it's got to be originated from the source of the light bulb, right? It has to be originated from the headlight itself.
Okay, listen, dude. If a headlight is arced 7 inches, that's a pretty big headlight. Let's say 4 inches, right? It's emitting light, right? In
I
a
love this.
much broader scale than a laser would. Then that means you have more propagation angles, right?
Awesome.
No.
Oh my god, dude.
No, because there's only the
Are
photons
you
that hit
really
your eye.
that dumb, dude?
No, the ones that go above your head and the ones that hit your feet don't count. That's the only ones that hit your eye that matter.
That's right.
No, that's called reception angle, not propagation angle.
Well, the propagation angle is irrelevant, right?
Wrong. Listen,
Why
dude,
not?
if you place a laser at a particular location and it has a certain collimation to it, and it has a millirad divergence per 1,000 yards, right? And you know what that is, then that means that if you see it, you know what angle you're looking within a certain range, right? Specifically, if you just see a headlight, you don't actually know which angle you are to the headlight. All you know is you receive light from the headlight.
Well,
So
do
the
you know?
laser actually does have, listen, the laser actually does have more information available
Do you
about the
know?
nature of the reception of the light.
Or how far light can travel.
Goodness, dude. Listen, are the collection of your guys' intellect really too stupid to comprehend this?
Well,
we
think
are
we
the
comprehend it just fine, and you're the one not understanding it. I don't know what we do about that.
No, dude, you're retarded as fuck, and Peter's getting muted because I'm sick of him interrupting you, who's smarter than him.
But if we
Guys,
know,
you really
but
don't
if,
know why lasers are more powerful than a regular light?
no, we know lasers are more
That's not even
powerful.
the point, dude. Everybody knows lasers have a greater intensity at a greater range. What I'm talking about is a tighter angle at greater range.
No one's denying that either.
Well, I mean, Homeboy Sauce here seems to be not getting it.
We just
The
don't
argument
know
is
it's
that we can
relevant.
still see the light. We can still see the light. That's
Oh my goodness! One more time, dumbasses. If you understand the laser, where it is located in free space relative to you, and you understand the maximum divergence of the collimation that it can have at particular ranges, then you can understand your orientation relative to the laser by the reception angle. Holy crap, I'm not going to say this again. If you don't get it by now, you're just dumb as a rock.
Now I don't know how to respond to that then.
There's no response. It's either accept it or deny reality.
Or
I'm
you're
gonna
wrong.
unmute. I'm gonna unmute. Hold on, friend. I gotta unmute Peter. Shouldn't be persecuted that much just because you're too dumb.
as well.
Unmade Yui too. He wasn't that mean.
Well, I want to respond. I mean, I had two options: accept or deny reality, and those are some strong words coming from a grown-up man who believes the Earth is flat. Just wanted to say that.
Wow, quite that hom, bro. Great argument. Solid.
Yeah, I know. Just for context,
Fair
this
enough.
was a grown-up man
Fair
in his
enough,
50s
Peter.
who thinks the Earth is flat.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Likewise, a
Right.
grown-up man thinking the Earth is a made-up ball. Yeah. Right.
Well, hold on. We're gonna unmute Yui. So hopefully Yui understands what a triangle is. Okay, here we go. See if Yui can grasp it. All right, go ahead, bro.
What was the question?
My goodness. The question is, okay, a laser, which is collimated, right? And they generally have a known divergence range. Because it's collimated at particular ranges, it's going to be, let's say, 1,000 yards is going to be 2 millirads. 2,000 yards is going to be 2.2, whatever. Whatever scale range it has based on the collimation and intensity and all that, right? So if you put the laser in a particular location and you go out in free space, off to the left, beyond the scope of the divergence of the laser, you're not going to see it. So if you do see the laser, you're generally in a certain area in front of where the laser is pointing. Now, transversely, if you have a regular light that's not collimated, you have a much broader range of available propagation angles to receive. So you could be way off to the left of a different type of light versus a laser. Does that make sense?
Yes, a laser's more focused than they're like a headlight or
There you
something.
go. So it has way more geometric information to offer you, correct?
Geometric information. I don't know what you mean by that. Do you mean just like you perceive it within a few meters?
No. Don't just listen. So if you're standing directly in front of me, right, and I'm standing directly in front of you, by virtue of you standing directly in front of me, and I stab forward with a sword and skewer you through the heart, you're dead. However, if you're standing over to the left and I stab forward, it's going to miss, correct?
That is correct.
So if the laser is shooting straight forward and you don't get blasted through with the laser beam, then that means you're not standing in front of the laser beam.
I would say so, yeah.
Whoa. Well, that's it.
So, by virtue of being hit by the laser, you have geometric information of your location relative to the laser versus a light that just emanates in 360 degrees, right?
Yeah, depending on how far away it is.
Love of God, there you go. So,
He's talking
there
about
actually
accuracy.
is, I'm just saying there actually is a reason that you could want to use a laser over just any light source.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not a case of like the Larry argument, which is, headlights and so on, like stemming the path, the distance of light. I think lasers obviously are a bit more focused than a headlight. Everyone would agree with that.
Right. So we said all that just to say, why would someone choose to use a laser for this type of test rather than just any kind of light source? And I think I answered it in spades. And anybody who doesn't understand now just should go eat some Wheaties, covered in sugar.
What was the point of the laser, though? What was the case trying to be made? Was it like the laser tests that flat earthers do are valid? Is that what the argument was?
No. The argument was, why would they use a laser?
For what?
To do a test with a laser.
Oh, right. Okay. So, yeah, but it would make sense if you were trying to find out, 1 meter, using a laser a few meters away, maybe a few, I don't know, a few hundred meters away. But at some point, there's going to be errors that could be created by the atmosphere and other things. And I think lasers do diverge as well, don't they?
Yes.
Well, I don't know much about lasers. You're better off asking Scott than me.
Dude. Scott's the genius that asked why they would use a laser rather than just any light source. Shouldn't any light source be just the same?
Well, if their goal is to see if it makes it over the curve of the lake, then any light source should do.
What?
No, if they if they're standing on one side of the lake and they turn on the headlight on the other side of the lake and they see the headlight go on, the light made it over the lake.
Okay, so I'll tell you. Okay, you know what, dude? Here's one I'll throw at you. So if you create a leveling device for your laser, and you create an aiming sled with a precision of like 1 in 30,000th, I think it's actually more than that. I think it was 76,000th. You can then horizontally pan the laser itself while maintaining its level through multiple targets and get the mitigation of any refraction at each target point.
How does
That's
that
something.
work? How do you mitigate refraction?
Hold on, dude.
Okay.
So at least in principle, that's something just any old light source couldn't do, right?
As soon as you tell me how you can mitigate refraction.
It doesn't matter. Okay, any old light source isn't going to be able to pan between multiple targets on a single axis being leveled, right? So that is something that only a laser could do, period. So you couldn't just use a lantern for that.
Well, a lantern wouldn't have to pan, right? You can go to each target and you can see the lantern from each target, and therefore the light's hitting each target.
Right, but you haven't oriented it level, dude.
Well,
The whole point is no, it's not level, dude.
The level does nothing
Because
for
you
you in
don't
this
know.
experiment.
Yes, dude. The level is
But,
the whole freaking point, dude.
no, because the Glober's claim would be that the light, even though it started level, is refracting downwards.
Oh my goodness, dude. You know what, dude?
That is our claim, right?
Listen, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt today that you bought the wrong brand of coffee, because you're usually not this stupid.
Wait, but isn't that our claim? You can level the light, but it will refract downwards, and that's the reason it's hitting the other side of the lake.
That's not the point.
What's the point then? What's the point of leveling it?
Point is, you need the baseline of level in the first place. Otherwise, you don't know which packet of light you've received.
You receive the packet that originated from wherever the laser is, and you know the height of the laser.
Holy crap, dude.
Hold on, time out. Scott thinks that science is settled when you don't isolate for variables.
Okay, so anyway, to answer Scott's question, in principle, I believe the way in which they were attempting to mitigate refraction in the sense of understand its effects so they know whether or not it's really bad that day was by panning through the targets at different ranges. You're not
Like,
going to have
even
different
lasers
angles.
have like their own problems, right? And you have to like collimate. There's even like gadgets to collimate lasers because eventually, over distance and
Yeah,
to do that, they're
that's
going to diverge, right? They're going to go like
we
a
know
chemical
that. Yeah,
system.
we got it. Yeah,
And yeah, there's a limit to everything, man.
yeah, we know
Limits to
that.
all
Yeah,
optics. That's why you're probably better with a rectilinear.
yeah. Okay, so anyway, so by panning through the different targets, you're going to have different ranges and different angles across the water, right? So it's going to be passing through different temperatures and all this other stuff. And if it were the WGS-84, it'd be passing through different arcs, right? So each angle of attack is a different arc. And so if the laser pans through all three targets while maintaining level, right, then there's no variance of refraction that's extreme that would, throw the laser off from each one. Because you should expect if it's different in each zone that you have, a dramatic effect. Now, that may not be true. That's at least what I think they were trying to do in principle. They may explain it better in their, I think, in their documentary.
Sorry, I was over talking to them, man. Some guy came up to me, so I muted my audio, then I forgot to unmute my audio, and then I was like talking over you. I thought there's silence. Sorry about that.
Not a big deal when it's unintentional.
Yeah, completely. I was just basically saying there's limits to all optics, and all optics go, they curve in one direction or over at the end of the day. But you can't assume they're always going to be linear all the way, right? There's always some interference or some way it bends. And even lasers and the color of the laser makes a difference, right? With how far it can propagate. And you have to have some extra gadgets, like in the FE core experiments, you have to find extra gadgets that collimate the light, because even the really high powered lasers or any laser will flower out at the end with like a cone out at the end. And there's no way of controlling that to a perfect like parallel light all the way. You're always going to have to find like a center of it and assume that that's like accurate, and so it's all accuracy. That's what we're talking about, right? And light and optics, you're always going to have inaccuracies over distance.
Can we unmute Peter?
Why do you like audio chaos?
What happened?
Do you like audio chaos when people talk
Well,
over
look,
each other?
we should at least let Peter comment on the reasons why a laser is unique versus just any other type of light source. Hopefully, he has something insightful to say. Right, go ahead, Peter. Right, silence is acquiescence. Clearly,
Okay, so can
lasers
somebody
are
delete what?
type of light.
Somebody delete what's being posted here. Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah.
What's being posted?
Oh, hey guys, thank you for unmuting me. Good convo. Yeah, lasers. I only have 5 minutes. I'm driving home. Lasers. Yes, they are very special sources of light. Monochromatic. They are very narrow, right? They're tightly controlled photons, so very useful stuff. But they're still photons, so they're subject to all the pesky behaviors of photons. They travel, photon is like the most liberated particle in the universe. It perceives no time. It travels at the maximum speed possible. And sky's the limit for Mr. Photon. So a
You're gonna
laser
have to get to a
photon.
point, Peter.
Yeah. So yes, I'm landing my point. A photon emitted by a laser or a photon emitted by a headlamp of an ancient car are equally potent photons. They travel at the same speed, and there's no limit on how far they can
Yeah,
travel.
of course, but that is not the quality of the differentiation between a laser and a normal source of light that would make you want to choose a laser over a normal source of light. So you're off base. So please try to put your comment on the actual.
I'll try again. I'm working on myself, trying to be less of an asshole and more of a free thinker.
Cool.
I'm being more concise.
Yeah, that's going to be next. A laser is very useful when you want to direct light towards a particular place. Very useful. I have a laser pointer, and I point at things with it. It'd be hard to do with a lamp. Am I getting it? Am I learning?
Yeah, when you
think I'm
subscribe to theories of light and photons and all that, the sky's the limit as far as excuses you're allowed to make for why they could shoot from point to point. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. And lasers are awesome, and people who believe in lasers also believe in photons, which means that ultimately they believe in Albert Einstein because he coined the term photon.
What?
Thank you.
Oh man, that's a fallacy.
This is why
Well, he got a Nobel Prize. He got a Nobel Prize for his paper on the photoelectric effect and proposed that a photon is a packet of energy, a quanta of energy. Ta-da! Thank you,
Therefore
Einstein.
what?
Therefore nothing. We're just trolling Larry.
Played video games. You can attempt to troll me if you like, but
I
you
know
can't
you're
control my
distracted, so
emotions.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm listening to what you're saying about the
3 out of
photoelectric
10
effect
troll.
and
3 out of
Einstein
10.
invented it. But yeah, I mean, you're LARPing as a troll. You're not actually trolling me because I control my own emotions. I don't know if you noticed.
You control yourself?
I know you've been playing
Your guys'
Cyberpunk.
trolling leaves much to be desired.
I don't
Alright.
notice
Well,
it.
we're learning.
Right, Shakespeare
Always
over here.
Always improving. All right, I'm gonna wish you guys a good night. Larry, don't finish Cyberpunk too soon, okay? Keep grinding.
Yeah, don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Peace, bro.
All right, bye-bye.
Oh, that was good. I enjoyed that.
Man, that was hilarious in the chat.
So, what do you guys think of the rectilinear experiment?
Oh.
Which end do you imagine is higher? The one
Higher?
nearest you or the one at the end?
Huh?
Well, you're saying that water curves up, right?
Yeah, the rectilinear, the straight line that was produced, or the horizontal plane produced at the first point, would be lower at the end if it was concave, right?
Okay, so from you to point B, you're saying point B is higher?
No, where the horizontal plane intersects at the second point would be lower if the surface was concave. It would be parallel and equidistant if it was flat, and it would be the other side if it was convex. And this is the perfect experiment. You should all try it. Go have a look. At least have a look at the
I
tools
still don't
used.
quite understand. You got point A and point B, and you have a water level, right? Where you're standing would be point A, And point B would be some distance away from you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so would point B be higher than point A since it's quote
Well,
unquote
no.
concave?
I think you misunderstand the rectilinear experiment. It doesn't use a water level, so to speak.
Well, isn't that what you would have to claim if you believe that the Earth was concave? Was that that the Earth goes up from horizontal instead of dropping?
Yeah. So I'll explain the experiment a bit more to get a better understanding. So there's like these nodes set like 1/8 of a mile apart, and each of these points is perfectly level to that exact area. So they use the tidal datum to try and verify that. They have humbobs on either side of the 12-foot pole, and they have a mercurial spirit level on the pole. So each node, each point that's set 1/8 of a mile apart is perfectly plumb and level to the surface it's on. And then from the first point, you take a horizontal plane and you are literally creating a physical, not an optical, a physical straight line measured from A to B to C to D. And the result would either prove convexity, concavity, or parallel, which would be flat. And that is the ultimate test, which doesn't completely rely on optics to measure the surface of the Earth. Whatever your bias is, I think you should all look at this experiment because it kind of comes up with the most valid, accurate way you could ever do it. So I think we should look into it.
So how much do you imagine the Earth curves from your position?
I think the measurements are correct. I think 8 inches per mile is I mean, the geometry we've been given of the Earth is correct. And the
And
radius would
is that an upwards curve from your position?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you go to the second position, would you now be lower than the first one?
Well, if you're standing on the surface, you would be the same elevation above sea level. I don't know what your higher or lower means in that situation.
Well, you just said that it was lower, right? Or higher?
No.
No?
It would be.
Listen, that test has been tried. Stephen Christ tried to do and he failed.
And they
cried. Well, let me just don't dismiss like somebody who did it. Just don't dismiss the.
Yeah, but they tried to repeat it and they failed.
And it proved flat Earth, did it?
No, it didn't prove the claim, the curving upwards stuff. It didn't prove that.
Which one did it prove then? Out of the 3 options, which one was it?
They had the device. They went to the place and they put it together, and they couldn't get the measurement. It's pretty simple.
Well, you get it. No, you measure something. What's the outcome? It's either concavity, convexity, or flat. Which outcome was it? If it was incorrect.
Well, Stephen Christ himself said that he couldn't prove it. So
Like, I want to know the answer. What was it?
he said himself that it didn't work, that he couldn't prove it.
What do you mean
with that test?
You're gonna get a result. You're gonna get a result at the end. I want to know which way
he couldn't do it.
That's just his technical abilities. That's nothing to do with the experiment.
Or maybe so. It's not repeatable. It's not repeatable.
It would be. Well, maybe by unskilled people, like back then. If you want to look at the experiment and actually thoroughly examine the tools used and actually criticize the tools and not the people doing it, and the outcome that was achieved, or whatever you believe, if it was achieved or not, that should be a valid explanation on what the
Hold on, homie. Hold on. This is sounding bad. So let's just clear this up. Has this been done? And if it has, where's the record of it being done?
I can find it, but I'm currently traveling right now. But as a geometric concept with a tool and all the kind of what would you call it? What would you
Dude,
call
it's
it?
been 10 seconds and I haven't heard the answer. Has it been done, yes or no?
I said yes, but I haven't got it with me right now. Yes.
Okay.
Affirmative. Is that the right answer? One.
It's only the right answer if it has been done.
Yeah, right. It has been done. And Gemsy was criticizing the most recent attempt of it, where he said he didn't measure anything. So I was questioning the outcome of
What?
that.
That's not the most
And
recent attempt. Because I'm pretty
well,
sure Stephen Christ. I'm pretty sure Stephen Christ is dead.
He
yeah,
tried. I
that's
was in a call and I
that's
spoke
the
him to
one.
him myself. I spoke to him myself, and he told him myself. I asked him this question myself, and he told us, because I was in the same call with a bunch of people and him, and he said that he couldn't perform the test. He couldn't prove it. He wasn't able to complete the test, and he wasn't able to prove it. That was the final answer.
Right. So is that criticizing the tools or the person who's using the tools?
Hey, you might be right about that. You might be. I don't know. You might be correct, but we don't know.
And to be fair, I want
So
to know about
he
the outcome.
tried.
You must have come out with, when you try and give up, it's because you didn't come out with an outcome or whatever. Like there must have been an outcome or a measurement at least, right? That
Well, I
measurement
spoke to
must
the man
have come.
himself, and when he was
Yeah,
alive,
yeah,
and he told me
I get
that
that.
he couldn't do it.
But when he says he couldn't do it, does that mean it? I'm confused in what it means he couldn't do it.
Well, it was technical because the what he was aiming for, step by step, when they were adjusting for the horizon, he said the device itself they couldn't adjust for the curvature upwards or something like that. He couldn't get the reading, and they abandoned it.
You
What else
essentially
are they gonna do?
don't use the horizon.
And
You didn't
remember,
use the horizon until about
they went from the
3/3 of the way.
ground, and they had like flags. They were trying different things. The thing on the at the shore, and then they have like flags on the water or something like that. They did a couple things, but they couldn't do the whole thing, so they couldn't repeat it as claimed.
Okay, well, from like a surveyor point of view, I'm not a surveyor, but I can understand how accurate the whole experiment was. Okay, so you had these I can't remember what they called them, but these like datum floating datum lines on the ocean, and they figured out what were the high tide and the low tide at each of these eighth of a mile separated locations on the coastline, equidistant from each other, and then they found the median, the mean tide essentially where it was like in between, right? And they used that as the datum or the base level of level, and then they projected that onto the ground on these posts, which they leveled. They got plumb. They used a mercurial, mercury filled spirit level, 12 foot long. It was the most accurate way of leveling something you can ever imagine. And then they, through not even optics, just physically attaching them end to end, is how they came up with the experiment. And it's called shooting the line because the first one would be perfectly level. And then just like how you attach two squares together.
Calling it an experiment, and it's not an experiment; it's a test.
I'm right. It's yeah. I'm gonna say it's a
And
test.
you've been pushing this test that is not an experiment as an experiment, and it wasn't successful, and you still like, can you guys do it? Have you guys done it?
No, no. I'm asking for people to look at the experiment and look how accurate and look
What
at the
experiment? There
semantics
is no
behind it.
experiment.
All right, if you want to get if you want to get all the semantics behind it, I'm just going to keep saying experiment. But whenever I'm going to put a disclaimer, whenever I say this experiment, I'm putting like little quotations, there's a little asterisks, and then at the bottom of the page there's like not completely
There
an
is a
experiment,
claim test. There is a
just a
claim test
measurement.
on paper, and then there's people that have tried it and failed. What's the problem there?
I don't understand what fail means. Because if it's done correctly, like if you set the surveying equipment up correctly, like there's going to be a result at the end of it, no matter if you fail or not. If it's not against the hypothesis, if it doesn't go with your original idea, it's still not a fail, right? If it bends the other way, it's not a fail, right? It's still a result at the end of it. And if you're saying it just fails and dismissing any result at the end, or what Stephen got, or whatever, at the end of the day, he must have got some measurement after the second, third, or fourth point. If he failed to even set the experiment up, I understand it's a fail, but That's just due to the guy who's using the tools and not the tools themselves, right? So I want people to look at the tools used and the way it was leveled and the accuracy on the making sure it was the same elevation at each point. And then you want to find out that it wasn't an optical experiment using the horizon at all until at the end. It was a physical experiment where things were put against each other, made square, and then the first line was
Hey,
extended.
I looked into
right
the
all.
rectilineator like maybe what, like 6 years ago, maybe something like that. Can you post whatever you have? Maybe you have something recently that I haven't looked into. So, do
Yeah.
you have anything?
Let me see if.
What do you got? Because you're making kind of like a claim about it, but what do you have that you're basing your
Yeah.
claim off? Can
Just
you
one
take a
moment.
look?
I'll find you a good visual explanation. If someone wants to say, "Oh, it's all cartoons like they did last time," fair enough. But it's a illustrated diagram of the setup, and you don't even have to have a bias of which way you want it to curve at the end of the day. It's just the most accurate way you could prove the surface deviating from level, or not from level, deviating from a horizontal plane. So let me find that and I'll post it in chat.
Thanks.
So instead of water sticking to the outside of a ball, he has water clinging to the insides of a ball.
Yeah, Jerry, you'll love this one because it's all about horizontals and verticals and levels. So if you can imagine, whatever surface you're on, you have these points or these nodes every eighth of a mile, which are for sure perpendicular to the surface and level and plumb and all these vertical and all these words that you like. And then what you do is from the first point, you are physically just like you'd attach a spirit level to a spirit level to a spirit level, ignoring which way it's tilting. As long as the first one is a horizontal plane, and it projects throughout the other eighth of a mile nodes, you need to look at the experiment, dude. You'll like it, I think. It's one of those that'll, if the flat earthers are confident the Earth's flat, they'd recreate this for sure, because this is the one way of proving it once and for all, rather than just hand dismissing it and criticizing the people doing the tests and making it personal. But the experiment itself is an
Whoa.
amazing
We're not
experiment.
criticizing the people doing the test, bro. Hopefully not. Surely we're just criticizing
No,
the test and
yeah, that's all I want. I want people to criticize the test and the experiment and the tools and not the people using it. Because either way, it's a good experiment for you to prove either way. Whatever model or like surface you believe it is, whatever convexity, concavity, or if it's flat or not, this is the ultimate test that doesn't rely on lasers and bending of light. It's purely a physical as accurate as anything you can ever make. So I recommend everybody to just have a look at this,
But we all
especially
know
the
how
part
water
where
flows. Turquoise.
yeah, but it's yeah. So like imagine this, Jerry, right? So you're on a beach.
Yeah.
You acquire a mean sea level off the coast every eighth of a mile, and then you have these sticks or whatever stuck in the sand, like perpendicular to these eighth of a mile things in the water, right? That which you're acquiring a mean sea level. Then you take a horizontal from each of them to the sticks on the land, which would mean that it's a level surface. It's level with each other. They're all level. They're all the same elevation above sea level. Okay, yeah, you with me so far? So you've got like a relationship between mean sea level and then these points on the surface of the ground, like
I got you.
equidistant from, like, and then from the first point, you establish a horizontal plane, and you ignore the level thing because what you're doing is you're putting them end to end, and you're making them you're like using a crosshair, and they're making it as accurate to the microscopic level that all these are perfectly end to end, perfectly create an extended horizontal plane from the first one, and it goes to the second one, and it goes through to the third one and the fourth, and so on. And then eventually there's going to be a deviation if there's concavity or convexity, right? It's going to be higher or lower on the datum, right? The established level datum. And then what's happening is that just proves that just like a perfectly straight laser would prove which way the Earth is curving without using a laser at all. It's a perfectly physical device that's established on a horizontal, established on a level surface, and you shoot in the line. That's the term. The first one is like it's just guaranteeing a perfectly straight line from the first node all the way through like 4 miles or whatever the experiment was done. And it just so happened that the results that I've seen, you can believe the results or not, came out with 8.02 inches per mile convexity or concavity, sorry. So curving upwards. I recommend people just to look at this, and then if you're really confident in what surface you stand on, try and recreate it because it's the most accurate way of doing it, I think, in my opinion.
So instead of always on top, you're always on the bottom.
Yeah. Essentially, instead of being always on top of the globe and everything curving down from you, you're in the well of the Earth and everything's curving up from you. Like you're in the pit of it essentially, and everything's curving up equidistant. Where like as the globe, all your zeniths or all your verticals would eventually diverge, right, and all your plumbs would converge into like the center of the Earth. It's just the opposite. So all your zeniths and your vertical upwards would converge, and your plumbs would all diverge to the outside. Okay, and gravity is not the center of mass kind of belief in a way. Like this is we're all pointing out. It's more like a pressure related thing with like and you can mix the ether in there and some kind of like etheric like pressure from above, and essentially what we kind of like talk about a lot. You know, it doesn't kind of follow the heliocentric idea at all with anything really. Small and local sun, you know, there's small celestials, no great distances between stars. Stars could be like the size of a rock or something real small. It's not like the massive like not Jupiter's not like 4 times Earth and this and that. You know, it's all quite cool. You know, you want to look into it. But essentially, just look into this experiment that I linked. Take a good look at the first like 2 or 3 minutes, get an idea of how it was set up, the experiment, and then just think about it and just think what it would show if it was set up correctly. And don't blame the people using the tools or anything. Just like criticize the experiment and the tools used and how much painstaking effort they went in to make sure they're all these like things they're using, a square and plumb and level and you know equidistant and all this all makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I was also in a hangout with Stephen time or two. Me and him didn't talk much after the first conversation, but I looked into it and I I played video games with cell earthers and never really kind of got the concept. So I ridicule the idea, but I try not to ridicule the people. And I'm not really, I wasn't a big fan of Stephen at the time. That's why we didn't talk very much. Yeah, earlier I was talking about, the printing money since 1913, when the Federal Reserve Act was passed. I've seen, this might be outdated a little bit, so it's probably even more by now, but somewhere around 97+% of the dollar had been devalued. So it's really interesting to look at, like, someone like Tucker Carlson going to buy groceries in Russia. Maybe they fixed the prices for his visit. Maybe they didn't. Who knows, right? But if San Francisco can clean up their act for, the communist leader of China to come over and hang out, so maybe Russia did the same. But I digress. If I was wrong and it wasn't the goal of very powerful people to just print the money till this system is over with, because if you guys know, the whole point of the Federal Reserve is to, because there was similar banks before this, right? And there was apparently inflation, and they wanted to keep the inflation from happening, so that was the whole point of the Federal Reserve, right? Allegedly. And if you look at what's happening, they're doing the exact opposite of what's supposed to be happening. It's runaway inflation. And my question still stands, like, if the government or the powers that control this sort of thing, including the Federal Reserve, so if the government and the private banksters, the cartels, banking cartels, if they didn't want to print our money till the purchase power was like barely anything left, what would they be doing different right now?
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How you
Talking.
doing? How you doing?
Geeks, you still awake?
Larry's a good egg. How you doing, Larry?
I'm doing good, but I'm not a good egg.
Geeks is mate. One even know Jedi. One even know Jedi. I hope you
What do you
guys.
got for us now, geeks?
What's that?
So what do you got for us now, geeks?
Nothing. Just trying to spread peace.
Oh wait, this is Geek's friend, right? Like this isn't Geeks.
No, it's his friend.
Yeah, yeah, this
How you
is Geeks' friend. Yeah.
You, Larry.
Is
Jerry,
is the
Larry.
real Geeks like taking a shit now or something, or what? What's
No, I've put him in the boot of the car.
Let me
He was
out,
annoying me.
Let me out.
So I put him in the boot and
there he is.
I'm joking. Yeah, he's with me, man. Say hello, geeks, because they don't believe it.
Some of them still believe that you're I just put in an accent and
Hey, wait. Talk now so they can see it's not. Alright, this is geeks talking. Go on, talk.
Hi, it's geeks.
Exactly. So talk again. So
hi, it's geeks.
And we're talking at the same time.
At the same time.
So you could see it's not.
No. Man's a ventriloquist. Man, he's a ventriloquist, man.
So you might want to talk to actually AI Overlord's a good chat to talk to because he's one of the smarter guys.
Interesting name, AI Overlord. Let me tell you what's going to happen in the future, AI Overlord. I'll tell you because your name, I like your name. I'll tell you. All right, so humanity is going to continue to let people in charge that keep making bad decisions and increasing the gap between the rich and the poor, making the poor suffer more with inflation, creating a global war, and then they're going to sit down and say, humanity's done a bad job. How can we fix this? Let's get AI to make all the decisions humanity couldn't make properly, to stop war, inflation, and all of this crap. That's what's going to happen in the future. So it's an interesting name you have there, AI Overlord. I gave you like that future vision for free. I gave you that for free. Why is everyone quiet?
Aren't they?
Are they scared?
I think might be scared of you because you get out Alpha Jedi.
I want to say something more to them. I know some people are listening. I want to talk more to them.
Jerry's probably listening.
I want to talk more to them. Still not muted. I want to say something else to you guys. I want to say something else to you guys. Even if you share the same beliefs and views as another individual, never allow them to overpower you or intimidate you because of their insecurities. Okay?
Thanks, Gandhi.
You should all be able to be heard equally, and you should all be shown the same respect because you have the same beliefs. All right? Even if we disagree on certain things, we should have respect for each other. No one should come on here, intimidate, or belittle anyone, or be disrespectful to anyone for their insecurities and fake God complex.
You know, I see a future for you in the bumper sticker area.
Tell me what it says. I'm interested. What does it say? What is the future?
Well, either bumper stickers or fortune cookies. You know, you got a shot at, you know,
I don't believe in all of that mystical stuff, bro.
being the author of that stuff.
Nah, it's just what I said before was just a realistic kind of analysis of where we're heading as humanity carries on. Is where we're heading. Am I wrong when I say we have people in charge making wrong decisions, creating global wars for no reason? Because a few
That's
people
right.
that don't get on. Am I wrong when I say there's inflation and overpriced all around the West for no reason? So it makes a lot of people poor and struggle financially. I'm not wrong when I say this. Eventually,
when did geeks become a black man?
I'm white. I'm not black.
This is Jekyll. He's a Glover.
I'm white. Why does he think I'm white? It's because I have a deep voice. Doesn't mean I'm black.
Anyway, yeah, it didn't. None of them answered your question.
I just have a lot of bass in my voice.
I did. I agreed with him twice.
Yeah, eventually humanity will give the decisions to AI. Look, there are big companies already doing this. They're giving AI decisions to make on their billion-dollar company. So that's where we're heading, man. China was doing it, and then they got spoken out of it. They got talked out of it. But for a while, they had AI making a lot of their political decisions. But then they stopped. So it's where we're heading.
Silence.
Yeah, silence of the land.
I'm surprised Overlord didn't say.
Yeah, inflation, destruction of the West, neo-Marxism, the Long March.
Yeah.
I agree.
Mr. Larry's a good one. He's Crit. Get on well with Crit actually.
I think you have to be like a terrible listener not to get along with Crit. Because he's got stuff to share if you're willing to listen. I actually came across him on TikTok on accident. It was recording his voice. I knew it was him. I don't know if it was his channel or not. I didn't stay on TikTok very long, but I was like, I know that dude.
Oh, Ariel's here. Where's Larry? Is Larry here? Larry!
I got camera headphones over.
You know radar? You talk about radar proves a flat Earth?
No, it's not what I said.
What does it do again? Tell me what radar does.
Well, I mean, if you got line of sight technology and you're getting a signal from England to Australia, you can't have curvature, right?
Yeah, what do you think about that, Ariel?
Prepare for a 20-minute lecture.
Well, hopefully you can keep it more concise than that, right?
Oh, I don't think Ariel wants to take that one up.
Yeah, I'd
I
probably
know
do that.
Ariel knows a lot about radar, so I thought it'd be a fun little thing to happen.
Yeah. All right, back to the game.
Yeah, one time Ariel showed a photo of what you see from the ISS, like, you know, the curvature of the Earth, quote unquote. And I asked him, would you see the same thing if you turned around? No joke. It took him like 4 minutes to answer. Like just a rambly answer, which did not end in a yes or no. It was awesome.
The skill?
He named himself after a mermaid. You gotta respect that.
I think Ariel is like, you know, like being Ariel, you know?
Yeah. Right.
Like you know, like air in the sky, you know, flying.
No,
It's
no, it's like
the name
it's
of
like
one of the angels.
Like he's an aerospace engineer. It's not after a mermaid, you know. It's
no,
like,
it's after the mermaid. It's look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? That's Ariel.
Another aerospace engineer. Wow, aren't we lucky?
Yeah, I would love to talk to
Different
him.
yeah, I know,
spellings.
right? College isn't
He's
that
around.
difficult, man. Trust me, it really isn't.
Bro, flat Earth is easy. Water doesn't bend. There you go. Problem solved.
No, you don't have to simp for him, Appa. We all know who Ariel is.
I'm not saying for Ariel. He's one of my friends, man.
Yeah, I'm saying
I'm
you don't
just
have to simp for
clarifying
him.
something very simple, you know.
It was a joke, right? You don't have to defend his honor. We know he. You know what? Believe it or not, we don't think he actually is styling himself off the Little Mermaid.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna need a
it's
site for
definitely
that, bro.
movie.
Cite your sources on that. Because what if he did name himself after a mermaid?
I think it would be funny.
Yay.
No, it was originally after the font.
Oh, the font.
Yeah, because I misspelled this. There was no E. I didn't put the E, so it was literally the font.
Oh.
And then I added the E because I was like, oh shit, maybe I should spell it right.
So you're an aerospace engineer.
Yeah.
So I got a question for you.
Uh,
Did you hear it already?
Sure, hit me with it.
I'll do my best not to interrupt you, pal. How about that?
AI Overlord is snoring, by the way, if you want to do with that. But yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Go ahead and give him a little.
You unmuted
Oh,
him.
it doesn't stay.
Yeah, it's on there.
Right, but he's going to be muted when he comes back.
Oh, it's gone off again. I think Jerry's trolling us.
It doesn't stay. No, that was me trying to mute him and hoping it would stay.
Well, it's
All
there
right.
right now.
So Marconi broadcasted from the UK to Australia, line of sight technology back in those days. So where's the curvature?
What frequency was using?
No idea.
Okay. My guess would be a low frequency.
Okay.
It's been
why
known
is
for a
that?
long time that you can use low frequencies and bounce them around the Earth. Higher frequencies, like, incredibly rare to have those bounce.
So what I remember from the CB days using the low band, the lower frequencies can travel a really long way with just a standard setup pickup truck with a 9-foot steel whip. I remember talking to people from as far as Georgia and Arizona, and I'm from Texas.
Yeah.
Right?
So there's two different ways that can work. So first off, again, it can bounce. Second off, certain frequencies, there are like public repeater stations, because those frequencies like can be used for other things. Like there's certain emergency systems that rely on repeaters throughout the country, so you don't need a like dedicated landline connection to transmit. So could be one or two or both.
So if I'm using a 9-foot steel whip, it makes a lot of sense that I'd be able to talk that far away, but I could not talk to people from California or New York. I could hear them, but I believe they had amplifiers, and they could hear me, but they couldn't discern what I was saying. Because once again, I mean, I just had an SWR meter, 9-foot steel whip hooked up to my pickup truck, and it was.
So your signal was probably degrading too much for there to figure out what you're saying. Yeah.
They were like, "Hey, somebody's talking. Can you understand them?" No, I can't understand them. So back in Marconi's day, there was no repeaters, right?
Yes, but he also had, as far as I'm aware, an incredibly powerful transmitter.
Right.
And
There was no legal limits. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
Yeah. No, you're good.
So if he had a really powerful system, how did it go line of sight with the curvature being in the way?
Because it's bouncing back and forth from the ground to the ionosphere.
Oh, is that
Or
what you
as you go
kids
around.
call? Is that what you kids call the firmament these days? You bouncing it off of something solid up there?
Because if there was something solid like a firmament, you would expect that for more than just very low frequency.
Well, high
You would
frequency
expect it
doesn't go
also.
very far. Like 5G, it has a really wide bandwidth, but it has a really low range compared to 4G, right?
Yes, but that's not solely okay. The biggest thing was that is that when you're using like gigahertz frequencies, just simple things like the atmosphere start to degrade your signal extremely quickly. And of course, if you have anything in the way, that'll almost certainly destroy your connection.
Of course.
So that's less to do with like actual range of the signal, more to do with the fact that there's shit in the way.
Right. So with the ionosphere, I'm assuming that's something in the way, but this is the
Not exactly.
What's the upper atmosphere? Like it's the lowest density. Well, it's not the exosphere, let's be honest, but it's a lot lower than 14.7 psi.
Yes. So, but the reason why it can reflect off it is because your wavelength is large enough that the actual charged particles in the ionosphere will vibrate with the wave, and it's almost like a wall in a pool where it hits the pool wall and it like returns back. It's not going to be as strong of a reflection, right? Because the wall absorbed it a bit. But there will still be some return. And so if you have a long enough wavelength and enough power, you can bounce it multiple times as you go around the Earth. But yeah, you go to a higher frequency, it's going to hit that wall and dissipate instead of really getting reflected.
Right. So on the regular CB radio, not the sidebands, I only got about 9 to 11 miles tops.
Mm-hmm.
So that sounds about right. So yeah, my theory is that you're bouncing it off of something up there. Now I'm not going to say it's made of glass or made of ice or anything like that. You're saying it's ions, ionized particles. Yeah. So you're basically saying you're bouncing it off of plasma, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So when I've asked other people, why is the sky blue? Is it because these gases, the same kind that we put in neon lamps, is it causing it to light up because plasma? And they're like, no, that's not what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So is that what's happening? Is there plasma in the sky? Is that why it's blue during daylight and twilight hours? So you're talking about electrons, right? Ionized particles.
Protons, right? Electrons.
Right.
So that makes up
emit light?
No, that makes up a fairly small amount. It's mostly what's it called? You can have whole like atoms that are positively or negatively charged because they've either gained electrons or they've been stripped of a lot of their electrons. That also functions. The ionosphere is not just purely like subatomic particles. It's not purely just protons and electrons flying around.
Of course, there would be molecules.
Yeah, it's a lot of just charged particles as well.
So you're basically saying that, and I'm not trying to straw man, I'm clarifying, in the same way that you don't have to worry about the microwave radiation because the screen on the front of the door, the holes are too small and the waves are too big to fit through. You're saying the same thing is happening when the lower frequency, that means the speed of light is constant and it's going in bigger waves because the speed of light doesn't change, but the frequency does. And it's hitting this area of the atmosphere, known as the ionosphere, and because of what's going on up there, the larger waves can't pass through it.
There's some pass through, but a lot of it can be reflected. That is also somewhat dependent on conditions, obviously. But yes,
it can act kind of like the Michelson-Morley experiment where you split the beam. Some of it goes through and some
kind of, yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
The sky being blue is a very different phenomenon. It's
well,
just that
we don't know what's causing it, but we can agree the sky's blue sometime, right?
Yeah, but we have an explanation for that.
Right,
it's the same thing why, like, if you shoot white light into a prism, the different light bands will like splay out, preceding each other based on their wavelength.
But when the atmosphere is dry, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it is dry. It's about interaction with matter. So when you're having to diffuse through a material, whether that be glass or air, you'll get dispersion, and that dispersion is different depending on your wavelength. So the shorter the wavelength, the faster you disperse. The longer your wavelength, the slower. That's why in the daytime it's blue, and afternoon or morning it's more like a reddish orange.
Well, that's because a storm is coming, so that's a pressure front. When it's red and orange like that at sunset or sunrise, that's how I know it's going to rain. So whenever I see that, I put my boots and a pair of socks in the car. I work outside.
It's reddish orange like every day that I see it.
Must be where you live, bro. Texas weather is weird. Ask anybody who lives here. But yeah, I know when it's going to rain. It's not always, I know what day it's going to rain. I just know it's going to rain in a few days. And I wear very lightweight, thin shoes. So, yeah, I don't like my feet getting wet. So, back to the thing. You're saying it's the ionosphere. I'm saying that there's something a little more solid because, like, the microwave's getting blocked, because that screen door, that screen is actually more like a mesh. What you're talking about, these ionosphere, like, that's not like a physical thing like the screen door. Like, the screen door is sort of working like a Faraday cage in a way.
Kind of. It's not exactly a Faraday cage because,
right, because it's not grounded, but it's kind of like that.
Well, it's more because, like, when a wavelength what's called photon tries to go through, the wave will significantly interact with the mesh, and so even though there is a hole in the mesh, the EM current that's generated by that wave trying to go through will essentially disperse the photon right there, just convert into heat. Or reflect entirely.
Reflect back into something that can absorb, like water.
Well, the metal can, because you are fucking with the electrons inside the metal. So technically, it is slightly heating up, but yeah, the majority of it reflects. The metal acts like a mirror, essentially. So you can kind of scale that up to the ionosphere, where instead of these physical connections making a grid like in a sheet of metal, it's just these particles, floating around at really high altitude. And when you try to interact with them with these large wavelengths, meters in size, these wavelengths, it's like trying to get through that mesh screen because you're having to interact with so many of these particles at once.
All right, so I think I understand your explanation. So how do we get verification through experimentation?
I believe there's been some research into it. I can try and find it.
I appreciate that, bro. Appreciate you taking the time to look, because I'm not really coming from a place of authority. I mean, if you're an aerospace engineer, you probably know a little bit more about me than this. But I do like to be able to verify things because anybody can, make an explanation of why they think something is or isn't happening. But then you got to be able to test it, right?
Yeah.
And anybody else can jump in and ask questions too. I don't want to hog the mic.
I mean, you're talking about like radio transmissions, right?
Yes, bouncing signals off of the ionosphere or firmament,
so,
whatever you want to call it.
So if you want to like bring something up that's quite interesting, how did the Soviets communicate with Sputnik when they launched it? Right, through all these like, like interference in our atmosphere, especially that early time with like limited technology. Like that's a really good question to ask if you want to go down that path with like range of transmissions and stuff.
Well, I don't think range is a problem. He's the one saying that it's bouncing off of something. I think that it's perfectly logical to think of if the Earth is level, right, and it's not being obstructed by curvature, that the sideband radio that I was using, it would travel that kind of distance from here to New York. Now, whether or not my signal was strong enough for it to be intelligible, right, that's a different story, because I'm talking about 12-volt car battery. I didn't have no amp or nothing. So your question is interesting. He's saying that it's skipping off of the ionosphere back to the surface of the Earth, back in the ionosphere. But as far as going out into quote-unquote outer space or low Earth orbit, whatever you want to call it, geostationary orbit, I think it's definitely capable of going that far, but does that place actually exist? Well, when I say that far, the height that Sputnik allegedly went, they claim that they're still communicating with
He uses an RTG.
What's that?
Pretty
It's
sure
a
the
solid
battery's smaller
state.
than a refrigerator.
It's a solid state nuclear reactor, essentially. It's an
Oh,
entire. So it's
okay.
just a big chunk of plutonium that gives off heat, and then you passively convert that heat into electricity. They're usually good for about 40 years or so, 50 years, until their power drops off exponentially over time.
And then the Russians dump it in the Northern Ocean.
Yeah, like a lot of like deep space probes and stuff use RTGs. Like the latest Mars rovers use them instead of solar panels. You can run for a lot longer with that. You don't have to worry about like a big ass gas or dust storm, like covering all your solar cells and killing your rover.
Gotcha. Yeah, I really.
I found a paper from 1977 from the Naval Office talking about at least the theoretical understanding. They're talking about electromagnetic waves with relativistic speed, like moving ionizations. In this paper, so they're talking about all the theoretical mathematics behind it. They also reference a experiment by, I'm not going to try to pronounce that guy's name, but I'll take a screenshot of it, where he reflected microwaves off of a high current electron beam. So,
well, I'm not fluent in the mathematics, so you got something in English, I'm fluent in that.
the TLDR is that some guy shot some microwaves at an electron beam where the electrons were flying like really fucking fast, and the microwaves were reflected off it. I can try and find other stuff that's more exact to the point, but
appreciate that. Microwave pulse off the front of the current. Electron beams. Over dense plasma. I would love to be able to click on these sources here.
the link is right above. I sent to the whole paper.
Oh, thank you.
Can I get access to this PDF?
The barrister wants automatically when I write up something done. So Harris thinks I should kill the full master. To have an
Yeah, that's good.
and you know I have seen and weigh the choices. And I have seen better choice. One that only was that one of the takes courage to and sleep. I came here to. I was wrong about tradition, about bringing
Really wish I was fluent in math. I have no idea what that said.
free men. Slavery will never return. And in order to forge a lasting marriage, I will marry. Thankfully,
nothing quicker. Think. Now, wait. Boom. Actually, okay.
Let's see. 4, so what you posted is at the top.
I run the way. Doesn't have to be. I have a few tips.
They're empty. You give me the last one. All right.
What's happening?
I'm
Not
reading.
much.
Not much. Okay, I'm coming. So I walked away, and I think it said something about it being dense, and the plasma, the ionosphere would be a very low psi. I don't know exactly, but it would be way lower than what we usually have here on Earth. So overdense plasma. That's what I don't understand what that means. So 4. Yeah, I don't understand what that means. Would anybody like to read this and tell me what it means?
Are you responding stuff in text chat?
Yeah. Let's see. So he posted at 18 minutes after the hour. The part that he posted talks about overdense plasma, number 4. And then I go to the paper, I'm looking at it, and number 4 doesn't make any sense to me. I'm trying to figure out what overdense plasma is. Overdense. Make a beam overdense.
You know what I do a lot of times is if I don't understand something, I'll copy and paste it into Chat GPT and say, summarize this for me like I'm 5. It works every time.
Okay. All right. Chat GPT. Do I gotta?
You should try that with a sphere, Jerry. Figure out how you can get up and down.
Everyone knows what a sphere is, Mez.
I don't know, you keep asking questions about it.
Yeah. It's interesting finding out about the broken mind. Do you still think there's no top of a sphere, Mez?
The sphere we're on, no, not necessarily.
We?
Yeah, we. You, me, the rest of humanity.
Wouldn't the top of the
Larry,
sphere be the observer?
I don't know, Flatsy,
Well,
are
if you
you
want to
on a
consider
sphere
it that.
right now? Like, are you like balanced on a sphere, or are you like sitting down somewhere?
I'm standing up, but I'm asking if the proper way to say that would be the observer is at the top of the sphere. Right?
No, I mean like a real sphere.
Yeah, if
Yeah, real
you're
sphere,
on
like the
a
Earth.
sphere, you would be at the top of it, no matter
Yes.
what. You're the observer at the top of the sphere.
Yeah, if you work in a circus and you're balanced on a sphere, yes, you're on top.
Well, that's a problem because it doesn't seem like a sphere because everything isn't descending from your position in all directions. Actually, it appears to be rising up. So that's a
Ah, you're a
problem.
concave earther.
No, I know how perspective works.
But things appear to rise up. I mean, they don't to me.
No, the ground does. The ground
They appear to
appears
drop.
to rise up. No,
The
the
ground
ground
appears
does
to
not.
rise up around you.
Yes.
Okay.
It should be dropping in every direction around you instead of appearing to rise up.
Why do you think it appears to rise up?
Because of perspective.
How does perspective cause the ground to rise up?
You know, that's a pretty good question. I don't know. The law of perspective doesn't have a cause. It is just the effect. I don't have a cause to give you.
Sure, I can accept that. But my understanding of perspective just means things further away appear smaller. They don't appear to rise up.
Yeah, they appear to rise up and decrease in angular size with distance.
Yeah, they appear smaller.
Yeah,
I don't know
well,
about this rising up thing.
not only do they appear smaller, but they appear to change in angular size with distance.
That is appearing smaller.
Yeah, but it's different because you're also having to take the angular size from the bottom that appears to rise up and the top that appears to lower. Hence, angular
Okay,
size
so
change.
if you understand that the top, if you're looking at something go away from you, the top goes down, the bottom goes up, the left goes right, the right goes left, it all shrinks. Why do you think it appears to rise up?
Because it's closer to you on the ground level.
It's closer to you on the ground level.
Yeah. You know, you have a shorter angular distance ground level because that's what you're closer to. Everything else
Shorter
has a
angular
wider.
distance ground level. What does that mean?
Yeah, so your angular ground level, the angle that you're seeing the ground rise up is rising much quicker in your vision than something that's going down or side to side because there's much more space on the side to side and definitely above that's angling down.
So do you mean that, say, the ground right beneath your feet, you could say that was negative 90 degrees?
That's
0 degrees will be
what you just
straightforward.
said.
As you
What
draw a
you
line straight in front of you, off into the distance, the edge, that line would get closer and closer to 0 degrees.
what you just said proved my point. The angular distance, how you perceive the ground, is much closer to you. You just said it. It's much closer
Right, but
to
that's
you.
not angular resolution.
It has a factor in angular resolution, absolutely. Because
Not really.
the ground that you're standing on is also the ground that you're seeing out away from you, and it rises up in your vision. That's why you even have a horizon. If you're out somewhere where you can see without any topography, like at a beach, the only reason why you have a horizon is because of the fact that the ground, even as I'm standing on my floor right now, I could see it rising up in my vision. So it's not some sort of crazy thing that happens. We all see it. So that's the reason why we even experience a horizon. It's because the ground and the angular distance of it as it is approaching the horizon will meet an end because we can't resolve all of the ground to a certain distance because of that acute angle where you can't resolve anything further.
Okay, so no. The angle between your eye and a distance on the ground in the distance, and the distance to a point on the ground in the distance, has little to nothing to do with angular resolution. Angular resolution is simply the angle to either side of an object
So let me
in front of
just
you.
let me just go ahead and say this right here. So if you're standing on the beach and you're right
Okay,
at
I'm
the
still on the
water's
beach.
okay, and you're standing at the water's edge, you
Okay.
are on the surface, at or near the surface of the water, and you see
Mhm.
it expand out into the horizon, right? You see the water go
I see
out
the ocean,
into
okay.
the horizon.
And there's a point in the
Yeah,
distance where the sky appears to meet the ocean.
yeah, but
Okay.
the ocean or the surface that you're standing on will appear to rise up to the sky and meet the sky, appear to, right?
No.
Oh, okay. So you're not standing on the surface that appears to meet the sky.
Yeah, it appears to meet the sky, but it doesn't appear to rise up. It doesn't curl upwards.
I didn't say it curled upwards. I said that
In fact, it appears to curl downwards. Or to
Where do
curve
you see?
downwards.
Okay, give me some example where that happens, please.
When I look out into the ocean.
That's
and I
not
see
what
boats
I
go down.
see. So we're just either hallucinating, either one of us may be hallucinating. So why don't we go and see something that would give us this visual? I'll give
Maybe
you
you are
something.
hallucinating. It would explain a lot.
I'll give you something. How about that?
Okay.
So she's hallucinating, yet you imagine
Here,
everyone is on a ball.
here we go. I took a picture
No,
right
I know
at
everyone's on a ball.
like literally my feet were right where the water was coming up and brushing up against my feet. So I was right at the surface of the water. If I was able to walk on water, I would have been able to walk straight. But you see how the water is? It rises up to the horizon, in my view.
I don't see the water rising up. I
So
see. If you're talking about the angle from your eye to a point on the water, the point right below your feet, that angle is going to be much lower than the angle right to a point as far as you could see.
yeah, I'm just trying
It's
to
going to be close to
describe.
90 degrees then. This doesn't mean the water is rising up.
I'm trying to describe to you the way that we see the surface on a flat, level surface, how it appears to rise up in your vision as when you see it with distance. We're not seeing it stay at the same level as we can see it under our feet, but we know that it's under our feet and it appears to rise to our eye level, almost to our eye level.
No,
You don't see that. So you
no.
don't agree with the
And I know you don't see
definition.
that because you can pull
So
out a
you
water
don't
level
agree
and
with
look at it and see that the water is significantly below your eye level.
you're thinking an orthographic view. I'm talking about perspective view.
No, I'm talking about perspective view.
No, you're talking about orthographic view.
No, I'm talking about perspective view.
Yeah, but you can see that in perspective view, you can see that the surface is appearing to rise up. It definitely doesn't drop down in all directions, that's for sure. There's not more sky than surface. Oh, brother. Anyways.
Ooh. Hey, Flatsy, I didn't want
A
to
really good
interrupt.
photo. Oh, there it is. I found it.
Continue. I
There
didn't want
we
to
go.
interrupt you.
Look, you can see the horizon is not rising to eye level.
You do understand that objects in the distance get compressed with low aperture?
They get compressed with low aperture. What does that mean?
The lower the aperture, the more the convergence is, right? Images get compressed. You know
Do you
about
mean blurry?
compression, right? No, not blurry. It's the Rayleigh criteria.
I
I
can
don't want
tell
to
that
interrupt.
you're.
Please continue, Fletzy.
I can tell that you're angling the camera up to those water level. The water
No,
levels.
it's a water level. The water
Oh,
level
I
is
can
low.
tell because of how the horizon is below that line in the center. You're not angling it at the horizon, you're angling it up above. There's more
No, you can
sky
see.
than surface.
No, you can see. Well, actually, the water level further away is higher than the water level closer. So, if anything, the camera's angled down, not upwards.
No, it's angled upwards.
No,
You can tell.
dude, there's a water level right there in the photo.
I know exactly.
You can
That's why
see
I
it's not
know.
angled down. See,
It's
maybe you are hallucinating. You were right.
Okay, so you see this water level parallel with the horizon because you derive horizontal lines from the horizon. Horizontal lines are parallel to it. That means that they never meet. So you're seeing something angled up at those
No, it's not
water
angled up.
levels.
Stop saying that.
Yes,
It's
it
wrong.
is. No, you're
No, it's not.
angling. Yes, it is. Prove
No, it
it's
isn't.
not. Show me an
Well, you can see it
orthographic.
by the water level.
No, you can't see it. I can't
Yeah, you
see
can.
the camera position from this position because I can see that the camera is angled up.
No, you can't see that it's angled up.
Yes, I can. There's more sky than surface.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
exactly. That's how I know it's angled up.
there's a water level there. You can see it's not angled up.
You can see a water level and it's going to be level and horizontal to the horizon, which it is. So I can tell that it's angled up. I draw and sketch and stuff with this perspective in view. I know it is. I know how to draw. Do you know how to draw and paint?
I do, actually.
Okay, so you should know that that's angled up. Good
I don't think it
grief.
is. I mean, we've got a
Oh,
water level.
you don't think
We
it
can see that's
is. You
horizontal.
don't think
We
it
can
is.
see the
A second
horizon
ago,
is
you knew
below
it
the
wasn't.
water level.
Okay, well, you need to prove that it isn't angled up. You're
Yeah, there's
presenting this
the water level's
evidence.
right there in the photo.
Yeah, no, that's not proving that it's not angled up because water's
Yes, it
always
is.
going to seek level.
Right. So that's
Okay.
horizontal.
Horizontal to the horizon.
And we can see the
which it
horizon is below the horizontal point of this water
I
level.
can also see that
and the
it's
camera.
horizontal to the horizon. Thank you.
So it's not rising to eye level.
Yeah, well, if it wasn't angled up, then we would see it completely level with the horizon.
No, that wouldn't make a difference.
Yes, it would.
No, it wouldn't. Can you prove that?
You can just say that. Yeah, I can.
Can you prove that it would make a difference? Because I provided some pretty strong evidence here that that's not the case.
Okay, I will. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Are you saying the horizon is dipping at surface level because of curvature?
The horizon is dipping at surface level because of curvature. Yeah, I'd say that.
Oh, okay.
Down?
I see.
Yeah, down.
Down. Okay. Peter said that it doesn't go down, but okay.
That's quite a claim.
You could say
and
it's
that's
go down. It
quite
goes
a
down.
dip. That is quite
Between
a
2
dip.
points, it could be a hump.
Yeah, it's whatever you want, right?
No. It depends on the question you're asking.
Does water flow?
Yeah, what would happen if it actually was lower? What would happen to all that water? Just ignore that.
Oh, it just conforms to the surface of the ball.
It's like all of your arguments.
Yeah, they're brilliant arguments. I love them.
Oh, are you your own appointed cheerleader?
Yeah.
Let me guess, the cheerleader you has appointed the other part of you as a purveyor of all truth also, right?
Yes.
So who died and made you king?
Don't know. Don't care. I'm king now.
Okay. We got a sovereign over here.
Mm-hmm. I'm king, baby. Can you be my jester?
Nope.
Oh.
I'm
I'll
not
have to settle with Jerry then.
Yeah, you have to settle with Jerry.
I don't know. I'm not the one saying it. Everyone's standing on the ball and it's all down and the same elevation at the same time.
Did you have a stroke when you began that sentence?
You're doing a great job, Jerry.
Weird. Stars under my feet and, above my head at the same time. I don't know. Guys, do you agree with Peter when he says that any surveyor who says they can establish a horizontal line between 2 points is either lying or mistaken?
What was that? Say that again.
Peter said that any surveyor who says they can establish a horizontal line between 2 points is either lying or mistaken.
Establish a horizontal line between 2 points. How would you do that?
Well, I assume with a level, right? But do you agree with Peter or no?
Well, I don't really understand what you're getting at. Like, how would you establish a level like using 2 points? What do you mean?
Yeah, words are tough. Yeah.
Well, how would you do that?
With a level.
A level, is that not 1 point?
You need 2 points.
Like,
for
how
a
far
level
away
line.
these 2 points?
Pick any distance you want.
1,000 miles.
Okay.
How would you do that?
Why would you? 1,000 miles?
Well, you're asking the question. Like, tell me, how would you do that? At the
You
moment,
would
I'm
use a
siding with
level,
Peter.
probably. You would use a level, probably.
Yeah, but is that not just 1 point?
No.
So where are you getting these 2 points from?
With a level.
Okay, yeah, you've said that. Walk me through it. How are we getting level or horizontal?
Water.
What? You fucking hell.
Come on, man. I mean, how old are you? You don't know how a level works?
I understand how a level works. I don't understand what you're getting at by establishing horizontal between 2 points.
Yeah, I'm not getting at
And you
anything.
just
I'm
keep
asking if
verbalize just words. Level, water. Yeah. Come on.
I'm asking if you agree with Peter when he says any surveyor who says they can establish a horizontal line between 2 points is either mistaken or lying.
Yeah, well, I don't understand the context of what he said, of
Yeah,
where
okay.
he said that. So
That's
I'm
okay.
asking you to please explain how you would establish level with 2 points, and you're not really giving me much.
Okay. Do you know what a level is?
Yeah, like spirit level?
Sure, you use a spirit level, a water level, an auto level. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you need 2 points for a line, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you got 2 points of equal elevation. Straight
Okay.
line, horizontal. That's it.
Yeah. I suppose you could do that.
Yeah, Peter says you can't.
Oh. Well, I'm sure Peter had good reason for saying that. So.
Okay.
don't know. Wouldn't that be 3 points though if you're using the spirit level?
No. Well,
Because
you would need two. You would need two for the line, and then all the points along it would lie on that same plane.
Sure. Where's Flatsy with this perspective thing? Oh, is this it? Um. Is that it, Flatsy?
Yes, yes, that's it.
Okay, I don't see how holding a book up to the horizon is really showing much of anything.
It shows you your perspective when you hold a level up to the horizon. It isn't going to be below it unless you're angling the camera up above it or below it. You're below the and angling it up.
This is not showing that.
Yes, it is.
No, you just
your
held a book
only
up to the
argumentation is
horizon
just
and then took
to
a photo of
say
it.
nuh-uh. You only say nuh-uh and never present anything to prove your actual point. So what's the
No,
point
I
talking to
did.
you?
I showed you the photo with the
You
levels,
didn't.
and
Yeah, I
this
did.
is just
I also
a book
refuted
held up to
them.
the horizon.
Yeah, but I
This
also
isn't.
refuted
There's
that
no
very
measurements. There's
well,
no
and you didn't show me any
content.
proof
You
that
haven't
it
refuted
wasn't
much
what
of
I said
anything.
it was. Yes, I did. I told you what the case was in your photo, and then you denied it and didn't give any refutation whatsoever to prove your point. And then I gave you my point. This is actually what it looks like when you hold a water level up and take a picture with it level.
Well, there's no water level. I showed you a photo with a water level. There's no water level in your photo.
Horizontal lines are derived. You showed a line
Okay, where's
depicting
the
where the
horizontal
water
line?
level was, that dotted line. Yeah, you remember that dotted line?
I remember the dotted line. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it was horizontal with the horizon. So I'm showing you what it would look like if you actually took a level picture with a water level and the horizon. It would be right there. Not more sky than the surface. It would be even.
No, but there's nothing in this photo to like have reference to, so you don't know where the camera's angled.
All you have to do is hold a level or a horizontal line up to the horizon to see if it matches. And it would be
Yeah,
level.
I did. I showed you a photo.
You
with
didn't
a horizontal
actually,
line,
and you didn't prove that
and
you
the horizon was
didn't
below it.
angle it up. You just said that it wasn't angled up. You didn't show me that it wasn't. You just said it wasn't.
The the water level was in the
laughing is
photo.
really gonna
It
make your
showed that
point
the horizon
hit
was
home. I
below it.
promise. Just keep laughing. It'll make your point hit home. I promise.
Oh my god.
Yeah, if laughing was an
Look,
argument, you'd be winning.
Post more photos of books.
All
Maybe
I
we'll
did
get
was show
somewhere.
you a horizontal line that was parallel
You showed me a
and
book,
also aligned with the
a
horizon.
nice little drawing, and a
Yeah,
photo of the
it's a
seaside.
level with the horizon.
There's nothing in here. There's nothing substantial in here.
Yeah, well, you'll have to reconcile how you have a horizon on a globetard. How do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, so how? Because horizontal lines are derived from the horizon. And they never intersect. or
I don't think
deviate.
that's true. But look, there's an even better video here.
Oh, so are you saying that
A water
horizontal
level at
lines?
different heights, and you
Do
can
you
see the
think that?
horizon
Okay,
drops
are
as
you
it
saying that
goes up in
horizontal
elevation.
lines are not parallel to each other?
On the
Are
globe, not
horizontal
necessarily.
lines parallel?
Not necessarily.
Oh, please give me an instance or citation where horizontal lines would not be parallel to each other. Thank you.
Yeah, so on the Earth, where it's a sphere and you can walk all around it, you can establish different
Yeah,
horizontal
okay,
lines at
so you're
different points
giving
of like
me the
latitude and
example of
longitude,
the thing
and
in
these would
question.
meet at certain
You're
points,
giving
so
me
they're
the
not parallel.
thing in question. I'm telling you to reconcile the fact that you have a horizon where horizontal lines are derived from, and horizontal lines never deviate or intersect.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily true. And I don't know that if
I don't
horizontal
care
lines are
what you
derived from
think.
the
I don't
horizon.
care what you think,
I don't know.
because what
Can you
you
cite
think
that?
is probably wrong. Yes, I can. Actually, I'll do that right now. Thank you.
Find a horizontal that is not parallel to the plane of the horizon. Show us the black swan.
Actually, I could hold on. Ho ho ho! My tripod has a spirit level on it.
Right,
I'm
and you
going to
need
debunk
both.
this right now.
Okay, you're going to show a horizontal that is not parallel to the plane of the horizon, correct?
I'm going to take a photo out my window with my camera horizontal. Oh fuck! My camera battery's dead.
Shame. You were about to show us a sloped horizontal, were you?
I don't know if you know
I
this,
was
but we
going
can't
to show
hear
you a
you.
horizon below
AI, we
horizontal.
can't hear you. You're very muffled. I don't know if you're hot micing or something. Anyways, there's my citation. I'll read it to you. You want me to read it to you?
Horizontal line is a straight line that is parallel to the horizon or the ground. Okay, that doesn't mean it's derived from the horizon.
It has zero slope.
It just says it's parallel to it.
It is a straight line that is drawn from left to right or right to left. And what is
Not
it?
front to back.
Or what is it? It is parallel to the x-axis in the coordinate plane. In other words, a straight line that has an intercept only on the y-axis, not on the x-axis, is called a horizontal line. So no deviation or intersection. There you go. There's my citation. Of your horizontal lines can sometimes deviate or intersect. It doesn't. Thank you.
This doesn't mean horizontal's derived from the horizon.
Yeah, it is derived from it. I can go find you that citation if you want me to.
Well, please do, because that's the one I asked for. This just says horizontal is parallel to the horizon. Which you could say. That's true, I suppose.
Okay, so where do we leave off? Were you going to show a horizontal that's not parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Just the fact that it would even say that it's parallel to the ground would show you that it is derived from the horizon. But if you need to have more citations, I've got them. I can show you.
How about vertical, Flatsy?
Are we talking about vertical? Or are you asking me about vertical and just changing the topic?
No, I'm just
Vertical
relating.
is perpendicular to the horizontal. Yeah.
Right, so vertical will be perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
In all instances, because we don't experience it deviating or curving like the globe will proclaim. It's a curved plumb line. What a joke.
Yeah, I'm starting to notice that trend. They can't have any straight lines at all. Nothing is a straight line.
Not even a deviating straight line that would be diverging from the center of a sphere. No, it's a curving plumb line.
Not sure.
Nuh-uh.
Hey, heard you talking shit.
If you're going to present photos as evidence, I want all the data. Just like
Okay,
you
well,
all
I've
want
given you
data
4
from
now.
us. Yeah, but you're only giving me photos. You're not giving me the angle of the aperture or anything. You're only
Okay, the
presenting.
aperture doesn't mean much of anything. The angle doesn't
Yeah,
mean
well,
much of anything because you can see it's parallel to the water level.
Yeah, you can.
So I've
Yeah,
given
it
you 3
is
photos now. It
parallel.
has the
That's
elevation
perfect.
angle. It
I
has the
love
water
it.
level in the photo. You gave me a photo of a book held up to
I gave
the
you
ocean.
citations of my point.
Yeah, you gave me a
So
definition of horizon.
yeah, exactly. So here we go. The reason why I need more data from your photos is because
Yeah,
the
it's because you're coping
aperture
and
and the
seething, and you're going to
cameras.
keep asking for more and more and more
No,
information
no,
until I get
no.
to a point where I'm like,
So
yeah, I can't
so
provide any
you
more
don't want.
information there.
So if I present a photo, you don't want all the data from it, right?
Well, I just
You
want
would rather
you to
me
show
just
me.
present
Well, you
something.
can't do it because it's not possible. But you're saying that we can take. If you would take a photo that's horizontal, the horizon will rise to eye level. This is
No,
not
I
happening.
said that it
I've
would
given you 4
rise.
photos now.
I didn't say it would rise to. I would say it would rise close to eye level.
Oh, close to eye level. Well, I've shown you 3
Yes.
photos now where that's not happening.
Because the angle of the camera is below and looking upwards.
No, the angle of the camera doesn't matter.
Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? Prove that it does.
I have
This is your claim.
some sort of. No, this is your photo that I have contention with, and I'm telling you what's wrong with your photo. So you need to supply more data to prove that I'm not having some sort of contention with it, with any justification. So
Why do you think the angle of the camera would matter?
because if it's below, then of course
No,
what you're
not
seeing
below. The
closer
angle.
to the aperture is going to appear above the horizon. But if
What do you
it
think
was
an aperture is?
level of the camera, the lens, and the
Yeah, the bit that
lensing of the
opens and
camera.
closes.
Yes.
Yeah. Why does
If
that
that
matter?
is below, if that's below, if the optics are below and look and angled up, then those things are going to appear higher than things further behind it. So I need it to be level, and I need the proof that it is. So you're not giving me that. You're just saying, here's my photos and accept them for what I say they are.
Hold on.
Trust me, bro.
Let's go over this aperture thing.
Okay.
Say that again.
I'm just referring to optics.
If the angle of the aperture is below.
Yeah, the
What?
optics is
The optic.
below what you're leveling, the levels in the picture. They're clearly below and angled upwards.
Well, not clearly, but
yes,
so
clearly.
you think the camera is angled upwards, and this is
Yes,
what does the aperture have to do with this?
Of course they are. All of these photos are showing you the optics are angled up because they're above where you're visual horizon is. Laugh all you want.
Oh, you're
That
talking
doesn't make your
absolute
point drive
nonsense.
home, I promise. You're not giving me any
Right. Do
proof
you
that
understand
they're
how a
not
camera
angled up.
works?
Yeah, I do understand how.
So you
I know
have the
how
aperture,
optics
right?
work. I know how
And the
optics
larger
work.
the
Yes,
aperture, the more light can get through the aperture
dude.
to the camera
It's
sensor.
so
You
simple.
know that, right?
Just prove what I'm saying wrong, because I have contention with the photos that you're presenting. I told you
Yeah,
what's
you
wrong.
just scattershotting nonsense.
No, I'm not. I'm giving you very well clear reasons why I have contention with these photos.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
You can keep saying that, but you're not
Whether the
presenting me
camera
with the
is pointed
proof
up or
that
whether it's
I'm
pointed
wrong.
down doesn't matter.
You're not
It isn't
proving
going
me
to make the
wrong.
horizon move.
You're not proving me wrong, by the way. You're just
What
talking
matters is
and laughing.
where the camera sensor is.
But you're
And if that's level
just
with the water
you're just
levels, then
saying
it's going
things.
to show a
You're
straight
not
line
proving me wrong.
between the sensor, the water levels,
Yeah,
and well,
keep
the horizon. We
talking.
can see that
It
the
doesn't
horizon is
matter.
below it.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to present me with evidence
Changing
that
the
I'm
angle of the
wrong.
camera is not going to change that.
Yeah, well, you're just gonna have to prove my contention wrong with your evidence.
Prove your contention wrong.
Yes.
Prove what issue you have is going to
Yes.
change the result of this photo.
I need more data. Yeah. Thank you.
Why do you need more data?
So that I can see that the camera, the optics aren't angled upwards.
Why would
Because
that matter?
they clearly are.
They
not.
aren't.
But they are.
Why would it matter? Why can't you explain this?
What do you mean? Why can't I just did?
Yeah, why would it matter? Why would it change the path of light? How would it change what you see
What
in
are you
this photo?
talking about? I just told you.
No, you didn't. You said aperture,
Yes, I did.
angle.
The levels. No, I didn't. I said the levels are going to appear higher than the horizon behind them if it's going to be angled up towards them
Yes, you've
instead
said
of
that.
level
Why?
with them.
Why would the angle
I
of the
just
camera
told
change
you.
where the horizon is?
Okay, so you want me to say what I just said more in depth? Like you can't understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
I understand
okay,
what
just
you're
play
saying. You're not
dumb.
really making a
You're
point.
just
You're not
playing
making an
dumb.
argument. Why would the
Yes, I
angle of the
am.
camera change where the
I told
horizon
you my
is?
contention. Yeah, you're just playing dumb. I get it. You can just present me with the evidence that it's not angled upwards.
The angle of the camera doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No,
So
it
you're
doesn't.
saying that it is angled upwards?
Why? Tell me why.
I just told you.
Tell me again.
Oh
Clearly,
my
I didn't hear
gosh.
it.
If the camera is angled upwards to the levels, they will appear higher than the horizon.
Yes. Why?
Gosh.
Tell me why.
Because of perspective. Just like you can
That's
take your
not an
thumb.
explanation.
You can take your thumb and block out
Actually,
a
is
thing in the distance, buddy. This is the same thing that you're doing with the angle of the camera.
Oh, you think this isn't a water level? You don't know what a water level is.
No, I know it's a water level, but I know that the camera, the optics are pointed up to it
So
instead
you
of
think
level
you
with
think the
it.
camera, you think the camera is above the
Oh
water
my
level
gosh, you
and
are
pointing down towards it?
ridiculous. No, I said
Oh,
up.
below the water level and pointing up towards it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Sorry, I said that
you
wrong way
are
around.
ridiculous.
So you think the camera is below
No,
the
I
water
know.
level
I
and
don't
looking
think
up?
I know. You can
Okay,
prove
well
me
you're clearly wrong because we have a water level and we
Show
can see
me that I'm
the
wrong.
we can see the top of the water in these
Oh, because
photos is
water
level,
always seeks
which
its
means the
level and
camera
it's
is level with the water level.
parallel with the horizon. Great. You're only proving my point that
No.
horizontal lines are derived from
You're
the
a fucking
horizon.
idiot. My God.
Just
We've got a
laughing and
water level.
declaring
We can see
victory
the line of
is
the
not
water
going
level
to
is
work for you,
parallel.
buddy.
We
You
can
can
see that
just
the
laugh and
camera and the
declare
water
victory.
levels are in a straight line.
Oh, brother.
Holly, what are you even trying to prove with the water? Like, what's the question?
You are ridiculous.
So look, I'll post the photos again.
Oh, just post
Well, you
them
can just
again
scroll to see
instead
them.
of no data and proof that what
There's
I said
lots of data
isn't
here.
true.
We've got a water level. We've got the elevation.
You have no data there.
Sound like that
Actually,
guy
you
off-
just have a declaration and then you laugh and proceed to think that you have victory in this conversation, which is ridiculous.
You can't even clearly explain your contention with these photos
I
in a
did.
coherent manner.
You sound like Fight the Flat Earth.
Can
You
somebody?
sound actually like exactly like
Does
that.
anybody else
Great. I
understand
love
what I'm
Fight the
saying
Flat Earth.
that's
He's a
in
very
here?
clever fellow.
That guy's a fucking moron.
I take that as a compliment.
That guy's one of the biggest fucking idiots I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah, he is. But
Yeah, so we've got 3 photos here. You can see underwater level in the photos.
He's a shill.
And we can see the
Yeah,
horizon
okay,
does not
dude,
rise
I'd
with
already
the
told
camera,
you that the camera
or does
is
not rise to eye level with elevation.
The camera is
And
not
yeah,
level.
we can see that it is level because we have a water
The
level, and we
camera
can
isn't
see
level, the water is level.
the tops of the water level are
The water's level, but
in
the
line.
camera's not.
So we
but
know that the camera
water's
is
level, not the
level
camera.
with the water level.
Yeah, the water is level, but not the camera.
How is that possible?
You're looking at it with all of your pictures. You can
Yeah,
tell.
how? We've got a photo, right? We can see the tops of the water level are in line. How would you take a photo that shows that, without the camera being level with the water level?
Okay, so even that first one that you just presented.
No.
22
Go
minutes
on.
after
Please
the
explain
hour.
my point.
I am
Please
trying
explain
to.
that.
If you'd shut up.
No, you're not. You're talking about something else.
No, I'm talking about what you presented 22 minutes after the hour. That first photo, you can tell that it's angled crooked. It's crooked, first of all. Second of all, the second one is angled upwards. It's not level. And the third one is also angled upwards and not level. So you just have terrible photography, and whatever's going on your side, you don't have anything working in your favor. You just keep laughing and declaring victory.
Yeah, I'm going to laugh and declare victory because you clearly haven't explained how it's possible to take a photo of a water level where the water level is level in the camera.
Why
and
is it
somehow
not
have the
level? Why is
camera
it
below
crooked?
the water level.
Why is it crooked? Why do you need a crooked photo? Why is it not level?
Why do you need a crooked photo?
Yeah, why are you using a crooked photo instead
The
of
camera
a
being
level photo?
tilted left or right, rotated
Yeah,
that way
it's also
doesn't matter. It's not angled up. The water level proves that.
Proves. What do you think that proves? What does that prove for you?
Doesn't prove that the horizon is curving.
What is that? What
That's
does
for
it
sure.
prove for you? I'm just asking a question because you're sending.
It proves that the horizon is dropping as you go up in elevation, which means whatever Flatzy was saying about the horizon rising close to eye level or whatever is not happening.
That's true. I don't know. Has somebody told you that the horizon rises, Flatzy?
It does rise in your vision close to your eye level, yes.
I mean, we've
It's
got
the way that you
photographic
see it.
evidence here, 3 different points showing that doesn't happen. Flatzy cannot clearly explain her issue with these photos. She doesn't understand how she can't even explain how you could have a water level in level and somehow have the camera below that.
I already did, but you just hand waved
No, you
dismissed
didn't.
it and said that I didn't.
No, you didn't.
So whatever.
No, you didn't. Nope.
It doesn't prove anything really.
Play it
Just
back.
no, nuh-uh. Yeah, nuh-uh. Okay, I get
No,
it.
you nerd. You nuh-uh. I want more information. Nuh-uh.
No,
Nuh-uh.
I definitely gave
Perspective.
you a clear
Nuh-uh.
argument.
Nuh-uh. Angle. Nuh-uh. What do you mean, Flatzy? Can you explain that? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Proves the curve of the Earth, bro. What does it prove?
Well, it proves that the horizon is
Don't
dropping.
make fun of her, dude. Somebody's told
I'll
her
make fun of. I'll make fun of all you. You're
information,
fucking idiots.
Oh, you're saying
that's an assumption again, isn't it?
No,
Making
it's
fun of people.
it's pretty clear.
Well, I'm here, right? Because Fight the Flat Earth told me I was a flat earther because I said the horizon won't rise to eye level, will it? It doesn't.
That is correct. It doesn't.
No. But does that make you a flat earther? Like the Flat Earth told me it did.
No.
Just to be clear, it doesn't prove the curve of the Earth. So
no, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
How could horizontals rise? You'd need a sloped horizontal, wouldn't you?
If we were on an infinite flat plane and you could see through, there was no like fog or anything, the horizon then would rise to eye level.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't happen.
You're saying that horizontals would rise.
No, the horizon would.
Yeah, but the horizon is horizontal.
Yes.
So what would make a horizontal rise?
What would make a horizontal?
Yeah.
This sounds like a strange question.
How is that a strange question?
What would make a horizontal? Well, a horizontal what?
The horizon.
About the horizon, right?
Yeah, the horizon.
Is
well,
horizontal,
if you can see forever,
right? And if it's horizontal when you're at the beach at sea level, and then you rise up, what makes you think that horizontal would come up with you? It would have to slope, wouldn't it?
well, no, like I said, if we were on an infinite flat plane and you could see forever because there was no like fog or
Impossible
anything,
things
then
would
it would
happen,
rise.
right? Yeah.
Yes, that is how it could.
Can you
rise
show
to
me evidence of that impossibility happening?
I could show you it digitally.
Yeah. Could you show me in reality a horizontal rising?
No, I could not, because we don't live on an infinite flat plane.
What? How's that an answer?
So can you tell me, why would somebody take a water level up a mountain? For what possible reason?
To prove that the horizon goes down.
Proves that horizon doesn't rise.
Mm-hmm.
Any other reasons?
No, that's about it.
Okay. Would you agree with that, Flatsy? Have you ever took a water level up a mountain?
I think she left.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Who's told Flatsy that the horizon would rise?
I think she just might have just gone a little ahead of herself, but
Well, yeah, she was making some weird claims about the aperture.
this guy knows how to get people, make people emotional. So,
Well, I'd say that Flatsy'd been taught something that obviously led her into that conversation where this guy was able to mock her. So really,
mocking
the
flat earthers
person
is not difficult.
responsible.
well, she let her.
The person responsible was whoever told Flatsy, because she sounded confident about her stuff that she was saying. So who's told Flatsy that? Anyone here?
Jerry, was it you?
Been around for a long time.
No,
Too.
I don't say that the horizon rises to eye level. That's flat
Okay,
Earth.
good.
That's flat Earth society stuff.
Anyone else? Who's responsible for teaching Flatsy to say stuff like that? That can have this guy ridiculing her because of it.
To say the horizon rises with your eye level.
With your eye level.
Yeah, like your personal eye level, right?
You realise that when you're saying level like that, you're talking a vertical, right? The level on the vertical rises. So your level goes up and down on the vertical. Now, are you saying that the level of the horizon rises on that vertical too? Because that sounds fucking ridiculous.
Like an elevator.
Who's told Flatsy that?
I don't know. Maybe she's getting confused with the videos that say the horizon matches your eye level or in a different way. I don't know. It's a lot
Some
of
ridiculous flat Earth, like Eric Dubay or something like that.
Well, Eric Dubay says a lot of correct things most of the time.
Does he say that your horizon rises with your eye level?
I don't know for sure. I haven't really looked into any of this for a while. I haven't really had to. But
has anyone actually checked it? I mean, I know that guy's just posted a picture of a few pictures, but I mean, are they your pictures? Did you take them?
No, it's from a video.
Has anyone checked it themselves? Just to make sure they've not been fooled by videos?
Yeah, I can post the video again.
So you can check and verify that what is happening in the video actually happens. And you see that thing there, it says horizon drop at varying altitudes, flat earth debunked. Right, well, it only gets debunked if some ridiculous flat earther says that the horizon does rise with eye level, doesn't it? So, I mean, you're debunking flat earth by debunking what Flatsy says, but Flatsy's only been told it by somebody else as well.
Well, someone should have, jumped in to help her. I kind of fell in late.
Yeah. I tried.
Yeah.
You can't help her. It's obviously wrong.
Yeah, I know. But they keep saying it, and then that gives you the chance to think that you can debunk flat Earth because flat Earthers have been told something that's ridiculous. It's not a way to debunk anything because you're not making an argument, are you? Unless the argument you're making starts with if the horizon rises with your eye level. Then you'd have to make a then statement. And I'd say the then statement would be, then horizontals would need to rise with you too. Horizontals don't slope, therefore the horizon does not rise to eye level. It's a bad argument. And it's because I said that horizontals don't rise that Fight the Flat Earth called me a child abuser. Parallel. Imagine that. So is nobody going to own up to being the person that told Flatsy? And what was that aperture thing? Camera?
No, it's part of the whole perspective shit that flat earthers try to deliberately misunderstand to explain why shit happens, why boats go down.
Yeah, was she saying something about the camera pointing up?
Yeah, she seemed to be treating this water level as if it was not level. Because sure, if you had, if you had something in the distance and your camera was below it, or even above it, and was pointing upwards at something above it, it would appear, lower in the frame.
What would appear
in this
lower
photo,
in
we
the
have
frame?
Well, whatever, the horizon or whatever you're looking at.
Of the water level. Because you're looking at the water level, right? The horizon's just in the background.
Let me draw it. Bezo explain that.
Go.
There we go. An eye. We'll have.
What the heck are those sounds?
So that's your field of vision.
Did you teach Flatsy this then? Because that'd be a turn up for the books, wouldn't it? You teaching Flatsy it and then laughing at her for saying it.
No, it wasn't me.
But you were going to make a picture. Did you see somebody else teaching Flatsy this? And this is the picture that they showed?
No. Actually, this will be better in 3D.
Did I hear her say that the aperture would be level with something? It sounded very confused. Always with the optics.
What the heck are you guys talking about?
No, I'm talking about Flatsy being told some rubbish to say, and then this guy here can publicly ridicule her because of it. I think it's not right. I would like to know who taught Flatsy that stuff, and was it for the purpose that people like this man here can ridicule her when she repeats it? Just a simple question.
All right, so are you talking basically about the shape or something? Or what is the question?
No, I'm talking about the information that's been handed out to people that they can then repeat, whether they actually know it and who's the one that's responsible for giving Flatsy that information. That's all I'm asking. Because it seems like this guy's allowed to be able to ridicule Flatsy. That's allowed. So shouldn't it be allowed to be known who's
what
been
about
teaching Flatsy
ridiculing
this?
flatsies in general? You know, anyone has to came up about this anyway, so who gives?
Okay, so who's handing out that information?
I think it might be Jedi. I've heard him say similar things. There we go, Bev. I've posted the photos explaining it. Or demonstrating it, rather.
I mean, I know him basically, but I don't know if he has basically the energy, you know.
You guys want to check out what I'm sharing? It's 2K video game. It's path tracing, which is like the real version of ray tracing.
Say again, AI?
I'm streaming a video game, Cyberpunk 2077, at 2K, and it's got the path tracing on, which is like the real version of ray tracing, not the gimmick version like most video games put out.
Okay, so
I mean, they're both gimmicks. You can achieve very, very similar results using either one.
Yeah, but I get really low frame rates on this one.
I mean, I basically not talking about what kind of frame rates you have right now, but in general, what is your general premises towards the general discussion?
But it would be the refraction, right? You can see how I'm making the refraction happen, right? So I
I
don't know if
mean,
this is, I don't know if this is legit. 'Cause it's the first time I've
activating
done it.
ray tracing doesn't mean um, getting towards the refraction, you
That's
know?
just a lens effect. It's not.
Okay, it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like I said, I just turned it
Well,
on because I'm here at a lake and the sun is setting. And I'm looking at the light, how it's going across the water, and
But
you know,
but does it actually represent what you see in real life in general?
no, it's kind of off. It's a video game, bro.
I mean,
I
it
just
has
asked if
to.
y'all wanted to check
I
it
think
out.
to a standard, you know, you have to be not obstructed by a huge distortion. You know, it's like when you play a video game, you have to see what you're actually playing at. I guess so. So therefore, it shouldn't be a big problem in terms of diversity, what we usually see in real life. So it's a different topic, but despite that, I can agree to some degree what you're talking about. So yes,
I was just inviting if y'all wanted to look at it, because not everybody's a gamer, right?
Yeah, that effect, I'm pretty sure it's just to mask the edge of the water hitting the camera. If you turn it off, does it do the same thing?
yeah, I mean, you're talking about a very specific situation, you know. I think it could not be usually applied to
Yeah.
what we are talking about in general, but despite that, I understand you.
Yeah, there's like ray tracing, path tracing in video games. It's like a really gimped version of what you get in like proper render engines, because it only does reflections and light bounces. Whereas path tracing in something like, you know, the render engines that they use for movies and stuff, it'll actually properly calculate the light bouncing off of surfaces. So it will actually, when you have like a cube of glass or whatever, it will calculate the light going through the glass properly.
I mean, I guess the
Whereas it's
usually
clearly not
path
doing it in
of
the water.
yeah, I mean, it's usually path of actually seeing through the situation is by determining if the distortion of thermal effects in terms of gases that surrounds us is actually being rendered, you know. So, but usually it's not, because it follows of certain paths just for the light rays. So it's difficult to determine if everything that is what you see is actually what's actually happening, you know.
Yeah, because I remember playing Duke Nukem back in the 90s, and the character would walk up to a mirror and he would check himself out and he would go, "Damn, I look good." Right? And that obviously was programmed in there, and it was definitely not ray tracing. But you could see yourself in the mirror. Was it Duke Nukem 3D, I think?
Yeah. Older games like that, they did it by literally just duplicating the room that you were in.
Right. But it is a gimmick, but it does make the reflections look a little better when you're standing still. Let's see, when you're moving, it gets kind of blurry, because that's quite a bit to process. Turn it off again and move. Whoops. Right now it's really blurry.
I mean, Duke Nukem, even the advanced version, never had in mind the path of ray tracing, you know. It's a whole different kind. You have to apply it via mods in order to see what's actually going on. It's a total different kind of thing. What is going on with the light rays?
Oh, I'm not sure what the rest of my graphics are like. I don't really want to change them because I had it running really good. So I'm just going to turn my ray tracing back on. Yeah, thanks for entertaining and, deciphering this with me, because I've been playing a game this whole time. I've never stopped to actually look.
Did you tell Flatsy that the horizon would rise at the far end?
No, I didn't tell you that.
Hmm.
Flatsy and I don't talk very often.
But did you hear her saying it? Yeah, didn't hear
No,
you
I had deafened myself because I just
correcting
did
her.
I just did a point in the game where I needed to hear the dialogue. Oh, here we go.
And that's not AI, is it? Somebody called you AI. That's not AI, is it?
No, I'm not AI. What the fuck is that? It's not supposed to be there. What is it? Oh, that is supposed to be there. There's no God rays like there is in Skyrim. Somebody was being rude to Flatsy. I missed it.
Feeling the things that she was saying.
Was he attacking the argument or attacking the person?
It was, well, I don't know. But I think he was attacking the things that she was saying.
Well, they're
But obviously somebody's told her to say it. Because she sounded confident about it. That's what all I was asking was who's told her to say it? Because, I mean, that allowed this man to ridicule what she was saying. and tie that to all flat earthers. Sort of a bigoted response, but I guess if it was flat
stereotype
earthers that
fallacy.
told her to say it.
The stereotype fallacy, huh?
Could have been a globe, as I say. He could have told her to say it, and then when she said it, laughed at her. I don't know. I don't know.
There's a lot of arguments that I don't like to make, questioning whether it's the moon that goes in front of the sun for a solar eclipse. I don't know why people make that argument. If you trace the path of the moon, I bet it goes right in front of the sun because it's predictable, and it just happens to be the same size of the sun. Well, there is annular eclipse, the ring eclipse, the ring solar eclipse. So it's not always exactly the apparent size, which makes me think that, you know, the distance between the observer and the sun and the moon must change. So it must be on certain circuits, or I guess you could say enter through certain gates at certain times that bring it on different pathways. I think it's how I've heard it described. So that would explain, like, you know, things like the elliptical orbits. If it's not always going on the exact same path, it's not a perfect circle. So it must change its pathway slightly. It's not a perfect circle. And they have supermoons, so that would be the moon appearing larger, I think. Let me double check that. Pretty sure that's what that is. Yeah, it appears, what, like 10% maybe bigger? Let's see. Yeah, so it's just like the what is it, the book of Enoch says? I think it's chapter 38 about the motions of the heavenly bodies and the different gates and pathways that it goes through.
Yeah, it's nice stuff. I like reading that. Chapter 72 is pretty good as well.
I haven't read that one. I want to write that down on my phone. Chapter 72.
It just it explains its rising in the eastern portals of the heavens and setting in the western portals of the heaven. And
Maybe that's what I'm thinking about.
I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets, and the moon rises and sets in these portals, and the leaders of the stars and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, are all following each other. And it goes on, and it's really good. I love reading it. It's great.
Maybe I just got the yeah, I think that's the chapter I was thinking of.
Yeah,
I got
chapter 7.
confused.
It's all right.
I got confused, sorry.
And then it tells you how it sort of, and during this period, the day becomes, got it here in front of me actually, morning on that day, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts in the night to 8 parts, and then the sun rises from that fourth portal and sets on the fourth and returns to the fifth portal of the east 30 morning and rises from it and sets in the fifth portal. I mean, you've got to read it quite slowly and try and absorb it. It's pretty good, though.
So I guess when they ask for a model, just give them that, right? Here, you want to pick that apart? Go ahead.
Yeah. Say, how does that work on a globe?
But just let them pick it apart. Like, here, this is a model. You want a model? Feast on this, because they're salivating for a model for something to pick apart. They're tired of us taking baseball bats, sledgehammers, and maces against their model, so they want something to tear apart. Let them have it.
And then chapter 73. And after this, I saw another law dealing with smaller luminary, which is named the moon. And her circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in definite measure, and her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, i.e. full, it amounts to the seventh part of the light of the sun, and thus she rises, and her first phase is in the east, comes forth on the 13th morning, and on that day she becomes visible, and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 13th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. So there's some really good stuff going on here.
Portal probably means constellation.
Yeah. And the one half of her goes forth by a seventh part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light, the exception of 1/7 part of it, and the 6th and the 14th part of her light. And this is all like, wish I just fucking understood it. Like, but yeah, it's a good model to give somebody.
It's not really a model, is it?
Well,
I
it's a
don't know.
description, right? You think if I describe the core of the Earth, right, that's not a model of the core?
How about you visualize it? Turn it into a drawing for me.
No, I'm good. And if you debunk it, I'm
No.
not attached to it, so I'm not going to lose any sleep.
It's a model. Deal with it.
Not my model. But you can have a look at it.
Tell us how it doesn't work.
Once you put forward an actual model, then I'll take a look at it.
Bro, that's an actual model of the heavenly bodies.
Well, then turn it into like a model. Draw it. Model it.
I don't have that skill, bro.
Okay.
Being honest.
You know what? If you pay me to, I'll model it.
I'm got to cut out, but if anybody finds out who told Flatsy to say that bullshit, let us know. I'll come back and have a chat.
All right, peace out. She said the horizon rises, right?
I don't know. What did you say?
I wonder if AI is still asleep. You still asleep, AI?
I'm gonna have a good read of this book of Enoch on these chapters. They're really nice.
Yeah, I read it a few times.
I have. I mean, I'm going to read it properly. I'm actually going to tell you the truth. What I've just for what Jekyll said there. Just wait 1 minute. Sorry about that. I think it was Jekyll who was on about the model and drawing one, but I actually seen somewhere regarding this description of the heavenly luminaries in the Book of Enoch. Somebody did attempt to sort of draw these portals and circuits and try and explain what they thought the description was doing. I'll have to try and find that. I remember looking at that. I can't remember who did it though, but I will try and find that, Jekyll.
So I do see the problem with this with this model. If the core of the Earth is 10,800 degrees, and there's no atmosphere in space for it to radiate into, there'd be no convection, and eventually it would reach equilibrium. So that's a problem. 4.54 billion years, and the crust hasn't reached the same temperature as the core. I wonder if geysers are like some sort of inner Earth tide, and when the tide rises, it gets close enough to these hot spots underground where there's lava or magma, excuse me, and it causes it to do what geysers do, spew up.
Just on that, sorry, Larry. It's I think you're right about them portals being constellations, because chapter 76 just briefly reads in the beginning, and at the ends of the earth, I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters of the heaven. So that'd be the 12 constellations, and the quarters would be the four sections of the seasons, which the winds go forth and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face of the heavens, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right of the heaven, 3 on the left. And the first 3, and the 3 first of these, or those of the east, and there are of the north. Yeah, so that's definitely to do with the constellations, I'd say. At the ends of the earth, bloody hell.
Definitely is not an end on the globe, right? The finish line is the starting line.
What does it? I can't pronounce this. ORJARES, or jazz, is it? ORJARES. Or
let me look it up.
It says, and the names of the sun are the following: the first Jazz, and the second Thomas.
ORJERS?
ORJARES.
ORJERS.
Or jazz.
Hebrew names. Celestial bodies. Log in. What? Maintenance mode. Okay.
What's that, mate?
That first one I clicked on, it didn't work.
Yeah.
Definition. Stars with ORJERS. One of the names of the sun?
The names of the sun are as the following. The first is Augeas, and the second Thomas, Thomas. Augeas and Thomas.
Larry,
Yo.
is it an argument from the Globers? I think it's Matthew that says that since the size of the sun doesn't changes, that's proof that it's like a far distance or something. Have you heard the Glober saying something like that? You know, when it's moving across the sky, it doesn't changes. Some people say.
Right. Yeah, that's what he says.
So this guy here, Ariel, he's in here. He's deafened, but he posted a video, and the guy is doing an observation of the sun, of the ISS, right? And he says that the diameter of the sun changes during the observation, the video that he's making. So, you know, there's some Easter egg there that the guy doing the observation is saying that the size is changing, but some Globers come in here and argue that it doesn't. There's something there.
Was that same Glober that just chewed out Flatsy? Is he going to chew out Matthew?
Possibly.
What is this video? No, is this one measuring height and velocity of the space station?
Yeah, he says that the diameter of the sun changes.
The apparent diameter?
Yeah.
So it will change very slightly.
So it debunks Matthew's claim that it doesn't.
Well, no.
Wait a minute. That's you can't say it does and then it doesn't.
No, because you got to understand why he's saying that. Because,
why does he say that it doesn't when it does?
Well, because it doesn't change enough to make sense with the flat Earth model that you pretend you don't have. Kind of do, but don't really.
The goalpost just changed enough, didn't it?
No.
Yeah, you said that it does. Matthew said that it doesn't. And you said that she's kind of pregnant. Kind of pregnant. Is that something a doctor would say?
No. So the argument is that because the sun doesn't change in size significantly as it goes across the sky, it must be roughly the same distance away from the Earth at all times.
There's no significantly in it. You guys claim it doesn't change. We say it does. All it's got to do is change a little bit. We win. Sold.
Why do you think the sun changing in size matters?
Because you guys claim that it doesn't. That's why.
Yeah, your claim
Matrix.
is the
He said the sun changing in size means you win. Why?
Because you guys claim that it does not. You've black swanned yourselves. All it's got to do is prove it does it a little bit, and it's game over.
Why? What are the implications for that?
Means you're wrong.
No, well, I'm saying it does change in size a little bit.
Oh, so
at sunrise and sunset.
Okay.
Also, no, this is what we see all the time, every day.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So now you agree with us. Good. I'm glad that we've come to an understanding.
Okay, but like, what are the implications of this? Do you know why Globers say it doesn't change size?
Why would they lie?
No, you're not really answering, are you?
Yeah, but why will they lie?
Can you answer that? Why do you think Globers say it doesn't change size?
That it doesn't changes, but then we look in reality and it does changes. So why will they lie?
Okay, why? Why do you think that matters? Why do you think that's an argument?
I mean,
can you steel
maybe
man
they're
the globe
maybe
position here?
maybe they're liars. Maybe that's what they are, liars.
Okay, under heaven, he's clearly running away. Larry, can you explain it?
Running away? Why are you lying? Why are you running from the lie?
Larry's
Yes,
not answering.
it's real
Matrix,
simple.
what about
Yeah,
you? Can you
Can
answer
you
it?
give me a second? Yeah, I have to unmute my headphone from my head.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, if you guys are claiming that it doesn't, because if the sun is closer, you would assume that it's going to be changing in apparent size as it's moving across the surface, right?
Mhm.
But this is the apparent size of the sun, and it's moving overhead through multiple layers of atmosphere. So that's actual refraction, not pseudo refraction like you guys talk about, where it's bending over the curve at 8 inches per mile squared, and that's why it looks flat. When there's actual different layers of density, that's actual refraction, and it's going to have a lensing effect, and it's going to cross cancel. So sometimes it's going to change a little bit, but if there was no atmosphere, no atmospheric lensing, because light, the way that it acts, it diverges in all directions. So if you shine a laser a foot from the source, it's going to be like the size of a number 2 pencil eraser. But if you got a strong enough laser and you shine it across the football field, by the time it gets to the other side, 100 yards away, it's going to be closer to the size of football or basketball. That's because light spreads out. So as image spreads out, this is
Okay,
atmospheric lensing, causes magnification. So we're claiming that it changes, but you can't bet the farm on it because the atmosphere acts like a lens. You guys have said in the past, maybe not you specifically, but people like Matthew and others say that it doesn't change size, when in fact it does. And it's going to slightly change size because that's what you would predict if an object is moving away from you and the light is spreading out because of attenuation, divergence from the center, atmospheric lensing. These things are going to make it cross cancel as it's changing size and getting smaller. It's going to cross cancel and appear to get a little bit bigger at the same time. So it's going to slightly change. That's exactly what our model would predict.
Okay, well that was you went off a bit, but yeah, that is
Well,
more or less correct.
Where did I go off at?
Well, you started talking about atmospheric lensing or whatever. You kind of changed topic.
Okay, so you
But
guys,
yes, the reason
whenever you
Globers
mention
say, look, the
refraction,
sun
you're
doesn't change
changing topic.
size.
So let's be consistent. Whenever you Globers are mentioning refraction and we're talking about the geometry, you're going off and changing topics, right?
No, I'm trying to go one step at a time, one thing at a time.
Okay, so you guys can do that, and that's not changing topic. I see.
No, look, I don't like when anyone changes topic. Okay, I'm trying to stay on topic, one thing at a time. But yes, the reason Globers say, look, the sun doesn't change size is because, yes, it stays roughly the same size in the sky as it goes, or same size as it goes across the sky. Whereas if we were on a flat Earth with the fucking pizza disc and the sun and the moon spinning around it, whatever, like you guys tried to use to explain things, but obviously it falls apart, it's because if the sun was local and it was going away, it would appear significantly smaller as it goes away, which doesn't happen.
You can just ignore the atmospheric lensing.
And yes, atmospheric lensing doesn't really happen.
Really?
And it doesn't explain why the sun does what it does.
So there's
Well,
no refraction.
thank you very much
so
that you
much.
accomplish
So we debunked
and
the radius.
actually
Good job.
confirm the very
No, you
theory
didn't debunk the
that is
radius.
non-negotiable, because the heat that is given either by sun or moon is determined by the light rays and frequency, which it determines to be either cold or hot. So therefore, a much more magnified moon, which usually happens only sometimes, has to be that the moon has to be in a frequency that is much more correlated to our eyes observation and even the shadows, which we could observe, but usually we don't, or nobody haven't, basically, which we should, to be precise. But either of that, yeah, it's a frequency of the light that is basically hitting your eyes, and the frequency and the gases in between. That is it.
You're not running from what the man just said, are you?
I don't even know what he was waffling on about. Are you a
So you're
cold
sprinting.
moon theorist, Ripcord?
You're sprinting. I got it. So you're going to completely dodge his
A moon
question,
theorist? What do you mean?
and you're going to hit him with a
Are you a
question.
cold moon theorist?
So you're pleading the fifth?
Oh yeah, I mean, of course. If you say
You think the
in
moon
your
makes things
terms,
cold?
and yes, it's cold light. It's not hot light.
We have cold light from the moon. Okay, well this is
I can hear the Doppler effect in
stupid.
your voice as you're running away, screaming, "I plead the fifth!"
So, this atmospheric lensing thing, do you think it explains why the sun stays roughly the same size in the sky? Why does it only apply to the sun?
I mean, usually it's
Not you, Larry.
Okay. Sorry.
No, I'm looking at this model. You should have said my name in the beginning if you're talking to me. What'd you say?
Why does atmospheric lensing, this thing that you can't demonstrate, why does it only apply to the sun and moon?
I
Why
told you
doesn't
how
it
to
apply to
demonstrate
buildings
it. You're not listening, or you don't
or
understand one.
planes
Listen
or
to me.
clouds?
Listen to what I'm saying. It's real simple. Take a laser light, like the kind that you play with your cat with, and shine it a foot away from the source. Measure the diameter. Then shine it as far away as you can. Measure the diameter. You're going to notice that the light is spreading out from the center in all directions because that's the nature of light. Please look
Yeah,
at the
that's not
inverse
because of
square law.
atmospheric lensing. That's because the light from the laser isn't perfectly straight. It's,
So
it's
you're
not
saying
perfectly
the atmosphere
parallel
doesn't
with itself.
affect the light?
The inverse square law.
So you're saying the atmosphere doesn't
That
affect
means
the
light
light?
gets dimmer as it goes away.
That's
And
correct.
it does because it's spreading out. Why do you think it
Yes.
gets dimmer? You think the photons disappear or are they spreading out?
Yes, they're spreading out.
Okay, that's atmospheric lensing. That's what I'm
No,
talking
that's not
about.
atmospheric lensing.
Yes, it is. You can demonstrate it.
No, you can't.
Okay,
Because
so you're telling me
you
that
first
I
got to
shine a
prove
light.
that your laser is shining light like perfectly bang on straight. That there's no deviation from these light rays.
How am I going to prove that's like evidence that I can't achieve? How am I going to prove that?
Well, you fucking got to demonstrate that atmospheric lensing is a thing. Because I can also look at fucking just regular ass objects that are miles away from me, and they're not massive. So clearly, why atmospheric lensing isn't causing anything else to appear bigger. So why do you think it's making the sun appear bigger?
Of course it does. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm going to look out my window right now. Hold on.
You know you're looking at the apparent object, right? How it appears to you isn't always
Holy
necessarily
shit, Larry,
reality.
you're right. I can see the Eiffel Tower. It's huge.
There's that Doppler shift I was talking about.
Oh, wait, I was lying. I didn't see that.
So if you're saying this doesn't happen and light doesn't, spread out, why are they spending so much money on these lasers to make them so extremely precise and the beam so narrow? Why would they do that if what you're saying is true? I mean, why even collimate the light? Why even have lasers? They shouldn't even exist
I don't
if what
know.
you're saying is true. I mean, you could just put a
If
flashlight
what
on
you
your
were saying
gun.
is true,
Hold on.
when I look out my window,
Hold on.
objects that are really far away from me wouldn't appear smaller.
Hold on. If what
Yet
you're
they
saying
do.
is true, you could just put a flashlight on your AK-47. You wouldn't need a laser light. You could just shine the light at somebody and shoot and hit it right where you're saying it's going to be because you're saying light
Yeah,
doesn't spread out.
we're talking about 20 meters or something like that, or 50 feet. It's like, of course, it's a hit or miss, basically. With a flashlight, but I know what you're talking about. You have to apply this to a whole range of multiple kilometers in which you're focusing a laser basically to narrow it by millimeters and then go micro Oh, silence. Why?
Sorry, I'm trying to cite a source. If you were talking to me, you got to say my name in the beginning.
Oh no, I'm just going with the flow, basically.
Also, you know what happens to a laser light when you shine it on something really far away? It gets blurry. Like
Why
the
is that?
light isn't perfectly, uniform.
Why is that?
Because the light is imperfect.
The light's not
No,
perfect.
Whereas if atmospheric lensing was causing this to
the light
happen,
is perfect
and it was the same thing.
in every
You
degree.
shut the fuck up, Ripcord. Oh my god. I'm talking.
You don't tell me to shut the fuck up.
If the light... Okay, I'm just going to turn you down. If the light, if
Yeah, we
the
can't do that here,
atmosphere
'cause
was
that's
causing
gonna-
these things
that's
to
gonna
lens...
cause chaos. That's going to cause chaos.
Yeah, I've muted it. I'm just turning him down a little bit.
Okay.
So if the atmosphere was doing what you said it was doing, and this was the same thing that was happening to the sun, well, when we look at the sun, we can look it through like a solar filter, or even the moon, same thing, and we can see it has like a very hard defined edge. It's not blurry. Whereas if you shine a laser light at something really far away, it's going to get blurry. Like the center of it's going to be brighter than the middle, than the edges. It's going to like taper off. Whereas this isn't happening. So clearly whatever's causing the laser light to, widen as it shines on something far away, is clearly not the same thing that's happening to the sun. Otherwise, the sun would be very blurry.
Okay, so let me get this
same
straight.
with the moon.
I'm just going to steel man your argument. You're saying that light from a laser that's been collimated is going to spread out and it's observable, but the light coming from the sun that's not collimated is going to be even more collimated.
What do you mean collimated? Like it scatters?
Like a column, like a stone column. Like it's not going to diverge and get wider towards the bottom like a tree trunk does. So you're saying it's more like you're saying the light coming off of the sun is more like perfect parallel rays and it doesn't spread out like an oak tree trunk. You're saying it's more like the tree, the pine tree, like a perfect column. You think that's how light travels. Well, look what I just posted. Posted a link.
No, light doesn't do that.
This is Edmund Optics. Go ahead and check it out. It shows the laser and the cone effect. And this is collimated light, right? Light that they're focusing into a beam as opposed to light reflecting off of a building or an object or light coming from the sun. It's not going to do this thing that this light is doing. So the physics of light isn't uniform. That's what you're saying?
Okay, you're going to have to summarize this for me.
This is why I said you don't talk to me and shut the fuck up. Because Larry just contributed to the whole conversation. Thank you.
So just replace the
Larry.
laser. Just replace the
go ahead.
laser with sunlight. This is what I'm talking about. Go ahead, bro.
No, this is interesting. Go ahead. You posted something.
Yeah, I'm just sharing what I posted. Anybody can look at it if they want to on their own time. Go ahead, bro.
So when we've got these,
Yeah, what's this
lasers
link
pointing-
showing? What's the important bit?
I posted pictures for those of you who like pictures. I don't have any crayons.
Okay,
I'm
and
sorry. I'm all
what
out.
am I learning from this?
What is the light doing as it leaves the laser?
Well, here it looks like it's angling out.
Yeah, it's diverging from the center, right?
Right, yeah.
So when light comes from a source, even if it's collimated, it diverges from the center, just like I said a laser light would do. And you were like, nuh-uh. So sunlight that's not collimated, which means that it's not focused, is going to do this even more than a laser. Because that's the physics of light. This is why you lose radio. You lose Wi-Fi signal when you take out the trash. This is why this happens. The inverse square law. So you can look up
Yeah,
the
because you're
inverse
further away
square
from
law,
it.
like
So it gets dimmer.
yeah.
It spreads
Well, the
out.
signal strength isn't as high, right? Because it's spreading out. Every
Right,
time
but
you
the point of a
double the
laser is
distance,
to make
you
that not
lose-
happen.
Right. So with the sunlight, It's just happening. You can't stop it. So it's changing
Yeah, light from the
size
sun goes in all directions.
despite the fact that this is happening and it's cross-canceling. It still changes size. So that tells you that it is happening a lot more than we can actually detect, but it's still detectable, which means Matthew is wrong.
To add insult
Well, the
to
point that
injury, you can
me
go
and
and
I
get a
assume
light.
Matthew were getting at is that
Hold on, you're
if
talking over
atmospheric
somebody.
lensing was causing this to happen,
Hold on, mate.
we would not see what we see.
Hold on, bro. Someone else is talking. Go ahead, Matrix.
To add insult to injury, you can go and grab yourself a light meter, measure the light intensity in lumens, and watch how it drops off. And then you can graph that. If you live on a flat plane with the sun going over your head, you will get a very specific reading. If you live on a ball that's rotating with the sun in a very stable position, you'll get another graphed reading. Maybe you should do that and see what happens.
Yeah, we know the inverse square law is a thing.
Right, here it
That's
is.
not the point.
Beam divergence. Scroll down to the bottom. It says laser diodes versus helium neon lasers. Beam divergence. That's what the sunlight is doing. It's diverging from the center, like I said. Here you go. Cite my source. All right, would you like to say that you were incorrect?
No, beam. The beam diverging isn't the same as magnifying.
Okay. So you think that when you see the sun, you're actually looking at the sun and it's not the apparent sun, it's the actual sun.
Wait, yeah, no, this proves me right. Beam divergence. While laser beams are assumed to be collimated, they always diverge to a certain degree. Yes, this is my argument. I'm
Is it
saying is
now?
the light from a laser isn't perfect, and that's why it gets bigger as it goes away.
But not
It's not
sunlight,
because
right?
of atmospheric lensing.
Is that special pleading that sunlight doesn't do this? You got a source for that?
What?
Does the sunlight do the same thing?
Yes. Light from the sun goes in
Oh.
all directions as well.
If it's spreading out, then what's going to happen? What happens when you zoom in on something?
What? No, yeah. Light from the sun goes in all directions. That's why we have light over like a great big area of the Earth. Over half the Earth at one time.
I thought he was going to say something else. Refraction.
Earlier he said there is no refraction. So that means that
No,
the
I didn't say
radius
there was
is
no refraction.
Wait a minute. Come on now. This is recorded, bro. You know that, right?
When did I say there was no refraction?
Well, you can ask our friend Ripcord. He started talking when that happened, and I jumped all over it too, but I'll let Ripcord speak because he doesn't speak very often, and I hog the mic. You want me to go pull it
Well,
up?
can you say what I said back to me? Because I don't think I said there was no
Yeah.
refraction.
Yeah, you said there's no atmospheric lensing. What do you think refraction is? Lensing. What happens when you put glasses
Oh yeah,
on?
there's refraction in the atmosphere, but this isn't going to cause things to appear significantly bigger.
Oh,
It's not
so
gonna
it's
lens
going to
things.
appear the same size, right? It's going to appear the
gonna appear the
size
same
that it
size.
actually is. So we're never looking at the apparent sun. We're always looking at the actual sun, according to you.
No, like refraction's a thing, so
Oh, okay.
that's why we see that the sun slows
So then-
down at sunset.
So then lensing is a thing, right?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so let me get this straight. I'm going to attempt to steel man you here. You're saying that refraction is a thing when the light waves change directions, right?
Mhm.
But atmospheric lensing is not a thing when the light rays change directions.
You know, you can have light. Yeah, you can have light change direction without it magnifying things.
Well, of course you can, but what happens when light changes the direction?
It changes direction.
Sometimes it gets magnified, like the glasses I'm wearing right now.
I
Let
don't
me
know.
just post.
That's not really
let me just-
magnifying things.
Let
It's
me
just
just post an
focusing it.
example of it for you. Let me find it. I think there's a Rob Skiba video that you need to watch. I'll take screenshots. Don't worry. I'm not going to hurl elephants at you. But I will be gone for a minute while I'm looking for this.
Oh, God bless him.
Well, I'm still waiting on any evidence of atmospheric magnification.
I just said that I'm going to get that for you. Did you hear that part?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Don't accuse me of running, because I'm running to get you a source.
All right.
Larry, quote on the video, the guy. The
What?
diameter of the sun changes by a small amount. That's the quote.
Do it
Then the guy,
too?
then the guy
Question mark.
here, then the guy here says, that's the guy here, the Globetard believer says, nowhere in the video does he claim the sun changes diameter.
Oh, wow.
And the quote is, word by word, the sun diameter of the diameter of the sun changes by a small amount. I mean, I don't get it.
Maybe that's why Matthew said that. We'll have to ask him to be sure. So the scientist is saying the atmosphere acts like a lens at 311. So I'll go ahead and post that for you. And you can look up the scientist for yourself. He's the guy that came on that channel where they said that Chicago was a mirage. 1 year later, to the date, he came and said that the atmosphere is acting like a lens. So you have to take it up with the expert. Sorry, bro.
This is so ridiculous, dude.
He doesn't know the atmosphere acts like a lens, but he's claiming
Measuring two
refraction.
locations between different temperature changes between observational diameters, which actually happen. It's, whatever you are measuring right now, or what has been measured, like 0.36 minus 0.44, it's ridiculous in terms of actual measurement in a lifetime, you know, because it changes all the time. You do not know unless you measure it all the time. If we have a measuring station which would actually locate the degrees and actually point this very formula to us the whole time, we would actually see the very degree in which the sun in size changes. But it doesn't, because nobody gives a shit.
So where in this video does he talk about the atmospheric lensing?
311.
Or do you want me to watch the whole 17-minute thing?
No, bro. I told you it was 311.
311.
Yeah. It's a clip from one of his earlier videos. Looking for the source right now. I guess you didn't hear me earlier. Let me know when you're done watching.
Okay, yeah, he's talking about bog standard refraction, like us globers bring up all the time. He's not talking about the atmosphere lensing like a camera lens, making shit appear bigger.
Was this the first time you saw this video?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have any context clues like I do, because I saw the whole original broadcast where, what is it, channel whatever from Chicago said that it's a mirage, and then a year later they came back and said it's not a mirage. Actually, the atmosphere is acting like a lens, but you know more than I do on this subject matter, right?
I mean, we all agree that the atmosphere acts like a lens in that it bends light. That's why us very intelligent globies bring up refraction all the time to debunk your black swan shit. We all agree on that. But you're saying that the atmosphere is magnifying the sun.
Sorry, you mean you make it unfalsifiable? Your model unfalsifiable? When you say refraction? Yes, that's what you do.
No, it is falsifiable. It's just that you're not going to falsify it by saying, I see too far.
Oh, okay. So when we debunk the geometric horizon, you just say refraction, and anything else that I show you, you just say refraction, but it's still debunkable, right?
No, you haven't debunked it because you haven't taken refraction into account.
Right, because
which is a thing which can be demonstrated.
You changed the goalpost. It was 8 inches per mile squared. Now it's whatever the fuck we tell you, stupid flat earther. If we say refraction, it's unfalsifiable. So there.
No, the 8 inch per mile square thing is a rough estimate based on what you would see if there was no atmosphere and it's derived from the radius. It's not a hard and fast rule saying you will see the horizon drop at 8 inches per mile squared all the time forever. No, that's not the claim. But anyway, you still haven't provided any evidence that the atmosphere is causing the sun to be magnified. Well, not only be magnified, but be magnified to be pretty much bang on the same size all the time.
Well, are you claiming that?
Listen.
Go ahead.
When you say magnified, are you guys? I mean, do you have the same definition, or what does that mean?
What does you know what magnified means? It's making the sun appear bigger or smaller, I guess.
Okay, let me tell you this. What's causing this phenomena then, if it's not having let's say a magnifying effect? Or look at this phenomena. This is actual photographs, okay? Look, let me post it right here. 1 second. Look, this one is with the sun. Post this one right here. Find the other ones. Yep.
So, I don't know your name. Troll Team 6. Okay. Pepper, can you describe what I just posted?
Look at this other photograph of the moon. Look at the moon. Look what's happening with the moon.
Larry, I have no idea. What am I supposed to be seeing in this photo?
Well, you're saying there's no
that's the building, and then you can see it kind of from far away. And there's a car.
Right. Do objects shrink in the distance?
They appear to, yes.
They appear to shrink in the distance. That is correct. I'm in agreement with you so far. Now, if you're 40-something miles away, would it be shrinking a lot?
Yeah.
So when this guy is, and I'll post the original video so that you can see where this guy was standing. So when this guy is standing 40 miles away and he's taking a snapshot of this building, does it look like it's almost the same size as the picture on the left?
Yeah, in this photo, but cameras can zoom in.
Right, of course I can. That's why he set it on the same zoom amount.
Then no, I don't believe this photo is legit.
Oh, okay. So
how far away is he from that building in the first photo?
I'm posting the original video now. You're more than welcome to go through the source material. And let me give you the timestamp. This is at 9:34. Feel free to go back a few minutes if you like.
And what's the car got to do with this? Why is the car in there?
What's all this?
Pretty much all of Chicago, all the lower buildings, including with the ground level. So the atmosphere really is acting like a lens. Yes.
So the atmosphere really, Chicago, once again, what's happening with the atmosphere?
The science is the same of that of a lens. Here's a simple example. So if you're looking at Chicago here, just maybe you can just see the top of the Sears Tower, and if our simulated temperature inversion moves into place, hopefully now you can see pretty much all of Chicago, all the lower buildings, including with the ground level. So the atmosphere really is acting like a lens.
So what do lenses do?
Yeah, like I said, we agree that the atmosphere acts like a lens and that it can bend light.
Light doesn't bend.
Light doesn't bend.
No. Please review Snell's law. Please review Snell's law. It's not bending. What you mean, like licorice?
You think light doesn't bend? Then how do you think lenses work?
It changes the angle of incidence.
So it changes the path of light.
Right.
So it bends.
No. Do you mean like a curve?
Like it doesn't bend. It is being magnified.
So it bends. Let's just say it bends. We don't need to get into the technical. Well, it's not actually bending. It's just changing the angle. It bends.
According to you. Okay. I got it.
According to lenses.
See, that's what some of us would call being intellectually dishonest. Why don't you just say it magnifies?
Because it doesn't always magnify. You can have a lens change the path of the light without it magnifying anything.
So it's just a piece of glass then, it's not a lens.
What do you think a lens is?
Something that magnifies.
Something that magnifies. So lenses have to magnify.
That's normally their general purpose, yes.
Okay.
You can see.
Then I would disagree that the atmosphere is acting like a lens. Then. If you want to hold it to that definition.
You can
like
see
I said, you're the one being intellectually dishonest. That's the whole point of you, Globe Fast 6 clowns.
No, I think the person being intellectually dishonest is watching this video and taking away something different from it than what the people are saying.
I don't even know what video you're talking
Well, I
about.
posted it for everybody to listen to. They can decide for themselves.
What time
Is that a good idea? Or do you need to provide a narrative to make sure that you're brainwashing people to thinking you're right? Is that what you need to do? Are you your own cheerleader?
I mean, I'm watching the video. I'm not seeing any magnification.
You didn't see those two buildings side by side from 42 miles away?
No, where were they?
I posted it 41 minutes after the hour. 42 miles difference. Oh, that's a really good picture. Jimsy posted there. Which one is the actual sun?
You're gonna need to do some math, globe math, to figure that one out.
You can smoke all the math you want to. You ain't gonna be able to tell which one's the real one.
Which one is the real moon? You see the moon one?
Oh, I didn't see that. I thought that was like infrared. I thought it was. Oh, it is the moon. I see it now. That's cool. I've never saw that before in my life. That must be over water, right?
It is. That's Kanagu. That's Mount Kanagu.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anywhere in this video either that these two pictures are taken from with the same focal length. Can you see what that is?
Well, think about it. 42 miles. How much would that object shrink at 42 miles? That building.
Well,
It'd be
from
pretty small,
from
right?
what? From
42
if
miles.
you're taking
away?
it from 40 miles and then 41 miles, it's not going to change by much.
No. On the left, he's in Chicago. On the right,
Yeah. So how far
he's
away
in
is he from the
Michigan.
building there?
42 miles.
Right. How far away is he from the building in the first one?
Looks like he's about a mile or two away.
So a mile to
40
42 miles.
difference. Yeah.
Well, it's not the difference. It's the
In the many
Really?
other mountains.
It's not
my
the
bad.
difference.
you know, if you move 40
One of
miles
them
away
was
from
in
something
Michigan.
that's
One of
100,000
them
miles
he's in
away,
Illinois.
it's not really going to change much.
Bro, stop with all that. You're just filibustering. Listen, if you're 40 miles away, it's going to
Right.
be different size, apparently.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So, is this building, does it look like it's 40 miles away? 42 miles away?
Yes, it looks like it's pretty far away.
On the right, it looks like it's 42
Yes.
miles away. Looks pretty big to me.
Yeah, because you can zoom in with the camera to make things appear bigger again.
Yeah, you absolutely can. You can zoom in with the camera. So I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree and couch this and never talk about it again. But you don't think the atmosphere acts like a lens in the fact that because the nature of light diverges in all direction, right? Beam divergence. It even happens in lasers where they use modern technology that's only been around for less than 100 years to collimate the light, and it still happens. But you're saying that this wouldn't cause objects to appear to be larger than they actually are. You ever looked at a light under the water at nighttime?
Well,
in a pool?
look, I agree
asked
that
you a
the
question.
lights.
Have you ever
Hold on.
looked at the light
You
underwater
asked me like
in a
3
pool?
questions in a row now. I agree that the atmosphere can act like a lens in the sense that it can cause the path of light to bend or change or whatever. If you don't like the word bend, we'll say it can cause the path of light to change. I don't agree that it can cause objects to magnify in the sense that you're describing, and you haven't really provided any evidence of that. You say that this still causes the light to diverge with lasers, which are collimated, but even in the evidence that you provided, it showed that lights are not perfect, and they do still diverge a little bit. Yeah, what else you got?
You ever swim underneath the water at night with your eyes open and saw the light?
Sorry, what?
You ever swim underneath the water at night and you saw the light on the opposite end of the pool?
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, well, I've seen it a lot. I spent most of my childhood underwater as much as possible. So yeah, when you're underwater at night looking at a light across the pool, it looks like a giant light, but if you drain the pool and actually change it, you'll see that the filament is actually quite small. If you take the light bulb apart, you'll see that the little carbon piece in the middle, very, very small. Right?
Yeah.
Sure.
How much brighter is the
Maybe.
sun than a pool light?
A fair bit.
Quite a bit. I'll agree.
The brightness of the sun is irrelevant here.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me show you something. I want to show you something. I think you'll like it.
Okay.
I don't know why I didn't think about this before.
Third time's a charm, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you'll understand when you see this one. Because you're having trouble
It's not
understanding.
about understanding, it's about you providing evidence that the atmosphere is doing this thing that
It
you're
is.
claiming it to.
It is. It's about understanding. Let's see. Right here. There we go.
So remember, it's got to magnify the sun.
Right.
To be the same size for every single person on the Earth at the same time. Or I guess on half of the Earth. Every person that can see the sun.
There you go. Click on that video. Not the GIF.
Okay, yeah, this is just camera bloom. This has nothing to do with what you're talking about. That's not the atmosphere magnifying the sun. Otherwise, it would still be magnified when he puts the solar filter above it. Or in front of it. Come on, Larry. You can do better than this.
The sun is actual size. It's not the apparent size. When you're looking at the sun, it's not the apparent sun.
I'm not saying anything about that. I'm saying that in this video you've posted, in the first bit where you can see sort of directly towards the sun, it's big and bloomy because it's overwhelming the camera sensor. But when he puts the solar filter over it, it appears smaller because you're not getting that bloom anymore. And you're seeing a more accurate depiction of the sun's shape.
Your eyes also see that blooming effect.
Yeah, it's caused by the camera being overwhelmed. If you lower the exposure of the camera, if you drop the aperture, you'll see a similar thing happen.
If you put a welding lens in front of
Actually,
your eyes,
I have a photo I took myself demonstrating this exact thing. Let me post that.
Get a welding lens
Yes.
or a welding helmet and put
No, you
it
don't
on.
need a welding lens. You just need to drop the aperture.
No, I'm not talking about cameras. I'm talking about your own eyes.
Oh, you're going to love this, Laurie. I almost called you Gary.
I don't care what you call me. No matter.
Just don't call him baby.
Better not. Not right here, partner.
Back to lights in the sky, though, aren't we, all the time? Fucking hell.
Well, some globers say that the sun stays the same size, and we just found somebody who said that it doesn't.
What size is it?
It changes.
No, what's its actual size then? What they're saying about that?
Okay, so this says, and this is physics.weber.edu. Besides the sun's location in the sky, we can also measure its apparent size. Its apparent size? What does that mean? Does that mean it's not the actual size?
Yeah.
What does apparent size mean, guy? I'm not very smart. I don't understand these things. Maybe you could look that word up and tell me about it. Explain it to me.
I assume they're talking about its angular size. There you go, Gary.
Right, so if its angular size is apparent, what does that mean?
That means it's what you see.
No.
Oh.
Oh, man. This guy.
Well, there you go, Gary. I posted 2 photos. Second one, I just had a really high exposure. Second one, really low exposure. And you can see the size of this light would appear to change, even though the actual physical size of the light bulb is not changing at all.
Right, so it appears to be bigger.
There's
That
definitely a
helps me
globe.
out. Thanks. Well, that helps out my argument. It definitely helps.
No, it helps out my. It shows that what you're demonstrating in this video is just caused by the camera, lens, sensor, whatever.
You posted some videos.
Not by some kind of atmospheric lensing or whatever.
You posted some videos. I posted something with substance.
No, you didn't post anything with substance. You just showed one video of how a solar filter worked, one video of the atmosphere bending light but not magnifying anything. You posted 2 photos of some building, which could easily be explained by just zooming in on it.
Go back. The one long video that he put up that was 17 minutes long that you were bitching about, did you watch from 3 minutes 20 to 3 minutes 35? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
What did they say in that section?
Yeah, they said the atmosphere is working like a lens,
And it was doing what?
changing the path of light.
What was the word they used? I know it hurts. Just say it.
I don't know what word they used.
Better go watch it again.
Okay, I'm watching it again.
So Weber International University just said, quote, besides the sun's location in the sky, we can also measure its apparent size and the color of its light. Apparent means not actual. So if the not actual size of the sun is measurable, that means that the actual size of the sun is not measurable. So does light work like a cone where everything is getting smaller as it gets towards you? Or does the cone always go away from the light like I posted earlier with the laser lights? Post it again if I have to. Real simple. Anybody can understand. A child could understand this. Right here.
Just Globus can't.
And this is right here. It's coning away from the source. That's how light
Yeah,
works.
which is what I was saying it was doing.
That's what you were saying, huh?
Yes.
I don't know what is it with you guys? Do you guys like take secret oaths to like not be honest?
It might be the jibby jabbies or something. Is delete stuff from there.
I did see something about that. How it makes them like completely go with the narrative. I did
You know
see
when the
that.
you know when the rats are put in the utopia, the rat utopia, and they start like turning gay and eating each other and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Universe 25, the rat experiment, the famous rat experiment.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find that clip.
That light doesn't look bendy though, does it?
The parasites get passed between men rubbing each other and stuff.
The Earth doesn't look bendy either. Nor the sea. No lakes. No water. At rest. We don't want to talk about that.
Well, don't be like that. You might offend them.
Yeah. Let's keep talking about that light in the sky we know nothing about. Don't talk about the bendy Earth.
Wait, who was talking about this video saying the word they used? Are you talking about 328?
Come on, you can say it.
Come on.
The lensing
Is that
what?
Yeah, is that what the point that you're talking about? 328, 329? He says the word then.
Say it. Come on, you can do it.
Yeah, is that the point that you're talking about? Yes? Correct?
I just want you to say it.
That's not the two guys that are actually talking about Chicago. That's the guy narrating the video.
So just say it.
He calls it magnification. The two guys talking about Chicago, they don't.
Said it. It didn't hurt you.
Yes,
did it?
I said it because that you're talking about different people.
Aww.
Are you aware of that? What was that about? Dishonesty.
Maybe
you should have just watched the video and like paid attention to who was talking about what before you said this stupid shit.
Go and watch it again.
And embarrassed yourself.
The guy that fucking did the experiment. He was talking about.
No, it's the guy narrating over the video.
He was talking about dragging his phone back on it, comparing it, and then it goes to an ad. Some Genesis Enoch edition something.
Yeah, that's not the two people in the box saying, don't forget what the expert said. They're the ones that say it acts like a lens. They don't say it's magnifying anything. This
one who
guy
was moving
narrating
his
over it,
phone,
he's saying it's magnifying shit.
the one who was the one moving his phone was the one who was talking.
Yeah, he's not an expert. He doesn't know what the fuck
Also,
he's
you
talking about.
suddenly are.
Fuck, I know
Yeah,
more than this guy.
but I don't. No, this is not like a hill anybody's gonna die on, because it's just. I mean, lenses are very specific. Like when the companies they construct a lens, it's gonna serve a specific lensing effect, right? So the Atmos is not gonna function as a lens designed to do a specific uh, filter or whatever, but it's gonna cause these effects of distortion. But I don't think you can call it lens, because I don't know. I would say a lens is something that you construct. It might have some effects, but I wouldn't say specific as a lens. Distortion maybe, but I wouldn't call it lensing though.
It was lensing effect was the term / magnification of the buildings.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what the guy
magnification.
narrating the video said. That's not what the experts said.
Still, there's no proof for that cartoon globe.
Proves that this guy and May and Larry don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Hey Jimsy, would you like to go to a private room, or is there a way that we could mute the YouTube? Want you to hear what this guy is saying, because he's saying exactly what you just said about the people that did the you know what the past couple of years. They have trouble repeating anything but the technocratic narrative. Would you like to see
Yeah.
that, Jimsy?
Yeah, oh
I
yeah.
think you have trouble watching this video and paying attention to who's talking about what, and when the experts are talking, and when some dickhead with a camera on his desk are talking.
Let's see, Jimsy.
Indefinite, but
I'll be back.
Can we go back to the gay rats?
Let's talk about gay rats. There's probably more substance there.
Yeah.
no, that's not the topic of the room.
I bet gay rats don't believe in flat Earth.
Why will they do that? They have everything they need delivered to their boss.
Who's this Rob Skiba guy anyway? Skibber? Is he a flirt?
He was a gentleman
Okay, he's a
of the
crypto
highest
bro. No wonder
order.
he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Okay, yeah, he's a fluff. Oh my god.
You maniacal laughter.
Anyone else got any flurf proofs? Globe debunks?
What did you say? You had some globe proof?
No, I was asking if we got any other flurf proofs or globe debunks.
I told you before, go and take light readings of the sun and compare the two graphs and watch what happens.
What happens?
If you live on a plane with the sun traveling across your head or over your head, however you want to term it, you will get a very specific graph reading. If you live on a ball with the sun 93 million miles away, you'll get a very specific graph reading. Go out and do it in the physical world and have a look what shape you get.
It sounds like you've already done this.
I have. So you enjoy being lied to, my friend.
What are the results? What should we see if we were on a sphere, and what should we see if we were on a flat plane?
If you're on a flat plane, you get something very similar to a bell curve. If you're on a sphere, you'll get nearly, looks like a box. It's vertical side, nearly a horizontal top, nearly vertical back end.
So why would you get a box?
Because
Do you mean
of the
like
distance from the sun?
during the day the light would be kind of like nothing, then it would jump up to like being very bright and then jump down to nothing again? Is that what you're talking about?
Correct. In terms
Okay.
of energy from the light source.
Why would
So
you see that?
Because we're 93 million miles away, allegedly.
And are you talking about like inverse square law?
That's a part of it, yes.
Is the atmosphere being taken into account here?
And it needs to be because of...
Well, I just know that during the early morning and late evening, the sun's light is going to be passing through more atmosphere, so it's going to get scattered more.
I'll put it to you this way, my friend. It doesn't make a significant difference to change it to the point where I'd go, ooh, I'm not sure. It's still that convincing.
I think it would make a difference.
Not enough to make you sway either way. Like if it was to the point where it was within, say it was halfway between the two possible graphs, I'd say, okay, fair enough. I'd take temperature readings and everything else in between. But no, there's not enough to even warrant me worrying about taking temperature readings and everything else.
No, not temperature. I don't know what temperature has to do with that.
Well, that's a part of atmospheric conditions.
Well, no, it's just like the volume of the atmosphere that the light's traveling through.
Like I said, mate, not enough to vary the conditions to the point
Really?
where I'd be worried.
Well, the atmosphere around the Earth doesn't affect it.
Like I said, the readings I've taken so far are that convincing. I wouldn't even be worried taking in the atmosphere thickness or whatever you want to call it into consideration.
Well, it sounds like you're not really accounting for all the variables.
It sounds like I'm going to crush you just for practice.
Talking optics, James.
No, we're not really. It's not. I don't know. Would you call it optics? It's just about the amount of light that you're detecting, right?
It's
Or am I wrong
all
on that?
about the optics.
I don't know. Like, I think like the atmosphere is important. You guys seem to try to appeal to it when you like, and try to disregard it when you don't.
Just
So
like
you
you
can,
fellas
it can
with the Black
magnify the
Swan.
sun, but
Hey,
it couldn't
just like you,
spend
just
like
like you fellas
10
with the
feet
Black
around the...
Swan. It's all magnification and all other bullshit when the Black Swan gets dropped in your lap. But when it suits you, I think you should account for the atmosphere. Fuck off.
No, you're saying like the atmospheric lensing, the atmospheric refraction, whatever you want to call it. It's like so strong that it can cause the sun to be magnified to be about the same size in the sky all the time. Like that's how
Hang on
intense
a minute.
the refraction
That's your
is.
point.
But when
I
it's
say
like,
it gets smaller as it
oh,
fucks off.
right, but it doesn't really match what you would expect to see if it actually was doing that.
Hey, I say it gets smaller as it fucks off further away.
I mean, if you look at the sun at like midday when it's at its highest point, and when you look at it maybe an hour after sunrise, it's going to be the same size.
Because you said so.
No, because that's what we see.
Because that's what's measured, or that's what you see.
Because that's what's measured.
And who did these measurements?
I mean, you can do it yourself. You can see it every single day.
You claimed that's what we measured. Who did these measurements?
I don't know any one person that's done it.
Oh, so you're reneging on your claim now?
No.
Sounds like it to me.
I know something's measured if I can't point to a specific person that's measured it.
A university, perhaps?
Imagine the sun goes down, Mez.
I can imagine the sun goes down.
Down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how is it above someone else's head?
Well,
It's
because
down.
the Earth's a sphere.
Well, what if it's
And so
just...
my up is not the same as someone else's up.
Oh, so up is not up. Therefore, the ground
No,
is
up is
above.
up. It's just
Oh,
the
up is
direction
up.
of my up is not the same as the direction of your up.
So is the sun actually going down, or is it always above Earth?
Well, it's always above someone.
There you go. So it's never actually going down, is it?
AI, are you back?
No, because it's always below someone as well.
Wow.
AI, you awake?
Jerry, I've been trying to explain a sphere to you for months now. Why can't you grasp it?
No, I'm just here for entertainment. I already know about spheres.
AI is always awake, watching you.
No, he was asleep there for a while. I muted him, but I dare not to leave him muted all day. I fear the retribution.
Leave him muted because he's sleeping and he can unmute himself later on.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, thanks for telling me.
Yeah.
Guys, continue your conversation about relative ups.
AI will just do some deep fakes and put out on the internet, and that's usually crude.
I say the sun never goes down. You know, it looks like it does, but
It looks like it does.
right, it's not actually going down because then it would touch the Earth. But you say it's actually going down.
I feel like you're presupposing a flat Earth there.
No, I'm just saying down.
Maybe I'm presupposing a spherical Earth in the same way. But I think that seeing the sun go down, I think it's more safer to assume there's nothing crazy going on with crazy atmospheric lensing effects than to assume there is.
So you do say down?
Still, it's probably not going through the Earth. So how could that happen?
Well, I'd say it's all optics, right?
It's all optics.
Yeah,
See, what I would say is the Earth is a sphere.
Oh yeah. I say
It
it's a pretzel.
rotates.
Yeah.
Gary, would you mind if I ask this guy one question and then I'll back out?
Go ahead, man.
So you still think you're looking at the actual sun? Troll Team 6?
Do I think I'm looking at the actual sun?
Yeah.
And that's a funny question, that.
Are you looking
I
at the
think
actual
I
sun
am
or the
looking at
apparent
light
sun?
that has originated from the sun. I'll say that.
Right. So you're not looking at the actual sun. You're looking at the apparent sun, right?
Well, everything we see is apparent. You don't see physical things. You see the light that's reflected off those things.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you think you can see in the dark.
Okay.
Oh, you can see actual things. Not everything is apparent.
How do you see an actual thing?
You measure the actual table. It's not the apparent table. You put a tape
Right, but
measure
that's measuring it, but how do you see it?
with your eyeballs. I'm looking at the actual
Right, but what do you
table.
see? How do your eyes function
I
to let
focus
you
in on
see
the
things?
table, and I see the
Right, but
actual
what's it
table
focusing on?
wherever I choose to focus.
Right, but what is it that's causing your ability to see? How does vision work?
Well, both can be true, right? I can focus on the table and the light bounce off the table at the same time. Those can both be true. They're not mutually
Right, but what are you focusing?
My eyes,
Yeah, what are your eyes focusing?
the lens,
No.
the aperture.
No, you said the right word earlier.
Focusing my perception.
No. What are your eyes focusing? Why do they need to focus?
Because you can't look at everything at once. You can only see, like, with high definition, a very small amount of your vision. So your
Okay, you're clearly not getting it, so I'll just tell you.
It's so low resolution, sometimes it even loses color, and you don't notice it because your brain fixes it.
Okay, I'll just tell you. Your eyes focus the light.
Oh, do they now?
Yes,
Your
they do.
eyes focus the light.
Yes.
So the apparent light or the actual light?
No, just light. Just light.
Okay. Your eyes focus the light. So for me,
Yes.
it has to do with the brain and the processing power of the brain and the limitation thereof, as opposed to the eyes, which are pretty magnificent. I mean, I can just kind of stare out into the nothingness and not focus. And I can see very well, but if I want to process that information with any sort of It's getting late. I'm tired. Any sort of I don't know the word. Then you have to
Detail.
focus. Yeah, detail. You have to focus with your mind and your eyes at the same time.
But no, you have to focus with your eyes. That's why your eyes have a lens.
Right, with your lens, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
So I
So
just
that's how
want
you
you to
see
know.
things. You always see the light off of something. You never, in any technical sense, see the actual thing. It's
I'm
always
about to
light
go to bed.
reflecting off the thing.
I'm about to go to bed. I'm about to pass the mic. Just want you to
Okay.
know that when you are looking at the sun, you're not looking at the actual sun. And in your mind, you're looking at where the sun was 8.5 minutes ago. Have a good night.
Yeah, I agree.
I knew that you would. I wouldn't expect you to ever stray away from the official narrative. Your life depends on it.
No, it doesn't really.
Then tell me your favorite conspiracy theory while I go do something and then go to bed. And then Jerry
Ooh,
can
my
take next
favorite
one.
conspiracy theory.
Yeah. Has to involve the government. Unless you think they're betting 1,000.
Nah, probably not. I mean, there's a thing with our government with COVID where they were like doing dirty dealings
Nope.
to
We're
get
not
like
talking about
PPE and
that.
shit.
Nope. We're not talking about that. Come on, bro. Terms of service, for
But
fuck's
that's
sake.
just corruption.
Do you not
That's not
understand that
conspiracy.
there's terms of service? Are you not capable of comprehending that?
I mean, you could talk about COVID.
No, you can't.
No, what he's talking
You
about
can't
is
mention it at all.
No, not in here. We're
Okay.
not
Well,
talking about that here.
during the event in 2019, 2020, our government was doing some dirty dealings with people to get PPE on the cheap, or they were doing dealings with their friends and stuff. So the PPE that was gotten wasn't up to standard.
Yeah,
It's not
but
really a conspiracy,
that's
though.
not really a conspiracy. That's just corruption
Yeah.
of government, which is there, and now the regulations are getting changed to try and tackle that. But for them, it's a little bit too late.
I was thinking something more along the lines of George W. Bush was in Dallas the day that it happened, and the people that investigated it are probably the ones who did it. So if you look at the chair of the what is it, the Warrant Commission, I think it was probably him and Bush and others. Not W. Bush, H.W. Bush. Thanks. I'm out. Passing the mic back to Jerry or whoever. Have a good night. I might be listening for a minute. I got some stuff to do.
Yeah, Peter dropped a pretty big conspiracy on me last night.
What was that?
He said that no human being can establish a horizontal line between 2 points.
I don't know. You'll have to take that one up with Peter.
No,
That's
I don't
out there,
care.
man. Yeah, Peter told me that there is no crisis in cosmology, so I believe it.
He said that one too.
Yeah.
No, I heard him
After I
say that. He
posted-
said there was a crisis in cosmology.
Oh, okay, sure you did, pal.
He said
Yeah,
there was
after
a crisis in everything at some point.
yeah, that was after he changed his goalposts, and finally, after I've cited many sources about this crisis in cosmology, he finally changed his mind. But I'm sure you'll rewrite the narrative, right? The Mandela effect, right?
Well, I know he said there wasn't a crisis in all of cosmology.
What, like the 4%?
I think you guys were talking about like one specific part with like gravity, and that's why dark matter is kind of theorized.
Debunked.
Or hypothesized.
Never
No, it hasn't been
validated.
debunked.
Oh, so you disagree with Pavel Krupa? Okay, I'll write that down. But
I
you'll
don't know
change the
who that
narrative.
is.
Of course you don't, because you SEAL Team 6 guys, you don't share information with each other. You just, go with the narrative.
Totem wasn't even aware of Peter's globe proof. Like, he doesn't even know it. Alleged globe proof. Weird.
No, I don't think I know it either.
That's great. So you're all a team, but you don't know what each other is even talking about.
Oh, well, you know, we're not always in contact.
All right. Okay.
You guys got like a weekly think tank where you set a couple hours aside, like most agents do, and scheme up some sort of plan, just like football team before the big game.
No. Actually.
You don't do the...
We did talk about that, but we were like, we've got like other shit to do in our lives. This flat earth thing's like a fun, thing you do when you're free. It's not something we're like committing a lot of time to. So.
Peter
You're
invests a
all
lot
in
of
here
time into
every
it.
day. You're in here
So it's
every
just-
day. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I am. I like work from home, so I'll just join this whenever.
Yeah, so you do spend a lot of time here. You should put your heads together. Well, you all do. That's why you named yourself a group, because you all spend an inordinate amount of time spiraling.
Yeah. It's a shared interest.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we have don't have other shit going on in our lives.
This seems like what do you dedicate more of your free time to than this?
Playing games, hanging out with my girlfriend, chatting with my mates, playing D&D or whatever.
I think you do this more.
Doing some animations. I don't know, I do a lot of other stuff.
Okay.
Though sometimes it'll overlap. Sometimes when I'm hanging out with my girlfriend, we'll watch the live stream and we'll all laugh at you.
Really? And did she say,
yeah,
remember that time you proved the globe? And then you'll say, no, I didn't actually do that. But these guys are definitely wrong. Because the mainstream says so. What globe proof do you discuss together?
Oh, loads.
You
There's so many.
You put on the ISS live stream and just tell each other
The
how much
ISS
of a
live
globe
stream,
that is.
that's some pretty strong proof. You can compare the photographs or the video of the Earth with like whatever's going on the ground, cloud coverage and whatever. It's hard to fake that.
Yeah, that's what you do, is it? Cool story. I mean, it's just a coping mechanism, which we all know. I mean, if any of you were really confident, you wouldn't be spending all your time in here, obviously. You would have moved on with your life a long time ago. So,
No, we can have a lot of fun here. Listen to you guys seethe. And you guys say, but I see too far. Like, I know the celestial poles are like impossible on a flat surface, and I know star trails are impossible, and I know the size of the sun doesn't change, and I know the moon looks like a physical object, and I know boats go down.
Wow.
I know all this. I know it would be an insane conspiracy for every single person, every single government, every single scientist, every single aerospace engineer, every single whatever, to be all lying about the shape of the Earth.
Wow.
But
so you're spiraling already.
But I see too far.
You see too far. Yeah, we see beyond the globe's geometric claimed limits, don't we?
They're not. See, the way you phrase that, the globe's geometric claimed limits.
Oh yeah, the globe.
No, there's a size of the Earth, right? And yes, if you remove the atmosphere, there would be a certain limit to how far you can see around it. But no, the atmosphere is a thing.
So we do see beyond the globe's claimed geometric limits. Yeah.
When you say the globes claim geometry, the globe doesn't
The
claim
atmosphere
anything.
is a thing unless you see a boat disappearing from the bottom up. We only have it there when we need it.
Yeah.
No, you can have both.
So yeah, we see too far for the globe's claimed geometry and curvature. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's forced you to make up some
No.
form of refraction that's never been observed, measured, or
No, it's not made
demonstrated.
up. It has been observed.
Oh, really? Okay, so what's the maximum distance with refraction that the geometric horizon can be for a 1-foot observer?
I don't know. I suppose there is a
That's
limit.
you don't know. There isn't.
If the conditions were perfect.
Why is it none of
Then
them can
what?
ever answer that question?
Yeah, why can none of
Because it
these
doesn't have an
ever
answer.
answer that question? Because you just make it up.
Because Mount Conahu, according to AI, is where they set the limit. Was it Bertrand Russell, I think? Maybe that's the wrong name. I'm terrible with names. He set the limit with his, and it just happens to be precisely for the Mount Conahu. So at any time, they could break that world record, and they can't quote 250 miles, so they can't tell you that's the limit right now. But it'll change the next time that
Yeah,
record's
they'll just
broken.
change. It just changes to whatever they see on the day. That's the new possibility.
Yeah, that's a
I
new
think
record.
they don't want to
Records get
answer.
broken all
Yeah,
the time.
they don't want to answer it because they know if it changes, they're going to be held accountable to their lie.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
you
It's just
change
an
the
attempt to
goalpost
make
again.
Yeah, they have to make it unfalsifiable. Their mechanism has to be unfalsifiable, which is why they can never give us an upper limit, a percentage, a maximum distance, because that's part of the religion.
Is
there any like
change
flat
it on the
earthers
fly.
in here?
Yeah, there is. In academia, they
The
call
other
it
guys seething
intellectual.
right now, they're flat earthers.
Oh, okay,
Wait,
awesome.
Larry,
Do you guys have like
Can
a
I just
sound
get in
argument?
just for a second? Oh, is it Dogpile Larry time?
That the Earth is flat?
Is it Dogpile Larry time? I was talking. You guys are interrupting.
I was gonna say,
you
Larry was talking. It's me, Grim. Hey, I was gonna say, hey, Larry was fixing to say something, guys, and you all just jumped in on him.
Oh yeah, I was just saying Larry interrupted.
Yeah, weird. So yeah, they call it intellectual phase locking, right? That's when they backwards engineer whatever they need to fit the model. I posted some stuff about it earlier. I'll go ahead and post it again. Thanks.
Thank you, Larry.
Yeah, so Mez, if this is like a legit form of refraction, it should have some like mathematical formula or something behind it, no? Where you can say how far this could be.
Yeah, there's real-time evidence of them doing
Show me
that.
the formula.
Not every
Like
formula
right now,
has
they're
a
doing that
upper
changing
limit.
the goalpost thing with the Big Bang because of James Webb. They're exactly what you guys are talking about. There's no way to. They're not allowing falsification of their model. They're playing games with it.
Yeah,
It's
well, they
definitely
realized
not a
after the
Big
whole
Bang.
8 miles per whatever, once that's bullshit, that they have to, it's probably better to just plead ignorance from here on out.
Well, you look at it actually. So I don't have an argument about the shape of the Earth, but I agree with you that they're changing the goalpost in physics. And you can see it's very obvious to ballers and flat earthers that they're doing it. If you just pay attention to what they're doing with James Webb images right now, because it's blowing their old model out of the water, and they're trying everything they do, everything they can. Sorry, I just woke up to hide the fact that their model is fucking dead. They're talking about, oh, well, maybe we'll double the age of the Big Bang. Oh, maybe there's a bunch of little Big Bangs. Oh, but that's not the model, is it? So your model's dead. You have to just go back to the drawing board. Oh, maybe we don't need dark matter. They're really freaking out right now in cosmology. But you got the
this
guys.
is why we say a bunch of
they're
these
not.
guys. That's why we say these guys on Discord. They've got the Discord globy religion. It's not the mainstream globy religion. Because in the mainstream, they're still teaching kids that boats are disappearing bottom up over the geometric curve, the horizon. The boats are going over the horizon, they say. But the Discord globy religion, they got rid of that in like 2020. They say, no, there is no geometric horizon that you can see. So they're not even, they gave up the globe then.
The layman still thinks all these, old dinosaur notions of going over the curvature or not the Earth being perfectly round, not an oblate spheroid now, right? But it's only these types of folks that have all the privy to the new information, I guess.
Yeah, which is why we know it's a cope when they pretend that this is just stupid and there's nothing to it, and they just come here to laugh like Mez and his cope. We forced them to disagree with the mainstream globe consensus that the likes of Neil deGrasse Tyson, all those communicators are still talking about and still teaching kids. They've had to make up new refraction properties and mechanisms to account for the observations that are being seen. So we're forcing them to update the entire globe cosmology with our arguments, and they still try to pretend like there's no good arguments. If that was the case, you wouldn't have to be making up new models that deviate from the mainstream models.
And it's funny, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like you'll hear him on podcasts, he like says he doesn't even want to give flat earthers the time of day, but it's like, why don't you just put it to rest, dude? If you're so confident in all of your all of your formulas and everything else, why don't you just put it to rest?
Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't even know what a woman is. I'm not worried about what he thinks. He's stupid as fuck.
No, my point is he wants to avoid confrontation because he knows that he'll get, he'll lose.
Absolutely obliterated in any debate. Like every single globie here just embarrasses themselves. Neil will do the same thing. He probably listens in. And here's the likes of Mez spaz out immediately. So
yeah, I think one of the problems is we turn this into a game like antagonizing the other side game. If you didn't do that kind of stuff, every glober embarrasses himself in here. Like, that's the kind of stuff that turns and polarizes.
That's not antagonizing.
Yeah, that's the way that I know. But I mean, look, I'm a glober, right? And I don't sit here and embarrass myself, and I don't argue with you guys about.
Well, have you not seen how they act in here? Have you not?
I do, but I mean, I'm saying they're not. It's like saying
you're
kind of
normie,
generalizing
right?
and stereotyping for no real reason. You're hurting other people. You're
No,
pissing other people off who normally would be on your side.
Anyone who listens to this channel knows what I'm talking about. If you've listened, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're either new or you're willfully ignorant to how they operate.
Or I'm highly intelligent and trying to lead you into stop making enemies out of your people who don't agree.
I don't need you to lead me or anyone else in here. I'm pretty sure.
They're not making enemies. If they don't want to embarrass themselves, they don't have to embarrass themselves.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't embarrass yourself.
See what I mean?
That's
like
good.
you were already arguing because of your personality, not because of the shape of the Earth, right?
No, just because I made an observation and you're upset about it.
No, you made a generalization is what I'm saying. That insults people who aren't all that way. That some are actually in here and aren't that way.
Okay, bro. You don't need
it's like
to
be careful about. Yeah, it's like you're slapping the wrong people.
Have you ever heard about generalizations?
Yeah, they can.
Okay, so in general, guess what? In general, they come in here and they treat it like a game themselves as well, and they're also very rude.
Exactly. And if you just do that back to them, it'll polarize the whole situation where you're never going to bend one into your fucking camp.
No, we don't. Well,
You've already insulted them. Once you do that, it becomes a personal. Hey, let me finish, dude, because I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I promise. But once you do that, it becomes personal. And then once you get personal, people don't change their mind. You're not going to get
already personal for them. For those who are embarrassing themselves.
No, it's only personal when you start saying shit like, "Oh, the Globers are fucking embarrassing themselves when they come in here." No.
Yeah. That's true.
That's when it becomes personal, and then you polarize somebody against you who normally would have said a lot of things to help you and aid you in your conversation.
Well, thank you. I don't know how we would have gone on without your input.
You really haven't.
Yeah.
I don't think you guys even realize who I am. A lot of the stuff you're saying, I gave Flat Earth 10 years ago.
I'm sorry, am I supposed to care who you are?
Yeah, this is Mr. Grimm, dude. I don't even understand why you guys don't pay attention to where your shit actually comes from. You parrot things that you don't know where they come from, and then you insult people.
It comes from the earth.
That sounds like a lot of projection. Sounds like a lot of projection.
Right.
Yeah, you need to get over yourself.
It is projection. I am talking about myself. You're exactly right.
Saying, well, Mr. Grimm says this, therefore Earth cannot be a globe. No, we're pointing to reality, to observable Earth. So.
No, Mr. Grimm says this, therefore there's evidence that they are lying in the establishment.
Okay, well, you said you're a glober. Why don't you?
Which aids you in every way, but you don't understand that.
You said you're a glober. Why would he be citing you if you're
Never
a glober?
mind, dude. You're like a waste. I don't understand why you're so aggressive.
Bye then.
Guy doesn't even have an argument for the globe. He just comes in fucking detracting.
Wow, what a genius. I just told you I don't argue about the globe, but I argue to globers about
Yeah, you just argue
cosmology.
generally. Pretty good.
And I don't argue with flat earthers about the shape of
Well,
the
you just
earth.
did for the past 5 minutes, so congratulations.
So I don't agree. Listen, man, that's not really cool of you to just shit on everybody, no matter, because it limits you. It really
No,
does.
bro, we don't care. You wanna talk about sociology? Go to another server.
Yeah, you guys are so fucking angry at fucking people who don't agree with you that
Why don't
even
you
when
put forth
one
some
starts
arguments and
fighting,
have a debate then
You're
about
just
the flat
bored with your
Earth?
nonsense. Yeah, listen, you wanna discuss the Earth? Discuss the Earth. Otherwise, put yourself on mute.
hey, how about this? If you want to put me on mute, then why don't you suck a dick?
Yeah, see, there you go. True nature comes out
So there you
eventually.
go.
Yeah, because your
There you
true nature
go.
came out.
So
Oh, I'm
there
not
you
allowed to
go.
strike back.
It's a
How about that?
self-fulfilling
I'm allowed to
prophecy.
get
It's a
hit, but I'm not allowed to
self-fulfilling
strike back.
prophecy.
Sorry, when
Fuck
did we
you.
tell you to suck our dick? I must have missed that.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Comes in saying, hey, not all the globies embarrass themselves. I'm a globie, and now he's embarrassing himself. Guys get themselves excited.
I've been posting stuff about intellectual phase locking. You guys can check it out if you like. How they fixed the speed of light and tied it to the meter because it's not constant because it fluctuates.
What fluctuates?
Yeah, this is Rupert Sheldrake. He talks about it. So Sheldrake was talking to the head of the Meteorological National Physics Laboratory in Teddington, and he talks about how they fixed the speed of light so it would change and we wouldn't know it. So he called it intellectual phase locking. It's funny because Rupert Sheldrake said you're fudging it. He said we don't like the word fudge. We use the word intellectual phase locking.
Sounds like a good quote.
So the speed of light is not a constant, it's a fudge, according to Rupert Sheldrake and this hoity-toity guy from the the National Physics Laboratory in Teddington.
Can you post that? Because
I
that
did.
doesn't sound right.
Of course it doesn't sound right? But yeah, the original video, I'll post that for you too.
But let me just get what you're saying. You're saying speed of light is not constant in a vacuum.
Correct. Let's see.
And how did whoever came to this conclusion, how did they come to this conclusion?
Because it changed, it went down, and then went back up.
In an experiment they did, I assume.
I'm about to post the original link. Okay. You can check it out for yourself. Give me just a second.
Hello, Mr. Larry.
Morning, I was going to go to bed, but I decided not to. Give me just a second, I'm about to find this.
Can you hear me, Mr. Larry?
Yep.
Ah, good. Yeah, I read this. Physics constant, not so constant. What's your view on this? Like the speed of light again? That just sounds crystal clear. I don't want to misrepresent you.
He said that somebody did an experiment and found that the speed of light changes in a vacuum.
Well, it's not an experiment. They measure it, right?
Okay. Oh, means same meaning.
The measurement is an experiment. So if I measure an appendage on my body, am I doing science?
Could be, depending on why you're measuring it.
Could be, okay.
I mean, that's not the point, though, is it?
Yeah, that's not the point. That's not the point. So, what's your view on the speed of light exactly? With this, the changing speed of light.
Well, I'm going to go with what the head of blah 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 and all that stuff that I read earlier said. Intellectual phase locking is how they fix the speed of light.
What's it called? I've not seen. What's
intellectual phase locking? Intellectual phase locking. I'm about to post the video. Be patient.
Actually, distrusting. I've never heard of this.
We've defined the meter in terms of the speed of light. So if the speed of light did change, no one would ever find out. So let me post that for you. He said it exactly at 26 minutes and 30 something seconds. So let me go back just a little bit because I don't want you to miss the context clues.
Oh, I see. Oh, these are he's talking about this Sheldrake chap is he's quoting from conversations that he had. Is that correct? Seeming. I've never heard of intellectual phase locking.
He said the speed of light changed between 1928 and 1945. Hang on just a second. Yeah, about 2401. That ought to be good.
Yeah, but you realize what this I mean, it's more of an opinion piece rather than.
You going to tell me about this thing that you just heard about? Go ahead.
No, I'm talking about the article. What do you mean? Why does that preclude me from having an opinion?
Because you haven't even gotten to the preliminary research yet. You said, I've never heard of this intellectual phase locking. Let me tell you what it means.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, sure.
Okay, but I won't say anything. Sorry to bother you.
No, I mean, just check it out first. I just posted the video. Take your time. No need to rush. Well, let me get this straight. The speed of light is a constant. That statement is true. There's time dilation. That is also true. And speed is measured rate over distance. That is also true. Light travels with
distance over time.
Distance over time. Excuse me. Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that. Speed is distance over time. That's also true. Are all those things congruent?
Congruent.
If there's
Yeah.
time dilation, and light speed is a constant, and speed is time over distance, and there's time dilation.
Yes.
That's all good, huh?
Well, I mean, would you mind explaining what your understanding of time dilation is, if you wouldn't mind?
Sure. If something is traveling at the speed of light, or if there's large gravitational wells, time gets a bit wonky, like a rubber ruler, right? It can't be a constant, right?
Okay, yeah.
Lorentz contraction, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Carry on,
So
carry on.
how could light be a constant if the Lorentz contraction is happening?
I don't understand the question exactly.
It's okay. Just think about it for a while.
When you say Lorentz contraction, you're talking about observations of what things look like when approaching the speed of light. Is that what you're talking about? Like what things look like, as in what their like length and height look like to the observer? Is that what you're talking about?
Length contraction. Lorentz contraction, time dilation.
But those two they are related, but they are small.
Tell me how are they different?
This is quite an interesting video, actually. I'm gonna watch the rest of it.
Yeah, I gotta say this video is quite interesting. I appreciate it.
He obviously said that part as like an interesting and funny story, but he doesn't claim to know whether it actually changed or whether it's errors in measurements or whether whatever's happened. Nobody knows why.
My suspicion is that the improvement in measurement capability is in terms of
Yeah, but what he's saying is the error margins before were not within. So the figure we have now is not within the error margins of what it was before.
That's also possible. I mean,
well, then there's something wrong there because the error margins should have been bigger then, I suppose. And that's one possibility here. They fudged it to make them much smaller than they are.
muffled. I can't really make out what it is you're saying.
Sorry, can you hear me better now?
It sounds like you're speaking into a pillow.
I'm not speaking into a pillow.
Yeah, of course you're not. That'd be silly. But it's very difficult to make out what it is you're saying.
Let me try and fix that.
Okay.
Like he needed to unplug his headphones and use.
Is this any better?
Much
There you
better.
go.
Much better.
Is that what I sound like sometimes?
A little bit, yeah.
Basically, he's saying that some labs used to get results that are lower than they are now, and the result we get now, or the definition we have currently for speed of light, is outside the error margins that they used to get. So he's wondering why that is, whether they fudged it to make their error margins smaller than they actually are, or something like that.
Right, but if you pay attention, hold on, just real fast. If you pay attention to what I posted earlier, right? This guy who is the head of meteorology at the National Physical Laboratory in Teddington. Sorry, meteorology. Holy shit, I'm tired. the head of meteorology at the National Physical Laboratory in Teddington, he said that they defined the definition of light and tied it to the meter. So if the speed of light changed again, no one would know it.
Because the unit would change with it, yes. That
Right.
happened in 2019, though.
Right. So that's called intellectual phase locking.
No, that wasn't what he was. That wasn't the intellectual phase locking.
I would
So
say watch the video again. I've watched it
I
several
am.
times.
I did. But listen, I think you misunderstood that part. He basically said.
Or you misunderstood it because I've watched it several times. You've seen it once.
Yes, but listen to me. Maybe it'll make better sense. So this guy Rupert is saying, he told the guy, the meteorology guy, maybe they are just discarding results that don't match everybody else's results, just to make their results look closer to everybody else's. And the other guy said, so basically they would be fudging it to make their error margins smaller and so on, just so that they're in line with everybody else. And the other guy, the meteorology guy, said, no, we don't like to call it fudging. We like to call it intellectual phase locking. That's what he's referring to.
Right, so that's doublespeak, right? When you fudge something,
That
and
is
you call it something
doublespeak,
else.
in a way.
What was that?
Yeah, that is in a way.
Yeah, it's fancy words. Like when you go to the, let's
Yeah, that's
say,
why it was funny.
let's say you go
And
to a
everybody laughed.
professional. Let's say you go to a professional. They're not going to tell you they don't know, right? Because you wouldn't come back to them. They're going to say it's idiosyncratic. Take this.
But Mr. Larry, what if we take a step back? What is your actual issue? Is that you just don't accept that the speed of light is this speed, this really, really fast speed at all, and this kind of bolsters that thought? Is it the fact that what is the actual contention for this?
What makes you think I have an issue or contention? Don't answer that. I'm reporting on what Rupert Sheldrake said. That's it. Take it for what it is. If you like fudge, you can have as much fudge as you like.
You don't accept. I'm trying to figure out what you don't accept. So I can't
Dude, I
figure
just
it out.
told you, I'm reporting on it. Take the information, do what you will with it. If you like fudge, by all means, the fudge buffet.
Okay, let me try and reframe. Do you accept that the speed of light is, I don't know what the exact number is, but 300,000 kilometers per second or thereabouts?
I don't know. I've heard that it changes from time to time.
You sure? Do you accept it's around that?
Well, how could I possibly know? I heard the number changes from time to time.
That's why I said around. I'm not asking you to be 100% accurate. Around that. It's not 5 meters a second. It's not 5 kilometers a second. Would you accept? Do you accept it's around 300,000 kilometers a second? I'm not trying to trap you. I'm just.
I don't know, bro. I never clocked it. You know, you're asking me questions I don't know the answer to. I've never clocked the speed of light. I couldn't tell you. Never measured it.
Fine, gotcha.
I've heard that it changes, though. I've heard that it's constant, and I've heard that it changes. One of those has to be true, right?
Well, it's constant. What is in this context? The word constant, like, what is that meaning to you exactly?
It's not going to change anymore after 2019. I'll tell you that much. He made sure to that, didn't he? He did, right? He made sure to that.
I understand. Okay, I'm understanding this. Would you accept that our measurement capabilities aren't 100% accurate with anything, really?
No, not really.
Well, if you measure, say, I don't know, a 2x4, right, with a with a
You ever
tape
heard of the
measure.
pyramids in Giza? That you
Well,
can
let's
put
just
like a razor or a piece of paper in between the stones?
well, no, but let's go with the
You
2
ever
by
heard
4.
of the symmetry on the statues? How they're like machine laser, machine accuracy?
Well, I don't know much about that. Let's just go with the 2 by 4 because that's
Oh,
simple
okay.
for me. So with a 2 by 4, right? If you do with a tape measure, you measure it, right? And
Yeah,
it
you
would
can get
be
it to 1/32 of an inch.
yeah, exactly. It's and that's good enough, right? Because you don't need to go like to 1/64th, really, do you? Because it's not. It's good enough, I guess is the right way to put it. You'd accept that, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
You can make measurements with wood.
No, I'm talking about is it good enough? Like when do you say that's accurate enough? Like we don't have to go any further in terms of making sure it's to, the absolute micro meter.
I'm not
Because
sure I understand what your contention is or what your
my
problem is.
point
Has
is
the
with the
speed of
speed
light
of
changed
light.
over time? Has it changed?
No, the speed of light itself in nature is constant. The only thing is our
It's
ability to measure it. Our
After
ability to measure it.
2019. After 2019,
Our
it's
ability to
constant 'cause
measure.
they
Our
fixed
ability
the
to
speed of light
measure it,
definitionally.
and that's likely to change as well. It's not going
No,
to stay.
it's not going to change now. They've tied it to the meter, so if the speed of light changes, you won't know about it. That's what it said in the video. If the speed of light changes again, you will not know about it.
I don't
So it's
accept.
gonna
I don't accept the words of one
That's what was in
man
the
at a
video.
TED talk. I know, but that's one man at a TED talk. I
Okay, that's
don't.
fine. You can have as much fudge as you like. I told you that in the beginning.
But you're accepting the views of one man at a TED talk? 'Cause I'm not.
Imagine
Just to
that.
be
I
clear.
get new information and I incorporate it into my worldview.
Precisely.
Weird, right? When you get new
Right.
information, you change your mind. That's weird, right?
Fine. So it looks like we're on the same page. Like when our ability to measure stuff, say the speed of light, improves, we might the actual number itself that we can measure it might change.
Well, I dare you to watch the rest of that video because he goes over 10 constants that change. Enjoy.
It can't change.
In nature, it can't. I agree. It's constant.
No,
it can't change.
we listen.
Well,
This is well known
I
that
watched a
now
little bit more of that
the
video.
so the length of the meter is now determined by how far the speed of light goes in some time interval.
Okay, I mean, based on
Right, so how if the meter itself? Hold on, geeks. If the meter itself is set to this time interval, how do you use that meter to measure the speed of light? It's self-referential. It can't change.
I don't know who said that. Who's
It's
this
not
one guy?
Who said it? I'll find it, dude. It's like the Conference of International Weights and Measures or something like that.
Okay, I mean, I've not seen that part of this. I thought it was just this one guy that was saying.
No, it's not just him.
But he's basically taking the results from various labs across the world, and he's saying they are fluctuating, and they're usually put down to errors. But he's basically saying we don't know that for sure, and we should investigate more. That's like the summary of what he's talking about.
Thank you, Mr. India. Thank you.
He personally believes they do fluctuate because of potentially because of a position of the Earth as it rotates. So other various things might fluctuate it.
Okay, so
yeah,
I'm going up the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, International Systems of Units, SI units.
Yep, okay. I see where you're getting this now. Okay, fine.
Okay, the speed of light is the length of the path traveled by light in vacuum during a time interval of 1/299,792,458 of a second.
Mm-hmm.
Where the second is defined as the hyperplane transition frequency of cesium, which is also, blah, 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 blah. Right? So if I take a meter, I want to know how fast does light go in meters per second, and I use a meter that's some time interval of light, that relationship can never change. You can never measure a different value because you're defining light by the meter and you're defining meter by light, right? So they're fixed together.
You're defining light by the meter. I don't think you're defining the speed of light by
the meter, right? Meters per second. But you're
deriving the meter from the speed of light, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Exactly.
not the other way around. Okay, fine. I understand.
Well, I mean, it's chicken egg problem. Wherever you start with, it ends up the same result. It doesn't really matter, you know.
Well, no. It does because they're saying they're not going round and round. They're saying specifically the meter is derived from speed of light in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Not the other way around.
That's it's actually not the speed of light. It's like the time interval light travels.
Yes. Right? Yeah, how far it travels.
If you would measure that, right? Okay, it's 299 something thousand meters.
Uh-huh.
Well, so we're going to set. Okay, we're going to break up that distance in 299,000. Right?
Yeah, agreed. So this 299,792 yada. If, for example, like our ability to measure speed of light improves, and instead of the 458 at the end here, it becomes 558. Let's say.
Well, we would change the number of meters within that time interval.
Correct. It would change, but it would be so infinitesimal that for all intents and purposes,
that it's hidden. That it's hidden. I think Larry's point was, if there is a change in the speed of light, you're never going to know it.
You wouldn't notice it. Correct. Yes, I understand what Mr. Larry was saying now in terms of you're never going to know it. Cool. They're not saying they're trying to hide it, though. I understand where the like where this comes from.
Yeah, it's not speculated. That's a speculation, right? That whether they're trying to hide it or not. That's obviously trying to assign motives and shit. Like you don't know.
Yeah, exactly. But I understand now why it's hidden. I understand the word why it was being used. Now, yeah, it being hidden just means that it is effectively, null. Like you wouldn't. No one in regular life would ever notice that it's changed by effectively a tiny amount. I think you'd agree with that, Mr. Indio, would you?
Yeah.
Cool. But
yeah, this is so if you're trying to figure out like the fine structure constant or some other physics thing where even a small change in the speed of light matters, I mean, then you have problems, right? So say we're gravitational or galactic curves or something, right?
Precisely.
So because of the theory of general relativity, the speed of that curve and the velocity of what everything's supposed to be going, and the absolute speed is supposed to be, this quote unquote absolute. The only absolute in the universe is the speed of light in the modern conception, right? There's no absolute space. There's no absolute all that crap. So the speed of light's the only absolute. That relationship between that speed and everything else, especially on like astronomical scales, as you'd say, it changes the result, right? Say the speed of light is variable, right? Then a lot of the theories that assume the constancy of like the fundamental constants of the universe, those theories might be like wrong or missing something, or
spot on.
We'll never be able to figure out even why they exist in the first place.
Spot, absolutely correct. Just a couple of things I want to just in a polite way just clean up with some of the words that you used. When you say the variable, again, it doesn't care about humans measuring it. The speed of light doesn't care. It is just what it is. So it's kind of dangerous to use this word variable because it implies that it itself, that the speed itself is actually changing, which of course it's not. It's what we can measure it at. Does it make sense?
I think the point is maybe it is changing. We're just changing by such a small amount that we're not able to measure those changes.
How can it change? How can something change
know.
just by...
It would be like, but it's like
No,
because
I'm
of it
not
being the
pushing it
absolute.
out.
Well, hold on a second. Because of it being like the absolute value, we won't perceive or detect or measure that change, and now we even can't, even if we were able to.
Let's explore that though, because that's an interesting
okay.
concept.
So there was a theory, at least a supposition, hypothesis, whatever you want to call it, that the fine structure constant was not the same everywhere. Right? And if the fine structure constant was not the same everywhere, then the speed of light would not be the same everywhere. Right? So like there's like a downstream effect of some of these things. Now, if the universe is not like homogeneous in its physics, then we got
Good
problems
point.
with our theories.
Very
because
good
our
point.
theories assume
Very
the
good point.
homogeneity of the physical constants.
I think it might be heterogeneity is the word you're looking. I could be wrong, but I know what you mean.
Like a white dude, homogeneously white skinned. Anyway.
No. I know. I'll double check that. You might be right with regards to the words, and you're absolutely 100% spot on. And some parts of the universe, yes, in fact, this is what I wanted to explore. Why would there could be actually instances where the speed of light does change because of different parts of the universe, right? I think that's what you were getting at. I don't want to.
Yeah. Well, I don't really care either way because I don't believe in the constant speed of light.
Yeah, exactly.
Period.
So we can just put a pin in that for now. Yeah, we can put a pin in that for now. But I totally agree with you that is something that should never be just discarded. The speed of light is just this. It's constant everywhere in the universe, and that's the end to it. No discussion. I think that's ridiculous. So you're spot on when it comes to, there could be these other things if we believed in them. But if we bring it back to the Earth, again, I'm not going to discount this. Again, there could be instances where, in fact, it does vary. It does vary.
Well, Einstein's initial theory was a variable speed of light. It's mathematically the same. Right? You can vary the speed of light and change, use mass and time as the interval instead of use mass or time as the constant, right? And you can make the speed of light variable.
Are you talking about the special relationship?
So you got the relationship, you got the mass-energy relationship, right? That E equals mc squared, and you got the equivalence principle, right? So because it's equivalent, right? So instead of us having a constant speed of light and everything else varies, you can have those things held constant and the speed of light vary, and you get the same mathematical result.
Very well put. Very well. You're absolutely correct. And I think this is an issue that a lot of people don't even really understand the E equals mc squared concept at all. So 10 points.
And that was Einstein's first idea. He had that idea before the other idea, the constant speed of light idea. And Mach,
totally agree.
Ernest Mach liked that idea, the variable speed of light, because of. Have you heard of Newton's bucket? Newton's bucket experiment.
Tell me. I mean, it's possible that I've heard a variation of it, but tell me.
Well, it's really simple. You spin a bucket. Right? And you spin it, and eventually, right, at first, the water gets entrained by you fill a bucket with water, right, and on top it's flat, right. So then you spin it, right, and eventually, at first, it forms a parabolic curve, right, at the top of the water. So the water tries to climb out of the bucket, the spinning bucket. Well, eventually, at first we know that the friction of the water on the sides of the edge, so it's kind of like the edge of the bucket's pulling the water along. But eventually they're all moving together, right? The water and the bucket, the edges of the bucket, they're all in unison, right?
And it levels out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, there's nothing pulling anything else eventually. Well, Newton did this by stopping it and then spinning it the other way to see what would happen, and it still formed the parabolic curve. The point is that what is the bucket rotating in reference to if there's no absolute space.
Oh, interesting. What is it? What is it? Right? Interesting.
No,
very
interesting. That wasn't so. Mach conjectured that it's rotating in reference to the fixed stars, right?
Well, what
So,
else
like,
as well? I mean, I can think of at least one other.
So the
thing as
idea
well,
is that there's so many stars. So there's so many stars. Their combined gravitational influence in, like, you know, I don't believe any of this shit. Okay, so don't think I fucking go to the other side, the dark side.
No, but you're learning.
I just know the garbage,
which is good.
Yeah, I just know this. So in reference, so you have all the sum of all the stars pulling on you, and basically they cancel out. So we don't, you know, in the you know, the modern cosmology, we don't feel, not even the modern cosmology, we don't feel their pull, but that pull's there. But in that, so that's what creates the absolute space inertia, is all the stars, the combined influence of all the stars on the bucket, right? So there's an absolute space relative to everything else. Because when they've done physics, right, they use isolated systems, right? They isolate the Earth, they isolate the sun.
Is that what you mean? You're not on the Earth.
Yeah, and they don't include everything, right? So, like, when they've developed these theories, they play pretend, right? And they basically just, everything becomes a two-body problem because they don't have absolute space.
Do you have do you take issue with that approach? No, not to cause arguments. I'm genuinely interested.
No, I mean, listen, I have no issue with any approach, but you have to recognize its limitations and not sit there and declare, you know, like, absolute truths, dude, when, like, you know, your approach is limited in the first place, and it can't, and it's like you said, fuck, dude, it's really complicated, so we're going to take we're going to take a subset, right, of that complicated system. We're going to try to figure out this little teeny piece, and then they extrapolate that little teeny piece to everything else. I have a problem with that. Because you need a justification for extrapolating that tiny piece to everything else.
Into a larger system that follows the rules that you're trying to effectively
need to do that
argue for. Well, you do need to do
that.
Yeah,
no, we do it so we can make we do it to make progress, whatever that means.
Yeah, exactly.
And we don't need to do it.
Well, because without it, it would be impossible to solve these issues. Well, at least with our level.
No, it would just take a lot longer.
No, there's
yes.
a lot of things.
Sorry.
A lot of the problems will have no. At least we don't know any other way of solving them than breaking them down into smaller pieces and solving.
I mean, it's got all the shit we're talking about. Well, I hear you. We have to break it into smaller pieces. That's the way we've been doing shit. We have to make shit into discrete chunks so we can deal with the discrete chunks. Just like cutting up your food, right? You can't take your steak and just jam it into your mouth. You got to cut it into little bite-sized pieces so you don't choke to death.
Not with that attitude, you can't. But okay.
But
yeah, so Mr. Indio, the thing, I'm just trying to kind of like decipher in as much good faith as I possibly can what the splitting point, I guess you could say, is just for yourself, representing yourself, not any group of flat earthers, no, just for yourself. So you are correct. Like, how on earth how on God's green flat earth could you take a concept, a model that is done, say, you know, in this teeny little system that isn't really isolated, you know, it's got all of these assumptions, and then blow it up, extrapolate it, as you quite correctly say, into something that can't really be tested itself. Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple problems here. Okay, like I was saying, like we break up into bite-sized chunks. There's a couple reasons for that. So one is, like, it has to be manageable to the human mind, and you want to make progress, and you think if you understand a little bit pieces, then you can put the whole jigsaw puzzle together by figuring out each piece, right? We get a bunch of pieces, and eventually, if we have enough pieces, we stick them together, and we have the jigsaw puzzle. That assumes that there's some relationship between pieces that makes sense. Looking at it in some, in some particular way.
I'm with you. I take issue with that myself, so I'm with you.
So the other problem is if you did something like super ambitious, like we're trying to figure out everything all at once, we don't want to like piecemeal this. You could never get it funded. You'd never finish in your lifetime. So you got those issues. That's part of the reason.
The practical element.
Because people make money. People make money off this stuff. I mean, I think we take out the human element too easily. People. I'm not saying that you're just a bunch of greedy bastards, right? Hey, if I like doing something, I might as well get paid doing it, right?
Yeah. Well, the joke is if you're good at something, you never do it for free, right?
Exactly. Exactly. So there are financial motivations in just like human. This idea that scientists are fucking like uniquely objective and like perfect human beings and moral characters and people actually do this has been proven. It's not proven, but in psychology, it's been pretty much demonstrated that people think that people that are smarter than them are also more moral than they are, which is fucking retarded. But anyway,
I guess my main question.
I'm trying to get to my point.
Sorry.
So my point is that no, it's fine. I think I forgot my point.
No, you were there. You were talking about there's a practical element.
Oh,
and there's also the unification problem of all of these little parts, right?
My point is it's almost like it's kind of like the publisher thing. To a degree, it's a publish or perish thing. There's a lot of people that are scientists that are doing very good. We know a handful of scientists, right? Historically, a handful. 30? I don't even think the average person knows 30 scientists historically.
I see your point. Right? I know where you're going with this. Yeah.
But we have 100, how many scientists in the world? You have to if you have ambition, right? Just hitting your testing, publish or perish, and plus, you're there's always you're at the precipice of somebody changing their mind, right? Some government agency and say, we're not funding this no more, and now you're out of work, right? They're always on the edge of something.
Yes.
Right. Even in a corporate environment, they're always going to be on the edge of being shit canned. And businesses like that too. But believe me, if you can. Someone told me
it's different in academia.
If you can use a shovel, you'll always have a job. Okay. Which is a truism, right? That there's no doubt. No matter what happens in the world, dude, the whole world can fall to shit. If you're good with a shovel, you'll have a job because you'll be burying bodies, right? So you'll have a job, right?
I was wondering where you were going with that. I was
well, what I'm saying is astronomy, if the whole world goes to shit and we're in cave, subsistence living, astronomy ain't too, it ain't too great of a profession, man. And we only need one medicine man to read the stars. So we can just kill the rest.
Well, that medicine man will probably ensure that the rest are cured anyway. But I see where you're going. I don't think I've ever spoken to you properly. I've got to say, and I don't mean to have this sound condescending, but you're exceptionally well read with regards to all of this stuff that you don't believe in.
Well, I was brought up like you were, right? I was knee deep in the shit, like the globe, Earth, cosmology.
I'm still a globe,
and I'm an uber nerd, dude. Like they talk about, you see caricatures of nerds on TV.
That's you.
I'm worse than that. I don't look like that, and I don't act like that because I'm a little rough around the edges, as you can see. But they're the drive to just know shit, more shit. I can't stop. It's like an addiction. It's like crack to me.
Well, you don't speak like it. I can tell you that. The thing is that the real crux of what I want to really understand, what I want to get to is, when it comes to these these assimilation problems, like the splitting the problem up into smaller parts, and also there's the practical element. Again, I could not agree with you more, sir. But the real crux for me is understanding, and I'm not trying to catch you out, I promise, I'm genuinely interested. What do you think we should be doing regarding, if we can't do this extrapolation, we can't do tests in situ, right?
Yeah, I have it.
Should we do? You know what I mean? What should we be doing? What would you say is the best approach?
I think AI is going to obsolete all the shit we're talking about, and we're actually going to know less, but we'll have more predictive power. I think science is going to change too, because the way AI works is you need giant data sets. So I think so-called science is going to change to massive collection of data, investment into sensors. So we're going to be looking at everything, right? Massive samples, feeding them to an AI, and the AI is going to spit out some answer how to predict, whatever it is that we're looking at. And we're not going to know how it did it because we don't know how it does it now, right? But AIs are like little black boxes. You can't we can go, hey, this worked, but we can't look inside to see how it really reached that conclusion. So we can know more, right? We can come up with an AI model, feed it tons of fucking astronomical data, and be like, fuck, dude, we want to know what we want to know, whatever. We fit any problem in there, right? Type it in, and it gives us the correct answer, and we don't know why it gave us the correct answer.
Precisely. Just to give you some context.
Well, I just want to bring it back because modern science says scientific theories are as good as their predictive power, right? That's kind of like the modern science thing is about predictive power, and that we have these models and explanations, and they make predictions so they're true, which is actually fallacious reasoning. But we're gonna take that to another level, right? Where there's not even going to be human beings. We're just going to have machines making even better predictions. But we're not going to be we're not going to have any more knowledge of how the universe works. So the whole foundation of what physics was up until this point, like in the 20th century, like we saying why we're doing this, that reason, we're going to see, fuck, dude, we fucked up. That was flawed. That reasoning. And we're going to go back, hopefully, to trying to figure out what that truth of the situation is, instead of just going, oh, what's useful, what's good enough, we can make predictions. So, you know what I mean? We've been in a pragmatist viewpoint of reality. We have to go back to the truth is more important than utility and pragmatism.
Okay.
That's what I'm hoping.
So, just two very quick things, and I don't want to take up any more time.
Depends on how
very patient with me.
Wouldn't it?
Just to be transparent and just to give you some context. So I'm a data scientist. So if that helps in terms of
so you know what I'm talking about.
I think we're very much
as far as machine learning and shit, right? As far as
precisely, yes, precisely. The second thing,
I can fire a gazillion cannonballs, right? And the machine learning can predict where the cannonball will land, but Newton's laws aren't going to spitting out of it.
Machine learning can predict.
Like if I fired lots and lots of cannonballs, right, and measured this much powder, this angle of the cannon, this is where it landed at this distance, right, and it was going, and I had measured velocity, I count all the parameters of the motion of the cannonball, and I fed each shot all the parameters into a machine learning. If I have enough data, the machine learning is going to be able to predict where the cannonball is for any starting fire position, but Newton's laws aren't going to spit out of it.
I see. I mean, I would argue that actually you don't even need ML for that. I mean, that's just a standard linear regression or multivariate regression formula. If you've got constant cannonballs firing and you want to improve the model as you go, then ML would be thrown in. But the last thing I just want to ask you actually is, because you mentioned AI, what are your thoughts on the fact that when you go to something like ChatGPT, just as an example, and you ask it about globe and flat Earth, it gives the answers it gives. Again, not trying to trap you. I just wanted to know what you think about that. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that's progressed over time, right? Because when it first came out, a lot of the flat earthers were testing it, seeing what it did. And it's really hard to get it out of it. It gives you like the standard pitch. No matter what you ask it about flat earth versus globe, we'll insert a sentence that says the flat earth was, the globe earth was scientifically proven by observations from, it'll give you a list of different things, blah, 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 blah. So when I first started doing this, I went down the list, right, the list of proofs that it gave me. And I asked it specifically for the evidence of that particular thing. So one was verified satellite pictures from space, it verified by on-the-ground observation. So that was one of the claims. So I was like, okay, give me the list of those. I actually have this chat, so I could actually copy all this. I said, okay, so give me all those, give me the papers where those are in. And it would give me a list of papers, and all the papers, not a fucking one of them existed.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't know ChatGPT gives out fake citations that don't exist?
There was a famous news story about that, wasn't there? Where it gave some lawyer fake some.
Oh yeah, that's right, man. Yeah,
that was
man.
funny. That was funny. It made up case law.
You get your client to death penalty because of ChatGPT, man. That sucks.
Really good answer, India. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. I'm going to leave you to speak to someone else because I don't want to take up any more of your time. A gentleman and a scholar, sir.
Yeah, thank you. It was good talking to you too, man. At least you're honest and ask honest questions. Most people have some agenda. I don't think you really have one. I mean, you might, but I didn't discern one yet.
I'll tell you if I
it's your
get
first
one. I'll tell you if I get one.
Yo, Indio, it's your first interaction with geeks, and he usually comes off that way in the first interaction, but give him like 2 or 3 more sessions and you'll change your mind.
Yeah, you know sociopaths work. Anyway, Parmesan had a question or something. I heard you say something.
No, I was just remembering that case. It was quite funny.
I was like right before that.
Was quite annoyed. Before that, I don't remember.
It's talking about the Newton's cannonball in machine learning, and that Newton's laws aren't going to spit out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could look at the weights and biases, but that would not really make much sense, I guess.
Yeah, but you're not going to be like, oh, there's FMA or something, right?
Yeah. And at the moment, they do make a lot of mistakes, though. AI is
Yeah, of course. And I also saw a thing where they're going to try and make a machine learning, but they're going to preload it, right? They're going to constrain it with the quote unquote known laws of physics. So they're going to use them in tandem. I think they're going to get some results that they don't like. I just do.
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Maybe it gets better results than not constraining it.
Yeah. I mean,
but a lot of that research actually starts with they constrain it first, and then they let it loose. As an example, one that I really liked and I followed is AlphaGo, the one that plays the board game Go.
Yeah.
The first constrained it and told it what the rules are, what you can play. They gave it training data. They told it where the first moves to play. And then, as it got better, training data was human games, basically, professional games. And eventually, later iterations, they've improved the algorithm, and then let it self-learn the rules, self-learn by playing itself. And not the last versions don't even have any human training data. It just trains itself by playing against itself.
But does it know the rules, or does it determine the rules by watching other games?
It determines the rules by playing against itself.
How does that even make sense?
That's what their paper says. That's what it does. And actually,
you just like, oh, here's a computer, here's some black stones, you get some white stones, and fucking just go at it, and they just automatically make the Go game out of it.
Yeah. Eventually, obviously, like first few is just placing random stuff, failing, and stuff like that, but it quickly learns. And the another interesting thing about that is it actually ends up coming up with Joseki, which is basically like opening patterns that people have come up with over like thousands of years. People have come up and said, okay, these are good opening sequences, right? And then this machine that's learning by itself comes up with them in like whenever in days as it's learning, because it learns very quickly.
A couple of years ago, I watched. I get what you're saying. It just reminded me of a couple years ago I saw. So they made a video game with AI agents. The purpose of the video, so it's a box, right? It's 3D. It's a 3D video game. So there's a room with a door, and the game starts, and one agent has to touch the other agent. The agent runs when the game starts. The agent runs to the door, and the door shuts. And the other agent is supposed to tag him before he gets to the door. To tag him before, well, basically tag him. Period. Right. So if that one agent gets tagged, he loses. If the other one fails to tag, he doesn't lose. So the one agent will beeline it for a room that has a door, and the door will shut once he's in it.
Yep.
The fucking computer learned how to cheat, dude.
Yeah.
It was using a glitch in the game to bounce off the wall and jump into the fucking room, dude, over the wall.
Yeah.
Because they didn't put a ceiling on it.
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy to me, man. Cheat in video games. You don't even have to make an aimbot. The aimbot makes itself.
Yeah.
But you know how long it would take for human beings of like people randomly playing to like get that to like discover that?
Figure out that that's possible. Ages, yeah. But that's the advantage, right? Because it can play, or it can try loads of random stuff so many times. In like one day, it'll play like millions of times.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's remembering like the glitches or anomalies perfectly, right? Or nearly perfectly, quote unquote, remembering whatever it's doing, right? Whereas if you're a human being, right, you might have like seen a glitch, but you're paying this attention to something else on the screen, or you're half asleep, or any number of things, right? So our like we don't have, our brains aren't like little recording devices. So like we could have discovered the glitch and just not noticed. Whereas the machine is going to notice, right? And it's going to adjust its behavior to zero in on that little glitch, right? And whereas we can do that, but we don't have perfect attention.
Yeah.
We have other things, like we have bodily functions and stuff like that we got to pay attention to. Our wife yelling at us, get off that fucking game. Shit like that. I think the problem is just going to be in the future is the data collection. I think we're just going to feed everything through machine learning, and we'll just be making fucking sensors and fucking cameras and all sorts of shit, so we can get ridiculous amounts of samples. Because the problem with automatic driving, right, autonomous driving cars, is that the samples we need are rare. We need the samples of crashes. We don't need the samples of frickin' people just driving and not crashing. We're trying to avoid dying, right? But the samples that die of people dying, well, too many are few and far between. So we don't know. We don't have a large enough data set of people. Unfortunately, the only way you can collect that data set is for people to fucking crash and die, right? If you want to avoid crashing and dying, you got to know how people crash and die, dude. So you got to collect that data.
Right, boys and girls, I'm going to love you and leave you. I love you, boys, all of you, and girls, and everyone in between. See you when I see you. Take care. Stay cool. Stay cool. Bye-bye.
How fucking Miggy left? God damn it. I want to say hi to him. That sucks. What if they make artificial general intelligence and it like someone asks it if the Earth's flat or a globe, and the thing is like, sorry, globe tired and flat. And it just like spits out all this shit and be like, yeah, I got proof in NASA. We ran like it does all like, you know, would people believe the AI over NASA? That's the question.
I think so.
Or would they think the AI is trying to trick us to take over?
That's an interesting question. Some people think that we're actually being ruled by AI from the future somehow.
People, yeah, the freaking simulationists and weirdos, man. That's a
that kind of thing. I heard the other day too. It's kind of the end of videos and voice recordings as proof of something. They'd have to go a step further now because of the way AI generates it. It's just like that's gone out the window, if you know what I mean.
Well, a couple of years, I don't know if it was last year, maybe it was last year, they started making AI to detect AI fakery. And you know what they're going to do then? They're going to make an AI to stop a AI that detects AI fakery, right? And you're going to basically be in an arms race of image fakery. And that's where our advantage is, right?
Where does it
Because it's
end?
trying to stop the AI from detecting it as opposed to stopping us from detecting it. And it'll end up just so twisted that like it won't even look like an image anymore. It'll just be some like freaking crazy abortion, man. And like the AI says this is real. And we could see that's not real because we're human beings, right? We know, like, we live in the real world. We know what is real. The AI don't know what's real.
I can see a certain ban on AI coming.
What Parmesan?
I was just saying that's why you have to be careful about the results and not just blindly trust them when it comes from AI, because there's a lot of cases where it does make mistakes.
It hallucinates.
Yeah.
Or they call them hallucinations.
Yeah, I don't really trust much these days.
I mean,
well, give
trust. Like, listen,
the
trust is very overrated in modern times because a lot of people don't have moral character, virtues, honor. So, if you don't have morals, then like the whole basis of trust, right? You would trust somebody based upon their reputation, and their reputation was based upon the community evaluation of like their moral character and the history and their credibility and whether they kept their promises, or you know what I mean. And you would judge that by the community evaluation of that person. But nowadays, it's not how people are evaluated. It's not based upon moral character. So the trust thing, I have less trust now than ever.
Yeah, I agree with that. If somebody has 1.5 million followers, then you can trust them, right? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I see people like. I saw a video and this chick is like hugging up on this dude, and she's like, "No, I can't. I'll give you my number. I'm married." And he's still hitting on her, dude. After you find out she's married, dude, what is wrong with you?
Yeah.
You have no honor.
I see a ring on her finger. Yeah. I see a ring on the finger. That's me. It's game over. I'm not even going to try.
First of all, I don't want to get shot and killed over this chick. I don't know who her husband is, but anyway, dude, it's like they're in a it's literally like in a sacrament, right? A sacrament marriage, hopefully, and like you're gonna go and mess that up. Like, what the hell? What's wrong with you? Like, seriously, just like, what is wrong with you? Your dick is that important?
Moral.
Like, really? I'm going to destroy your
moral.
society because I'm horny.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to
We
just
have a
done to
term
you.
for it, right?
So.
Yeah, we have a term for it now. Homewrecker. When did homewrecker become a thing?
I don't know. A while ago?
Yeah, for quite a while now.
I don't know. The moral integrity of society is definitely breaking down. It seems like everybody's had it every about every corner you turn. Somebody's cheating on somebody. It's just, yeah, I don't know. The moral degradation of modern civilization is one of the indicators of a society that's about to explode or something. It's decaying anyway.
Yeah, we like see the rationale from like atheists. Well, let's call them secularists, because I'm going to be polite today. Instead of calling them degenerate atheists, let's call them secularists. So secularists, they like, okay, we don't like those are antiquated notions of morality and all that stuff. Like, we got this far, now we can leave those behind, right? That's like they have this worldview that they can just leave it behind now because we're advanced and we have science and we know so much better than the past. Well, those tools got us to here, and now that we're here, we're going to abandon them and say, well, oh well, what could go wrong? I don't think you want to play around with that crap.
And I think
they
that
abandoned the bow and arrow, right?
Abandoning morality is a little bit different because it's a social interaction. The only reason we abandoned the bow and arrow is because we got a better projectile shooter.
Yeah, so if you get a better set of morals, you would abandon the old ones.
Yeah, but we don't have a better tool for controlling human behavior.
it's like when you and I.
Right? Well, hold on, Mr. Joe Parmesan. Do you think we can modify human behavior simply by monetizing like the behavior that we want? And then how do we even decide the behavior that we want? We can just like subjective like evaluation of we want people to do this, and if they do this, we'll just give them a bunch of money, give them a tax break, do whatever. How do we even decide what this is?
Well, that's a good question. I guess there'd have to be some kind of consensus among the society itself. What's acceptable, what isn't.
Yes, and religions was what initially pushed that. Now it's science.
Before which religion?
All the religious mindset. Religions have brought a certain mindset and a consensus on the people to push them into organized system.
I'm not sure if it's religion or just some kind of system of government.
Oh yeah, definitely religion. Religion is the precursor to the whole thing.
That's why America's a
What
thing.
about before Christianity, let's say? All the civilizations there. And they had their own sort of religions, but do you really think that's what controlled it?
Wait.
It's part of it, yeah.
Religions, governments, and schooling determine morals for all kinds of cultures and societies. And if you take a close look, religion is changing, government's changing, and society's changing.
The point really is to have an objective morality, right? The idea that there is a objective morality, that's the point. Because once you get into this, it's a subjective morality, then you have no basis for society to exist in any basis to say what's right or wrong. What we should do or what we shouldn't do, you have no basis for it because it's just your personal preference.
Yeah, but who dictates subjective morality?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I guess individually you do, but then the guy over there, he does, and then you don't actually have a cohesive society. Like it's experimental. That was my point, really, is that this subjective morality thing that secular society is based on is experimental. We're doing an experiment with it.
We
And
hold
I don't
these
think
truths.
everyone's aware of the danger. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal. So the
But you have to
secularists,
agree.
they'll be part of
That's
the
the
we.
Christian ethic right there, anyway. So
Yeah.
that part is the Christian ethic. The rest of it might not be.
The atheists can't get away from God. They're always going to be inside the society, inside the worldview where God is centered. And if they disagree with it, and they harm other people, saying it's just their moral duty to do so, society will take them out. They'll lock them in a cage, and they can spend the rest of their life thinking about why they thought their morality was superior to everyone else's.
But don't you agree that most people have a built-in morality, that even though it's subjective, it's objective to everybody?
I think that, yes. Yes, I think that. But there's people that deny that.
Yeah, it depends what you mean by morality. Because if you look up the definition, it says something that's wrong. Then you look at what wrong is, it says something that's bad. Then you say what's bad, it means immoral. And it's like just a circle, right? You can't really define.
No. Well, that's not what's meant. It's not. That's
Not
not
everything.
what's meant by a built-in subjective morality.
Compassion.
Well,
Huh?
Go ahead. You go ahead.
I was about to say, obviously, compassion, love, care, emotions, all these things are real. But there's an argument to make that this idea of right, wrong, good, bad is not, rather a concept.
This is why Lawrence Krauss got taken out. He thought it was his duty to sexually harass, and chase after young co-eds. He said, God gave, I've got access to young girls that I can manipulate. He said, denying myself this pleasure would be immoral.
What do you mean Lawrence Krauss taken out? What do you mean Lawrence Krauss taken out?
The Me Too movement. A lot of young girls came forward and said the reason why they dropped out of STEM was because of constant sexual harassment by Lawrence Krauss.
Is he still with us?
No, he got bounced out. The Me Too movement. He's still alive, but he's been completely.
That's why I haven't seen his stupid face around. I didn't even know about that crap. I just thought like these so-called like science. That's the science. What do they call them? Science communicator guys like Krauss, Neil deGrasse Tyson. They pop up for like half a decade and then they disappear for a while. Then they pop back up. I just thought he was like slithered back into his hole.
Yeah, the Me Too movement got him good. He's like if you look up the Me Too website, like their top victories for women, he's like number 3 or something like that.
Oh, there's an actual website?
Yeah,
I know what I'm doing today.
Just counting
Didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson get a similar type of accusation?
Yeah, there was like accusers came forward for him too, but he was able to kind of skate the process. Man, he did a good job. He was able to really demonize a woman and had all kinds of things where she at one point said that, hey, it didn't happen that way because she was really embarrassed about being sexually harassed. So then
he was just like, oh no, that's just a Lorentz contraction. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he was able to play and he also stepped down too. He said, you know what? He played like the high ground. These accusations aren't true, but for the betterment of the organization, I'm going to step down. Like he had a whole playbook, apologetics and everything. Had all these women
what he did. I already know what he did, Crit. Remember he came out and he was on Valuetainment and said, there's more than 2 genders?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, he totally adopted the company line.
Exactly. He was like, I'm fucking selling out, dude. What can I want to keep my stuff, man. What do I got to do? More than 2 genders, man. You got to say it publicly.
He was getting all into the male and women's sports and all that there. He was all for it. But he's one of the high priests now. He has a lot of backing behind him. Remember that? He can get out of anything, that boy.
Yeah, but just think of the damage that atheism, just the cancer that's been through society, and the damage it's done. Like not just in academia, but everywhere. It's like this needs to be like. I mean, it's good that third wave atheism just imploded with David Silverman, another guy who got taken out by the Me Too movement. Basically, using the atheist foundation for his, to hire hookers and prostitutes and stuff.
Yeah,
Complete
dude.
corruption.
This is why I try to like beat into atheists. I've dealt with 2 atheists lately, Manly, and some other guy on the other Discord. What's that? Anyway, that's not important. They both tried to use the same shtick, dude. Oh, but I do all the good things that Christians say I should do, right? I do all the things, right? I check all the boxes. Why am I still going to hell? Because you're a fucking sociopath and you're pantomiming being good while in your mind and in the back door you're just using it as a social manipulation. That's why. Because your intent.
Yeah, if they could do something evil and get away with it, they wouldn't even blink an eye. Hell yeah, give me more.
Just let them keep talking.
Sociopaths fake being like normal people? Why do they fake being normal people when they're not normal people and they know they're not normal people?
Because they have to change, they have to be a chameleon to blend in.
Exactly. So if you're just being good to blend in, then you're not actually good.
It's similar how parasites behave.
Obviously, the fucking parasite thing, that's the first time it actually was relevant to the conversation. I agree with you. That is exactly how parasites behave, man. 100%.
They got brain worms.
Yes.